Chapter 491 Take Dabeo home. The duel begins. Nandong Yin didn't care about Nandong Li's little mood. The 3-day deadline was over in a flash. That would be her last chance. She had to focus all her energy on the duel with the great princess. She knew that the great princess had a master in her hands. She had been careless many times. But she would not do that again. Taking a deep breath, suppressing her somewhat restless emotions, she looked down at Dabeo on the stool. Dabeo still had a pair of big black eyes open, looking at her without blinking. She sighed, reached out and rubbed his bald little head. It would be nice if everyone was as obedient as you. But after Nandong Li walked out angrily, he sat down on the steps outside the house alone. He couldn't figure out who that man was, what kind of relationship he had with his mother. And he couldn't figure out why Yin Jiuqiao would protect his child when he had done such an inhuman thing to his mother. Yes, he was a good hostage. But as long as he was alive, that was enough. Wasn't it? What's the matter with torturing him? They had suffered so much at the hands of Yin Jiuqiao. Isn't it natural for the son to pay for the father's debt? Nandong Li would not admit that he was more jealous of Yin Jiuqiao. Not only because of him, but also because he had given birth to several such excellent children. The 7-John little Gu Lao, the little prince of Nanzhao. He still remembered that when he was 5 years old, he accidentally entered the Golden Palace. He saw his grandfather sitting on the Golden Dragon throne, and he curiously walked up the steps. But he was carried down by his grandfather's eunuch after only a few steps. He still remembers his grandfather's expression. Grandpa frowned, as if he had done something he shouldn't have done. Then what about this child? Why can he go up? Why can he sit on the throne? And why can he treat the imperial seal as a toy? Grandpa is too partial. Lear. When Nandong Li's eyes were red with anger at his own thoughts, a very gentle voice suddenly came from behind him. Nandong Li's thoughts came to an abrupt end. He suppressed the anger in his eyes, and a cold face appeared on his face. What are you doing here? He guessed who the person was without looking back. Bai Qianli sat down beside him and looked at him lovingly. What are you thinking about? So absent-minded? Nandong Li said bluntly. What does it have to do with you? I warn you. You'd better stay away from the princess. She is not someone you can provoke. Bai Qianli was not annoyed by being scolded. He lowered his head and smiled softly. Okay. I won't provoke her. His obedience made Nandong Li's expression slightly relieved. Nandong Li said again, You'd better leave here now. Don't show up in front of us again. Bai Qianli said, I'm afraid I can't do this. Just then he felt that this person was quite sensible, and dared to disobey his orders. Nandong Li said unhappily, Why? You know why. Bai Qianli said, Some things are better left unsaid. And even if you guessed, you should pretend you didn't guess. Bai Qianli's words completely angered Nandong Li. He stood up, drew the sword from his waist and pointed it at Bai Qianli. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of serving my mother? The smile in Bai Qianli's eyes finally disappeared bit by bit. He raised his head, looked at Nandong Li steadily, and said word by word, I am your father. Nandong Li was furious. You are talking nonsense. I am not. Bai Qianli said. Nandong Li was so angry that his body was shaking. Shut up. You are not my father. My father is the king of Yen of the Great Zhou. Not a concubine who hides in the deep mountains and old forests and cannot see the light. Although he had guessed that his reaction would be like this, he was still disappointed when he really saw it. Bai Qianli felt as if a needle pricked his heart. He stopped talking and stood up and went back to the house. Nandong Li clenched the sword in his hand, looked at his back and said, Don't dream. You will never be my father. What are you arguing about? Nandong Yin walked out of the house and looked at Nandong Li coldly. Nandong Li also looked at her, his eyes full of resentment. Then he gritted his teeth, threw away the sword in his hand, and rushed into the night without looking back. Lear. Bai Qianli, who had just entered the house, heard the noise and turned around to chase him out. Nandong Li stopped him. Don't worry about him. Let him be willful. Bai Qianli worriedly said, It's so late. Will he be in danger if he wanders in the woods? Nandong Yin frowned and said, with Shura secretly protecting him, he will be fine. Bai Qianli glanced at Nandong Yin and persuaded, Don't be angry with him. Blame me if you want to. I shouldn't have told him his life story so abruptly. If it were in the past, Nandong Yin would not agree with him doing this. But now, these things have no meaning in her heart. Nandong Yin said, He is so old, but he still throws tantrums like a child. Debao is more sensible than him. Bai Qianli paused. Debao, is that child? Is he Yin Jiuchao's flesh and blood? Nandong Yin said coldly. Yin Jiuchao's eldest son is deeply loved by my father. My father gave him the imperial seal. Bai Qianli was surprised. The king loves this child so much. Is he going to make him the crown prince? Bai Qianli thought that the child seemed to have not cried since he came here. And he was not restrained or afraid when seeing strangers. From these 2 points alone, it can be seen that he is indeed not a child with ordinary luck. Yin Jiuchao knows this place. Will he come here? Bai Qianli did not hide the fact that Yin Jiuchao had been here from Nandong Yin. Nandong Yin said coldly, what if you find him? Come one. I'll let Shura kill one. Debao. Debao. Where are you? Debao? Xiaobao took Erbao's hand and pushed open the door of a wing room. The 2 little guys looked inside. They were most afraid of the dark. But in order to find Debao, they still walked in with courage. Debao. Come out. Xiaobao bent down and looked under the bed. Debao. You are not allowed to hide. We admit defeat. Erbao opened the cabinet door. The 2 searched the house. But there was no Debao. So they walked out hand in hand and continued to search room by room. Zisu had just come out from washing the dishes. Seeing the 2 people strolling in the corridor, she hurried over and squatted down and said, Hey, young masters, didn't you sleep? Why are you out again? You haven't put on your shoes yet. And the ground is so cold. We can't sleep. Xiaobao said. Looking for Debao. Erbao said. Zisu felt sour in her heart and didn't know how to explain to them. She had to repeat the lines she had prepared early in the morning. Didn't you say that Debao went to the palace to accompany the great-grandmother? Why hasn't he come back yet? Xiaobao asked. Zisu said embarrassedly. He will be back in 2 days. Why didn't you take us with you? Doesn't the great-grandmother like us? Xiaobao asked again. This question stumped Zisu. What did the lady tell her? She forgot the words, because the 2 children were making fun of her. Of course. Grandma likes you. But we like you too. If you all leave, we will be sad. Prince Yin appeared in time. Zisu breathed a sigh of relief. Stood up and saluted, Your Majesty. You can leave. Prince Yin said. Yes. Zisu left as he said. Prince Yin walked up to the 2 of them with 2 pairs of small tiger head shoes. Squatted down. Lifted their little feet one by one. And put the shoes on them. Prince Yin led them back to the house. Got hot water. Wiped their feet. And let them lie in the soft quilt. Erbao and Xiaobao reluctantly accepted the fact that the 3 brothers were not together because they were accompanying different elders. But they still missed Debao very much. When will Debao come back? Erbao asked. This question was asked no less than 100 times. And they answered no less than 100 times. The king of Yin patiently said 2 days. Xiaobao counted on his fingers. 2 days. Agreed? Yeah. The king of Yin smiled and nodded. Tucked in the corners of the quilt for them. Patted their little shoulders. And coaxed them to sleep. Alas. The 2 little guys sighed in their hearts at the same time. Really missing Debao. In the bamboo forest on the other side. Debao also lay down. He had no one to coax him. Only a mute slave came in and turned off the lights for him. He took off his shoes clumsily. Climbed onto the bed in the dark. Put himself in the middle of the bed. And pulled the quilt over him. He curled up his little body. He rubbed his red eyes. Debao is not cold. Debao is not afraid. Debao will not cry. Debao must be strong. After Erbao and Xiaobao fell asleep, King Yin called Fuling and Yinglu and asked them to watch over the 2 of them while he went to Xiao Jinting's yard. Are you looking for the marshal? He's not here. He went to buy me some food. Shang Wenyan said to King Yin, who visited him in the middle of the night. These 2 people have been at loggerheads since they met. It's hard to imagine that King Yin would take the initiative to meet Xiao Jinting. It's okay. King Yin had already guessed what Xiao Jinting was going to do. And it was definitely not to buy food for Shang Wenyan. King Yin was right. Buying food was just a cover. Xiao Jinting went out at night to find Debao. By Qianli's bamboo forest. He found the bamboo forest where Bai Qianli was. The reason why he was able to find this place was due to his high martial arts. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu accidentally overheard the news when they reported to Yin Jiuchao. He was not sure that Nandong Yin would bring Debao here. He just came to try his luck. Unexpectedly, as soon as he entered the forest, he felt an unusual breath. Xiao Jinting paused suspiciously, thought for a moment, and his face changed slightly. Shura, As soon as the voice fell, a breath of internal force turned into a blade and attacked his vital point fiercely. Xiao Jinting pointed his toes and flew up to avoid the attack. The bamboo behind him was not so lucky. Hundreds of dense green bamboos were broken by this air blade. Xiao Jinting felt a chill in his heart. What a powerful skill! Xiao Jinting's internal strength is one of the best in the world. But if he had fought hard, he was not sure that he could have received the blow without any damage like he did last time. Is the Shura here so scary? It's not the Shura that's scary, but the three Shuras. The three Shuras released their internal strength at the same time, suppressing Xiao Jinting tightly. One might have a chance to fight, but the three would have almost no way to escape. Just as the Shura stabbed Xiao Jinting's heart with a sword, a white figure suddenly appeared and blocked Xiao Jinting. Stop! Nandong Yin shouted. The Shura holding the sword turned and passed by the side of King Yin. The Shura's figure only appeared for a moment and disappeared in the night. The suppression of the three Shuras disappeared at the same time, and Xiao Jinting was finally able to move. He covered his chest, shook his body, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you okay? King Yin turned around and supported him. Shura's suppression usually only targets warriors. A person like King Yin who is powerless is like an ant in the eyes of Shuras. He did not let the three Shuras attack him when he approached or appeared, so he was still safe. Xiao Jinting wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with all his strength, What can I do? What are you doing here? Why don't you leave now? It's easier for Shura to kill him than to kill an ant. Isn't it? King Yin smiled faintly. You can go. Who said you want to let him go? Nandong Yin walked over coldly. If you don't keep the appointment for the big competition in 3 days, and have to come to die in advance, I will take the life of Marshal Xiao. It's not surprising that she can recognize Xiao Jinting. After all, she has seen the portrait, and she knows the inside story. Xiao Jinting blocked King Yin behind him. King Yin smiled. It doesn't matter. She won't kill me. Then he walked out from behind him, and walked towards Nandong Yin. Release Marshal Xiao. Why should I let? I'll stay. King Yin interrupted her. Nandong Yan's bare hands suddenly clenched. She stared into his eyes without blinking. After doing so many ruthless and cruel things to her, how could he still look at her with such gentle and harmless eyes? What did he think of her? Did he think she could still be used by him like before? Nandong Yin clenched her fists. Her fingertips pinched into her palms. The King of Yin said gently, the King of Yin of the Great Zhou, the most beloved brother of the Emperor of the Great Zhou, the biological father of Yin Jiuqiao, and the in-law of the Great Princess, is more valuable than the Grand Marshal of the Army of the World. Isn't it? Xiao Jinting was furious. Hey! Are you selling pork? Nandong Yin said coldly. You are here to pick up Dabeo. The King of Yin continued to maintain a harmless and gentle look. I don't want to take him away. I just stay to accompany him. And you can have one more hostage. Isn't it good? Then I might as well keep both of them. Or, I'll just kill him, Nandong Yin said, raising the sword in his hand. The King of Yin grabbed her sword, Yinner. Nandong Yin watched his hand cut on her sword blade and bleed, and her chest heaved with anger. You! The King of Yin seemed to be unaware of the pain, just looking at her steadily, looking at her gently. Nandong Yin wished she could stab herself to death with a sword. This man hurt her so badly, and she was still soft on him? No. The former Nandong Yin was dead. She would not repeat the same mistake again. She would also use him once, just like he used her before. Nandong Yin retracted her sword, looked at the King of Yin coldly, and then looked at Xiao Jinting on the side. Okay. You stay. Please trouble Marshal Xiao to go back and bring a message to the Great Princess. Don't send anyone to die. See you at the altar in 3 days. Xiao Jinting was sent out of the forest by Shura. The King of Yin followed Nandong Yin into the house. Nandong Li had returned. As soon as he walked out of the room, he ran into the King of Yin. His eyes lit up. Father! The King of Yin glanced at Bai Qianli, who was like a shadow in the corner, and said calmly, I am not your father. He is. Nandong Li was shocked and froze in place. The King of Yin ignored him, and went into the room to find his Dabeo. Several children always leave a light on when they sleep, but this room is pitch dark. You don't have to guess how scared Dabeo is. The King of Yin regretted not coming earlier. He walked to the bed, and looked at the bulging ball in the quilt, and his heart ached. He gently lifted the quilt. Dabeo. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice. Dabeo, who curled up and held his little head with his little hands. suddenly raised his head and looked at the suddenly appeared King Yen with red eyes. King Yen held Dabeo in his arms, let his little head rest on his neck, and gently stroked his back with his big hands. Dabeo's little mouth pursed, and he cried with a whimper. Dabeo was scared. Dabeo felt wronged. Dabeo wanted to go home. King Yen hugged the child who was crying and shaking in his arms. Don't be afraid. Dabeo, Grandpa will take you home soon. I will definitely take you home. Xiao Zhenting went to Helian Mansion and told Yuan and Yin Jiucha and his group about what happened in the forest. Helian Baiming and Yu Shaoqing were also there, as was Grandma. Hearing that the King of Yin took the initiative to send himself back to Nangong Yin in order to take care of Dabeo, there was a silence in the room. Let's find a way to snatch him, Yuan said. Xiao Zhenting shook his head. We can't snatch him. They have 3 sure-ass. Kill one. There will be one less opponent in the competition. Nandong Yin is not afraid of them coming to her door with this idea. They also have sure-ass in their hands. But the duel is 1-on-1. And now it is 1-on-3. Not only can they not win, but they will also expose sure-ass. Is there any other way? Grandma? Yuan looked at their think tank. The old man. The old man was about to open his mouth to say something. But Yin Jiuchao said calmly, don't do anything. Preserve the greatest strength. And it will not be in vain. 3 days passed like a white horse. The news of the 2 princesses inviting each other to duel had spread widely in the imperial capital. This was a rare spectacle that only happened once in a century. Before dawn, people rushed to the altar. They all wanted to meet the 2 princesses, especially the mysterious princess, who was hard to find. Chapter 492 Sisters Meet. Little Black Jiang is here. This great princess has been cursed since birth, and was forced to be sent out of Nanzhao for many years. Not long ago, she returned to the imperial capital with her family. However, she seems to be different from the rumors. She was said to be a star of misfortune. But now she has 2 sons and daughters, and many grandchildren. I can't wait to see her true face. The people are waiting anxiously. And a certain great princess, the real little Black Jiang, is also anxious. She tossed and turned, didn't sleep well all night, and got up early, and there were 2 pitiful dark circles on her little face. This made Yu Shaoqing feel distressed. His Ashu grew up in the folk and had never experienced such occasions. These days, he always felt that Ashu was restless and tossed and turned. She must have been scared. Yu Shaoqing looked at his wife, who was shaking with fear, but still stubbornly putting on makeup in front of the mirror and said, Ashu, why don't you just not go? Let Awan go instead of you. How can I do that? Xiao Heijiang slapped the table. Yu Shaoqing was stunned. Jiang took up a small handkerchief, covered the corner of her mouth, and covered her heart with the other hand. She said with her heart in her hands, Ahem. I have accepted the invitation. So of course I have to go. Otherwise, what if they refuse to pay? It's really hard for you. Yu Shaoqing walked forward with heartache and gently comforted her. Ashu, don't be afraid. You just need to show your face. You don't have to fight with them. Jiang nodded obediently. Yes. After a pause, he said, what if they beat me? Yu Shaoqing said solemnly, I will protect you. Jiang's eyes rolled. Oh. I'll go see how Awan and Jiucha are preparing. Yu Shaoqing went to the couple's room. And they got up. Yin Jiucha was putting shoes on Xiaobao. And Yuan went to Qixia Garden, because they were going to compete in Gu and witchcraft. Awei and his group were naturally in the company. It is worth mentioning that Yuan still did not know the identities of Awei and others. But Awei's Gu skills were obvious to all. Grandma was more versatile. And it was said that he also knew a little bit of witchcraft. The matter was of great importance. And all the civil and military officials came to watch the battle. On the other side of the bamboo forest, Nandong Yin and the queen also dressed neatly and planned to go to the altar. Nandong Li locked himself in the room after knowing his life experience. Just when the queen thought he was going to continue to be ignorant, he finally showed up. Li, are you okay? You have lost weight. The queen walked up and stroked his cheek and said. Nandong Yin glanced at him calmly. Don't act like someone owes you a debt. Pack up your things and get ready to go. The carriages and horses outside the door were ready. Nandong Li picked a top-quality Fergana horse. When he turned over, Bai Qianli came over. Bai Qianli looked at him in a daze. Li, you be careful. Don't worry about it. Nandong Li didn't even look at him. Pulled the reins, and walked out of the woods. The king of Yin walked out with Dabeo. Debeo looked up and blinked at the King of Yin. The King of Yin patted his little head lovingly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Debeo nodded. The King of Yin took Debeo to the carriage. Nandong Yin said goodbye to the Queen. The Queen was worried and asked her, "Yin, don't you really need your mother to accompany you?" Nandong Yin said, "No. Your mother will wait for my news. And someone will come to transfer your mother to a safe place later." The Queen worriedly said, "Can't I wait for you here?" Nandong Yin said, "Once we leave, this place will not be safe. Without Shura's protection, this bamboo forest lost its most powerful barrier. The Queen now relies on Nandong Yin. So naturally, whatever Nandong Yin says is what she wants." The Queen watched Nandong Yin get on the King of Yin's carriage until the carriage disappeared at the end of the forest. And then she sighed and went back to the house. The carriage swayed towards the altar. Prince Yin and Nandong Yin sat on both sides. Debeo's chubby little body lay in Prince Yin's arms, peeking out the window from time to time. "Want to see?" Prince Yin lifted the curtain. Debeo opened his eyes wide and looked at the scenery along the way curiously. Nandong Yin remembered that when this child came with her, he was as old as a stone. But only when he was with Prince Yin did he become a 3-year-old child. I don't know what Debeo saw, but he laughed. Prince Yin also laughed. It was a smile that Nandong Yin had never seen before. It was different from the disguised appearance to paralyze her. The gentleness of lowering his head melted the whole severe winter. If her child was born safely, would he love him so much? Nandong Yin touched her flat belly. A pain twisted her heart. She turned her head away angrily, no longer looking at King Yin and the child. "Is Debeo hungry?" King Yin opened the food box and took a piece of chestnut cake to Debeo. Debeo didn't eat it himself, but gave it to Nandong Yin. Nandong Yin was stunned, then turned her face away coldly. "I don't eat it." Debeo kept handing it to her without moving. Nandong Yin finally took the snack expressionlessly. Debeo took another piece to King Yin, and then ate it with relish. Nandong Yin noticed that Debeo gave her and King Yin a big one, but he ate a small one. Although she was unwilling, she had to admit that this was indeed the most sensible child she had ever seen. It's a pity that he is the flesh and blood of the enemy. Her eyes turned cold. The carriage did not take Debeo and the King of Yin to the altar. Halfway through the journey, Nandong Yin changed a carriage and asked the assassins and guards to escort the King of Yin and the two to a place unknown to everyone. When Nandong Yin arrived at the altar was already surrounded by the people. The effect of the medicine on the king had not yet worn off, so he could not speak or act. Therefore, the 3 officials, the National Master Hall, and the Gu Hall presided over the overall situation. The Imperial Censor and several Gu Masters from the Gu Hall and the National Master who rushed out of the retreat last night sat on both sides of the altar. Hellion Biming and 3 generals sat on the other side of the altar. The little princess has arrived. The princely has arrived. Following the eunuch's announcement, Nandong Yin and Nandong Li slowly walked over from behind the crowd. They had not seen each other for many days, and both of them had become thinner. The haggardness on their faces was vaguely covered by makeup. They were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and they were naturally noble, worthy of being the royal family raised in the palace since childhood. The people knelt on one knee to perform the ceremony. Under the kneeling of the crowd, the mother and son walked up to the altar. The little princess has arrived. Why hasn't the eldest princess come yet? Yes, it's already this hour. She wouldn't dare to show up. Would she? She was raised among the people. She has never been in public. I guess she is afraid. The eldest princess and Princess One both grew up among the people. Wouldn't they be ashamed to be seen? There was an unpleasant voice in the crowd. Hellion Biming frowned, and was about to speak to stop them, when he heard Wang Ini Aisher's loud and clear voice not far away. The eldest princess has arrived. Princess One has arrived. Everyone turned their heads. A young woman walked down from a not-so-eye-catching carriage slowly. She was wearing a goose-yellow silk dress. Her figure was slender. Her temperament was quiet and graceful. She was noble, but she didn't have the arrogance of being superior to others. It's Princess Wan. Some people recognized her. Yuan was not wearing royal clothes, but she exuded a noble temperament in her every move. She stretched out a white wrist and helped another woman down from the carriage. The woman was wearing a white shirt and a translucent golden gauze dress. The morning light enveloped her body. For a moment, everyone was in a trance, as if they saw a phoenix flapping its wings. But it was only a moment. She coughed twice gently while holding a handkerchief. Everyone came back to their senses in an instant. It seemed to be true that the emperor's health was not good. Everyone listened to the heartbreaking cough and felt their hearts tighten for her. However, even though she was as sick as she was still calm and elegant. Compared with the domineering little emperor, the frail and quiet eldest princess seemed to be more deeply rooted in people's hearts. Everyone held their breath, and there was no need for the guards to clear the area. They spontaneously made way for her, fearing that they would accidentally bump into her and hurt the weak princess. The altar, which was noisy before, suddenly became silent, with only the occasional low cough from Jiang. What do you mean by growing up among the common people? What do you mean by not being presentable? Except for being a little sick. The princess was no worse than Nandong. Yuan helped her mother to the altar. Everyone saluted the two. Please take a seat, the imperial censor said. A guard brought a chair. Yuan helped Jiang sit down. Yu Shaoqing came to the scene after the mother and daughter got off the carriage and sat next to Helian Biming. Is the imperial master out of retreat? Yu Shaoqing saw the imperial master on the altar at a glance. Helian Biming said, he came out of seclusion last night. Yu Shaoqing snorted. He is really good at making time. Helian Biming said, Nandong must have calculated the day he came out of seclusion. So she dared to make a 3-day appointment. Otherwise, she could also make a 10-day appointment. Yu Shaoqing raised his eyebrows and said, but, even if he comes, what does it matter? The first item is Gu Shu. They are sure to lose. The most powerful Gu master in Nandong hands is named Ming. And he is the 7-foot Gu master. Always Gu Shu is better than his. So there is almost no suspense in the first round. Helian Biming glanced at the calm and composed national master. I always feel that things are not that simple. As expected, when the imperial censor announced that both sides would send their own Gu masters to the field, it was not Ming Gu master who went out on Nandong side. It was a man in a black cloak, about 27 or 28 years old, tall, with gloomy eyes. When he walked onto the altar, the Gu masters in the Gu hall all stared. 10-foot Gu master, Song Gu master said. The man curled his lips, untied his cloak and threw it away. And a strong breath came over Song Gu master's face changed. Gu master. Chapter 493, A Victory at the Beginning. Is there really a Gu master in the world? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, the elders of the Gu hall would never have believed it. When the art of witchcraft and Gu originated, they were inseparable. At that time, wizards were Gu masters, and Gu masters were also called wizards. However, as the difficulty of practicing increased, some disciples began to specialize in one of the skills. In the heyday, there were still many Gu masters, but the two major factions of Wu Gu killed each other in order to compete for the title of the world's #1 master. Many outstanding disciples died, and the inheritance was interrupted. Until now, even the 7-Zhong Gu master has not appeared in 100 years. And the 9-Zhong and 10-Zhong Gu masters are only existences in rumors. Gu master? That was someone they never expected to appear in front of them in their dreams. The eyes of the Gu masters were wide open, and the people around the altar were all shocked when they heard Song Gu masters call it Gu master. The man didn't look old. Less than 30 years old. Could he be a Gu Zun at such a young age? Could it be that Gu Lao made a mistake? Song Gu Lao also hoped that he was wrong. He was the most experienced and youngest Gu Lao in Gu Palace. In terms of ability, he was not as good as several seniors. However, when he saw their surprised eyes, he knew that he was not wrong. The other party was indeed a Gu Zun. This was in trouble. Ever since Nandong slandered Gu Palace and the Helian family for colluding with her to frame her, Gu Palace and Nandong broke off completely. They did not want to see Nandong win. The Gu Lao looked at each other and worried about the great princess. No wonder Nandong had the courage to make a 3-day appointment. She even invited Gu Zun. She was clearly well prepared. The great princess. I'm afraid she's in danger. How could there be a Gu Zun? Yu Shaoqing murmured. In the great Zhou dynasty, he didn't know much about Gu Shu. It was only after he came to Nanzhao that he gradually heard some things about it. He roughly understood that Gu Zun was the most powerful Gu master in the world. Even his 3 young Gu masters were not as good as him. So, can a Wei really win? Yu Shaoqing looked in the direction of a Wei with concern. As early as the announcement of the first round, a Wei and the old man walked up to the altar. At this moment, he stood beside Yuan, staring at his opponent expressionlessly. The opponent seemed to notice Away's scrutiny, and looked at Away frankly, with a smile full of arrogance. Away! Yuan opened her mouth. Away said nothing, walked to the center of the altar calmly, looked at the man who was about the same age as Qin Yan, and said, "What's your name? Tell me your name. I don't fight nameless people." Gu Zun curled his lips arrogantly. "I thought you were such a powerful opponent. But it turns out you are just a young boy. I heard that you have 3 disciples of Shizhong Gu Lao." "Shizhong Gu Lao, he." Gu Zun said while brushing his wide sleeves. "That's what I left over." When these words came out, everyone couldn't help but gasp. What a big tone. It's worthy of being Gu Zun. Away said, "Stop talking nonsense. Say the name if you have a name. Shut up if you don't have a name." Gu Zun chuckled and said, "Boy, listen carefully. I will never change my name. Fengshi, the wind that rises and rolls. The erosion that corrodes the bones and burns the heart." Away frowned and thought about it, but couldn't remember which yes it was. He didn't know many words. Gu Zun didn't ask Away's name politely. After all, in his eyes, the other party was just a half-baked Gu master, and he would be defeated by him in a short time. Why should he remember the other party's name? Gu Shu only has 1 round, and the time limit is 1 stick of incense. Whoever can successfully put the Gu on the other party within 1 stick of incense will be the winner, because it is a life and death game. Life and death are at their own risk. It sounds simple, but for Gu masters, it is never an easy task to make them Gu. Gu Zun laughed disdainfully. "Boy, I know you have Gu King and Gu Queen in your hands. Just come over. If I win, Gu King and Gu Queen will be mine. If the sentence 7 Zhang Gu is always left over by me is arrogant enough, then this sentence is simply arrogant. He not only wants to win over the great princess, but also intends to rob Princess Wan's things. This is completely leaving no way for the mother and daughter to survive. Without the holy objects, what else can the great princess and Princess Wan use to win the hearts of the people?" Yu Shaoqing's eyes turned cold. Asshole. He wants to rob all one's things. No wonder Nandong Yin was able to persuade Gu Zun. It turned out that he wanted the other party to promise to give him the holy objects and Gu Queen. With such a big temptation, it's no wonder that even Gu Zun was tempted. Yuan whispered to the old man, "Grandma, is this Gu Zun really that powerful? Can he snatch away the sacred object that has already recognized its master?" The old man nodded, "Yes." "No." Yuan covered her chest with her hands. She didn't want to hand over her little Gu Gu. The old man said, "It's useless to cover it. Your Gu King is still too young and too tender to be Gu Zun's opponent. It is a young Gu King, far from its heyday. Although it has made great progress in Yuan's hands, it is still not possible to resist Gu Zun. This is why Gu Zun is willing to go out of the mountains to hunt it. When it grows up, 10 Gu Zuns will be helpless against it. But now, it can't do anything to Gu Zun." I don't know if it heard the conversation between Yuan and the old man. Gu Zun looked at Yuan, and the malicious eyes didn't seem to be looking at a woman, but more like looking at a prey. Of course, Yuan's Gu King is his prey. Yuan cursed Nandong Yin in her heart for 70 or 80 times. For her own selfishness, she sold the sacred object of Nanjiao to Gu Zun. How is this different from treason? Gu Zun curled his lips, took out a small jade bottle from his arms, gently pulled out the bottle stopper, and a faint fragrance spread over the altar. Sun Gu Lao's face changed. Heavenly Silkworm Gu. As the most experienced Gu Lao in the Gu Palace, Sun Gu Lao's perception of Gu worms is different from that of ordinary people. Almost the moment he pulled out the bottle stopper, he felt a terrible and powerful breath. "What is the Heavenly Silkworm Gu?" Yuan asked, puzzled. The old man said, "The 1,000 Gu King who can compete with the Gu Queen." Yuan felt that little Gu Gu was getting restless. "Little Gu Gu, slurp slurp." Yuan silently said, "Hold back. Hold back. Don't eat. I've raised you to this age. You can't be kidnapped by a bug." Little Gu Gu flashed out with a sound of Bayu. Yuan quickly pressed it down. Little Gu Gu's insect legs fluttered. "I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat." "But why are you so calm, Grandma? Anyway, what is it? Lose?" Yuan felt that she was not feeling well. "I'll give you 3 moves," Gu Zun said to Away with a smile. Away said expressionlessly, "No. Attack together." Gu Zun smiled coldly. "Boy, don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Bang! A loud noise. Everyone didn't react at all. They just vaguely felt a shadow flash by. And the next second, Guzun fell down. Guzun looked at Away, who punched him until his heart burst. And it was unbelievable. Away took a deep breath and retracted his moves. Master is right. The only way to defeat the Gu technique in the world is to be fast. No matter how many insects you have. None of them can catch up with me. You won. Isn't it true that the only way to defeat the martial arts in the world is to be fast? Away. What kind of master do you have? Guzun is going to collapse. Tell me. What about the Gu we agreed to do? Why did you resort to fighting? This is a Gu magic contest. Not a martial arts contest. If you have the guts, go ahead and do it. Away grabbed a worm and threw it at him. You've been poisoned. Guzun. People who raise Gu will surely die from the poison. But as powerful as he is, he never expected that he would be poisoned by a low-level Gu worm that is not even the king of hundreds of Gu. He lost most of his life. And his Gu magic could not be used. He could only watch himself being poisoned. Yes. He finished the last word he had not finished before. And then rolled his eyes. Guzun. Dead. Away stood up gracefully in the cold wind. Hell is empty. Away is in the world. Guzun died. And his Gu worms were naturally collected by Away for his own use. Away collected a lot of good things and made a lot of money. Among them, the most delicious Tianqing Gu was given to Xiaogu Gu. I don't accept it. Nandong Yin stood up. They cheated. They were competing in Gu techniques. But he used martial arts. Yuan crossed her arms in front of her chest, walked forward a few steps slowly, and asked the Imperial Censor, did they say that martial arts are not allowed? The Imperial Censor said, no. Because no Gu master has ever known martial arts. So who would limit martial arts? Yuan pointed at the Gu master who was dead on the ground and said, then was he poisoned by Gu? The Imperial Censor said, yes. He was poisoned when he was beaten half to death. The Imperial Censor didn't know what to say. It was obvious that everything was wrong. But he couldn't find any faults. Yuan said again, it's been more than an incense stick since the start of the game? The Imperial Censor had given up resistance. No. Yuan smiled. At the beginning, it was said that whoever could successfully put a Gu on the other party within the time of an incense stick would win. Then let me ask the little princess. Did we not put a Gu on him? Or did we exceed the time? Nandong Yin was choked and speechless. Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, if you don't accept it, okay. Considering that you are my sister, my mother will give you a game. You can call another Guzun out. This time, we promise not to use force. Stinky girl. Do you think Guzun is something that is everywhere? There is only one. And the national teacher found it with great difficulty. Where can she find another one? The stinky girl clearly calculated this point. So she dared to say such words without fear. Rogue. She wants to make these rogues angry to death. The Imperial Censor announced, in the first round. The Great Princess won. Chapter 494 Shura is here. The second round is witchcraft. Witchcraft is divided into white witchcraft and black witchcraft. The former is used to save people, and the latter is used to kill people. In Yuan's opinion, a woman with a vicious heart like Nandong Yin will naturally not compete in white witchcraft. As expected, I don't know what Nandong Yin negotiated with the Imperial Censor, but the Imperial Censor showed an embarrassment. After a while, the Imperial Censor discussed with the Taiwei and Taifu, and came to ask the Great Princess and Yuan whether they could accept the challenge of black witchcraft. Yuan looked at her grandmother, and her grandmother nodded at her. Yuan said, accept? The Imperial Censor said, because black witchcraft is too domineering. The wizards on both sides must ensure that they will not hurt innocent people. Otherwise they will be considered as losers. Okay. Yuan nodded. Nandong Yin also nodded to express her acceptance. The Imperial Censor said solemnly, then, please ask the two princesses to send out their respective wizards. To everyone's surprise, Nandong Yin sent out the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master openly fought for Nandong Yin, which was also a disguised admission that the Imperial Master Palace had colluded with the Queen. Yu Shaoqing narrowed his eyes and said, you are so brave. He is not afraid of confirming the Queen's guilt. Helian Biming said calmly, maybe they don't care anymore. Yu Shaoqing frowned. What do you mean? Helian Biming paused and said, keep an eye on my sister-in-law and Awan. If anything happens, take them away in time. Yu Shaoqing said, why? Are you still worried that the little princess will go on a killing spree? Helion Biming said. Even a rabbit bites when it is anxious. That woman is already crazy. Who knows what she will do if she loses? If Nandong Yin loses, she will lose everything. But Nandong Yin never thought that she would lose. In the first round, they were sneaky and slippery. There will be no more surprises in the next round. What? Sister, are you scared? Nandong Yin said sarcastically. The great princess? The imperial censor looked at Zhang's group in an urgent manner. Yugo, who was as strong as an ox, took a step forward with a cold look. Nandong Yin's eyebrows jumped, and she gripped the armrest of the chair tightly and said, Wait! The imperial censor turned to look at her. What's wrong with the little princess? Nandong Yin looked at Yugo, who could knock the national teacher away with one punch, and said coldly, No martial arts are allowed in this round. Like the witch and the Gu master, neither of them is a martial artist. So there was no limit on martial arts in the previous competitions. But since the little princess had spoken, and since there was a precedent, the three officials would naturally not reject the little princess's request. The imperial censor said seriously, Okay. In this round, except for witchcraft, you are not allowed to use anything else without authorization. As soon as he finished speaking, Yugo stepped aside, grinned, and showed a mouthful of small white teeth. Behind him, a thin old man who could be blown away by a gust of wind walked out slowly. Even with this old and frail body, the imperial master in his prime could beat him to tears with his bare hands. Nandong Yin was so angry. What kind of people are these? How could they be so treacherous and cunning? It's not that Nandong Yin doesn't believe in the strength of the national teacher, but if there is a more convenient way, she will naturally not choose the one with greater risks. But it's too late to say anything now. She asked to add this rule, and she can't let her go back on her word. Nandong Yin gave the national teacher a look. The national teacher understood. Nandong Yin meant that there was no need to show mercy. In fact, the national teacher never considered showing mercy to these guys, especially this ghost priest. He was a big worry when the master was alive. Although the master defeated him, it was not fair. This has always been a regret in the master's mind. He believed that after today, this regret would no longer exist. The old man walked to the center of the altar and stopped 3 steps away from the national teacher. The wrinkled eyes burst out with elite and sharp waves. Is Yuan Zhao your master? The old man asked. It's my master, the national teacher said. The old man nodded. It's just right. He owed me that year. And today you come to repay it all. The national teacher said disdainfully. Don't be too confident. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Don't you know your own weight? Your master is no match for me. So don't mention it. The old man has always been taciturn. And today he has said all the words he has said for the whole year. Okay. Let's start. The old man was about to take a seat, but the national teacher took a few steps forward and said in his ear, Priest, don't forget the purpose of your leaving the ghost tribe. The king of the ghost tribe ordered you to bring back the great princess, not to help her ascend the throne. The old man paused. The national teacher said sarcastically, How long do you think you can keep it a secret? The old man looked at him calmly. The national teacher signaled him to look to the left, below the altar. The old man looked without leaving a trace. He bumped into a pair of eyes, like the god of death. The owner of the eyes hid in the crowded crowd, dressed in black. This is the messenger of the ghost clan. Like witchcraft, the messengers of the ghost clan are also divided into white messengers and black messengers. The white messengers are the ones who carry out the mission. The old man in a way are all white messengers. Once the white messenger defected, the ghost clan would send out the black messenger to hunt down the white messenger. The appearance of the black messenger means that their actions have been known to the king. In fact, as early as the moment Nandong Li recognized the identity of the old man guessed that there might be such a possibility. But Nandong Li stole Shura, and the old man did not think he really had the courage to run to the ghost clan to inform. It seems that Nandong Li does not have this courage, but the national teacher does. The so-called retreat is just a cover, and he actually did a lot of bad things secretly. The imperial master looked behind the old man, who was obviously still immersed in the joy of winning the first round, and did not notice the 3 black messengers away, and kindly reminded him, It's not too late to run away now. If you run away, you will lose this round. There was no trace of expression on the old man's withered face. Suddenly, his robe moved, and a paper man flew out of his sleeve. The imperial master turned his head to avoid it. but the paper still cut the fabric on his shoulder. That's my answer. After saying that, the old man ignored the provocation of the national teacher and went to sit on his mat. In front of him was a square table with some strange things on it. The most powerful black magic is puppetry. When puppetry is practiced to a certain level, it can even control living people. However, that method is too inhumane and has been banned by wizards. Today, the two chose this method at the same time. The old man flicked his sleeves and flicked the things on the table to the ground. Then he took out a dagger and put it on the table lightly. The national teacher sneered. He didn't bring a dagger, but he could ask someone for it. He gestured, and a guard pulled out the dagger from his waist and put his hands on his table. What are they doing? Yuan asked in a low voice. Qingyan stared and said, they want to use witchcraft to control the other party and force them to draw their knives and commit suicide. Yuan's eyes widened. They are playing such a big game right at the beginning? Qingyan was also puzzled. Grandma seemed to have the intention to kill. After being with Grandma for so long, this was the first time he encountered Grandma killing someone. This was really strange. What did that shameless national teacher say to Grandma? The second round of the fight had no time limit, until the opponent was controlled by the witchcraft and lost self-consciousness. Although the people did not understand black witchcraft, they knew that this was a fierce battle when they saw the daggers taken out by the two. Everyone couldn't help but get nervous. The national teacher in his prime, the old man in his twilight years. How could it look like a one-sided crushing? Grandma's condition is not right, Qingyan said. What's wrong? Yuan asked. I can't explain it. But I just feel that he seems a little flustered. Others can't see this, but Qingyan, Awei and Yuego, who have been with Grandma all the way, can more or less feel that Grandma is different. Yuan was puzzled. Is Grandma scared by the national master? Qingyan shook his head. It shouldn't be like that. Grandma's strength is far above the national master. She shouldn't be so flustered. So what is Grandma worried about? Not only they are alert to the old man's worries, but the national master also noticed it. After all, he was sitting right in front of the old man, and he could see every drop of cold sweat on the old man's forehead. The black messenger could take his life at any time. So it's no wonder that he is so uneasy. But maybe the black messenger will be disappointed. Today, the life of the Ghost Clan priest is his. The two closed their eyes, sank their chi into their dantian, and an invisible pressure pressed towards each other. Everyone couldn't understand what the two were doing, but they could vaguely feel that the atmosphere of the altar had changed. The wind around them seemed to stop, and the dagger on the table began to tremble. The old man's body began to sway slightly. The national master was still sitting as steady as a mountain. Oh, that old man is probably going to lose. Yes. Alas, that's the national master. Who can be his opponent? The heated discussion became louder and louder, and even Nandonyan heard it. Nandonyan curled her lips. Grand Princess, let's see how you can turn this game around. It was too late, and the old man suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, break! Bang! The body of the national teacher flew out. He was holding a shining dagger in his hand, and fell into the crowd with a thud. He fell right at the feet of the black messenger. He stood up tremblingly, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and stretched out his hand. Help! Help me! The black messenger recognized him and helped him. At this moment, something unbelievable happened. The national teacher, who was helped up by the black messenger, stabbed the black messenger in the heart with a knife. The black messenger didn't even have time to be surprised, and fell to the ground in a daze. The moment the dagger left his body, blood splashed all over the face of the national teacher. The national teacher shuddered and suddenly woke up. He looked at the dagger in his hand, then looked at the place where he was standing, and finally looked at the accomplice of the black messenger who was stabbed to death by him, and froze in disbelief. A chill ran up from the soles of his feet. Someone in the crowd shouted, "He killed someone. He lost. Do not hurt others, otherwise it will be considered a loss. Whether the black messenger is a good person or a bad person, as long as he is a human, he cannot be hurt." Of course, the national teacher can say that he was controlled by the old man, but that is equivalent to admitting that he was disturbed by the other party's witchcraft and lost consciousness, which is still a loss. The Imperial Master couldn't understand why the situation that was originally sure to win turned into this in the blink of an eye. Not only did he beat him, but he also killed a black messenger with his help. Is the old man's uneasy look just now all pretended? The Imperial Master tightly grasped the dagger. raised his head, and looked at the old man on the altar. The old man walked to the edge of the altar indifferently, and looked down at him. The cold wind blew, and the old man looked like an immortal. Suddenly, the old man, with an immortal look, stretched out his hand, and gave the imperial master a little finger of contempt. The imperial master, who vomited 3 liters of blood. The black messenger had died, and the guards came to carry him away. Although Yuan didn't know the other party's identity, it was possible that the person who asked Grandma to kill him must not be a good person. Yuan didn't waste her saintly heart. She got off the chair and looked at Nandong Yen, whose face was as black as charcoal. With a smile on her face, she curled her lips and said, "What should we do? Little princess? You lost again. 2 out of 3 games. There is no need for competition next time. Are you willing to accept the loss, or do you want to shirk your responsibility?" Nandong Yan's nails dug into the flesh tightly. "Hellion Wan, don't be so arrogant." Yuan said strangely, "Why shouldn't I be arrogant? I have the capital to be arrogant. My father is the heir of the Hellion family. My mother is the princess of Nanzhao. My husband is the prince of Yanqing. My father-in-law is the king of Yan of the Great Zhou. My stepfather is the grand marshal of the army of the world. And my son is a 7-jong-old man. If I'm not arrogant, who will be arrogant?" Nandong Yen was so angry that she fell backwards. "I have seen arrogant people, but I have never seen such an arrogant person. Doesn't she know that there is a saying that when the water is full, it will overflow, and when happiness is excessive, it will lead to sorrow?" Well, she didn't intend to do this originally, but since they all forced her, it's no wonder that she was ruthless. "Shura!" Nandong Yen gave an order, and a strong breath came over like a dense net, instantly covering the entire altar. Yuan looked up in astonishment. I saw that the sky, which was still sunny a second ago, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Large patches of black clouds floated over layer by layer, and the sky darkened. Nandong Yen said madly, "Kill them. Don't let any of them live." Chapter 495. Little Black Jiang vs. Shura. Someone is going to kill someone. The little princess is going to kill someone. Someone in the crowd shouted, and the people were instantly in an uproar. They were here to watch the fun, not to die. I have never heard of anyone who killed someone after losing a fight. Is she still a princess? Was her previous love for the people just an act? They are blind. They actually believe that such a person can become the Tianfu princess of Nanzhao. She is clearly a scourge to the entire Nanzhao. They are all going to be killed by her. Why wasn't she the one who was sent away? Yuan walked quickly to the edge of the altar and said to the panicked people, "Don't panic. Don't move. People will be stepped on and hurt. We brought guards. We will escort you away first." She meant first. She wanted to escort these ordinary people away first. Her words were spread out by Jiang Hai with his inner strength, and every citizen heard them. The crowd that was pushing and shoving gradually calmed down. Everyone looked at her on the altar, with her petite body and clear eyes. Somehow, everyone seemed to feel a great power. Yuan was embarrassed to tell them the truth. She didn't expect Nandong Yen to go crazy and start the slaughter mode against everyone present. There are many crazy people in the world, most of whom are just accused of a hat, such as concubine Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao. But Nandong Yen, she is really crazy. It's reasonable for her to kill a few of them. But how did the innocent people present provoke her? The child in the arms of an old lady was so scared that he cried loudly. Nandong Yen glanced at the child indifferently, with her unintentional eyes. Shura's inner strength pressed towards the child. Yuan's eyebrows jumped. Jiang Hai! Jiang Hai flew up and blocked Shura's pressure with his body. His chest hurt, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Just a glance from Shura, and this glance almost killed a child. The Hellion family's death warriors had already been ready, and Hellion Biming ordered Yu Gang to escort the people away first. But Yu Gang wanted to take him away first. Hellion Biming said coldly, "This is a military order." Yu Gang made up his mind. Yes. Yu Shaoqing jumped onto the altar and protected his wife, who was staring at her eyes and seemed to be enduring something. Behind him, "Don't be afraid. Ah Shu. I will protect you." Ah Shu must be scared. She started to tremble, and she was shaking so hard. It can't be excitement. It must not be. Jiang Hai stayed in the crowd with the Hellion family's death warriors and the Imperial Guards to escort the people present to leave. Away. Qin Yin and Yugo stayed on the altar and surrounded Yuan and the old man, even though they had prepared in advance. As Shura's pressure gradually increased, The death warriors and the imperial guards began to have difficulty moving. Seeing this, the people who had been appeased with great difficulty suddenly panicked again. The scene became chaotic again. Seeing so many innocent people being implicated, the ministers could not sit still. Among the 3 ministers, the oldest Taifu slapped the armrest, stood up with a trembling body and said, "Empress, what are you doing?" The Taifu was Nandong Yan's teacher, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he is her master. Nandong Yan's talent and learning were quite amazing back then. As for her character, she was a little arrogant, but it was not a big deal. The Taifu didn't know when this child started to grow crooked. Maybe he has never been very straight, but he just neglected to notice it. Nandong Yan glanced at him lightly, without any respect on her face. "What am I doing? Taifu, can't you see it? You. The Taifu made Nandong Yan dizzy and dizzy. The imperial censor and the grand commandant hurriedly supported him and let him sit back on the chair. The imperial censor looked at Nandong Yan and said solemnly, "Princess, this matter is of great importance. There is no need to involve innocent people in the court dispute. Let them go first. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Nandong Yan raised the corner of her lips with disdain. "Talk slowly? What? Say that I lost the fight and should accept the defeat, or that I am doomed and might as well surrender?" The imperial censor said earnestly, "Princess, don't make the same mistake again and again." Nandong Yan sneered, "If you all die, no one will know that I am wrong. By then, I can make a comeback. Whoever supports me will survive." The imperial censor found that the conversation with Nandong Yan could not continue. This woman's heart was twisted. She was not unwilling to accept the defeat. She was just venting her anger. She didn't care who offended her or who didn't. In short, if they were not her dogs, they would all be killed. "Empress, Princess, we were wrong." Some timid people were so scared that they knelt on the ground, kowtowed to her, expressed their loyalty to her, and begged her to forgive them. Nandong Yan smiled tremblingly, raised her hand, grabbed the bow and arrow in the guard's hand, and shot him to death with one arrow. This action made everyone stunned. The imperial censor's eyes widened. Even Nandong Li's eyes showed a trace of disbelief. And he whispered, "Mother?" Nandong Yan turned her head indifferently, staring at him with cold eyes. "You want to be my enemy too?" Nandong Li opened his mouth, lowered his head, and bowed his hands. "I dare not." Nandong Yan smiled bloodthirstily. "Then go and kill them. Kill all the people here for me." Nandong Li suddenly regretted letting Shura obey Nandong Yan, because his mother might really be a little confused. The original plan was to expel the great princess and her entourage from Nanzhao after winning the duel. If unfortunately they lost, they would use Shura to control the court officials and kill those who disobeyed the order. However, now, even those innocent people have been involved. Nandong Li did not feel sorry for the lives of a few worthless people, but his mother's condition made him worried. When the pressure from Shura increased by another level, everyone except Nandong Yan and his companions could not move. The crowd erupted in screams of terror and cries of despair. Ah Shu, I will protect you." Yu Shaoqin used his body to bear the pressure, but was pressed against Zhang's body. He tried to reduce his weight, but found that he could hardly move his eyeballs. Shu, don't be afraid." Jiang lifted her calves and looked up at the sky. When everyone was suffocated by Shura's breath, suddenly another powerful breath swept in from not far away, like a big hand that cleared the clouds and saw the sun, blocking the breath of death. Everyone felt lighter. Nandong Li frowned. He was very familiar with this breath. This was clearly. A strong figure flew over and landed steadily on the altar. Nandong Li's face changed. "It's really him. Shura! How could this happen? Isn't he dead?" Although Nandong Li didn't see him die, he sucked all his power and shouldn't have survived. But the man in front of him not only survived, but also seemed to have recovered his power. How did he do it? Shura looked at Nandong Li coldly, took out a small bottle from his arms, and took a sip. Nandong Li. Nandong Li looked at Shura, and then at Yuan and his group, who were protected by Shura. He seemed to understand who saved him. This family really knows how to take advantage. They dared to pick up a dying Shura and cured him. Humph! Do they think they can beat his Shura like this? His internal power was sucked dry. Even if Yan Jioch and Yuan used a magic medicine to save his life, he couldn't significantly improve his internal power in such a short time. He is no match for the new Shura. At most, He can just hold on for a while, and buy some time for these ants to escape. After the old Shura appeared, the new Shura also appeared soon. The two started fighting. But a small palm-to-palm fight almost destroyed half of the altar with the internal force. What is meant by when the gods fight? The little ghosts suffer. This is it. Yuan used her sleeves to block the scraped stone chips and said to her own Shura, "Go fight up there." Shura jumped up and led Nandong Li's Shura to the air for a decisive battle. In terms of internal force, Shura has indeed not recovered to his heyday. But I don't know where he learned the moves. But he actually made the new Shura go around in circles. The new Shura chopped down with a palm. But it missed. And kicked again. But it also missed. Shura got behind him at some point and stuck out his tongue at him. "Come on. Come on. Catch me." The new Shura was furious. Shura's progress was beyond Nandong Li's expectations. Even though he hadn't fully recovered, the potential he had burst out was undoubtedly something Nandong Yin had never seen before. He even learned some moves. Shura never learned any moves because they didn't need them, and they disdained them. Is this still Shura? He lives, more and more like a human. The new Shura can't hit or catch him. And he is so angry that he jumps up and down. He released a huge internal force. And the guardrail of the altar couldn't bear this internal force. And it broke with a bang. Yu Shaoqing just jumped down the altar with his wife. And heard a loud noise behind him. Awan was still on the altar. Awan! He changed color. I don't know when a group of Nandong Li's dead men came to the altar. Away, and others were busy dealing with him. Yuan and the old man stood in a relatively safe corner. But the guardrail broke. The ground collapsed. And Yuan and the old man both fell down. Yuan pushed her grandmother up. But she fell to the ground faster. In a flash, a white silk flew in the air and wrapped around Yuan's waist. Yuan felt her body lighten and was dragged over by the white silk. A pair of slender hands caught Yuan. "My dear husband, how are you?" Yuan's eyes widened. "Miss Dong?" Dong Xian'er smiled, tapped her toes lightly, and landed steadily on the ground with Yuan in her arms. She turned her head and said to someone who had just flown over here, "I'll watch over her. Go and save your father." Yuan followed her gaze. Ah, that person was. Helian Biming was sitting in a wheelchair, and the broken guardrail pressed down on his head and face. General Yu Gang rushed to save him, but was blocked by the crowded crowd. He could only watch the general being pressed under the boulder, and he turned his face away reluctantly. Helian Biming also closed his eyes and calmly accepted his own end. However, the boulder did not fall for a long time. In the noise, he heard heavy breathing. A strange feeling flashed through his mind, and he suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes to look at the man who was holding the boulder with both hands. Just as he once supported the whole world for him, now he also supported his. The child who was sheltered under his wings has grown up. Sheng. Helian Biming's eyes were slightly red. Helian Sheng pushed the boulder away with all his strength, put Helian Biming on his back, and quickly left the place with him on his back. "Daddy, carry me." Sheng'er, walk by yourself. No. No. Daddy, carry me. Helian Biming lay on his son's broad back, thinking of his son's appearance when he was young, and tears rolled down his eyes. Helian Sheng carried his father on his back, avoiding the falling boulders, and went all the way to the direction of the carriage. On the other side, Dong Xian'er also left the altar with Yuan. "Hurry up and get in the car." Jiang Hai drove the carriage over. "Where are my parents?" Yuan asked. Jiang Hai said, "They should still be near the altar. I'll go find them. You and Miss Dong leave first. Get in the car." Dong Xian'er pulled Yuan up and let her sit in the carriage. She tightened the reins on the outer seat and drove all the way to the direction of Helian Sheng and Helian Biming. Fortunately, the people had been evacuated to the surrounding areas under the escort of the Helian family's death warriors and the Imperial Guards. When the altar broke, it did not cause too many casualties. But Yuan and her group and the ministers who stayed at the altar were frightened. "There's a carriage over there. Take Grandma and some ministers and go first." Jiang Hai found the altar and said to Qin Yin, who was fighting with Nandong Li's warriors. The warriors were almost killed by a Wei, but Shura was the most powerful killer, and they were definitely not able to resist. Qin Yin nodded and pulled Jiang Hai and said, "What about you?" Jiang Hai said, "I'm going to find the Marquis and the Madam." After making sure that his daughter had left the altar safely, Yu Shaoqing also left with his wife. He found a carriage and was about to help his wife get on it, when he was blocked by a golden-faced warrior who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Nandongli gave all the warriors a secret medicine, and their cultivation increased dramatically in a short period of time. This warrior has reached the realm of half-Shura. Ashu, stay in the car and don't come out. I'll deal with him. Before Yu Shaoqing finished speaking, he was slapped unconscious by the golden-faced warrior. The golden-faced warrior walked towards the carriage solemnly, looked at the closed curtain, and coldly stretched out his claws. But before he could touch the opponent's hair, he watched his arm being twisted off by a powerful internal force. The golden-faced warrior felt a fear and instinctively wanted to escape. But his heart was pierced by the internal force, and he fell to the ground and died. The new Shura couldn't catch Shura, and finally began to get angry. He summoned his companions, and the three Shuras released the internal force of destruction at the same time. And all the people who escaped were rolled back by his internal force. Ah! Yuan's body also flew out. Dongxian wrapped her with white silk and held the wall of the carriage with the other hand. But she didn't hold on for long and was also sucked into the vortex of internal force. Helian Shum grabbed Dongxian's white silk, sank his qi into his dantian, and stabilized his body. Even so, he still moved step by step towards the altar. The strength of one Shura is terrifying enough, but three of them is simply HL on Earth. Not to mention that Nandongli also used secret medicine to improve their skills. They are truly invincible. Everyone felt a sense of despair from the bottom of their hearts. However, at this moment, a petite black figure flew into the air. She waved her hand, and the people who were sucked into the air by the three Shuras were intercepted by a majestic internal force. Everyone didn't see how she moved, and when they came to their senses, they had already landed steadily in the previous place. What's going on? Who is that person? Is there another Shura? The Gu masters and the national teacher all raised their heads and looked at the goddess-like figure. She was covered with a black veil and a black robe. No one could see her appearance clearly, but they could vaguely see the strong wind fluttering her robe. Who is this? Nandongli asked in disbelief. Have they also cultivated more than one Shura like us? The state teacher's eyes showed a trace of surprise that he had never seen before, and he murmured, "It's not Shura. It's King Shura." Sensing a familiar breath, Shura flew toward Xiao Heijiang, tilted his head, and looked at her without blinking. Xiao Heijiang gave him a bottle. Be good. Go sit over there. Zura got the bottle, and he really fell to the ground, sat on a broken rock, holding the bottle, and drank obediently. Xiao Heijiang flicked his sleeves, and everyone felt their scalps numb, and the next second, they all fainted. Zura blinked his eyes and glanced at the fainted people, and continued to drink milk. The moment she released her coercion, the three new Shuras felt a fear in their bones. They instinctively wanted to escape, but were caught by Xiao Heijiang. After waiting for several days, how could they just escape? The manic energy in their bodies was raging, and soon suppressed the uneasiness. The three new Shuras were angry, staring at Xiao Heijiang fiercely, showing their fists and attacking Xiao Heijiang. However, to their surprise, this little man actually caught their fists with his bare hands. Nandongli and the national master were the few who did not faint. Nandongli's eyes almost popped out. Who is this person? What is his origin? Why does he look familiar to me? Could it be? He thought of the great princess, who punched away more than a dozen dead men that night in the temple. Could it be that this master is her? No. It's impossible. No one in the world has ever defeated Shura, let alone three. Master, what do you see? The state master was so frightened that he lost his voice. Shuras came from the ghost tribe, and only the ghost tribe could restrain them. But when did the ghost tribe produce such a master? Could it be that the ghost tribe they had seen was not the real ghost tribe? Xiao Heijiang punched a new Shura, but he didn't knock him away. Xian Shura used his inner strength to push Xiao Heijiang back a few steps. Xiao Heijiang licked the corner of his lips and added another layer of strength. This time, Xian Shura flew out like a sandbag, but in less than a second, he flew back tenaciously. Shura was much more durable than the dead soldier. He could stand up after at least 10 punches. However, Shura's speed of standing up was getting slower and slower. On the other hand, the woman was getting more and more excited. Xiao Heijiang punched the three Shuras into the sky, then flipped his body and punched the three back to the ground. One of the new Shuras fell to Shura's feet. He had been beaten to the point of having no fighting spirit. and was shaking all over. Shura gulped down his milk, freed up one hand, and sucked his inner strength back into himself. "Spit it out," Xiao Heijiang said. "Ing." Shura reluctantly spit out his inner strength, but the new Shura refused to do so. Hugged Shura's arm, and cried, "Please suck away the inner strength. Suck it all away. I won't fight anymore." Xiao Heijiang walked over, grabbed the back of the new Shura's neck, and dragged him back. After an unknown amount of time, another new Shura fell to Shura's feet. Shura absorbed the internal energy, glanced at Xiao Heijiang, who was standing with his hands on his hips and glaring at him, then silently exhaled the internal energy. On the altar, the screams of the Shuras were heard one after another. After fighting for an unknown period of time, the Shuras did not even have the strength to scream. Xiao Heijiang walked up to the national master and Nangongli and kicked them unconscious with 2 kicks. The altar was already destroyed beyond repair, with 70 or 80 10-meter-deep pits around it, all of which were smashed by the new Shuras with their flesh and blood. Xiao Heijiang faced the wind, shook his head, and looked over heroically. While looking, he nodded with satisfaction, just like the founding emperor looking at the country he had conquered with his own hands. Xiao Heijiang took a step with her thigh and stepped on a big stone. Then she put one hand on her waist and pressed the leg on the stone with the other hand, laughing happily like a pig. At this moment, something strange happened. "Ah, a shoe?" A voice that was not very sure suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Heijiang. "Xiao Heijiang." Xiao Heijiang's hair stood on end and his body froze. Yu Shaoqing had woken up at some point. He came up behind her in a daze, looked at her back and said, "A shoe, is that you?" Chapter 496, Exposed? Debao returns. Yu Shaoqing has been married to Jiang for many years, and his wife's appearance has been imprinted in his mind. Although Xiao Heijiang changed her clothes and covered her face with a veil, Yu Shaoqing recognized her when she was wearing a larger armor in the Death Soldier camp. Let alone now. But Yu Shaoqing used an uncertain tone, because the woman in front of him was too unfamiliar. Ashu would not put her hands on her waist and shake her legs, would not laugh like a pig, and would not. Yu Shaoqing's mind flashed the scene he accidentally saw when he opened his eyes. That thin little body lifted up the 7-foot Shura high and threw it down heavily, making Shura cry. That was not his shoe. But that was his shoe. Was it his shoe? Look over there. Yu Shaoqing was about to speak for the 3rd time, but Xiao Heijiang waved his hand and pointed without looking back. Yu Shaoqing subconsciously turned his head to look. The next second, Xiao Heijiang picked up a small stick and hit him unconscious. Yu Shaoqing rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. Xiao Heijiang ran back to the carriage, changed his clothes, and then jumped off the carriage. He walked towards Yu Shaoqing with a step that didn't recognize anyone. When he got there, he remembered that he had forgotten something and jumped back. When Xiao Heijiang got off the carriage again, he had a small handkerchief in his hand. She lay sickly beside Yu Shaoqing, grabbed a small stick beside her, and knocked Yu Shaoqing awake. Then she threw the stick away at lightning speed, tilted her head, and fainted. Yu Shaoqing was dizzy for a while. When he covered his dizzy head and opened his eyes, he saw his own Shura squatting on the ground with a small bottle, drinking milk while looking at him with wide eyes. Yu Shaoqing was stunned for a while, and then realized that he had seen Ashu just now. Ashu! He hurriedly sat up, looked around, and saw Jian lying on the ground like a goddess. He rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had seen it wrong. He had just seen a different Ashu. How could it be? Yu Shaoqing scratched his head, not understanding what was going on. He looked at Shura, wanting to ask this living person, who was the only one awake from beginning to end. But when the words came to his lips, he thought of Shura, who was like his own Debao, and didn't speak much. Yu Shaoqing racked his brains, but couldn't figure it out. But he couldn't let Jiang sleep on such a cold ground. He picked Jiang up and gently patted her face. Ashu! Ashu! Wake up! Jiang woke up faintly. She opened a pair of blurred and innocent eyes, and looked at Yu Shaoqing hesitantly. Husband! Yu Shaoqing was heartbroken by this weak and hoarse voice, and he was more and more unsure whether what he had just seen was true. I'm here, he said. What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like this? Jiang said timidly. Yu Shaoqing opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Jiang looked at him with bright eyes. He hesitated for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to say, I just seem to see you wearing a black dress. Black dress? Jiang interrupted him with an exclamation, lowered her head, and tugged at her golden gauze dress. I don't have a black dress. Are you dreaming? Dream? Yu Shaoqing slapped his head. Yes. He must have dreamed. Otherwise, how could he see Ashu turn into a female bandit? His Ashu was the most gentle and virtuous woman in the world. She usually didn't even speak loudly. And she wouldn't put her hands on her waist, shake her legs, and laugh like a pig. Yu Shaoqing breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, in fact, if it was just this, it would be fine. Ashu in the dream turned out to be a top master. Who could even beat Shura? Wouldn't I be unable to be a husband in the future? Shura glanced at him coldly. It's as if you have been a husband. Yu Shaoqing straightened his back with renewed vigor. Ashu is frightened. Right? Xiao Heijiang nodded like pounding garlic, and said delicately, I am so frightened. Don't be afraid. My husband is here. Yu Shaoqing patted his chest and stood up, and helped his wife up. At this time, a fish that slipped through the net. A certain golden-faced warrior swung his palm wind and stabbed at Yu Shaoqing. Yu Shaoqing stepped forward with a brisk step, protecting his wife tightly behind him, and then showed his fist and met the palm wind of the golden-faced warrior. The moment the fists and palms touched, Xiao Heijiang's eyes were cold, and a strong murderous aura swept through Yu Shaoqing and hit the body of the golden-faced warrior. The golden-faced warrior screamed and flew to the horizon and disappeared. Yu Shaoqing looked at his fist in disbelief. He actually punched a golden-faced warrior and sent him flying. He has become so powerful. On the other side, Yuan also woke up. She rubbed her dizzy head and climbed up by supporting herself on the ground. She was fine except for some body aches. The internal force just now was too terrible. Helian Sheng and Dong Xianer didn't know where they fell. But she, who didn't know martial arts, was fine. So they should be fine too. I wonder if my uncle, grandma, and mother are also safe and sound. Yuan planned to look for them. Just after taking a few steps, she suddenly heard a low cough. She looked in the direction of the sound and saw Nandong Yin, who was pressed under a big rock. Nandong Yin was awakened by the pain. After waking up, she found herself lying on the ground with half of her body pressed down. She had already lost consciousness below her waist, and the pain above her waist made her wish she could lose consciousness as well. She tried to climb out with the strength of her arms, but suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, the light above her head dimmed. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at the extraordinary woman. Heh. She laughed at herself. Yuan curled her lips lightly. You are worthy of being the little princess. You can still laugh even in this situation. Nandong Yin said in a hoarse voice, if I don't laugh. Do you want me to cry while watching you? Yuan spread her hands and said, do you really care whether you cry or laugh? Nandong Yan's expression froze. Yuan squatted on one knee and looked at her without blinking. You never thought you would end up like this, did you? You didn't kill anyone you wanted to kill, but you are dying. You said you are the princess of Nanzhao, and you have a bright future. How did you get yourself to this point step by step? Yes. How did she get herself to this point? When did all the mistakes start? Was it when she prevented the great princess from recognizing the monarch? Or when she forced the sacred object to recognize its master? Or did she sell the great princess in exchange for the sacred object? Or even earlier, she stole Shang Wanyan's husband. No. Maybe it was earlier than all of these. Her birth was a mistake. Under the guise of being Yuan Zhao's flesh and blood, she forcibly took away the fate of the great princess. She was the one who should be abandoned. All these years of life were stolen by her mother from concubine Yuan and the great princess. Nandong Yin laughed, and laughed louder and louder, until her body was shaking with laughter. Unlike the mocking smile at the beginning, she now exuded a sense of despair. Yuan glanced at her and shook her head with regret. You are also pitiful. Why do you have bad luck in your life? There are some things that Yuan did not hear the queen admit in person. But not hearing it does not mean that she will not guess that the little princess should indeed be the flesh and blood of the monarch. Unfortunately, the queen lied that it was his in order to control Yuan Zhao. So what would Yuan Zhao do to protect this child? He could not let the monarch have the slightest suspicion of her. Nor could he let her lose to the great princess from birth. There is no more perfect way than giving a Tianfu princess the identity. She carries not only the expectations of the monarch, but also the rise and fall of the royal family, and the fortune of Nanzhao. In this way, the king will no longer be suspicious of her. As for the matter of blessing and disaster, Yuan also asked her grandmother. Grandma was more willing to believe it was true. But it was hard to say whether it would allow Yuan Zhao to change his fate. Yuan sighed and said, even if Nanzhao sent my mother away, my mother would still live better than you. There is a saying in the Central Plains that it is necessary to be reborn after being put to death. In fact, have you ever thought that if it was you who was sent away at the beginning, it might be you who returned in glory now? Nandong Yan's heart was shocked. Yes, if she was sent away, she would have had a strange encounter in the ghost tribe. She would not have met the prince consort, and would not have made an irreparable mistake. She might have met Yu Shaoqing like the great princess. Then she would be the daughter-in-law of the Helian family. Why would she worry about not being able to sit on the throne of the queen? Yuan patted her shoulder. Hey, I just said it casually. Did you take it seriously? Do you think my mother would sell you in exchange for the holy object with her personality? Do you have the courage to escape from the ghost tribe? Even if you meet my father, will he like you? You? Nandong Yan realized that she was teased by Yuan. She was not feeling sorry for herself. She was just aggravating her regret and pain. She was indeed Yin Jiuchao's woman. Her dark heart was exactly the same as Yin Jiuchu's. Nandong Yan was completely enraged. She grabbed a stone and threw it at Yuan like a mad woman. Yuan gently raised her wide sleeves to block her vulnerable counterattack. And then Yuan showed a pair of watery eyes from her wide sleeves, and women with bad tempers will age quickly. Helian Wan. Nandong Yan gritted her teeth and said, don't be too happy too early. Don't forget. Your son is still in my hands. Do you really think I will hand him over? Ha! Don't dream. Whether I win or lose, I have never thought of returning him to you. Yin Jiuchao has lost my flesh and blood. I want him to taste the pain of losing a child too. Oh! Oh! What is this reaction? Nandong Yan looked at Yuan in amazement. Yuan squatted down with both legs, folded her hands on her knees, and looked at her without blinking. Today is such an important occasion. Why do you think Yin Jiuchao didn't come? Nandong Yan's eyes trembled. Yuan said, are you stupid? You only care about winning my mother. And you even ignore such a big flaw. With your pig brain, you still want to be the emperor. Maybe in the next life. Nandong Yan was so angry that she trembled all over. But soon, she laughed crazily again. Helian Wan. Helian Wan. Do you really think you have planned everything? I might as well tell you that I didn't plan to let him live from the beginning. You think I will be soft-hearted with the king of Yin around? Ha ha, naive. Nandong Yan said, looking at the sky above her head. At this time, the king of Yin has already buried your son. Ha ha. Ha ha, ha ha ha. The whole altar echoed with Nandong Yan's crazy laughter. Yuan was too lazy to deal with this crazy woman. She stood up and looked in the direction where Yin Jiuchao left. Yin Jiuchao, you must make sure you arrive in time. The mountain road was rugged. The wheels of the carriage were stuck in a stone trough. Yin Jiuchao got off the carriage. Ing Shirsen lifted the wheels out. Ing Lu came back from exploring the road and said to Yin Jiuchao, young master, there is no road ahead. Yin Jiuchao looked at the little poisonous insect that a way left for him. It was in this direction. They had been looking for it all the way here. They could vaguely see the traces of the wheels on the road. But here, the traces were gone. Could it be that they pushed the carriage off the cliff? Did they just push the carriage? Or did they push the people and the carriage together? Ing Shirsen also guessed it. He looked down the cliff. If they fell from such a high place, King Yin and Dabeo, who did not know martial arts, would have died long ago. Ing Shirsen asked sadly, young master, do you want me to go down and look for it? No need. Go up the mountain, Yin Jiuchao said while looking at the mountain range beside him. A Wei mentioned that as long as the goo worm is still alive, it means that Dabeo is fine. Since Dabeo is fine, King Yin must be fine too. It's just that something seems to have disturbed the goo worm's perception, and it suddenly stopped moving. Yin Jiuchao's eyes condensed, and he said, be careful. There is a goo master nearby. Yes, young master. Ing Lu agreed, and he and Ing Shirsen raised their alerts comprehensively. The hillside was steep, and the carriage could not go up. So the three had to walk on foot. Ing Shirsen led the way, and used his sword to pick away the thorns blocking the road. Young master, be careful. Ing Lu supported Yin Jiuchao, and pointed out that there was a big stone in front of him. Such a big stone. Did the young master not see it? He almost tripped. Ing Shirsan looked at the bright stone, then at his young master. His eyes moved, and said, "Young master, I will carry you." Yin Jiuchao said calmly, "No. Hurry up the mountain." Ing Shirsan took a deep look at his young master and told Ing Lu, "Help the young master well." "Got it," Ing Lu said. Earlier, with the goo worm leading the way, their search process was relatively smooth. But now the goo worm could not move, which made them bump around like headless flies. Searching for a few people in such a large mountain range is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. Ing Shirsan closed his eyes and tried to activate his inner strength to sense the movements around him. But there were so many birds and animals in the forest, and the noises were endless, so any movement would be quickly covered up. "Oh! Look!" Ing Lu suddenly pointed to the bushes and said, "There was something in the bushes." It was Debao's poop. They can control the sky and the earth. Can they control people's poop and fart? Debao ate too much, and he stank several times along the way. Ing Lu jumped up happily. "There's more here. Here. Here." Several people followed Debao's poop for a while, thinking that they could find Debao this time. But they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They came to the edge of a mountain, opposite to another mountain. But the suspension bridge leading to that mountain was cut off. In a small hut deep in the mountains, the king of Yin knelt on a mat, and Debao sat beside him obediently. Opposite him sat Menggu Lao, who had not been seen for a long time. In the past few days, the king of Yin and Nandong Yin had both used their lifelong acting skills. Nandong Yin had long been heartbroken about the king of Yin. But when the king of Yin appeared, she still pretended that she couldn't bear to hurt the king of Yin, and even let Xiao Shinting go for this, just to make the king of Yin believe that she still had feelings for him. As long as the king of Yin believed that Nandong Yin couldn't bear to hurt him, he would never guard against her. It was a pity that the devil was 1 foot high, and the way was 10 feet high. The king of Yin had already calculated Nandong Yin's thoughts. The king of Yin knew that Nandong Yin would kill Debao and himself. So before going to the small bamboo forest, he wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to Menggu Lao. In the letter, he told Menggu Lao that he knew the murderer who killed his apprentice, and he would tell him the truth as long as he was willing to rescue him from Nandong Yin. Menggu Lao would certainly not let the king of Yin go. But why not know the truth first, and then kill the king of Yin? As Nandong Yin's confidant, it was not difficult for Menggu Lao to bribe a few guards. It was true that the carriage was pushed off the cliff, but the king of Yin and Debao were left behind. To say that the king of Yin was also cunning, although he did not leave any secret signals along the way. He asked the child to leave a lot of traces. Did he really think he was stupid, and did not see the king of Yin's plan? The king of Yin probably didn't know that he had already made a response. Right? Menggu Lao suppressed his pride, looked at the king of Yin calmly and said, "Okay. I have rescued you and this little guy. You can tell me the murderer who killed Pharaoh." The king of Yin was silent. Menggu Lao said, "Don't waste your time. Your son has been led away by me. He can't find this place. If you don't tell me, I will kill your precious grandson first." Debao stared at Menggu Lao with a covetous look. Menggu Lao's heart skipped a beat when he saw the look in the child's eyes. How could a 3-year-old child have such a terrifying look? After all, he was a child. Menggu Lao didn't take him seriously. What a 7-John little Gu Lao. It was just a fluke. He didn't believe that this little guy really had any strength. Debao put his hands on his hips and stared at him. King Yin rubbed Debao's head and said to Menggu Lao, "Menggu Lao, so many things have happened in the capital in the past few months. How did your apprentice die? Have you really never doubted it?" Menggu Lao frowned. "What do you mean?" King Yin smiled faintly and said, "You only need to think about what kind of people your apprentice might meet when he was in the capital. When Pharaoh was in the capital, he was ordered to subdue the snow toad. He took Pharaoh into the female monarch's mansion in the hope that this apprentice could help him. Pharaoh's temperament did not satisfy him, but his Gu technique was the best among several disciples. Finally, Pharaoh died, and the snow toad was taken by Princess Wan and her group." "Wait, Princess Wan? Didn't she and Yin Jiuchao enter the Hellion mansion that month?" "It's you?" Menggu Lao stood up. "You killed Pharaoh." "Yes, it was us." The king of Yin was not involved in this matter, but he did not remove himself, because he just didn't know. If he knew, he would never let Pharaoh live. That was Menggu Lao's most beloved disciple. They killed him just like that. His Gu queen was intercepted by Princess Wan, and the limelight of Chizhonggu Lao was also taken away by a few little guys. This group of people is here to defeat him. He has sworn enemies with them. Menggu Lao waved his hand back and offered the goo worm to the two of them. This is the most poisonous Thousand Goo King. Just one bite can paralyze the heart and bleed from all 7 orifices to death. However, what he didn't expect was that the Thousand Goo King had clearly jumped onto the two of them, but then turned around and bit both of them on the neck. How could this happen? This is the goo worm he raised. He raised He what? Menggu Lao fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, and he was completely dead. Debao looked at the corpse on the ground coldly. A big, thick hand covered his eyes. Don't look. Don't be afraid. Debao turned his head, and his little body fell softly into the arms of King Yin. Menggu Lao. What happened? Asked the guard outside the door. The King of Yin raised his voice and said, Okay, I can tell you, but you have to promise me that you will send me down the mountain later. I know that the little princess will not allow you to do this, but if you want to get what I have, you have to pay a price. I will give you 1 stick of incense to think about it. After 1 stick of incense, you can kill me, and I will not tell you anything. When the guard heard this, he went to guard the gate of the courtyard silently again. The King of Yin gently opened the window and climbed out with Debao in his arms. The guard thought more and more that something was wrong. Why did the room suddenly become silent? The child was a quiet person, so why did the 2 adults also stop talking? Menggu Lao. Menggu Lao. The guard knocked on the door, but no one answered. The guard pushed the door open and saw Menggu Lao, who had already died on the ground. His face changed. Not good. They escaped? Hurry up and chase them. The 4 assassins and 4 guards quickly chased in the direction where the 2 fled. The King of Yin was not a martial artist, and he was carrying a child. Even though he bought himself a lot of time, they still caught up with him soon. Stop! The leading guard shouted. The King of Yin did not look back, did not stop, and hugged Debao tightly in his arms. The leading guard took out the bow and arrow, pulled the bowstring, and shot out 3 deadly arrows. The force of these arrows was enough to pierce through the King of Yin and Debao. At the critical moment, a black shadow fell from the sky, blocked the King of Yin, raised the sword flower, and cut off the arrows neatly. King Yin heard the noise, paused, and turned around. Shadow 13? The leading guard was surprised. Wasn't this man Yin Jiuchu's secret guard? How could he appear here? Did Yin Jiuchu come to find him? Impossible. The child made marks along the way. Menggu Lao had seen through King Yin's plan, deliberately led them to the edge of the cliff, then blindfolded them and carried them to the hut. King Yin probably didn't know that after he left, he was ordered to cut the suspension bridge. The marks disappeared at the bridge, and the bridge was broken, so anyone would think that they crossed the bridge to another peak. They should go down the mountain now, and then climb the mountain from the foot of the mountain. It would be at least 2 days before they found out that they were deceived. By then, Menggu Lao had already asked the murderer, and the bodies of King Yin and the child had already been cold. It must be said that Menggu Lao's move was indeed brilliant, but it was a pity that he ran into Yin Jiuchu. If Yin Jiuchu was so easily fooled, he would not be Yin Jiuchu. Please step back, Your Majesty. Ing Shursen held his sword horizontally, protecting him and Debao. King Yin nodded and held Debao and retreated 10 feet away. Ing Shursen solved the problem quickly. Without Shura, the few golden-faced warriors were not to be feared. When Ing Lu helped Yin Jiuchu arrive here, the scene had already been cleaned up, and even the corpse could not be seen. Debao saw his father, and couldn't wait to stretch out his little hand. Yin Jiuchu held his son over. Debao curled up in his arms aggrievedly, and his little hands hugged his neck. Yin Jiuchu lowered his head and touched his son's forehead. Debao rarely acted like a spoiled child, burying his little head in his father's arms. Yin Jiuchu hugged him tightly. Neither the father nor the son spoke, but at this moment of silent understanding, no one present could bear to disturb them. Yin Jiuchu looked heartless, always ignoring everyone, but in his heart, he cared a lot about the children. He just didn't say it, but he would do everything. King Yin looked at them, and suddenly felt that his son had really grown up and became a responsible man. What he did before, Somer did. It was getting late, and the group hurried down the mountain and got on the carriage to return to Hellion Mansion. The gate of Hellion Mansion was open. Yuan was waiting outside the door early. Bao and Xiaobao were also looking forward to it. Xiaobao stood on tiptoe and looked towards the end of the street. Why hasn't Bao come back yet? It's been a long time. Bao couldn't wait any longer. They had never missed Bao so much. Bao! Xiaobao shouted. Yuan turned her head quickly. It was dark. And a carriage stopped at the entrance of the alley. The curtain was lifted. Yin Jiuqiao got off the carriage, led Bao, and walked slowly towards her. Chapter 497 The Truth of Cause and Effect. Yuan finally saw her son. All the worries that she had not dared to show in front of others in the past few days came to her mind at this moment. She did not care about her image as the crown princess consort. And she lifted her skirt and ran in the night. Bao! Bao! The two little guys rushed to their brother. But a figure took Bao into his arms faster than them. Bao! Yuan hugged her son, who had not seen her for 3 days. Although they had been separated for more days in the past. Her son was two completely different concepts, when he was with his relatives and in the hands of the enemy. Let mother see. Has Bao lost weight? Bao looked at his mother cutely, and wanted to tell her that he missed her and wanted to lose weight. But unfortunately the little fat on his belly betrayed him. Grandpa Yin feeds more than grandma. Yuan can see that her son is well taken care of by the king of Yin. She turns to look at Yin Jiuqiao. Where is the father? Is he okay? Yin Jiuqiao said. He went back to Sisui Street. He is a little tired. But it's okay. It is not easy to fatten Bao under the eyes of the enemy. The king of Yan's frail body almost collapsed as soon as he got on the carriage. Yin Jiuqiao first sent him back to Sisui Street, and then took Bao back to Helian Mansion. Oh! Mother! Have you hugged enough? Xiaobao tugged at Yuan's skirt. In the past, he didn't want his mother to hug Bao because he wanted to occupy his mother. But now, he wants to occupy Bao. Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and put Bao down. Xiaobao and Bao opened their little arms and hugged their brother. Bao also hugged his two younger brothers. The three of them were fat and had short arms, so they hugged the child awkwardly. I can't hold him anymore, Xiaobao said. Me too, Bao said. Yuan laughed and cried. The three little guys hugged each other awkwardly for a while. And Yuan rubbed their heads. It's getting late. Let's go back to the mansion. Grandma is still waiting for you in the yard. Yeah. The three nodded. The three brothers held hands and jumped to the mansion. Let's go too, Yuan said to Yin Jiuqiao. Yin Jiuqiao nodded lightly and walked forward expressionlessly. Yuan followed with a brisk pace, looked at the hand hanging down by his side, and gently took it. Thank you, she said. I'm his father, Yin Jiuqiao said. What is there to thank for? Yuan curled her lips and whispered. Thank you. Yuan never thought that because he was a man, her husband, and the father of her children, his kindness and dedication were natural. He only needed to do 50% of the work, not out of responsibility, but out of a heart that loved her and the children. This kind of heart is priceless and rare in the world. Yuan looked at him with a smile. When he was about to go up the stairs, he stumbled. Are you okay? Yuan supported him in time. You can stumble on such a big step. Didn't I just want to see you? How long have you been married? And you have 3 children. Look how nervous you are. Yin Jiuqiao snorted, pulled out his hand, and walked away with big strides. My husband looks so handsome when he's angry. Yuan followed him happily. In the room, the old lady saw her little grandson and smiled so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Naturally, she didn't mention Bao's kidnapping to the old lady, but only said that he stayed in the palace for a few days to accompany concubine Yun. Even though she didn't know the truth, the old lady's eyelids were always twitching, and she didn't sleep well in the past few days. Finally, she held Bao, who was safe and sound, and the old lady was radiant again. Grandma's little darling. The old lady held Bao and couldn't let go for a while. But it was not just this thing that made the old lady happy. Ahem. Yu Shaoqing cleared her throat at the door. Mother! Who's here? The old lady looked up blankly. Yu Shaoqing stepped aside, revealing a monk in green clothes. The old lady's eyes widened instantly. Sheng. Shenger? Helian Sheng did not move forward. What are you doing? Come in. Yu Shaoqing dragged his nephew to the old lady. The old lady's throat suddenly swelled and hurt, and she stretched out her hand tremblingly, and said with tears in her eyes, Is it Shenger? The monk in green knelt down in front of the old lady and handed his face to the old lady's hand. It's me, Grandma. Shunger! The old lady hugged Hellion Shung into her arms, tears streaming down her face. Outside the house, Ten watched this scene quietly and wiped away her tears secretly. Originally, Yu Shaoqing wanted her to meet the old lady, but she backed off when she reached the door. This is good. She doesn't need to disturb. She planned to leave quietly, but as soon as she turned around, Hellion Biming pushed a wheelchair to block her way. Where are you going? Hellion Biming said. Tan lowered her head and said, Go back to the nunnery. The nunnery is gone. Hellion Biming said. I'll go to another nunnery, she said, and walked forward with her head down. When they passed by, Hellion Biming grabbed her wrist. Come home. Isn't it good? Tan's eyes were hot. She thought her heart had died a long time ago. But facing this man, she couldn't put on that cold and hard look. Tan turned her face away, not daring to look at him, nor let him see her face. His legs were crippled by her, and she had no face to face him. Hellion Biming guessed what she was thinking. Compared with her self-blame, his inner self-blame was greater. As a husband, he failed to protect his wife and children, and also caused her to do something that made him extremely painful. If he poisoned her, even if it was to save her, he would live in regret for the rest of his life. Are you blaming me? He said. Ten said hurriedly, How could I blame you? I am the one who should be blamed. Hellion Biming said, What's wrong with you? I am Shunger's father. The original responsibility should have been shouldered by me, but it fell on your and mother's shoulders. I am ashamed to be a son, a husband, and a father. Tan said, You, stop talking. Then have you forgiven me? Hellion Biming looked at her. I have never blamed you. So how can I forgive you? Sister-in-law. Mother is calling you. Yu Shaoqing poked her head out and said. Tan was embarrassed. Hellion Biming took her rough hand, stared at her deeply, and said, Let's go. Don't let mother wait anxiously. Tan touched her face, which was no longer young. Nervously, Hellion Biming smiled and said, It's the same as when I married in. It hasn't changed at all. But, Tan wanted to refuse, but was led into the house by Hellion Biming. The couple talked with the old lady, and Hellion Shung was taken to the yard by the 3 little black eggs. The little black eggs looked at him curiously. He has no hair on his head. Just like them. How kind. Yuan came over with a lunch box, called him Big Brother with a smile, and thought of something. Yuan asked, When we were in Qinghe town, you lived next door to me. It was not a coincidence. Right? Did you recognize me a long time ago? Did you live next door to me on purpose? And when you were in prison, you also committed a crime on purpose and were locked up with me. Right? Hellion Shung agreed. Strange. How did you recognize me? I didn't recognize you. Huh? Hellion Shung pointed at Yin Jiuqiao, who was standing in the corridor and looking up at the bright moon. I recognize him. How do you recognize him? I have seen the prince consort. This has to start from the time when Hellion Shung was persecuted out of the Hellion family by the queen. After being expelled from the family, Hellion Shung did not leave the imperial capital, but wanted to find an opportunity to fight back against the queen. By chance, he heard the conversation between the little princess and her subordinates. It turned out that the sacred object did not recognize her as the master. Everything was a trick played by the Gu masters. He then had an idea to steal the sacred object and then announce it to the world to expose the little princess's scam. He sneaked into the princess's mansion and met the prince consort, who had regained consciousness. The prince consort drew a picture and muttered Song'er in his mouth. He had been Nangong Li's companion and knew that Song'er was Nangong Li's nickname. But the person in the portrait was clearly not Nangong Li. Of course, he didn't take it to heart at that time. He came to steal the sacred object, and he left after he succeeded. After that, he was hunted down by Nangong Yen. Fortunately, Nangong Yen didn't know that he was the one who stole the sacred object. Otherwise the whole Hellion family would have suffered. He realized what a hot potato he had picked up, and dared not keep the holy object in his hands. He tried to destroy the holy object, but he couldn't open the iron bead. He had no choice but to sell it. He didn't say it was a holy object, but just said it was a Gu King. However, the aura of the holy object was different from that of the Gu King. The news still leaked out, but it was no longer his business. The holy object was snatched by several dark forces and ended up in the Great Zhou dynasty. Yuan knew everything that happened afterwards. It turned out that it was my eldest brother who stole the holy object. Yuan didn't know what to say. She got this little goo-goo thanks to Helian Sheng. Helian Sheng was more surprised than Yuan, because he never expected that the little thing would fall into the hands of his cousin. If you say that God has no eyes, God has the best eyes. Helian Sheng has heard a lot of news in the past few years, including Yin Jiuqiu. When he first saw the portrait of the Prince of Yincheng, he found that he was somewhere mentioned by the son-in-law, and he began to doubt the identity of the son-in-law. He would spare no effort to do anything that could bring down the queen and the little princess. He checked a lot of information about Yin Jiuqiu, but he knew that Yuan was his cousin only after Yuan recognized the Helian family. Blood relationship is a very wonderful thing. In Qinghe town, he originally planned to follow Yin Jiuqiu, but he accidentally saw Yuan. The first time he saw Yuan, he couldn't help but want to protect her. Are you very happy? Helian Sheng asked in surprise. Yuan nodded like pounding garlic. Yes. Why? Helian Sheng asked. Yuan said, my aunt and my brother are back, and the family is reunited. Of course I am happy. But you asked a strange question. Brother, why do you think I should be unhappy when you come back? Helian Sheng said seriously. Aren't you afraid that my return will threaten your father's position as the head of the family? Yuan was stunned at first, and then laughed. Oh, this silly brother. What are you laughing at? Helian Sheng asked stupidly. Yuan smiled and said, the most important thing for a family is to be together. Who is the head of the family? Her father is the Marquis of Dezhou. His family has a mine that can't be used up in several lifetimes. What does it matter if she is the heir of the Helian family? What's more, her mother is the princess of Nanzhao, and her father is the prince consort. Isn't the whole Nanzhao enough for her father to cause trouble? Who wants to rob the Helian family? Helian Sheng sighed. I heard about my second grandfather. If he was the same as my second uncle, our family wouldn't have so many disasters. My father was pushing the issue at the beginning. Now that you are back. Helian Sheng shook his head. I have become a monk. I will not fight with my second uncle today, nor in the future. This is the truth. Helian Sheng has been a monk for several years, and found that such days are the most peaceful and tranquil. Enter the Buddhist monastery. Yuan touched her chin. Should I ask before I say that? Helian Sheng was stunned by Yuan's question. Yuan pointed to the top of the wall. Helian Sheng turned his head, and saw Dong Xianer standing on the wall in a purple dress, gritting her teeth and looking at him. Helian Sheng's eyelashes trembled, and he performed a Buddha salute with one hand. This female donor. Dong Xianer was furious. Now you know to call me female donor. Why didn't you call me when you were sleeping? Yuan took a breath of cold air. I knew that these two had something, but I didn't know it was such explosive stuff. Big brother. Big brother. You are a monk after all. Can you stop causing trouble for the little girl? Amitabha. Helian Sheng bowed and said, I have explained to the female donor that the fact that day was a misunderstanding. Thank you for your help in my sister's matter today. See you later. Dong Xianer stamped her feet. Monk. Stop right there. Chapter 498 Domineering Concubine Yun. Telling the world. So you are such a monk. Yuan's heart was in turmoil. But on second thought, it seemed that there was a clue. With her mediocre disguise skills, it was okay to deceive a silly girl like Nan Gongxi. But it was not enough to deceive Dong Xianer, an old man. Who knows? Dong Xianer might have seen through her female body at first sight. The reason why she pretended to be ignorant and taught Nan Gongxi a lesson for her was nothing more than that she had found out about her relationship with the Helian family early on. At first, she should have only known that she was Helian Sheng's sister-in-law. And as she got to know the Helian family, she realized that she was actually Helian Sheng's cousin. But it didn't matter. As long as they were Helian Sheng's family, Dong Xianer would spare no effort to protect them. Although Dong Xianer was in the underworld, she was not stained by the mud. She was a good girl with deep feelings and loyalty. I wonder if her blazing fire can burn the Bodhi heart of the stinky monk. Where are you escaping? Dong Xianer offered a white silk and blocked Helian Sheng's way. Then, she planned to roll Helian Sheng over with the white silk, but was easily avoided by Helian Sheng. Yuan could see that Dong Xianer's martial arts were not weak, but unfortunately, she was still no match for Helian Sheng. No wonder she hadn't caught him and executed him on the spot after so many years. Dong Xianer made a few more moves, and as expected, she didn't touch Helian Sheng at all. Dong Xianer was furious. Helian Sheng, if you are a man, fight me. If you lose, I will never bother you again. Helian Sheng performed a Buddha salute with one hand. Amitabha. How can I bully a female donor? The female donor is too emotional. I will apologize to you when you calm down. Want to leave? That's not easy. Dong Xiener flicked her left sleeve and shot out several hidden weapons. Yuan was stunned. Miss Dong. Miss Dong. Are you serious? If you shoot someone to death, who will compensate you with a new one? The hidden weapon was shot with full force. Yuan didn't dare to guarantee that Helian Sheng could dodge it easily. Helian Sheng did not dodge it. He was forced to take action. He offered the Buddhist beads to block the hidden weapon that almost hit his life. The hidden weapon is poisonous. It pierced into the branches, and even the bark turned black. Helian Sheng frowned and put his hands together. Amitabha. Dong Xiener was angry and said, "You have broken your vows. And you are still saying Amitabha." Dong Xiener was of course not really planning to kill Helian Sheng. She knew that with her kung fu, even if she covered her body with poison, she would not be able to embarrass Helian Sheng in the slightest. She just wanted to force the monk to take action. Unfortunately, Helian Sheng did not give her another chance. She tiptoed and disappeared into the night. Running away again. Dong Xiener gritted her teeth. Helian Sheng. Wait for me. Yuan and the three little black eggs watched a good show. Of course, the three little black eggs did not understand why their adults had to fight. Yuan inexplicably felt a chill on her back. This place is not suitable for long. Yuan pulled her son and was about to run away. Stop, Dong Xiener said. Yuan's little body froze. Dong Xiener walked over slowly. And in a moment, the anger between her eyebrows disappeared, replaced by a pair of eyes smiling like crescent moons. She sat down on the stone bench, peeled an orange from the fruit plate on the table, and waved to the three little black eggs, "Come here." The three little black eggs walked over silently. Dong Xiener was born beautiful, and the kind of beauty that was enchanting, and the thin veil could not cover her beauty. She divided the oranges among the three little black eggs, and picked the smallest one to hold on her lap. Xiaobao was very honored to be held by the fairy's sister. Yuan always had an ominous premonition when her ex changed his face. Sure enough, after feeding the three little black eggs with oranges for a while, Dong Xiener slowly said, "If Helian Sheng doesn't marry me, you will marry me." Yuan? Did she hear it wrong? Yuan puffed up her chest and said, "I am a woman." Dong Xiener said calmly, "I don't mind." "I mind?" Yuan was about to cry. "Brother. My dear brother. You should return to secular life as soon as possible." "Well, so cute." Dong Xiener pinched Xiaobao's face, and she was addicted to pinching it. She took turns to hold her Bao and Debao in her arms and pinch them. "When I marry the monk, I will give him 4 children." Yuan choked. "Good sister. You have thought so far ahead of time when the fate has not yet been decided. Why don't you think about the present first? For example, how to make him return to secular life. Or, how to catch him." Dong Xiener pinched the little black egg enough, and left with a feeling of unsatisfied desire. My brother's woman turned out to be my ex. So complicated. So tiring. Yuan went back to the room tired. She wanted to gossip with Yan Jiuqiao about Helian Sheng and Dong Xiener. But she saw Yan Jiuqiao lying down. Strange. Sleeping so early? Yuan muttered softly. Walked to the bed with light steps. Lifted the curtain and looked at Yan Jiuqiao, who was already asleep. In the past, at this time, he would either read his son's comic books or play with his son's calming locks. In short, he didn't go to bed so early. Is he exhausted today? Yes. He got up before dawn and trekked through mountains and rivers for a whole day. According to Ying Lu, they climbed half of the mountain range before finally finding King Yin and Debao. Yan Jiuqiao had never walked such a long way. Yuan looked at him gently and tucked the corners of the quilt for him. Fight. 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 Watch this. The 3 little black eggs learned and used it immediately, imitating Helian Sheng and Dong Xiener to fight, and ran into the house noisily. Bang! The door was knocked open. Hush! Yuan turned around and made a silent gesture to the 3 people. The 3 people stopped making noise immediately, shut their mouths obediently, and made the same gesture as their mother. Yuan smiled with relief, put down the curtain, walked over gently, squatted down and whispered, "Daddy is asleep. We won't disturb him." The 3 of them nodded. Yuan took the 3 little black eggs to the next room, took a nice petal bath, and smelled delicious. After changing into pajamas, she returned to the room slowly and silently like a little turtle. Mother said that they must not disturb Daddy. They are obedient and good babies. When they are naughty, they can go to heaven. And when they are sensible, they can make people feel pain in the bones. Yuan also lay on the bed and touched the heads of the three little guys. Go to sleep. The three looked at their parents, then looked at each other, held their little hands, and fell asleep sweetly. Yuan kissed the foreheads of the three people, held Yin Jiuchu's hand, and closed her eyes and fell asleep. The night was quiet. Yuan was awakened by a loud bang. She shuddered and opened her eyes. Who? It's me, Yin Jiuchu said hoarsely. Yuan supported herself with her elbows, lifted the curtain and looked out. What's wrong with you? Yin Jiuchu said, I'm thirsty. Pour me some water. The stool fell over. It's freezing cold. Just call me if you want to drink water. Yuan lifted the quilt and got out of bed. With the weak candlelight, she found a robe and put it on him. Then she picked up the stool that fell on the ground. I drank it. Yin Jiuchu walked to the bed. Wait. Yuan found that his clothes were wet, held his arm, took a thick velvet cushion, and put it on the stool for him to sit down, and went to the closet to get a dry nightgown. Why did you pee all over? Yin Jiuchu didn't say anything. Yuan unbuttoned his clothes and changed his nightgown. I slept, Yin Jiuchu said. Yeah. Yuan nodded. There was a lot of water spilled on the table and the floor. How could he spill the water like this? Did he not wake up? Yin Jiuchu. Yuan turned her head and called him, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Are you okay? Well, sleepy, Yin Jiuchu said. Pulled the quilt over and lay down. Tired during the day. It was indeed sleepy at night. Yuan did not doubt him. Found a towel to clean the water stains on the table and the floor, and then fell asleep on the bed. The news of the big and small princesses' fight finally spread. Many people came to watch the battle that day. Everyone felt like they had experienced a founding war. When they woke up from the dizziness and found that they were not missing any limbs, they were so surprised that they almost cried. After losing the duel, the little princess started killing people. It was the people of the great princess and Princess Wan who saved them. They were grateful for this, and naturally hated Nangang Yen even more. If it weren't for the great princess and the little princess, they would have all become the dead souls under Nangang Yen's knife. I have never seen anyone more vicious than her. She didn't admit her loss, and wanted to kill everyone to silence them. How could such a vicious woman be loved by them for so many years? The people all felt that they were blind. What Tianfu princess? She is simply a demon queen who brings disaster to the country. She killed the people and the civil and military officials. Isn't she afraid of chaos in the world? Now, the king didn't even need to announce it to the world. The people had already spontaneously doubted the prophecy of the year. Without the persecution of Li Aishur and the queen, the king was able to wake up, and he naturally heard about the altar. Unexpectedly, this time, he did not cover up for the royal family, but laid everything out in the open. Nangang Yen was crushed by a big rock and became paralyzed, and she lost all consciousness below the waist. This was a small repayment for the debt that she and her mother had calculated against Hellion Biming. Of course, they committed many sins. Nangang Yen and the queen were both arrested, and Nangang Li and the imperial master also failed to escape. The king ordered the Dali temple to collect evidence of their respective crimes one by one and list them out for the public. At this point, the people knew how many evil things this group of people had committed. Nangang Yen kidnapped the king of Yin, framed the king of Yin for fake death, and caused the king of Yin's family to be separated. This was not enough. She also poisoned the 8-year-old Yin Jiuqiu, kidnapped the Dabao palace of Nanzhao, imprisoned the son of the chief of the Bai tribe, and committed the crime of deceiving the emperor. One by one, there are too many to list. Compared with this, the queen's crime is no less. This woman who has been loved by the monarch for a lifetime and admired by the people of Nanzhao for decades is actually a poisonous woman who had an affair with the former national teacher. She had an affair with the national teacher Yuan Zhao, defiled the palace, persecuted concubine Yun and her daughter, murdered the monarch, and conspired to rebel. Each of these is an unforgivable capital crime. Let's talk about Yuan Zhao. This person is gifted. If he hadn't met the queen, he might really be a great and powerful national teacher. It's a pity. But on second thought, the queen is just an external factor. In the final analysis, he lost to his own darkness and indecision. Yuan Zhao was dead, but his apprentice was still alive. The national teacher helped the tyrant and was doomed to death. The queen was deposed, and all her descendants were demoted to commoners. Although Nandong she had not committed any crime. He was implicated by the queen, her daughter, and Nandongli. The queen and the national teacher were executed 3 days later. Nandong Yin and her son were expelled from the imperial capital, exiled to a bitter cold place, and imprisoned forever. Bai Qianli was also found out. He was just a concubine that Nandong Yin forced to keep in the suburbs. He was not an accomplice, but he had many opportunities to escape. But he was still obsessed. The king really couldn't sympathize with him. The king sent him back to the Bai tribe. Before leaving, he asked the king to exile him and Nandong Yin together, but was rejected by the king. In order to make up for his debt to him, the king gave him Nangongxi and asked him to take Nangongxi back to the Bai tribe and not to return to Nanzhao. In addition, the king issued a self-criticism edict to the world, reflecting on his sins and accepting the accusations of the people. Since the founding of Nanzhao, there has never been a king who dared to issue a self-criticism edict. He was the first one. He dedicated his life to Nanzhao. After all, his contributions to the country outweighed his faults. He admitted his mistakes so sincerely that the people's scolding of him gradually faded. The king now doesn't care how the people scold him. He made a mistake, and it is right to accept the accusations of the people. What he can't wait to do next is actually another thing. After the king left the court, he went straight to the Suzaku Palace. Since the queen was deposed, concubine Yin has become the only master in the harem. There are so many people who flatter her that the threshold of the Suzaku Palace is almost broken. This is because the king did not recruit many concubines in the harem. Otherwise those sisters, who came to pay their respects would probably make concubine Yun sleep uneasy. Concubine Yun was lying on a rattan chair under the crabapple tree to bask in the sun. The head female official whispered, "Your Majesty, the emperor is here." "He is here," concubine Yun said. The head female official looked at her own queen in embarrassment, and turned around to salute the king not far away. The king waved his hand, signaling her to leave. The head female official and the palace servants in the yard left tactfully. Concubine Yun was still leisurely basking in the sun. Although the winter in Nanzhao was not as snowy as that in the Great Zhou, it was still very cold. She covered herself with a fluffy blanket, which absorbed the sunlight and made her sweat slightly. When life was hard in the past, she also liked to bask in the sun. But there was no such comfortable blanket. Yuner. The king walked to her side and sat down. Concubine Yun was stimulated by his cheesy name, and her body shuddered. She said with her hair standing on end, "Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Isn't it good to call me Concubine Yun?" "It's okay to call me concubine. It's up to you." Ahem. The king cleared his throat, suppressed his embarrassment, and said seriously, "Are you satisfied with this blanket?" "Well, it's quite warm." Sweating, concubine Yun took out her arm. "It's a top-grade tiger skin," the king said. Concubine Yun was startled, and took a look at the tiger skin. "I covered a tiger." This silly and cute look made the king laugh. But he couldn't help feeling sad. She had suffered so much these years that she couldn't even recognize the tiger skin. If it was the queen, thinking of the woman who had hurt the royal family. The king's face was shrouded in a shadow. Concubine Yun continued to lie down. "Your Majesty, is there anything you want to do in the Suzaku Palace? If not, I will continue to bask in the sun." The implication was that you can leave. If Concubine Yun said this in the past, the king would be angry. But thinking of the misunderstandings and debts he owed her for so many years, the king couldn't get angry. He wanted to ask for forgiveness from the mother and daughter, and he wanted to make up for his debts to them in the few years that would probably be left. But he suddenly didn't know how to start. Without the queen, the two-faced woman, Concubine Yun felt that the air was much fresher. After basking in the sun for a while, she yawned in comfort, seeing that Concubine Yun was about to fall asleep. The king finally made up his mind and said, "I was wrong in the past. Your Majesty, are you here to apologize?" Concubine Yun looked at him in surprise. Just take it as it is," the king said a little embarrassedly. "I misunderstood you and made you suffer." Concubine Yun sighed, and a gust of cold wind blew, and she felt a little cold again. She pulled the tiger skin blanket on her body and said lightly, "It's all in the past. I have let it go. Your Majesty should let it go too. Don't take it to heart. Are you willing to forgive me?" A hint of surprise flashed across the king's eyes. Concubine Yun shook her head. "It's not that I forgive your Majesty. It's that I let myself go." The king was confused and didn't quite understand what she meant. And concubine Yun had no intention of explaining it to him further. She closed her eyes and went to bask in the sun. However, the king understood one sentence. That is, she did not forgive him. What do you want to do to forgive me? He asked. Concubine Yun closed her eyes slightly and said perfunctorily, Okay. I forgive your majesty. Your majesty, please go back. Such a big thing happened in Nanjiao. Your majesty must be very busy. There is really no need to waste time and energy on me. Isn't it better to treat me coldly like before? Concubine Yun was sincere in driving him away. But the king stubbornly misunderstood her. He sighed and said, I was wrong in the past. I shouldn't have ignored you for so many years. Don't. Concubine Yun held her forehead tiredly. She just wanted to bask in the sun quietly. Why is it so difficult? The king silently counted his sins in his heart, and said to Concubine Yun sincerely, I plan to make you the queen. What? What? Concubine Yun sat up like a frightened bird. Seeing her excitement, the king's eyes curved and he smiled knowingly. I want to make you the queen and let you enter the palace. Concubine Yun was sure that she had heard it right. This old man really wanted to give her the position of queen. It was not enough to make her a concubine, but also a queen? Wouldn't she have to face him day and night? She had to sleep with him on the 1st and 15th day of the month, according to the ancestral system? Concubine Yun looked impatient. Your majesty just abolished the queen. And you can't wait to make a new queen. Aren't you afraid that the ministers will object? The king said, The ministers will not object. You have worked hard and made great contributions over the years. Yun Fei interrupted him with a sneer. Ha! Weren't you still calling me crazy a few days ago? Now I have become a creditor? Do your ministers have poor eyesight, or are they not smart? The king said embarrassedly, I just realized that you have been wronged. You were forced to do that before. Yun Fei pouted, Farewell. Your majesty. Leave the position of queen to someone else. The world is so big. Anyone you pick is more virtuous than me. The king sighed slowly. Are you still angry with me? No. Really not. Yun Fei said seriously. Then why don't you want to be queen? Asked the king. Concubine Yun looked at him strangely. Why do I have to want to be the queen? If that woman wants to be the queen, do I have to be like her? The king explained, That's not what I meant. Concubine Yun interrupted him again. What does your majesty mean? Your majesty took me into the harem without asking me. And now you want to make me the queen without asking me. From beginning to end, your majesty has never cared about what I want. Your majesty only cares about what he is willing to give me. Concubine Yun continued, Is it because you gave me the position of queen that your majesty feels that he owes me less? Why? Because the position of queen is the most expensive thing your majesty can give. I should be grateful for this. Let the grievances of the past disappear, and let my complaints against your majesty be written off. Why does your majesty make things so difficult for me? I'm making things difficult for you. The king couldn't believe it. He was willing to give her the throne. But she said he was making things difficult for her? Is there such an ungrateful person in the world? People with different ideals cannot work together. No matter how much she explained, it was useless. He would never understand. The king said, You can't blame me for what happened back then. I was also the one who was kept in the dark. Yes, I was stupid and confused. I shouldn't have mistaken the fish eyes for pearls, and let you and your daughter suffer so many years of grievances. I was wrong. I sincerely regret it. I hope to make it up to you and my daughter in the future. Whatever you want. Whatever I haven't thought of. Just tell me. As long as I can give it, I will give it all to you. Your majesty. Are you serious? Concubine Yun suddenly asked thoughtfully. She was furious for a long time, and then suddenly changed her tone. The king was stunned for a moment. And then the king looked at her and said solemnly, I am the king. I will not easily break my promise. What do you want? Even if you want to leave the palace to visit Dabao and others, I will agree to it. The concubines are not allowed to leave the palace privately, and even the queen does not have such privileges. But the king ignored the rules of his ancestors for concubine Yun. In the king's opinion, he has made a huge concession. But he never expected that concubine Yun would say such words to him. Your majesty, let's get divorced. Her voice was not loud. However, just such a light sentence made the king stunned. He was speechless for a long time before he struggled to find his voice. You, what did you say just now? Concubine Yun's expression was very calm. She looked at him. Her eyes were not as wild and crazy as before. Nor did she look careless. And she was not angry with anyone. She said seriously, "Let's get a divorce." "Your Majesty." The king stood up. "Shen Yun. What's wrong with you? Why do you suddenly ask me such an unreasonable request? You are my great-grandmother. Even if you blame me, you should know what you can say, and what you can't say. I will just pretend I didn't hear it today. Take it back? Dare to ask for a divorce from the king of a country. She must think her life is too long." Yun Fei shook her head gently. "It's not sudden. I thought about it a long time ago. But it was useless to say it before. But since your Majesty has just opened his mouth and asked me what I want, this is my answer." The king was furious. "Yun Fei, there has never been a concubine who divorced in history." Yun Fei said, "Then I will be the first one." The king gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to leave the palace, there are only two ways. One is death, and the other is deposed." Yun Fei said, neither servile nor arrogant, "I don't want to die. I am not wrong. I should not be deposed." The king was almost mad at her. I think you are so bold. You really think you have a good daughter to support you. So you dare to say anything. And you are already this age? Why are you still arguing about divorce? Do you want to get married after the divorce?" Yun Fei said, "What's wrong with my age? Should women of this age accept their fate? Can't they live for themselves? Does a woman who divorces have to find another man to marry? Do women have to get married?" The king was completely speechless. Concubine Yun continued, "You don't have many years left to live. Why are you still making trouble? You are disrespectful to your old age. Is that what your Majesty thinks of me?" The king choked Concubine Yun and was speechless. He did think so. Concubine Yun smiled faintly. "Your Majesty, if you had told me decades ago that you would make me your queen, I would definitely agree. Not only would I agree, I would be ecstatic and grateful, because at that time I admired and looked forward to your Majesty." The king's heart was shocked. "But these admiration and expectations have died with my heart. Your Majesty, do you know what is the most important thing for two people to be together? Your Majesty, do you think it is trust or emotion? I think it is neither." Concubine Yun paused and looked at him steadily. "It is respect." The king was completely speechless. Concubine Yun lifted the tiger's skin, stepped down and bowed. "Your Majesty, please go slowly." The king came out of the Suzaku Palace with a dark face. He thought that Concubine Yun would not forgive him easily. But he never expected that Concubine Yun would say such words to him. These 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren are more capable of making people angry than each other. The eunuch Wang shook his head. The great princess and Princess One have not yet recognized each other. And Concubine Yun is asking for a divorce. Man, you are finished. You are really finished. Chapter 499 Recognition. Ghost Clan Birthmark. Yuan heard that Concubine Yun wanted to divorce the king, and she was really shocked. It was not that she thought there was anything wrong with Concubine Yun's behavior, but in this dynasty where women's status was very low, Concubine Yun could still have such ideological awareness. Even in her previous life, Concubine Yun was considered avant-garde. "She is worthy of being my grandma." Yuan straightened her body. From Concubine Yun's point of view, Yuan supported her decision. But on the other hand, she had no right to interfere with the king's pursuit. He only knew how to pursue a girlfriend at an old age. What had he been doing before? Yuan did not sympathize with the king. If he came to her, she would not plead for him. As expected, the king really asked someone to find Yuan. The one who came was Wang Ini. Wang Ini refused in his heart. He was pale when he delivered the emperor's oral instructions. After delivering it, he rolled his eyes and said, "That's enough. I'm done." Yuan's mouth twitched. This eunuch. Does the king know that you are so naughty? Yuan's way is not feasible. He can't even think about Zhang's. As for the 3 little black eggs, the king is not so stupid as to take advantage of a few children. This made Concubine Yun quietly relieved, because she could be cruel to anyone. But she couldn't bear to hurt those children. If they looked at her with a wrong face and begged her not to leave the king, she didn't know if she could continue to persevere. Because she owed her daughter too much, she would accept it even if it cost her happiness in her later years. Fortunately, the man was not so bad that he even took advantage of his great-grandson. The king went to the Suzaku Palace several times, and Concubine Yun was very determined. She wanted to divorce. The mistakes she made when she was young have now tasted the bitter fruit one by one. The king is bitter. The king doesn't say anything. The new year is approaching. There is no heavy snow in the winter of Nanzhao. And the new year atmosphere in the imperial capital is not as strong as that in the capital. But it is also a day for family reunion. And every household is busy. Yuan was once the first chef appointed by His Majesty the Great Zhou. She wanted to help prepare some New Year dishes, but was collectively dissuaded by the whole family. Ah Wan, you work so hard. How can you cook? This is Yu Shaoqing. The girls of our Hellion family are all used to be spoiled, not to work. This is Hellion Baiming. Everyone was thinking. You just think that Alwan's cooking is not tasty. Yuan sighed. Her family loves her so much. She really can't repay them. Recently, Yuan found that everyone has become strange. First, Yin Jiuqiao doesn't like to read at night. Then people in Qixiawen go out less. Grandma closes the door. And no one knows what she writes every day. Away. Qingyan and Yuego talk less. And as for Jiang Hai, he runs out every 2 or 3 days. Even Yuan doesn't know what he is busy with. One day, Yuan coaxed the 3 little black eggs to take a nap. After the little guys fell asleep, Yuan went to Qixiawen to ask Grandma how she read the notebook and whether there was the whereabouts of the wizard and the descendants of the saint. But as soon as she approached the yard, she saw Jiang Hai sneaking out. Yuan's eyes moved, and she dodged behind a big tree. Jiang Hai looked around and made sure no one was following him. So he headed towards the back door of Hellion Mansion. What is this guy doing sneakily? Yuan touched her chin, went back to the yard and called Shura, asking him to take her to chase him. With Jiang Hai's hearing ability, ordinary people couldn't follow him. But Shura was different. Shura took her to fly over Jiang Hai's head, and Jiang Hai didn't notice it at all. Shura stuck out his tongue at Jiang Hai below. Lowly, lowly, lowly. Jiang Hai instinctively sensed something and raised his head suddenly. However, Shura had already taken Yuan and dodged more than 10 feet away. Shura's Qigong was already good enough, and he absorbed the internal energy of 3 new Shuras, which made him even more powerful. Jiang Hai shook his head, thinking that he was overthinking, and continued to move forward with his Qigong without distraction. He stopped in the National Master's Hall, and then Yuan saw him take out a token of the Hellion Mansion and enter the National Master's Hall openly. It is worth mentioning that after the collusion between the National Master's Hall and the Queen was exposed, the monarch sent the Imperial Guards and the guards of the Hellion Mansion to block this place. Jiang Hai was from the Hellion Mansion, and his token allowed him to come and go freely in the National Master's Hall. Yuan touched her waist. She was busy chasing Jiang Hai and forgot to bring the token. Shura grabbed her and flew in. Where is the National Master imprisoned? Jiang Hai asked a patrolling Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard said, in the dungeon. The Imperial Guard saw that he was holding the Hellion family's token and politely pointed the way for him. Yuan touched her chin. Jiang Hai is here to find the Imperial Master? Ah! Before Yuan could react, Shura dragged her and flew to the heavenly prison. When Yuan entered the heavenly prison, her hair had been blown into a mess. She silently spit out the leaves that had flown into her mouth at some point. Can you say low before taking off next time? The guards in the dungeon were quite tight. But as long as you hold the token of the Hellion family, you can enter the dungeon as if no one is there. It's not surprising to think about it. The Hellion family is loyal to the Emperor and the country, and they have married the great princess. On the day of the duel, they sent out Shura and made great contributions. Not to mention the Imperial Guards. Even the common people regarded the Hellion family as their great benefactors. When Jiang Hai came to the cell where the Imperial Master was imprisoned, someone arrived earlier than him. This person was none other than Huafeng, the eldest disciple of the Imperial Master. The Imperial Master committed such a serious crime that the entire Imperial Master Hall was implicated. Yuan stepped forward to save Huafeng immediately. The Imperial Master lived up to his former glory and sat on a worn-out mat in ragged clothes. Huafeng knelt in front of him with tears in his eyes and cried sadly, Master, I'm sorry. I didn't expect it to be like this. I didn't expect the Imperial Master to end up like this. I didn't expect that there would be such a terrible collusion between the Imperial Master Hall and the Queen. He just didn't want the Imperial Master to harm Yuan. But he didn't want to kill the Imperial Master. He was his master, and he always knew it. The Imperial Master sighed with a haggard look. I don't blame you. Get up. It was all because of that woman who deceived him and his master. And everyone became a pawn in her hand. Before his death, His master had repeatedly warned him that I can let you take the position of imperial master, but you must swear to be loyal to the queen and the princess for life. He did so. But what was the result? The two of them, master and apprentice, became the biggest joke in Nanjiao. I was wrong. Master, I shouldn't have disobeyed you. If he had known that he would kill master, he shouldn't have been rescued when he fell down drunk in the prince's mansion on Friday. Why didn't I fall down and die? If I died, there wouldn't be so many problems. The imperial master said earnestly, I am very glad that she saved you. And I am also very glad that you have always been grateful to her. Always? So, master knows what he did? Master, why don't I punish you? Wan Feng lowered his head. In fact, he knew from a very young age that his importance in master's mind was different from that of other disciples. Master loved him very much. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he was so confident in betraying master. The imperial master sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to see you again in the future. Wan Feng cried. Master, don't say that. I'll go and ask Princess Wan to let you go. The imperial master grabbed him. No. Favors should be used where they matter most, not wasted on unnecessary things. Wan Feng burst into tears. Master. The imperial master let go. It's time to tell you about my life story. Life story? Wan Feng's crying stopped abruptly. Master. I'm not your illegitimate child. Am I? Ahem. The imperial master choked. What nonsense are you talking about? No. Wan Feng was disappointed. Then why are you so good to me? Do you know? That's what my senior brothers and sister said in private, saying that you were my father. So they have been indulging me. That time Nan Gongli wanted to punish me. Didn't you let him punish me? Wan Feng also thought that the imperial master might be his biological father. Since he is his biological father, there is nothing wrong with that. If the imperial master knew that Wan Feng's starting point for betraying him was to betray his father, he would probably vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot. The imperial master did not answer Wan Feng's question immediately, but glanced at him and said with a hint of meaning, Since you are here, don't just stand there. If you want to listen, just listen. I know you are here to find me. Yuan almost went out, and soon she realized that the imperial master was most likely talking about Jiang Hai. Jiang Hai walked over with a faint expression. Wan Feng looked at him in astonishment. Brother Jiang? Jiang Hai bent down and entered the cell. The imperial master looked at him and said, When I first met you, I didn't find your eyebrows and eyes very familiar. But when you were looking for the saint and the wizard's notes in the Wanshu pavilion, you were looking for something else. So I guessed who you were here for. Wan Feng was confused. Master, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand? The national master pointed at Jiang Hai and said to Wan Feng, he is your uncle. Ah? Wan Feng and Yuan both widened their eyes. But I think you may have guessed wrong about one thing. This time, the national master looked at Jiang Hai and said, Wan Feng is not my flesh and blood, but my brother's. Wan Feng was startled. Then you are my uncle? Second uncle. I have an older brother, but he has passed away for many years. The national master said calmly. In the blink of an eye, not only did brother Jiang become an uncle, but the master also became the second uncle. Wan Feng was completely dumbfounded. Yuan blinked. What a shocking news. This is not true. Otherwise she would have started to eat. Where is my sister? Jiang Hai's reaction was considered to be a tacit agreement with the national master's words. The imperial master said, Your sister had a difficult birth when she gave birth to Wan Feng, and she died soon after. My brother could not bear the blow and passed away soon after. I brought Wan Feng back to the imperial master's hall. I didn't want too many people to know about my family affairs, so I lied that Wan Feng was just a child found among the people. Wan Feng scratched his head. Brother Jiang is really my uncle. Why don't I believe it? Where is the jade pendant I asked you to wear close to your body? Asked the imperial master. Wan Feng pulled out a red rope from under his neck, and a half-guard fish jade pendant was hung on the rope. Here. Master won't let me take it off, so I always wear it on my body. Jiang Hai took out another fish-carved jade pendant from his arms, and put it together with Wan Feng's, and it happened to form a complete picture of 2 fish. Jiang Hai had never carefully looked at Wan Feng's appearance before, but now he took a closer look and found that his eyebrows and chin were very similar to his elder sister. The imperial master smiled and teased Wan Feng. Look, You didn't help the wrong person. He is your uncle. Then you are still my second uncle. Hua Feng started crying again. If he had known that the master was not his father, he would have been less treacherous. What's wrong now? He has trapped someone in prison and can't get out. Master. Whoa. The imperial master brushed his sleeves in a self-deprecating manner. Okay. I have said everything I should say. You and your nephew can reminisce about the past. It's up to Hua Feng to stay or go. Anyway, the imperial master hall will be gone. Hua Feng cried loudly, Master. Jiang Hai looked at the imperial master. Then at Hua Feng, who was crying like a child. Stood up without saying a word. And dragged Hua Feng out. Yu Huarang was stunned by the unexpected recognition scene. She knew that Jiang Hai had a different background. But she didn't know that he had anything to do with Hua Feng. Calm down. The person has gone far away. The imperial master suddenly said. Yuan looked back at the corridor, which was already empty, and then at the cell door. Who was he talking about? The imperial master said. Don't look. Princess Wan. This guy. Even Shura's lightness skill couldn't fool him? Since he was discovered. Yuan didn't hide anymore. She showed up with Shura, walked into his cell, and looked down at him. Who are Jiang Hai and your brother and sister-in-law? The imperial master said. People from Feiyu Villa. Yuan said strangely. Flying Fish Villa? I haven't heard of it. The national master said again. It doesn't matter. You will go there soon. Huh? Now Yuan was confused. The national master changed the subject and said, You have a ghost clan birthmark on your body. Am I right? Yes. There is a birthmark. But it is not from the ghost clan. Yin Jiuqiao didn't say it. She put the birthmark behind her mind afterwards. Until it was mentioned by the national master. She remembered it again. What's wrong? The national master looked at the wall and said, Only ghost clan people have the mark of the ghost clan. Your parents are both from Nanjiao. So you are not surprised why there is a ghost clan mark on your body? Why? Yuan asked. Because. The national master smiled. Chapter 500 The Truth About the Birthmark. Why? Yuan looked at him steadily. In the past, Yuan would never believe anything he said. But now, whether it was because of the relationship between Hua Feng and Jiang Hai, or because of the exposure of the Queen's affair, the hostile positions between them had changed. Yuan's intuition told her that he would not lie to her. The imperial master did not intend to lie to Yuan. It is said that a dying man speaks well. But he did not do so because of this. Nor did he write off his grievances with Yuan. Even though the person he hated the most was the Queen. Yuan and Yin Jiuqiao were still the ones who fought him off the stage. However, he was afraid that he would not live long. He wanted to do Yuan a favor, and hoped that Yuan would take care of Hua Feng in the future. Originally I didn't plan to tell you the secret. I didn't even tell Nangongli. But for Hua Feng's sake, I'll remind you. The national teacher said word by word. Ghost clan. Yuan looked at him in confusion. The national teacher explained, I'm sure you've heard about the marriage between the great princess and the ghost clan. The ghost clan even gave away the sacred object. Yuan raised her eyebrows. I know this. What does it have to do with my birthmark? Don't tell me that my father is not Helian Beiyu. But the king of the ghost clan. The national teacher choked again. He finally understood why Hua Feng was so close to her. These two little guys are just the same kind of people. What's in their heads? The national teacher said, Your mother has an engagement with the ghost tribe. From the day the engagement took effect, she was marked with the ghost tribe's mark. She is already a member of the ghost tribe. Yuan thought, so the child she gave birth to will also have a mark? But why doesn't my brother have one? The national teacher said, the mark of a woman will only be passed on to a woman. Yuan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Tai Dan and the other little guys didn't have one. If she gave birth to a little girl for Yin Jiuqiao in the future, wouldn't the little girl also have the same birthmark as herself? Yuan touched her back. She was inexplicably related to the ghost tribe. This feeling was really hard to describe. The imperial master said solemnly, the great princess is the bride chosen by the ghost king. And the ghost king will find her. After leaving the imperial master's hall, Yuan walked aimlessly on the street. And Shura followed her, looking around, and occasionally grabbed a small item from the street stall. Hey, you take me. Dong. Yuan threw a silver nude on the vendor stall without looking back. The vendor got the silver and smiled instantly. Thank you. Madam. Come often. Shura grabbed the things. And Yuan threw the silver. And she didn't need to look back to throw it accurately. She was actually thinking about something in her heart. She didn't quite understand what the Imperial Master said. What does it mean that her mother is the bride chosen by the Ghost King? And the Ghost King will definitely find her? How many years have passed? Could it be that the Ghost King hasn't given up on her mother? Now that her mother has regained her identity. If she really wants to find her, why didn't she come to her door earlier? Didn't you find any ghost messengers? As soon as this thought flashed through her mind, Yuan found that her way was blocked by someone. Yuan took a step to the right, intending to make way, and the man also took a step to the right. Yuan then turned left, and the man unexpectedly turned left as well. Yuan noticed something was wrong, and looked at the other person indifferently. It was a man in a black robe, about 30 years old, with cold eyebrows and a tall stature, looking at her as if he were looking at prey. Yuan's eyes were stern. Shura, who had bought a lot of gadgets and could hardly hold them in his hands, felt something was wrong with Yuan and flashed over to block Yuan. The man in black robe looked Shura up and down and squinted slightly. Shura? Since this man could recognize the dead warrior Shura, it seems that he is not an ordinary master. Yuan walked out from behind Shura and looked at him and said, "Who are you? Why are you blocking my way?" The man in black robe smiled and said, "I haven't seen you for many years. Madam's appearance has really not changed at all." Many years? Yuan's first reaction was, did they know each other? The second reaction was, wasn't she still a child many years ago? What does it mean that her appearance has not changed at all? Almost in a flash, Yuan's heart surged with a bold guess that the other party had recognized the wrong person. The man in black robes smiled meaningfully and said, "You don't remember me?" "Yes. I was still a child at that time." Sure enough, he mistook her for Enyang. The black-robed man looked at Yuan's face and exclaimed, "How did you do it? You haven't aged at all these years?" "That's because I'm not old." "Idiot!" The black-robed man said again, "I heard you gave birth to a daughter. I am that daughter." "Thank you." The black-robed man initially doubted that he had made a mistake. After all, the person in front of him was too young, and had hardly changed from more than a decade ago. But the other party had been acquiescing, which must have made him a blind cat that hit a dead mouse. The black-robed man's smile faded, and he said, "You have been running away for so long. It's time to go back with me," Yuan said calmly. "Where to go back? Do I know you?" The black-robed man snorted. "Don't play dumb. And don't think you can escape by killing a black messenger. What's going on?" Yuan understood every word. "But why is it so hard to understand when they are put together?" The black-robed man threatened. "Do you want to go with me? Or do I take you away by force?" Yuan said coldly. "Try if you have the guts." Zura suddenly released a powerful internal force. But the black-robed man smiled contemptuously, waved his sleeves, and a series of pleasant copper bells rang out. "Ah!" Zura's hair exploded, and he ran away. This was the sound of the copper bell that Grandma used to drive Shura away that night. This man actually knew how to. Something flashed through Yuan's mind. The black-robed man smiled. "Please, madam." Yuan took a step back. The black-robed man reached out to Yuan, just as he was about to clasp Yuan's wrist. Shura, who was driven away by the sound of the copper bell, came back again. A trace of surprise flashed across the eyes of the black-robed man. Shura hated the copper bell so much. Why was he willing to come back? Just for this woman. The black-robed man offered the copper bell again. Shura rolled his eyes and stuck out his tongue in disgust. But he did not avoid it again, but attacked him. The black-robed man smiled coldly, facing Shura's attack. He could actually laugh. Yuan felt uneasy. Sure enough, just as Shura's hand pinched the other's neck, the other suddenly took out a whip and whipped Shura with a crackling sound. Woo! Shura was hurt by the whip. Yuan hurried forward, held Shura's arm, and looked at the place where he was hit by the whip just now. It was as if it was burned by coke. "What's going on?" Yuan asked. Shura shrank his head in fear. The black-robed man stroked the long whip with a cold glow in his hand. "This is the Shura whip, which is specially used to hit Shura. There is also the Shura net." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 black messengers came down from the sky with a huge net. Shura and Yuan were caught in the net. Yuan's eyes went dark and she fainted. This kind of net is nothing to ordinary masters, but it is like a needle prick to Shura. His internal strength is also suppressed, and the manic energy in his veins surges. His eyes are red. He is about to lose his mind. The 4 black messengers came behind the black-robed man. The black-robed man stared at Shura, who was holding Yuan tightly in his arms, and said in surprise, "Since you have persisted for so long." Shura in the Shura net often loses his mind completely in a short time and becomes a trap beast. But this Shura somehow always keeps a trace of sobriety. You know, staying awake in the Shura net is a very painful and almost impossible thing. "Hand over the lady," the black-robed man said. Shura did not move. The black-robed man said in a cold tone, "I say it again. Hand over that woman." The ghost clan also is Shura. The black-robed man is not sure whether this is the one who escaped not long ago. Only Shura can kill Shura. But this does not mean that they have no way to deal with Shura. The black-robed man persuaded, "I am not interested in Shura. And I don't want to catch you. Hand over that woman and I will let you go." Shura refused to hand it over. "Don't drink the toast. Drink the penalty." The black-robed man took out the Shura whip and whipped Shura fiercely like a tamed beast. Every whip was like a branding iron running over Shura. However, Shura never let go. Everyone was surprised. They had never seen such a tenacious Shura. He should have been unable to bear it after being caught in the Shura net and being whipped so many times. But he gritted his teeth and stood up. The black-robed man was tired of whipping. So he threw the whip into his men's hands and said coldly, "Forget it. Take them all away." Yes. The 4 black messengers dragged the big net and stuffed the 2 into the carriage. In Chisha Garden, an old man was sitting in the room writing furiously. Suddenly, the divination tortoise L placed next to the inkstone broke with a click. The old man paused with his pen in his hand and looked at the door with a complicated expression. Clang! The door was kicked open by Ing Shursan. Yin Jiocha strode in. Grandma, Qing Yin and Yuego chased after them at the same time. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu drew their swords and put them on their necks. Yin Jiochao threw the small milk bottle in his hand on the old man's table. "This is Shura's small milk bottle." Shura took Yuan out. The 2 did not return for a long time. So Yin Jiocha asked Ing Lu and Ing Shursan to look for them. They found out that Yuan had been to the National Master's Hall and found a small milk bottle dropped on the ground near the National Master's Hall. This is Shura's most precious thing, and it is impossible to throw it on the street casually. The only possibility is that Shura and Yuan are in trouble. And where the small milk bottle was found, a copper bell that was accidentally dropped was also found. This copper bell Ing Shursan had seen in the hands of the old man, used to expel Shura. Either the old man had been to the scene, or he had some relationship with the group that took Yuan and Shura away. "Who are you?" Yin Jiocha asked coldly. At this point, their identities could no longer be concealed. The old man paused, put down his pen and said, "I am a Ghost Clan priest, and the 3 of them are Ghost Clan messengers. We were ordered by the king to come and capture the great princess and bring her back to the clan." Ing Shursan's sword suddenly moved an inch closer to Qing Yin's neck. Qing Yin felt the coldness coming from the blade and frowned. "We found out the whereabouts of the great princess in a small village near the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. We stayed in Lotus Village just to find an opportunity to take the princess away. But the princess was too." The old man didn't say anything, only said, "We couldn't catch her, so we thought of other ways." The old man selectively forgot about working to earn money to go home. After all, it was too embarrassing for a clan priest. The old man continued, "I'm looking for the medicine for you just to gain your trust so that I can trick you into the ghost tribe." Ing Lu was furious. "You bastards. The young master and the princess trusted you so much. You actually had this idea from the beginning to the end." Qing Yin and Yugo lowered their heads. The old man didn't say anything. Yin Jiocha also threw the copper bell on the table. "Who are those people?" The old man picked up the copper bell and looked at it, and said, "Like us? They are also messengers of the ghost tribe. But we are white messengers, and they are black messengers." Ing Lu was puzzled and said, "What's white and black?" Qing Yin explained, "The white messenger is the executor of the mission. When the mission fails, the tribe will send out the black messenger to kill the white messenger." The mission failed? Ing Lu was speechless. They were clearly in the hands of this group of people. If this hadn't happened, the identities of this group of people would not have been exposed. But Qing Yin said that the mission failed. Does this mean that Grandma and the others have given up on capturing them? Thinking of something, Yin Jiocha asked, "The person you controlled the national teacher to kill on the altar was the black messenger?" The old man nodded. "Why didn't you say it earlier?" Yin Jiocha asked. The old man was silent. Qing Yin said, "Because Grandma wants to take us away quietly." Qing Yin said, looking at Grandma. His eyes fell on the half-written book. Grandma is locked in the house day and night, just wanting to write the translation as soon as possible. After that, we will leave. Qing Yan didn't say where to go. If you are targeted by the Black Messenger, you will be found and killed even if you escape to the ends of the earth. No one can betray the Ghost Clan. Not them. The old man sighed. From the current point of view, the Black Messenger should have encountered Alwan, changed the plan temporarily, and brought her back to the clan. I don't know if they know that they are taking Alwan back, or they think they are taking away the great princess. But no matter which one, they will not hurt her for the time being. After all, the king wants a living person, not a cold corpse. Ing Lu suddenly asked, but isn't Shura with the crown prince's wife? Can't Shura beat a few messengers? The old man said, they have ways to deal with Shura. Pack your things. Yin Jiuqiao gave a cold order, turned around, and walked out with a calm expression. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu looked at each other, put away their swords. Ing Lu stayed to watch them, and Ing Shersan quickly chased after them. Young master. Yin Jiuqiao stopped outside the threshold of Wutong Garden. Ing Shersan looked at him, then at the threshold in front of his feet, and asked tentatively, young master, your eyes? Yin Jiuqiao said calmly, it's just occasionally. I'm fine. Ing Shersan said seriously, you stay in Nanzhao. I will bring the prince's wife back. Maybe I don't need to go to the ghost tribe. I can meet her halfway and bring her back. Yin Jiuqiao looked at the boundless sky. This young master's own wife. This young master will go to find her personally. Qin Yin and Yugo finally understood that Yin Jiuqiao asked them to pack up, not to let them get out, but to go to the ghost tribe with them. Qin Yin said to Ing Lu, the ghost tribe is far away. Please persuade your young master. His body? I'm afraid he can't travel by boat. Ing Lu said, no one can persuade the young master to make a decision. Grandma. Qin Yin looked at the old man again. The old man said, did you meet him the first day? Qin Yin choked. After being together for so long, how could he not know what kind of personality Yin Jiuqiao has? This guy is not afraid of death. There is no place he dares not go, no matter how dangerous it is. Once he makes a decision, 8 horses can't pull him back. Originally planned to stay in Nanzhao for a few more days, it seems that it is not possible. Several people packed up their gifts overnight. Yin Jiuqiao did not say goodbye to the Hellion family, but left a few letters. When passing by the old lady's room, the sound of the old lady and Tan laughing came from inside. He stood at the door and looked inside quietly. He could no longer see the old lady's appearance. He still remembered the voice. Little dear grandson. The old lady saw Yin Jiuqiao and waved to him. Yin Jiuqiao walked over as if nothing had happened. The old lady took Yin Jiuqiao's hand and said, you haven't slept yet so late? Where's my granddaughter-in-law? I haven't seen her for a day. Although she is ugly, I miss her so much when I can't see her. Yin Jiuqiao said, she is out. I will go to pick her up. Yes. The old lady nodded seriously. I must pick her up. I am still waiting for her to give me a little great-granddaughter. Okay. Yin Jiuqiao said. Chapter 501 Super Fierce Shura. Chishu Garden. Qin Yin and Yuego packed up their things, and the old man's bag was tied up. Qin Yin looked out from time to time. Ing Lu guarded the gate tightly, staring at him with a pair of big eyes. I won't go out, Qin Yin said. Even if I go out, I won't run away. Ing Lu pouted. Then who knows? Qin Yin glared at him. Silly boy. With your little skill, can you stop the 3 of us? Thinking of something, Qin Yin said. Don't you need to pack up? Ing Lu folded his hands and said proudly, Ing Shersan will help me pack up. He packs faster and better than me. He always likes to forget things when packing his luggage. But Ing Shersan doesn't have this problem. He is as meticulous as the young master, and he takes everything he should take, and not too many things he shouldn't take. And he is clean and neat, Qin Yin said with a smile. After Yin Shersan gets married, who will help you clean up? Ing Lu frowned. Why does he want to get married? I haven't even got married yet. Yin Shersan just walked to the door and heard Ing Liu's complaints. He paused and choked. You are here? Qin Yin saw him. Yin Shersan said, the young master asked me to ask how you cleaned up. I cleaned up, Qin Yin said hesitantly and looked out again. What's the matter? Yin Shersan heard the hidden meaning in his words. Qin Yin frowned and said, Jianhai hasn't come back. Ing Lu asked, was he also arrested? Qin Yin shook his head. I don't know. He has been sneaking around these days. as if he has something on his mind. I don't think he went out with Awan. As for whether they met halfway, I don't know, Yingshisen said. I don't have time to wait for him. Leave him a letter. Okay. Xing Yan turned around and picked up a pen, wrote a letter, and left it in Jianghai's room. 2 other letters were sent to Sisui Street. Then the group prepared a carriage and left the Hellion mansion in a low-key manner. Yin Jiuchao, Eng Lu, and Yingshisen were in one carriage. The old man and Lao Chui were in one carriage, and Yuego and Qingyan took turns driving the carriage. There was another carriage for luggage, driven by Away. Huh? Where's Away? Qingyan asked. Several people looked around. They were so busy leaving the house that they forgot that Away didn't follow them. That kid didn't talk much and was elusive. He was missing, but no one noticed. Just when Yugo was about to look for him, Away came over with a load on his shoulder. Everyone's mouth twitched. Isn't it just a trip back to the clan? Isn't it too much to have so much luggage? And you have to carry it with a load. It's so heavy. And people who don't know would think you stuffed a few children in it. Away put the load on the carriage. I'll drive the carriage. Qingyan came over. Away was the youngest of the few people. He ordered him around on weekdays, but he also knew how to love him at critical moments. But Away sat on the seat, tightened the reins, and said expressionlessly, "No need. I'll do it myself. Hey, kid. If you don't appreciate it, forget it." Qingyan waved his hand, returned to his own carriage, leaned against the wall, and went to sleep leisurely. The wheels of the carriage started to turn, driving out of the quiet alley and into the bustling streets. Soon, the hustle and bustle was left behind. No one knew what was waiting for them ahead, but no one thought of retreating. There was no snow at the end of the year in Nanshao, but the cold wind was still raging at night, and people were still shivering all over. Young master. Ing Shirsan looked at Yin Jiuchao, who was freezing and didn't close the curtain. Yin Jiuchao looked at the lights of thousands of houses and whispered, "I don't know if I can see it in the future. I can see it. When we find the crown prince's consort, we will go find the antidote." After Yuan and Shura were kidnapped by the black-robed man, they took a carriage out of the city to prevent them from escaping. Shura was put in shackles to suppress his internal strength, and the black-robed man and 4 black messengers with strong martial arts followed him throughout the journey. Although they had been together for several days, Yuan did not communicate much with this group of people. Yuan did not even know their names. She only knew that they were heading west and had already walked out of the Nanzhao border 3 days ago. After leaving Nanzhao, they continued to travel west. Yuan lifted the curtain and looked out. Could it be that they were going to the west to obtain scriptures? Shura kicked his feet boredly and played with the shackles on his feet. The black-robed man's target was the great princess. As for catching the escaped Shura, the black-robed man was not interested. But no matter how the black-robed man abandoned Shura, Shura would always catch up with him soon. Although they could deal with him, they could not really kill him. With no other options, the man in black robe had to accept the fact that he would take this troublesome big guy back to the Ghost Clan. Knock, knock, knock. Yuan knocked on the car wall with her knuckles. The black-robed man rode over and asked from his horseback, "What's wrong?" Yuan lifted the curtain and said, "I'm hungry. Let's find a place to eat." The black-robed man frowned and said, "You just ate not long ago." Yuan folded her hands and said, "So what? I'm just hungry." The black-robed man said coldly, "There's no food here. Keep on going." Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, "If you don't give me food, I won't leave." "Why don't you leave?" As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, Shura stomped his feet and stomped through the carriage with a ferocious look. The corners of the black-robed man's mouth twitched fiercely. Otherwise, how could he say that he wanted to get rid of this guy? He couldn't be killed, and he couldn't be driven away. He also smashed 17 or 18 of his carriages. Yuan fearlessly met his cold gaze and said word by word, "I. Hungry." The black-robed man clenched his fists. Yuan said, "The king asked you to take me back. But he didn't ask you to let me go back hungry. You starved me to the point where I was just skin and bones. You can't explain it. Right? Your face is full of fat. Where did you get the confidence to say skin and bones?" The man in black robe took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. "There is a tea stall 1 mile ahead. I'll find you something to eat there." Yuan slammed the curtain shut. After a while, the curtain was opened by Shura. He imitated Yuan and slammed the curtain shut. The black-robed man made the 2 men so angry that they rode to the tea shed with a cold face. Yuan wanted to ask people what this place was, But there were not many people in the tea shed, and they were all driven away by the black-robed man. Yuan rolled her eyes at him, and found the coolest place to sit down. After going west, the temperature seemed to drop a little. But Yuan was not afraid of the cold these days. Shura sat obediently beside Yuan. The owner of the tea shed brought 2 baskets of buns, 2 plates of steamed cakes made of glutinous rice, a large bowl of dried fish, and some pickled radish pickles. "It's all here. Eat it," said the black-robed man. Yuan said pickily, "I don't eat these. These are the only ones here," the black-robed man said. "But I can't eat them," Yuan said. The black-robed man's eyes turned cold. "Didn't you say you were hungry?" Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, "I said I was hungry. But I didn't say I was hungry, and didn't care about food. I don't like these things. You keep them for yourself." "Then let's get on the road," said the black-robed man. "I haven't eaten yet," Yuan said. The black-robed man jumped in anger. "What do you want?" Yuan pointed to the mountains behind her. "I want to eat rabbit meat." "Let you go and catch it." The 4 black messengers glared at her angrily. They were always using different methods to order them to find food along the way. They were almost annoyed. They were sacred and powerful black messengers, used to kill people, not to kill chickens and rabbits. "Go catch it." The black-robed man gritted his teeth. "Don't look at me. I caught the bird at noon." "Don't look at me either. I killed the snake meat in the morning." Hey, hey, hey. I ran dozens of miles to buy the roast duck in the middle of the night." The 4th black messenger felt wronged. But he was the one who dug the bamboo shoots, caught the fish, and picked the wild vegetables yesterday. The 4th person went silently. Not long after, he caught 2 fat rabbits and threw them to the owner of the tea shed, and gave him some silver to stew the rabbits. Yuan ate 2 chopsticks and stopped eating, and the rabbit meat basically went into Shura's stomach. Everyone looked at her extravagant appearance, and was so angry that their teeth itched. The black-robed man said unhappily, "I advise you to eat a few more bites. There will be no village or shop on the road, and there will be no forest for us to hunt. If you don't eat enough, you will starve." "That's true." Yuan nodded, looked at the 4 black messengers and said, "Then you can catch a few more rabbits and take them with you." The black messengers who wished they could die on the spot. The rabbits were caught, and the group continued on the road. The carriage swayed for a while, and Yuan began to feel sleepy. "I don't know why recently. I want to eat everything, but I can't eat much. I feel lazy and fall asleep from time to time. I seriously suspect that I was drugged." The black-robed man, accusing face, "I didn't." Chapter 502 He's coming. On the way, Yuan looked at the black-robed man with a chilly look in her eyes. The black-robed man was confused. "What's wrong?" Yuan said with a dark face, "Despicable." "The black-robed man?" "The black-robed man." The group continued on their way. The black-robed man did not lie to Yuan. They did not encounter any villages or inns on the way. They seemed to have walked into a barren grassland. Except for them, there was no one. Yuan was hungry again. The black-robed man asked his men to roast 2 wild rabbits for her. Yuan's appetite was still not good, and she even felt a little nauseous. She only ate 2 bites of rabbit legs and tore off the tenderest part to give to Shura. At night, a heavy rain fell on the wasteland. The group sat in the carriage to avoid the rain. This is a good time to escape. The heavy rain can isolate their smell and cover their whereabouts. The only problem is that Yuan's stomach seems to be a little uncomfortable. I wonder if she is about to have her period. Her period has not been regular in recent months, so she has not kept track of the date. But this familiar abdominal pain should be about the same. If this is the case, then running away is not very wise. Yuan temporarily gave up the idea of escaping. Facts have proved that this decision is wise, because after a while, she fell asleep. The black-robed man heard her snoring and his mouth twitched. In such a heavy rain, she can still sleep so soundly. No one else can. Yuan is definitely not the only one who wants to have sex in the rain. The black-robed man also wants to throw away Shura. If there is no Shura, this woman's life will not be so arrogant. He thought so. So he did it. He took advantage of Yuan's unpreparedness and used the Shura net to catch Shura, tied him tightly to a big rock, and then left overnight under the cover of heavy rain. When Yuan woke up from her dream, Shura had returned to the carriage. His body was wet, and the sky had cleared up. Yuan understood and touched his head. "Did they abandon you again?" Wu Shura rubbed his head against her palm. This time, the black-robed man was willing to abandon the Shura net to get rid of Shura. It was a huge investment. Throughout the ages, no Shura could break free from the Shura net. But this Shura did it. It was just that the process of breaking free was very painful and difficult. After that, he could not sense Yuan's breath in the rain. Shura searched for a whole night, until half a quarter of an hour ago, when he finally found his way back to the carriage. Yuan took out clothes, and asked Shura to change in the carriage opposite. She also opened the ointment, and herb she bought on the way to treat Shura's injuries caused by Shura's net. Does it hurt? Yuan asked. Shura shook his head. Shura was not afraid of pain. Shura was only afraid of being left behind. Yuan was determined to take Shura away. In the evening, they finally found a place to stay. It turned out to be a magnificent mountain villa. Although there was no one living within 100 miles. There were crowds of people here. Get off the carriage, said the man in black robe. Yuan didn't bother to pay attention to him, and pulled Shura off the carriage. After leaving Nanzhao, not only the climate has changed, but also the language has been greatly different. Yuan gradually couldn't understand what passers-by said, and it would be difficult to ask them for information. Yuan looked at the plaque of the villa. What's written on it? She said. The man in black robe glanced at her and answered her kindly, Feiyu Villa. Feiyu Villa? Why does this place name sound so familiar? Who are Jiang Hai and your brother and sister-in-law? People from Feiyu Villa. Feiyu Villa? Never heard of it. It doesn't matter. You will be there soon. The last conversation with the national teacher flashed through her mind. And Yuan touched her chin thoughtfully. Could this Feiyu Villa be the same Feiyu Villa? Did the Imperial Master really guess it? She came so soon? To be the Imperial Master of Nanzhao. She must have some ability. Yuan muttered in a low voice. What did you say? The man in black robe looked at her. Yuan said with a straight face, Why didn't you bring me here earlier? You made me hungry all day. The man in black robe twitched his mouth, as if those rabbits and those steamed buns had gone into someone else's stomach. The man in black robe led Yuan into the villa. Yuan secretly observed his words and actions, and found that it should not be his first time to come to the villa. Several disciples, who seemed to have a high status in the villa, were very polite to the man in black robe. A disciple led them to a quiet courtyard. Yuan ordered a few side dishes, and while waiting for the dishes, she began to think about how to get out. Feiyu Villa is so big. There are at least 800 disciples. What is Jiang Hai's status here? How many people know him? Madam, your dinner is ready. A little maid's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. Yuan's eyes lit up and said, Come in. Yes. The little maid came in with the food box. Yuan looked at her and said, Can you speak Nanzhao? Nanzhao is similar to Central Plains, but the accent is slightly different. And this maid obviously has a Nanzhao accent. The little maid said, My mother is from Nanzhao. Where is this? Feiyu Villa. The little maid said. Yuan wanted to ask which country this place belongs to. But after thinking about it, she realized that this question was too suspicious. So she turned her eyes and looked at the dishes brought out by the maid and said, I only ordered 3 dishes. Why did you bring so many? The maid said, Oh, today is a big day for the villa. These dishes are for the guests. Not only the lady gave them to others, but also others. You have a lot of guests here? Yuan asked. The maid nodded, Yes. There is only one villa within 100 miles. Merchants passing by will stay in our villa. The owner of the villa is a hospitable person, and will warmly welcome anyone who is not a thief. I see. Still didn't say which country it was, whether it was the ghost tribe, and how far it was. Yuan's eyes flashed. By the way, you just said there was a happy event in the villa. What was the happy event? The young master is back. The little maid said excitedly. Young master? Yuan was not interested in the young master of Feiyu Villa. She just wanted to know where Jiang Hai was. By the way, I accidentally bumped into your disciple just now, named Jiang Hai. Please apologize to him for me. Jiang Hai? The little maid scratched her head. Does our villa have this disciple? Did you hear it wrong? Madam? I know Jiang Yang and Jiang Bin, but I have never heard of Jiang Hai. Either. This maid didn't know Jiang Hai. Or, Jiang Hai was a pseudonym. It's a pity that my painting skills are not very good. Otherwise I can draw a portrait of Jiang Hai. While thinking, another maid's call came from outside. The maidservant said, They called me. The young master is coming this way. I'll go and see. Can I go with you? Let's blend into the crowd first. Maybe we can find out some news. Okay. The maidservant took Yuan with her enthusiastically. Where are we going? The man in black asked. Yuan said calmly. To see a handsome man. Why? No. The man in black frowned. Not a good wife. Yuan rolled her eyes. I will take good care of the lady, the maidservant said with a smile. Feiyu Villa was well guarded, and the man in black was not worried about her escaping. So he let her do whatever she wanted. There were so many people coming to see the young master, and both sides of the path were blocked. Oh, we're late. The maidservant couldn't squeeze in, and stood on tiptoe and said in annoyance. Yuan was taller than her. She stood on tiptoe and saw the young man riding on the horse. Jiang Hai? Her pupils shrank. Jiang Hai was still the same Jiang Hai, but he was no longer the slightly decadent look in her memory. He sat on the horse with high spirits. His features were firm, and his spirit was handsome. Jiang Hai. Here. Yuan called him. Young master. Here. It's really the young master. Young master. I'm Saiyu. I'm Kaiyan. Yuan's voice instantly drowned out the group of crazy female disciples. Yuan's face was dark. Two senior sisters. Can't you be more reserved? The female disciple who just shouted I am Saiyu turned around and snorted. Is your voice smaller than ours? Yuan. The maid pulled Yuan aside and reminded her in a low voice. Don't offend them. They are direct disciples, and have a very high status in Feiyu Villa. Yuan said expressionlessly, How high? Higher than your young master? Your young master has sold himself to me. Do you know? The maid was amused by Yuan's reaction. Outsiders were envious when they heard that the direct disciples of Feiyu Villa were all envious. But this lady seemed to want to roll her eyes. She smiled and said, Okay. The young master has gone far. Let's go back too. How can I meet your young master? Yuan asked. The maid was still immersed in the pink bubble brought by the young master, and did not realize how strange it was for a strange woman to ask such a question. She answered seriously, You can't see him. Senior sister Saiyu and senior sister Kaiyan can't see him. Yuan was puzzled. Didn't you just say that they are direct disciples and have a high status? Why can't even the young master see him? Well, the little maid thought for a while. The young master is very cold. He doesn't like to see people. He doesn't like to be disturbed. Don't like to see people? Don't like to be disturbed? Yuan thought of Jiang Hai, who always quarreled with Qing Yan in Qishou Garden, and looked at the sky suspiciously. Do we really know the same young master? After returning to the room, Yuan closed the door. The dishes were cold, and Shura didn't eat secretly, and waited for her obediently. Yuan asked the little maid to heat up the dishes. Shura ate with a snort. Yuan was still immersed in the great shock of Jiang Hai being the young master of Feiyu Villa. She knew that Jiang Hai was not an ordinary person, and had a great background. But she did not expect that he had such a great background. He could own such a huge villa in such a place. The wealth and strength hidden in secret were absolutely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Yuan touched her chin. Such a young master actually ran to Dezhou to be a servant. Rich young men are so willful. After nightfall, everyone went to bed. Yuan tossed and turned on the bed, and Shura meditated on the floor. Yuan whispered to him, Shura. Shura opened his blood-red eyes. Yuan waved at him. He came to the bed, and looked at Yuan curiously. Yuan asked, Can you still use Qinggong? Shura nodded. He put on the shackles that suppressed his power, which were useful, but not too much. Yuan whispered, Let's go find Jiang Hai. Shura tilted his head, and looked at her in confusion. Yuan understood, pointed her index finger at the ground and said, Jiang Hai is not in Nanzhao, but in the villa. Let's go find him now. Shura nodded. Wait a minute. Yuan held him down, lifted the quilt, and got down to the ground. Found the cloth to wrap Shura's shackles in circles to prevent it from making noise when it collided. Yuan opened the door, poked her little head out, looked around, and waved to Shura after making sure that no one had crossed the threshold. Shura came to the door, lowered his body like a cat, poked his head out, looked around, and then stepped out of the house. Where are you going? As soon as the two walked down the steps, the man in black robe appeared behind them. Yuan's little body trembled. She calmed down, and turned around expressionlessly. I can't sleep. Let's go out for a walk. The black-robed man glanced at Shura's feet and laughed sarcastically. It's so late. You don't want to escape? Yuan smiled and said, Can I escape? Shura's lightness skills can't be used. The black-robed man said with satisfaction, I understand. His skills are suppressed. And he can't take you far. You say it? Yuan pulled Shura's sleeve. Shura. Let's go! The black-robed man winked at the two black messengers on the side. And the two followed him knowingly. Yuan glanced at the two with her peripheral vision. And followed them. Anyway, no one could guess that she and Shura were looking for Jiang Hai. Chapter 503 Pregnant. Pregnant. Yuan strolled around the villa for a while. But the villa was too big. Even bigger than the two Hellion mansions combined. Yuan walked until her legs were broken. But she didn't run into Jiang Hai. She couldn't just keep looking aimlessly. Otherwise she didn't know when she would find him. But she couldn't ask the young master where he lived. Because it seemed that no one would tell her. An outsider. Yuan touched her chin and began to think about life. Shura also touched his chin and began to think about Shura's life. The two black messengers followed like a shadow. And Yuan was annoyed. It was one thing to not be able to guess her and Shura's purpose. And it was another to follow them and be an eyesore. Yuan stopped. Shura also stopped. The two black messengers also stopped. Yuan turned her head and said helplessly, "Two warriors. Don't you feel tired following us in the middle of the night?" Zura, that's right. Don't you feel tired? The black messenger on the left said, "If madam is not tired." We are not tired. Yuan blew her bangs and said, "But I feel tired watching you." Zura, tired. The black messenger on the right said, "Madam. Just walk ahead. Don't look at us. I'm hungry." Yuan said. The two black messengers twitched their mouths. Here it comes again. This woman is not feeling well if she is not hungry 17 or 18 times a day. Right? The black messenger on the right continued. Then please go back to the yard first. Madam. Someone will cook for me in the kitchen. Yuan said lazily. I am so hungry that I can't walk. Go get some food. I will have the strength to go back to the yard after I am full. The two men twitched their mouths again. In terms of the ability to lie with open eyes, this woman ranked second. And no one dared to rank first. Unfortunately, they didn't have much to do with her. They could pretend to obey her in some matters. But they couldn't neglect her too much in terms of food, clothing, housing and transportation. Both sides have their own bottom line. Before they step on it. She is still madam, and they are servants. What does madam want to eat? The two finally compromised. And the black messenger on the right decided to get food for Yuan. Yuan naturally picked the ones with more complicated processes and said, just a basket of soup dumplings, a bowl of braised pork, and a pot of lamb ribs. The black messenger on the right said, so many. I'm afraid it's not easy to bring them here. Bowls and pots. Do we have to set up a small stove for her on the spot? Yuan raised her eyebrows and said, you can even carry hundreds of pounds of stones. But you can't carry a few side dishes. Who are you trying to fool? Zura glared at him fiercely. That's right. Who are you trying to fool? The black messenger on the right left helplessly. He had heard a lot of rumors about the lady in the tribe a long time ago, saying that she was a big devil that everyone was afraid of. He was a little skeptical at first. But now that he saw her, he really felt that the tribe members were not deceiving him. She was too damn difficult to serve. After his companions left, only one black messenger was left. Yuan paced a few steps carelessly. His eyes rolled around. And asked him, where is the toilet? Is it really okay for you, a woman, to ask a grown man where the toilet is? The black messenger pointed from a distance, over there. Yuan looked at it. It wasn't far. But it was enough to get rid of one person. Wait for me here. I'll be back soon. Yuan said. The black messenger followed. I have been ordered to protect the lady. I must stay with the lady all the time. Yuan smiled faintly and said, this Feiyu villa is not a place full of tigers and wolves. Could it be that someone wants to eat me? In my opinion, you just want to monitor me. The black messenger said calmly, whatever the lady says. Okay. Then you follow. After Yuan said that, she left without looking back. Humph. Shura rolled his eyes at the black messenger and walked away heroically. The black messenger followed the two all the way to the toilet. This hut is quite big. Like a courtyard. If you don't know, you might think it's some elegant residence. Yuan stopped in front of the courtyard and turned to the black messenger and said, you're not going to follow me in this time. Are you? Then, when my wife bathes and changes clothes in the future, will you have to come and watch the whole process? Does the king know that you covet his wife so much? The black messenger's face flushed instantly. What a mess. How dare this woman say anything? The black messenger didn't plan to follow him in. After all, there was a sign hanging here, which clearly stated that female disciples could enter. How could he, a grown man, rush in? I'll wait for my wife here. The black messenger lowered his head and said without looking away. Yuan said to Shura. Shura, look at him. I'm afraid he won't be able to resist peeping at my body. The black messenger was so angry that he was twitching. Who wants to peep at you? Shura stepped forward and blocked the black messenger tightly. The black messenger didn't bother to pay attention to him. He turned his head, hugged the sword tightly, and waited impatiently and helplessly. Yuan entered the yard. Of course, she didn't come to the toilet, but to find out the news. She brought silver with her. It is said that money can make the devil push the mill. Maybe she can meet 1 or 2 people who are greedy for money. Facts have proved that she is lucky tonight. When she passed by a room for female disciples to dress up, she heard 2 familiar conversations from inside. It is worth mentioning that there are many descendants of Nanzhao people in the villa, so people can be heard speaking Nanzhao from time to time. Judging from the voice, it sounds very much like the crazy female disciple who just shouted madly at the young master. Yuan glanced inside, and sure enough, it was Cayenne and Sayu from before. Sayu untied her belt and tied it again, tightly, making her waist look fragile. But she was almost out of breath. It strangled me to death. But for the young master, I endured it. For Jiang Hai again? Yuan opened her eyes wide. Cayenne dipped her fingertips in lip balm and applied it carefully in the bronze mirror. Don't make a mistake, or we will make a wasted trip. Sayu snorted. No way. I heard it from Master. The young master accompanied the owner to the lake to enjoy the moon. And Master also went. We will go to see Master later. And Master will definitely ask us to get on the boat, so that we will have a chance to see the young master. Then I will have a chance to see Jiang Hai. Yuan touched her chin and decided to find a way to follow. Although she didn't know martial arts, she had many masters around her, and she gradually learned to hide her breath. She followed the 2 of them out of the yard quietly. Shura was the first to detect her breath. She winked at Shura. Shura understood and blocked the black messenger's sight with his tall and straight body. Yuan followed the 2 quietly and walked away from the other side of the path. Along the way, the 2 were immersed in the joy of meeting the young master, and did not notice that there was a little tail behind them. It was not until they were close to the lake that Yuan suddenly couldn't help sneezing, and the 2 of them were instantly alert. Who? The 2 of them drew their swords at the same time. Chu. Yuan sneezed again, exposing herself completely. Who would stay up late at night and miss her so much? It made her sneeze non-stop, and she couldn't even follow anyone secretly. Hello. 2 senior sisters. Since she couldn't hide anymore, Yuan simply walked out openly and bowed to the 2 of them. Is it you? Cayenne recognized her. Wasn't this the guest who squeezed behind the young master and yelled and blamed them for being too loud when he returned to the manor? Yuan smiled awkwardly. Senior sister Cayenne has a good memory. Senior sister? Who is she? Caillou asked. A guest who is staying here. Just now. She also ran to see the young master, Cayenne said with disdain. Although she said disdain, when she really saw Yuan's appearance, she secretly took a breath of cold air. Just now, she was only concerned with attracting the attention of the young master and forgot to pay attention to this guest. She was so beautiful that all the female disciples of Feiyu Mountain Villa would be eclipsed in front of her. Fortunately, the young master never looked at these female disciples straight in the eye. Otherwise, with her appearance, the young master would be able to remember her at a glance. Cayenne thought of what Sayu also thought of. Sayu pulled Cayenne aside and whispered, Senior sister. She is so beautiful. And the young master will definitely fall in love with her when he sees her later. We can't let the young master see her. Cayenne agreed with this. You are not female disciples of the villa. Why should you compete with them for the position of young master? Cayenne threatened. I don't care what your purpose is for following us in the middle of the night. Anyway, I advise you to go back quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me and Sister Caillou for being rude. Yuan said, Are all the female disciples of Feiyu Villa so fierce? You are rude to me without asking me what I do. What rules of your villa say that I am not allowed to stroll in the villa? You? Caillou was furious. You are obviously following us. Yuan said shamelessly, I just happened to be on the same road with you. Caillou frowned. You are talking nonsense. We are going to the lake to wait for the young master. Yuan spread her hands, What a coincidence. Me too. Caillou held the sword in front of Yuan. Who are you? Do you think you are qualified to wait for our young master? Yuan touched her chin. I still have his indenture. I have no right to wait for him. And neither do you. Caillou said angrily. You crazy woman. If you keep talking nonsense, I will tear your mouth apart. What are you arguing about in the middle of the night? A majestic voice suddenly sounded behind him. The two female disciples who were still arrogant a second ago changed their faces almost instantly, turned around respectfully and saluted, saying in unison, Master Uncle. The middle-aged woman called Master Uncle came over and looked at the three people majestically. When her eyes touched Yuan, she paused slightly, and then fell on Cayenne and Caillou's faces, as a disciple of the villa. Don't you know that it is forbidden to make noise in the villa? Disciple knows my mistake, Cayenne said. Caillou said aggrievedly, she followed us first. She was sneaky. Who knows what she was going to do? She also offended the young master. My sister and I had no choice but to teach her a lesson. The middle-aged woman scolded, guests are guests. Is this your way of treating guests? Caillou dared not say anything. The middle-aged woman said again, the boat is coming. Your master is on the boat. Come on board with me. The two were overjoyed. It would be great if the uncle took them on board. The two happily moved to the middle-aged man's side. The middle-aged woman said, Madam, it's getting late, and the dew is heavy. Please go back and rest early. That? Yuan thought for a while and called her. Can I go on board with you? The middle-aged woman looked at her suspiciously. Yuan said, I am your young master's friend. I want to see him. Caillou hurriedly snorted. Master, don't believe her. She just said that she has the young master's indenture contract. Now she says she is the young master's friend. I think she is full of nonsense. Not a word is true. Yuan was tired. What she said was true. Absolutely true. The middle-aged woman did not believe Yuan's words. Feiyu Mountain Villa is the best villa in the world. And there are many people who want to curry favor with their young master. This kind of nonsense is not the first time she has seen people trying to establish a relationship. It's a pity for such a face. She is so beautiful and charming. If you don't know, you might think she is a princess from some country. But she is a swindler. However, the owner of the manor was hospitable and had many friends. She didn't want to lose the dignity of the host family. So she said to Yuan politely, Madam, please go back. The young master will inform us who he wants to see. The implication was that Yuan would not be taken on board. Yuan was disappointed and said, Then please tell him that Yuan is here. The middle-aged woman didn't say whether to accept or not. She glanced at Yuan and left with her two nephews. Caillou asked in a low voice, Uncle, do you really want to take a message for that woman? The middle-aged woman was a little hesitant. She didn't know whether to take a message for a sentence. She planned to ask the young master if he knew a woman named Yuan. If the young master knew her, it would not be too late for her to take the message. If not, she would pretend that she had never seen the little liar. Yuan saw a huge pleasure boat approaching the shore from afar. But because of the tight defense, she couldn't even get close. She never knew that it could be so difficult to meet Jiang Hai. She just hoped that the uncle would be kind enough to pass on the message for her. If Jiang Hai heard that she was coming, he would definitely search the villa to find her. The middle-aged woman took Caillou and Cayenne on the boat. She entered an elegant and unique room and bowed to the people sitting on the table. Liucheng greets the owner, the young owner, and the second senior brother. These two are. She looked at the two unfamiliar faces in surprise. One belonged to an old man who was about the same age as the owner of the villa, and the other was a beautiful daughter. The daughter wore a translucent veil, combed her hair, and swept across the moon, and had a graceful demeanor. At a glance, the middle-aged woman understood that the lake cruise tonight was a cover, and it was actually for the young master to meet this young lady. The master introduced, This is the Wei clan leader of the Qiushan clan, and this is his daughter, Miss Wei. The Qiushan clan is a small clan next to the Gui clan. Rich in salt mines and prosperous people. Looking at the ruddy face of the master, it is clear that he is determined to get this marriage. If nothing unexpected happens, this Miss Wei will become their young lady. Asking the young master if he knows a woman named Yuan in front of the young lady. Isn't it obvious to ruin a marriage? Lichen sighed secretly. Sorry, madam. I can't take your words. Yuan didn't wait for Jiang Hai in the end. The black messenger who went to the yard to serve food came over with a food box. Madam, the braised pork, lamb ribs, And soup dumplings you asked for. Yuan ate 2 bites, and went back to the yard listlessly. She planned to pretend to be sick and stay in the manor for a few more days. Otherwise she would miss the river and the sea. And she would miss the only chance to escape. However, the black-robed man didn't buy her account. Forcibly took her things. Tied up Shura with the Shura whip. And stuffed the 2 into the carriage. Yuan was so angry that she wanted to beat his dog head. The black-robed man rode his horse beside her carriage. Smiling and saying, "Madam, you can shout. No matter how loud it is. Anyway, I have told the people in the villa that Madam is crazy." Yuan gritted her teeth and cut off her last retreat. What a cruel man. She was unfamiliar with the place. And no one would believe her even if she shouted at the top of her throat. And no one would report the condition of a madman to their young master. Is he really going to take her back to the ghost clan like this? Hey. Slow down. Be careful with the young master's things. It's okay. They are all made of wood. They won't break. This gentle and familiar voice. Yuan opened the curtain. Wan Feng. The young man on the horse tightened the reins. Turned around in surprise. And looked at the carriage that just passed by him. Sister Wan? The man in black robe realized that something was wrong and hurried to press Yuan's mute point. But he was a step too late. Yuan shouted, "I've been caught." Wan Feng's eyes turned fierce. Stop them. The open gate of the villa was suddenly closed by the disciples. And a large group of disciples swarmed up and surrounded the carriage in an instant. The black-robed man frowned. Wan Feng rode his horse and rushed over. The black-robed man stopped him. "The one sitting inside is our wife. Please don't offend this young man." Wan Feng's aura was fully open. The young man was dressed in bright clothes and rode a horse. His eyes were cold. "What do you mean your wife? I don't even know you. How come my sister Wan is your wife? Get out of my way." Accompanied by his fierce shout, the disciples of the villa drew their swords one after another. Wan Feng turned over and got off the horse. Bypassed the black-robed man. And helped Yuan down. And Shura. Yuan looked at another carriage. Wan Feng gestured to the disciples. And the disciples rushed to the carriage and rescued Shura, who was tied up by the Shura whip. The murderous intent of the 4 black messengers was about to explode. The black-robed man made a calming gesture to his men. Looked in the direction of the villa and said, "The owner of the villa has come at the right time. I wonder which young master of your villa is the one who kidnapped the wife of our ghost clan." The owner of the villa, who was nearly 60 years old but still energetic, strode over and bowed to the black-robed man. "Juga Protector. This is my grandson Wan Feng. He has been living in Nanzhao for many years. This is his first time back to the villa. He doesn't know Juga Protector. If he has offended you, please forgive me." After he said that, he looked at Wan Feng on the side. "Feng, why don't you return the wife to Juga Protector?" Wan Feng said seriously, "Grandpa, she is not their wife." The owner of the villa sank his face. "Don't make trouble." Wan Feng said anxiously, "She really is not. She already has a husband. How can she be the wife of the ghost clan?" Of course the black-robed man knew that the great princess had married again. So he was not surprised at all when Wan Feng said that. However, this young man seemed to be an old acquaintance of the lady. It was really a surprise. The black-robed man looked at the owner of the manor, hoping that the old man was not so confused as to be an enemy of the ghost clan. No matter what the truth was, the owner of the manor would not choose to offend the ghost clan. He said to Wan Feng, "This is someone else's family affair. It is not your turn to intervene. Let the lady go quickly." "I won't let her go." Wan Feng blocked Yuan behind him. "If you want to catch her, step over my body." The owner of the manor got angry. "Who is he to you? Why are you protecting her so much? She is my wife. I am her husband." Wan Feng was anxious and put himself on the line. Yuan choked. Xiao Feng Feng. This is not the way to joke. You." The owner of the manor was so angry that he almost died. "Why didn't I hear your uncle say that you got married?" Wan Feng stood up and said, "That's because he didn't say it." The man in black robes sneered. "Young Master Wan Feng, stop struggling fearlessly. Your grandfather will not offend the ghost tribe for a woman. I advise you to tie him up obediently. Otherwise, if your grandfather gets serious later, I can't guarantee that your body will still be intact." This is threatening the owner to take Wan Feng away by force. The owner was a little angry. It was his business to teach his grandson a lesson behind closed doors. It was not the turn of others to point fingers. But Juga Guardian was right. He could not afford to offend the ghost clan. At least not for a woman. Even if this woman was really the sweetheart of his grandson, he could only let her give up with pain. The owner of the manor winked at his disciples. You guys, take the young master back to the yard. Several people stepped forward to pull Wanfeng. Yuan was quick-witted and said, Wait! I'm pregnant. You hand me over. You will regret it. Wanfeng cooperated cleverly. Yes. 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 She is pregnant. She is pregnant with your great-grandson. You can't hand your great-grandson over. The acting skills of these two people are so poor that it is embarrassing. Yuan continued to show her acting skills that could rival her cooking skills. I'm having a miscarriage. I'm telling you. Is there anyone who holds their stomach and says they have a miscarriage? Are you sure it's not bloating? The black-robed man laughed. The owner of the manor naturally saw that the two were acting on the spot. So he would expose the fact that she was faking her pregnancy, so as to shut this guy up and make him go back to the house with him. Please ask the doctor. Yes. Yuan's eyebrows jumped. No way. So soon? At least give her half an hour to go back to the yard to get a fake pregnancy medicine. It's over. It's all over. Yuan felt like the sky was falling. The doctor came quickly. Yuan resigned herself to her fate and stretched out her wrist. The doctor felt Yuan's pulse, bowed to the owner of the manor, and said, Congratulations. The young lady is pregnant. Yuan. Manor owner. Wanfeng. Chapter 504. Attack. No one left alive. Everyone was stunned. Did they hear it wrong? How could this woman really be pregnant? Even Yuan herself was confused. She is pregnant? Yuan is pregnant? How is it possible? She has a stomachache. It's obvious that she's about to have her period. Yuan looked up at the sky. Wait. It seems that abdominal pain in the early stages of pregnancy is normal. But it's still hard to believe. Yuan put her hand on her mouth and asked the doctor in a low voice, Doctor, why don't you check me again? Did you make a mistake? Wanfeng came over and lowered her voice. Yes. Didn't you make a mistake? The two thought they were not talking loudly, but they ignored the fact that there were experts all around them. Their voices sounded no different from normal conversations to everyone. Okay. You two just said you were pregnant. And now you suspect that the doctor made a mistake. Don't play like this. Okay. The doctor looked at the two coldly. If you don't believe in my medical skills, then ask for help from someone else. After that, he left angrily without caring about the two's expressions. The owner of the manor also asked people to invite several disciples of Feiyu Villa who were proficient in medical skills. As a result, the pulses they diagnosed were exactly the same as the doctor's. Pregnant. More than a month. Yuan looked down at her belly. How could she say she was pregnant as soon as she opened her mouth? Yuan, who already had 3 small black eggs and was extremely satisfied with them, and had no extravagant hope of having a 4th egg. This is not true. Wanfeng was completely stunned. I'm going to be a father. Sure you are too into the play. The owner of the manor thought that Wanfeng was just playing a show. But this woman was actually pregnant. As the saying goes, the person in charge is confused, and the bystander is clear. When it comes to the issue of his own heir, the owner of the manor is not as confident as before. What if this child is really Wanfeng's flesh and blood? The owner of the manor had 3 sons and 1 daughter in his life. The eldest daughter was dissatisfied with the marriage he arranged for her, and voluntarily resigned from the identity of the eldest lady of Feiyu Villa and married to Nan Xiao. After that, she had no contact with Feiyu Villa. He also learned that the eldest daughter had passed away, leaving behind the only flesh and blood in the world. Wanfeng. His eldest and second sons were illegitimate sons, unworthy of being used, and had long been exiled. Only the youngest son remained at his knees, and his marriage was delayed. If the woman was pregnant with Wanfeng's flesh and blood, it would be his first great-grandson. He didn't care whether it was or not. At most, Wanfeng would change her surname back, and the child would be the young master of their Feiyu Villa. The man in black robe saw his hesitation and cursed inwardly that he forgot to check the almanac when he went out today. He was about to leave, but such a change happened. This woman's luck was really enviable. She just met an acquaintance and turned out to be the grandson of the owner of the villa. The man in black robe said slowly, Master Ji, the child is ignorant. Don't let people deceive you. She is our Wang Ming's wife married by matchmaker. How could she be pregnant with your grandson's flesh and blood? Wan Feng took advantage of the opportunity to say, "Yes. How could your wife be pregnant with my child? I can only say that she is not your wife at all. You are lying." The black-robed man sneered, "Young Master Wan Feng, Feiyu Villa is just a small place, which our ghost clan does not take seriously. Don't sacrifice the lives and property of more than 1,000 disciples of your Ji clan for a woman." The owner of the manor shrank. Shuga Guardian was right. Although Feiyu Villa was big, it was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the ghost clan. If the ghost clan wanted to destroy them, they only needed to send out Ashura. They had no strength to compete with the ghost clan. However, he was reluctant to hand over his own great-grandson. The black-robed man continued, "I can guarantee you with my life that the baby in her belly is not your grandson's flesh and blood. Your grandson just lied to everyone to protect her." "Feng, is that so?" The owner looked at Wan Feng seriously. Wan Feng's eyes flickered. "Grandpa, don't listen to him. He made a mistake. Sister Wan is my wife. The baby in her belly is not mine. Could it be some wild man's?" "Chu." In the swaying carriage, a certain young master sneezed violently. The black-robed man smiled and said, "It's getting late. I should take my wife back to the clan to report." Master Ji paused. "If she is really your wife, why would she get pregnant with another man's baby?" The black-robed man curled his lips and said, "This is a matter of our clan, so Master Ji doesn't need to worry about it. I've heard that the king of the ghost clan is mysterious and eccentric. Who knows why he let his wife have a man outside? Not only did he not kill her immediately, but also had someone take her back to the clan." Of course, Master Ji also understood one thing. That is, some people let you live not as a gift, but to make you live a life worse than death. Thinking of the Ghost King, Master Ji shuddered for no reason. This woman can't be saved. Even if she is really pregnant with Wan Feng's flesh and blood, they can only blame their mother and daughter for their bad luck. Master Ji thought of his daughter who died in a foreign land, and closed his eyes in grief. "Take the young master away." 2 disciples rushed up, one on each side to pull Wan Feng's arm. Wan Feng drew the sword of one of his disciples and blocked Yuan. "Don't come over here. Swords have no eyes. I won't show mercy." Wan Feng didn't have any kung fu, so it was not difficult to capture him. The difficult thing was that he actually reacted to this and immediately put the sword across his neck. "If you want to take her away, step over my body." Master Ji shouted, "Nonsense." The black-robed man narrowed his eyes. If he delayed any longer, it would be dark. Since Master Ji couldn't deal with this kid, he would do it himself. The black-robed man flew up from the horse's back, stretched out his claws, grabbed Wan Feng's sword with one hand, and pinched Yuan's shoulder with the other hand. In a flash, a sword with a cold glow flew from the sky and pierced the black-robed man's heart from the back. The black-robed man didn't expect that someone would dare to attack him in a place like Feiyu Villa. When he felt the sword energy, it was too late. His heart was pierced. He immediately fell from midair, hit the ground heavily, spit out a large pool of blood, and died. Everyone looked at the sword piercing his back, and their faces changed. "It's the Feiyu sword? Young master?" Jiang Hai performed Qigong and landed beside the black-robed man. He drew out the Feiyu sword expressionlessly and said, "Dare to attack the young master of Feiyu Villa. This is the end." Everyone was shocked. Did the young master think that Juga Guardian was going to attack Master Wan Feng? The 4 black messengers saw that the Guardian was killed by the young master of Feiyu Villa. They exchanged glances with each other, tightened the reins, and rushed back to the clan. Master Ji made a prompt decision. "Kill them. We can't let them go back to inform the enemy. Otherwise, even if it was just an accidental killing, the ghost clan would have to let his son die for Shuga." The disciples of Feiyu Villa swarmed up and surrounded the 4 black messengers. The black messengers were highly skilled in martial arts, and it was not so easy to kill them. In a blink of an eye, several disciples of Feiyu Villa were injured by them. Yuan looked at Jiang Hai and said, "Is your sword good?" Jiang Hai understood, looked at Shura's leg cuffs, and destroyed them with a few sword strikes. "And that whip?" Yuan pointed at one of the black messengers. Jiang Hai used his Qigong to take the whip from his waist. Without his natural enemy, Shura had no scruples. His breath surged, and in a blink of an eye, the 4 black messengers were wiped out. "This is..." Master Ji was stunned. Yuan said, "Ashura." Master Ji's legs went weak. This woman actually has Ashura in her hand? Is she really the lady of the ghost clan? His grandson cheated on the king of the Ghost Clan? Slept with his lady? Master G was not feeling well. Brother G. A young woman came over hurriedly with her skirt lifted. She was talking with the young master in the pavilion just now. Suddenly, the young master left her and left. She was worried that something had happened in the villa. When she followed him, she saw that the young master had killed someone. She didn't know the man on the ground. She took a look at his death and quickly looked away. Compared with the man who died in the hands of Brother G, she cared more about the woman that Brother G saved. She looked at Yuan and said, "She is." An enthusiastic disciple said, to answer Miss Wei, "She is the wife of our young master Wan Feng." Miss Wei was surprised. Wan Feng already has a wife. Not only that, but he also has a child. Wan Feng is crying without tears. "Wan Feng, I feel a chill on my back every night. It seems like someone wants to cut me." Ninth brother, hee. Chapter 505, Confession. Grandma and ninth brother. Yuan moved into Feiyu Villa and still claimed to the public that she was Wan Feng's wife. After all, Feiyu Villa was located in a fortress and had contacts with guests from all over the world. If the news that the Ghost Clan lady was here spread, I am afraid that the entire villa would be in danger. Although Master G did not want to offend the Ghost Clan, the mistake had been made and regret was useless. He began to think about how to deal with it. From this point of view, Yuan admired this owner. Yuan's identity was not hidden from him in the end. When he heard that Yuan was the princess of Nanzhao, her husband was from the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty, and her mother was the escaped lady of the Ghost Clan, Master G's legs weakened several times. He glared at Wan Feng fiercely. "Brat, what kind of trouble have you brought upon me?" Wan Feng touched his nose angrily, "But if it weren't for Sister Wan, I would have fallen to death at the fifth prince's wedding banquet." That was an old story when he accompanied the imperial master on a diplomatic mission to the Great Zhou. The fifth prince's mansion had a sweet-scented osmanthus wine that tasted sweet and refreshing. Not like strong liquor, but like fruit pulp. He drank half a pot in one breath. He was fine at the time. But on the way to find the imperial master, he got the after-effects and fell face first to the ground. He was injured and lost too much blood. It was Yuan who stopped the bleeding and sutured the wound for him. He survived because of the timely rescue. Over the years, although the imperial master did shameful things, he did not teach Wan Feng to be an ungrateful child. On the pleasure boat, Master G said resignedly, "Since Madam is Wan Feng's benefactor, she is also the benefactor of our Feiyu Villa." Yuan smiled and shook her head. "Master G is in a serious condition. I am a doctor. It is my job to save the dying and the wounded. Besides, Wan Feng has helped me a lot. Even if he really owes me a favor, he has already paid it back. On the contrary, this time, I owe Wan Feng in." Yuan wanted to say Jiang Hai, but paused and changed her words. "Young master." Jiang Hai on the side said, "Just call me Jiang Hai." He didn't like her to be estranged from him. "By the way, I haven't asked you why you went to the show under a pseudonym and became a servant in the hands of a man." Yuan was not sure whether Master G knew about this, so she didn't point it out to him. I know. Wan Feng said hurriedly. "He went to find my mother. This matter has to start with the marriage between the eldest daughter of Feiyu Villa and the Wei family. Feiyu Villa is located in the desert, and there are few people within 100 miles. Several generations of owners have worked hard to finally make the villa bigger, but in order to run the villa for a long time, in addition to having extraordinary strength, financial resources cannot be ignored. The Wei clan is rich in salt mines and has rich clan property, but the clan members are weak and do not have their own masters and troops. Feiyu Villa took a fancy to the financial resources of the Wei clan, and the Wei clan took a fancy to the strength of Feiyu Villa. The two sides hit it off and decided on the marriage between the eldest daughter and the young master of Wei. But the eldest daughter secretly fell in love with her senior brother, who was none other than the biological brother of the national teacher. Feiyu Villa accepts disciples regardless of their origins, which is why Yuan can hear a lot of Nanzhao accents here. The owner of G Manor was also young and energetic back then. He told his legitimate daughter that she could marry his senior brother, but she should not dream of continuing to be the eldest daughter of Feiyu Villa. The eldest daughter had made up her mind and resolutely gave up her identity of Feiyu Villa and went to Nanzhao with her senior brother. The senior brother really loved the eldest daughter. Even if they left Feiyu Villa, the couple could live a stable life with their own abilities. Unfortunately, the eldest daughter suffered a dystocia and passed away not long after giving birth to Wan Feng. Wan Feng's father lost his beloved wife and died in depression. The owner of G Manor could bear not to contact his daughter in the first few years. But later he became more and more anxious, secretly cursing that the girl really forgot her father because she had a lover, even if she was not the eldest daughter of Feiyu Villa. Was she not his daughter? She didn't even know to come back to see him. The owner of G Manor sent people to look for her, but they didn't find her. Jiang Hai was less than 5 years old when the eldest lady left Feiyu Villa. But because he had no mother since childhood, he was raised by his sister. His sister's departure caused a great blow to him. The first thing he did after he came of age was to find his sister. He left Feiyu Villa. First, he inquired in Nanzhao and found out 2 pieces of information that matched his brother-in-law. One was the National Master's Palace, and the other was the young Master's mansion of Dazhou. He did not find a way to sneak into the National Master's Palace, but he ran into a caravan going there. So he followed the caravan to Dazhou. He originally thought that the young Master's mansion was something he could enter if he wanted to. But later he found out that he was wrong. The young Master's mansion, which seemed to have little defense, was like a copper wall and iron wall. Even if he got in by chance, he could not find any information. He thought of selling himself as a slave. But of course, he did not expect it to be so smooth. It was also a coincidence that Yuan was in urgent need of servants after her wedding. So she chose him. The young man with him was named Jiang Shuwu. He didn't want to reveal his real name, so he made up a name called Jiang Hai. After entering the young master's mansion, Jiang Hai found that his sister and brother-in-law had nothing to do with this place. So his only goal was the National Master's Palace. Yuan was not surprised that Jiang Hai had a purpose. After all, with such high martial arts, it was impossible for him to be sold to a boy. But Yuan was a little surprised about his identity. Even though he endured humiliation and bore heavy burdens, Yuan thought he was a young man from a wealthy family who had been exterminated with a blood feud, and was busy just to kill his enemy one day. Yuan touched her chin. I really thought too much. Of course, even if Yuan misunderstood that Jiang Hai was a person with a blood feud, she never felt any extreme emotions and malice from Jiang Hai. This may be one of the reasons why Yuan was willing to keep him by her side. Yuan said with emotion, I was wondering why you are so good at martial arts. You are the young master of Feiyu Villa. I really wronged you in the past. With a monthly salary of 8 taels. He works as a guard, driver and handyman. The young master of the villa is really being exploited miserably. Jiang. Yuan cleared her throat. It was time to call Ji Xingchuan now. It would be hard to change her words after calling him for too long. Ji Xingchuan said, I told you that you can call me Jiang Hai. No. Yuan smiled. If you don't mind, I'll call you Ji Xingchuan. Okay. Ji Xingchuan nodded. Yuan's eyes moved. Oh. I suddenly don't know what to say. The atmosphere is a bit awkward. How to break it? Ahem. Master Ji coughed and broke the strange silence. Madame just said that Prince Yan also came to Nanzhao. If Madame was kidnapped, he should have caught up with her. When it comes to this, Yuan sat up straight. Yes. I am also puzzled. I delayed a lot of time along the way. Logically, Yin Qiucha should have caught up with me long ago. Master Ji said, in fact, this is not the road to the Ghost Clan. Yuan was stunned. What? Aren't those guys going to take me back to the Ghost Clan? Feng, give me the map. Master Ji said to Wan Feng. Wan Feng said, oh. Walked to the wall obediently, and took down the map hanging on the wall. Here, Grandpa. Master Ji liked this child, who was smart, not shy, and incredibly well-behaved, even though she didn't like the national teacher so much. Yuan had to admit that he protected Wan Feng very well. Otherwise she wouldn't have such a pure and beautiful character. Master Ji spread out the map and pointed with his fingertips. This is Nanzhao. This is Feiyu Villa. And this is the Ghost Tribe. Yuan understood that the Ghost Tribe was southwest of Nanzhao, and Feiyu Villa was due west, which meant that they had taken the wrong road very early on. They should have gone southwest, but went all the way west. Master Ji said, of course, the villa can also go to the Ghost Tribe, but it is just a detour. Yuan asked seriously, why did he take a detour? What is his purpose? In an instant, countless speculations flashed through Yuan's mind. The black-robed man was desperate to hurry on his way. He would never delay deliberately. He was not in a hurry to return to the Ghost Tribe. Could it be because the Ghost King was not in the tribe? He was in a place that no one expected. In this way, even if Yin Jiuqiao went to the ghost tribe, he would definitely come up empty-handed. How cunning! I think he... Master Ji paused and said in a difficult way. Maybe he just doesn't know the way. Yuan's mouth twitched. Master Ji said embarrassedly, the ghost tribe's sense of direction is not very good. It is common to get lost. Yuan's heart trembled. You mean? Yin Jiuqiao didn't come because Grandma and the others took the wrong way? Yuan's guess was right. The great ghost priest, the white messenger, and the first villain away got lost in the desert magnificently. Chapter 506 Little Black Egg is here. The Ghost Tribe Master. In the endless desert, there are several gray carriages parked, and several gray people standing outside the carriages. They are the great ghost tribe priest, the white messenger, and the first villain away. The sun is blazing, and the carriage is as hot as a steamer. Yin Jiuqiao can't stand the stuffiness in the carriage, and Ying Lu helps him get off the carriage. Ying Shursen kindly opened an umbrella, then looked at Grandma and her group and said, isn't it said that the ghost tribe is beautiful and has outstanding people? How did we end up in the desert? Ying Shursen, who is not an outstanding person, doesn't know. After all he can see is a road of dead bones, which is far from the ghost tribe described by Grandma and others. Ying Lu pouted and muttered, I say, you didn't take the wrong road? Yugo said seriously, you didn't take the wrong road? Grandma is the wisest person in the ghost tribe. She is very good at finding the way. In recent years, the tribe has sent many experts to find the lady, but only we found her. It was Grandma who led the way. Ying Lu said. How long did you find her? Not long. Yugo said proudly. 3 years. Ying Lu. Ying Shursen. Yin Jiuqiao. Ying Lu's mouth twitched and said, when was the first time your tribe sent out a white messenger? Yugo thought seriously. When I was a child. You were already 20. The few people were speechless. They heard that the number of ghosts is decreasing. Is this the truth? Are those masters who came to capture Jiang family lost outside and can't go back? Your ghost tribe is really endangered by strength. The master and his servants couldn't bear to look at it. Even Yin Jiuqiao covered his eyes with his hands. Ying Shursen took a deep breath and asked Awei, can your goo worm still be used? Awei shook his head, no. It has rained heavily for several times, and the breath has been washed away. I can't track it. Thinking about it, it seems to be true. Since the heavy rain, the places they passed by have become more and more strange. It turned out that they ran off the track at that time. Ying Shursen asked again, which direction of Nanzhao is your ghost tribe? To avoid confusion, Ying Shursen drew a circle on the ground as a reference. This direction. Yugo pointed with his hand. No. It should be this way. Qing Yin pointed in different directions. I think you are all wrong. It's this way. Awei pointed to the third direction. Grandma moved her fingers. Ying Shursen said expressionlessly, are you trying to point to the last direction? Grandma nodded honestly. Ying Shursen finally couldn't help but get angry. That direction is Dezhou. 4 people. The 4 people were silent. With such a poor sense of direction, it's no wonder that it took him 3 years to find Lianhua village. I'm afraid he had a lot of luck in these 3 years. Otherwise he might still be lost in some corner. Ying Shursen didn't understand. He didn't know the way. So how could he act so calm and confident? Don't you have a map? Ying Shursen asked. We did have one originally, said the old man. What happened later? Ying Shursen asked in a deep voice. I forgot where I put it, said the old man in a low voice. Ying Shursen. Ying Shursen was so angry that he lost his temper. Old Chui was so hot that he stuck his head out and leaned on the car window and stuck out his tongue. How can we get there? If we don't get going, we'll die of heat. Ying Shursen had a headache, held his forehead, turned to look at Yin Jiuqiao and said, young master, it's getting late. Let's settle down for one night and think of a solution tomorrow morning. Yin Jiuqiao nodded. Ying Shursen said to Ying Lu again, go get some ice cubes for the young master. These ice cubes are of course not real ice cubes, but jade soaked in the juice of mint leaves. They feel cool to the touch, smell refreshing, and have excellent heat relief effects. Ying Lu got in the car to get them. After a while, his puzzled voice came from the carriage. Huh? Why is there so much less? I clearly remember that there was half a bucket. Awei took a sip of tea without changing his expression. After setting up the tent, several people began to prepare food. Ying Shursen and Ying Lu found a clean water source nearby and carried back 2 buckets of water. one for cooking and one for drinking. The dinner was quite rich, with white rice, bacon, marinated mutton, roasted rabbit meat, and some boiled wild vegetables picked on the road. There was no table, so several people could only eat in the open air or in their own tents. When Away came to add more food for the third time, Qing Yan, who was squatting by the campfire and eating rabbit meat, gave him a strange look. Away, I found that you have a much larger appetite recently. Yugo agreed, and you didn't like meat before. Away is not a vegetarian, but he is not very interested in meat. He likes fish. Yugo opened his fingers and counted. You ate 3 rabbit legs today. Not to mention that he has changed his habits. What kind of stomach is this? How can it hold so much? Away said confidently, I didn't eat yours. After that, he tore off the 4th rabbit leg, served a large bowl of white rice, scooped a few spoonfuls of marinated mutton, grabbed a large piece of bacon, and returned to his tent panting. Yugo pulled Qing Yan and whispered, Is he poisoned? He eats so much. Qing Yan took a bite of rabbit meat and said, He is a goop breeder. How can he be poisoned? However, this kid has indeed eaten a little too much recently. Away swaggered back to the tent with a bowl of rice. Before entering, he suddenly stopped, looked around, and made sure that no one was watching him before he opened the curtain and flashed into the tent. On the small stool in the tent, there were 3 little black eggs crying for food. Little Black Egg sat on a mat stuffed with ice cubes under his buttocks. His mouth was full of oil. His legs were shaking, and he opened his black eyes wide, staring at the food brought by the chef without blinking. Little treasure, slurp. Second treasure, slurp. Big treasure, slurp slurp. Away divided the food into 3 small bowls, and the 3 of them picked up their bowls and ate them in big mouthfuls. The 3 of them love meat, and they don't want too much bacon, marinated meat, or barbecue. But they are good babies who are not picky about food, and they will eat rice and wild vegetables. The 3 of them ate very happily, and the 3rd round of food brought by Away was soon finished. The 3 of them licked the last grain of rice at the corner of their mouths and continued to look at their master cutely. Away sighed helplessly and lowered his head. I know. I'll get it for you now. Away took the big bowl again to get the 4th round of food. Qing Yan and Yuego looked at Away, who came back to get food after a while, and couldn't help but be stunned. Qing Yan said, Are you a glutton? Away hasn't eaten yet. Since Away hid a few small black eggs, he seemed to have eaten more. But in fact, it was not enough to fill the stomachs of the useless apprentices. He also took his share to share, and he lost weight. Away glanced at Qing Yan and said expressionlessly, We young people get hungry quickly. Years. Young people. Qing Yan looked at the 19-year-old Away, then looked at himself at the age of 27, and suddenly felt that his heart was hurt by 10,000 points. Away filled another big bowl of rice and a big plate of vegetables and took them back to his tent. This time, the 3 little black eggs were finally full. They touched their round bellies, burped 3 times, rolled around on the carpet, and fell asleep. Night fell. The temperature in the desert also dropped suddenly. Everyone returned to the tent. The silent desert was left with only the crackling sound of the remaining campfire. Behind a large rock in the distance, 2 tall and strong men withdrew their prying eyes, lowered their bodies, and leaned against the rock. A big man whispered, I counted them. There are 9 people in total. 2 old men, 1 sickly, and the others are skilled. One of them is a half-dead soldier. When his companion heard about the half-dead soldier, he burst into laughter. I thought it was a powerful caravan, but they actually used half-dead soldiers. It seems that they are just SOSO. Anyone with a little ability will hire real dead soldiers, and only those who can't hire dead soldiers will use half-dead soldiers. Originally, they looked like they had some strength, so now there was no hesitation. The companion continued, Look at their food, clothing and daily necessities. They are all top-notch. We haven't encountered such a fat sheep for a long time. Hurry back to inform the brothers and kill them all. The 2 did what they said and immediately went back to the village to call the brothers. They are the largest gang in the desert, the most feared horse thieves. They are invincible. They are the legend of the desert. However, this legend became a joke in an instant when it met Ingshur San and Away's group. More than 30 brothers were beaten to a pulp. The half-dead warrior they despised the most turned out to be the most ruthless one among them. Several brothers were beheaded by him without even opening their eyes. Quick! 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 The big man who was following them earlier was so scared that he stuttered. The companion immediately crushed the bamboo, and a ball of blue fire rushed into the sky, illuminating most of the night sky. Who is it? How dare you touch my men? You are tired of living. A powerful and trembling roar rolled from the sky, carrying a vast pressure, which made Qing Yan spit out blood on the spot. What a terrible skill! Who is this person? In the dark night, the man was so fast that only a shadow remained. In a few shuttles, he rescued the bandits from Ingshirsan and others. Then, without waiting for them to react, he slammed a palm wind towards the most gorgeous tent. That was Yin Jiuchao's tent. Yin Jiuchao had no martial arts skills, and he would die on the spot if he was hit by his palm. Ingshirsan and Wei flashed in front of the tent in an instant and tried their best to take his palm wind. However, even with the combined strength of the two, he was not hurt at all. Instead, he was forced to retreat several steps and almost fell to the ground. Humph. You can take my palm. It seems you are not a fool. Well, take my palm again, the grey-robed man said, and gathered a palm wind, and hit Ingshirsan and Wei again. This time, he added 20% of his strength. This was impossible to take. Ingshirsan shouted, "Take the young master away." Qing Yan flew into the tent, and was about to take Yin Jiuchao away. In a flash, the grey-robed man attacked Qing Yan. "Adieu!" An old voice suddenly sounded from outside another tent. The grey-robed man was stunned at first, and then he waved his sleeves and retracted his attack on Qing Yan. Qing Yan took a breath of cold air in shock, and looked at the old man who suddenly appeared and said, "Grandma, why did you come out?" The old man ignored Qing Yan's worries, and walked towards the grey-robed man in a daze. Qing Yan's face changed. "Grandma, be careful." The grey-robed man raised his arm, and a trace of strong surprise appeared on his cold and resolute face. The next second, he knelt on one knee on the ground. "Priest!" Qing Yan was stunned. Eng Lu and Yuego were also stunned. Yingshisen still looked at him vigilantly, ready to take the young master away at any time if he went crazy. The old man helped him up. "Adu. Is it really you?" The grey-robed man called Adu burst into tears. "Priest! It's me!" No one has called him Adu for many years, and he thought he would never hear it again in this life. "You are old," the old man said with a sob. "You are old too," the grey-robe said with more sobs. "Old man, what should I do if I suddenly don't want to recognize him?" "Hey, what's going on?" Eng Lu asked Yugo in a low voice. Yugo said, "I don't know either. I don't know him. Do you know him?" Eng Lu walked to Qing Yan's side secretly. Qing Yan shook his head. "I don't know him either. Look at his age. He is about the same age as the general, when he came out to travel the world. I might not have been born yet." Eng Lu glanced at him coldly. "It's shameful to pretend to be young." Qing Yan, ahem. Eng Lu and his companions were not the only ones who were surprised. The bandits were also more confused than each other. "What's going on?" "Yeah. Does the boss know them?" The bandits looked at each other. No one knew what had happened. Why their boss would kneel down to an old man and cry while talking. Is this still the boss Xiong back in their minds? The grey-robed man couldn't stop crying, and it took him a long time to stop crying. He held the old man's hand and said, "It's great to meet the priest here. It's cold here. Not suitable for the priest to stay. If the priest doesn't mind, go to my village to rest for a few nights. It's great to have a place to stay." The old man is not like those guys. He won't get sick no matter how hard he tries. His waist and legs are almost broken by the carriage. He really needs to find a comfortable big bed to lie down for a few nights. Of course, he can't just agree. He has to ask the little ancestor if he is willing. The old man asked Ingshirsan to wake up Yin Jiuchao and roughly told him about the horse thief and Adu. Ingshirsan said, "The leader of the horse thieves seems to be an old friend of Grandma. Grandma trusts him very much. He invited us to stay in his village." "Oh," Yin Jiuchao yawned. "Then let's go." The group happily packed up their things and got on the carriage. The horse thieves were not in a very good mood. They finally managed to rob someone they knew. This was really lucky. The group followed the grey-robed man back to the camp. It was not very luxurious, but at least it was much better than camping outdoors. After settling Yin Jiuchao, Lao Tsuedo and Eng Lu guarded them, and Ingshirsan and Grandma went to the grey-robed man's house. "Why is the priest here?" The gray-robed man asked strangely. The old man sighed. It's a long story. How did you end up here? You just said that group of people were your subordinates. Are you a horse thief? Weren't you sent to find the whereabouts of the lady? Adu felt bitter. He looked for it. But he didn't find it. He got lost in the desert. He couldn't go to the show, and couldn't go back to the ghost tribe. He had no choice but to become a horse thief. And he did this for many years. Ing Shursen pushed open the window. And a cool breeze blew. The gray-robed man stood up, walked to the door, and looked at the lonely moon in the night sky. Priest, you don't know? I have been trying to go back all these years. But the desert is too big. I can't find the way home. I have been to many places, and barely found a place to stay here. This is already the edge of the desert, close to a gobi. And there is a small oasis 3 miles away. Their water source and prey come from there. I have lived here for 10 years. And I really want to go back in my dreams. I still remember the fruit trees in my hometown. The gray-robed man recalled. And a layer of deep longing surged in his heart. Ing Shursen said, Is it the red leaves and yellow fruits that can't be eaten outside? Only you ghosts have it? That's right. The gray-robed man nodded. He felt something was a little strange. But he didn't realize what was wrong. Ing Shursen continued, The fruit trees are not in groups. There are only 3 or 5 trees in one place. There are large areas of mandrakes in the east, and a stone statue in the west that has been eroded by wind and can't be seen clearly. The gray-robed man turned his head in surprise and looked at Ing Shursen and said, You are right, little brother. How do you know the landforms of the ghost tribe so well? Ing Shursen pointed to a mountain opposite the Gobi Desert outside the window. Isn't that it? The gray-robed man walked over and looked in the direction of his finger, and was stunned instantly. Damn it! He said why the scenery of the back mountain always looked so familiar. Chapter 507, Endangered by Strength. Brother 9 takes action. The ghost tribe has a forbidden area. Except for designated personnel. Other tribesmen are not allowed to approach. Unfortunately, there are always a few children who are curious and rebellious. Adu is one of them. Adu followed the children, who caused trouble to the 4 sides, to explore the forbidden area when he was very young. Unfortunately, the forbidden area was heavily guarded. They explored many times, but still could not get in. Until one time, Adu found a canal near the forbidden area, from which he could swim in. But the canal was narrow, and the older children could not pass. He was small, and swam in with a few younger ones. There was nothing in the forbidden area. At least they didn't find anything. But they saw a few beautiful fruit trees, with red leaves and yellow fruits. They were full of water. But unfortunately, the taste was a bit astringent. On both sides of the fruit trees were large pieces of mandrake, and a stone statue that was so old that it was unrecognizable. The stone statue looked into the distance. In the distance is a Gobi desert, with walls thousands of feet high, and clouds and mists lingering underfoot, so deep that you can't see the bottom. Adu often thought that when he grew up and learned Qigong, he would fly to the Gobi desert opposite to take a look. So, the place where he lives now is the Gobi desert he longed for when he was a child. He said that when he came here for the first time, he felt very familiar, as if he had longed for it for a long time, was very fond of it, and was very satisfied. He had moved so many places in the past, but once he came here, he didn't want to leave again. He was satisfied with everything here, the terrain, and the scenery of the back mountain. He felt like he was returning home when he lived here. Damn! Isn't that his home? The man in the gray robe was sick. Inglu came over and patted him on the shoulder. Okay. Don't be sad. No one is perfect. Isn't it just that you lived in front of your own house for 10 years without finding it? Inglu couldn't make up any more stories. How the hell did you get lost in front of your own house for 10 years? The great ghost tribe never gets defeated by setbacks. They won't immerse themselves in pain. The gray-robed man cried for a while, and then returned to normal emotions, as if nothing had happened. The speed of his face change once again opened the eyes of Inglu and Yingshisen. The gray-robed man invited several people to sit down at the 8 immortals table, and asked them about the tribe. The old man in a way, and his group left the tribe 3 years ago, and the information was actually very lagging. But compared with the gray-robed man who left the ghost tribe more than 10 years ago, the information they told orally seemed much more novel. Chong Man has married. He ran away with me to the Forbidden Land. Aki and Yang remarried. I wanted her to wait for me. Xiao Yido has come out. He was still squatting in the dungeon when I left. The gray-robed man listened to the old man talking about the tribe, and felt a long-lost intimacy. This was a sweetness that he could not earn by robbing many merchants. He looked at the young people on the side. By the way, priest, who are they? The old man introduced Away, Qingyan, Yuego, Englu and Yingshisen. When it was said that Away and the other two were white messengers, the gray-robed man shook his head in disdain. Can any mediocre kung fu be a white messenger now? Three-legged cat? Away, and the other two's faces turned black. Alas, there are really no people in the ghost tribe. The gray-robed man sighed. Englu and Yingshisan's mouth twitched. It's not that there are no people. The masters have gone out, and can't find the way back to the tribe. The gray-robed man asked about their mission again. By the way, have you found the lady? Why did you bring a few foreigners back? The old man said, their son was poisoned and needs to go to the ghost tribe to find medicine. I was taken care of by them when I was in the great show. I hope I can help them this time. The gray-robed man said. Oh! Although the ghost tribe didn't interact with foreign tribes much, they still understood the principle of repaying kindness. What's more, they were friends of the priest. So there was nothing to say. Where is the lady? The gray-robed man said again. The old man said calmly, she was taken away by several black messengers who set out before us. I wonder if she has arrived at the tribe now. Oh! The gray-robed man frowned. Why are there black messengers? Are black messengers used to arrest and kill the rebellious white messengers? Could it be that the king thinks we have rebelled? No one said a word. The blame lies with the national teacher. He told the ghost king about their actions. And the ghost king knew that they had rebelled and sent out black messengers to arrest and kill them. Of course, there is no need to let Adu know this. Adu is a good person. And Adu is also a white messenger. His martial arts are enough to compete with Shura. If they really fight, they are no match for him. Fortunately, Adu did not ask any more questions, but said, we have to go back to the tribe. And we have to pass through the forbidden area. It is not easy to enter the forbidden area. You need a master like me to protect you. You should rest well tonight, and I will take you back tomorrow morning. Before dawn, the group woke up one after another. After a simple breakfast, the group set out for the edge of the Gobi Desert. Away carried the burden. Whether it was an illusion or something else, Qingyan and Yuego felt that Away's burden was heavier than before. The Gobi Desert and the opposite mountain are a full 10 feet away. No one knows what is below, and it is unknown whether they can go down. So several people gave up the idea of climbing down the Gobi Desert, walking over, and then climbing up the Ghost Tribe mountain. But if they don't do this, how can they get over there? Adu stood on the edge of the cliff, patted his chest and said, don't worry. We can fly over. This is impossible? Englu swallowed his saliva. The peaks of the Ghost Tribe are steep, and the landing point is slightly higher than the Gobi Desert. This is a taboo for performing Qigong. Moreover, the morning fog is thick. Englu seriously suspects that the actual distance is farther than they look. Adu said firmly, leave it to me. I dare not say anything else. But no one can catch up with me in Qigong. Your qualifications are not bad. I will teach you the inner strength method. And you can also fly over. This is not good. Right? Englu rubbed his hands, his eyes sparkling. Listen carefully. Adu said the inner strength method generously. This is my unique method, and I haven't taught it to others yet. Today, you guys are lucky. Have you all remembered it? Several people nodded. This mental method is indeed good and not difficult to remember. However, can they really fly over there? The mountain is really high and really far away. Among the people, Away and Yingshisen have the best Qigong. Englu winked at Yingshisen. Can you get over there? Yingshisen frowned. I don't know. I haven't tried it. Qingyan also asked Away, hey, can it work? Away glanced at the burden beside him inconspicuously. He might be able to do it alone. But it seems not optimistic to take 3 heavy useless apprentices with him. Adu saw that several people were so cowardly, and he was angry and helpless. Young people nowadays are really worse than the previous generation. When we were learning Qigong, we were thrown directly off the cliff. Is it such a deep cliff? Englu asked. Oh, that's not it, Adu said. Englu. Adu waved his hand. Forget it. If you are really scared, I will use the rope to take you over. Now everyone step back. I am going to use Qigong. Several people retreated 10 steps away. Yingshisan and Englu protected Yin Jiucha behind them. A strong gust of wind blew over from Adu's body. Adu's robe fluttered, and a powerful aura surged, approaching Shura. The clouds and mist seemed to be distorted by his aura, and the sky turned gray. He stomped his foot and shouted, "Hey!" The powerful aura crushed several people and almost choked them. Adu pointed his toes and flew up into the air. His originally sturdy and strong body became extremely light at this moment. He rushed out like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards the opposite mountain. Several people took down their hands that were blocking their eyes, and stared at Adu, who was flying out regardless of the surging wind and sand. They had never seen such a powerful light skill, and he really reached the opposite mountain. However, he calculated the angle incorrectly. He flew too low and did not fly over the mountain. Instead, he crashed into the mountain with a bang. The mountain was even crippled by him. Ordinary masters could not crash into him like this. He was dizzy for 2 full seconds. Then, he fell down with a broken peak. "Ah, I'm fine." Bang! Ah! Bang! Ah! Bang! 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 Master Adu. Dead. Everyone. The corners of Ingshirsan's mouth twitched. What else could he say about a tribe that was endangered by its strength? "Young master." Ingshirsan looked at Yin Jiuqiao. "What should we do now?" Yin Jiuqiao weighed the Qinji box in his hand, activated the mechanism, and a silver hook with silver wire flew over and entangled the stone statue on the mountain. Everyone again. "Adu, why didn't you say it earlier?" "Jiuge, you didn't ask me either." Adu vomited 3 liters of blood. Chapter 508, The Goddess of the Ghost Realm. At Feiyu Villa, Yuan was also ready to pack her bags and set off. Yuan thought about it, and one of the reasons why Yin Qiuqiao had not caught up with her was that his grandmother and the others had taken the wrong path. But it was also possible that he had found the right path and successfully entered the Ghost Clan. She had been married to Yin Jiuqiao for so long, and she knew what kind of person Yin Jiuqiao was. He was sure that she was captured by the Black Messenger and taken to the Ghost Clan. So he would definitely find the Ghost Clan. If she wanted to meet him, the best way was to go to the Ghost Clan as well. Besides, in addition to meeting Yin Jiuqiao, she had a more important reason. Is what Master Ji said true? She looked at the man sitting in front of her. Master Ji thought, I just heard it from others. Feiyu Villa receives guests from all over the world, and they often bring rumors and news from all over the world. As for whether it is true or not, Ji has never verified it. Yuan murmured, thousands of years of incorruption. Immortality? It doesn't sound true. Master Ji said, the rumors are mostly exaggerated. But the lineage of the saint does have the power to bring the dead back to life. My friend accidentally entered the ghost realm and was poisoned by a snake. He was sure to die, but he was saved by a woman in white. He dared to guess that the woman was the saint, or at least the descendant of the saint. Where is Master Ji's friend now? Yuan asked. Master Ji said with regret, he passed away a few years ago. He mentioned it unintentionally when I visited him before he died. If not, I really didn't know there were such bizarre things in the world. He said he had died, and it was the goddess who saved him. How could a person come back to life after dying? Yuan felt that Master Ji's friend was probably exaggerating. But it didn't matter. What mattered was the goddess with superb medical skills. Yuan paused and asked thoughtfully, is the goddess the descendant of the saint? Master Ji frowned, he said so. But in my opinion, those are most likely illusions that appeared after he was poisoned by a poisonous snake. Perhaps he has never met any woman. Yuan looked up at him. Then how do you explain that he has cured the snake venom? Master Ji thought for a while, and said, he has deep internal strength, and it is unknown whether he can bear it by himself. Yuan nodded and said, if there is any possibility, I will try it. Master Ji asked puzzledly, excuse me, is the descendant of the saint so important to you? Madam? Yuan smiled faintly, to be honest. My husband was poisoned by time, and needs the blood of the saint as a medicine. Time? Master Ji had naturally heard of this poison. Not only was it extremely toxic, but it was also completely uncurable. The meaning of uncurable is that the medicine it needs can no longer be found in the world. Yuan said, we have obtained the snow toad and the red Ganoderma lucidum. Now, we only need the saint's blood and the wizard's tears. Only? I'm afraid we can't find them at all. The saint and the wizard have long been extinct, even if what his friend said was true. It is not certain that the woman in white is the descendant of the saint. Maybe she is just a ghost woman who is proficient in medicine. The relationship between the ghost clan and the ghost domain is like that between Nanzhao and southern Xinjiang. The ghost clan is located in the ghost domain. But no one has ever measured how big the ghost domain is. The goddess may be in the territory of the ghost clan. Or she may be somewhere else in the ghost domain. In any case, she must first reach the ghost clan. Master Ji bowed and said, Madam, you have been kind to Yuan Feng and have taken good care of my son. If you insist on going to the ghost clan, I am willing to select a few experienced disciples to escort you all the way. Then I will obey your order. Yuan was not polite. She and Shura didn't know the way. Even if she was not pregnant, she couldn't get to the ghost clan. She accepted the favor of Feiyu Villa today, and she would find a way to repay it in the future. Not long after Master Ji left, a figure came to the door. Yuan thought it was the selected accompanying disciple. But when she turned around, she found that it was Jiang Hai. No, it was Ji Xingchuan. Ji Xingchuan walked in, glanced at the bag on the table, and said to Yuan, I'll send you to the ghost tribe. Yuan refused. No. The disciples of Feiyu Villa are enough. They can't protect you. Ji Xingchuan said bluntly. Yuan said, I will act carefully. Besides, I don't need their protection. I have Shura. Ji Xingchuan said, the ghost tribe has a way to deal with Shura. Let's talk about it when we get there. Some things need to be thought over again and again. And some things need to be desperate. She decided to go to the ghost tribe. And she would take any risks. Ji Xingchuan's face became not so good. Yuan sighed, It's not that I don't want you to follow me. It's just that there's really no need. Ji Xingchuan said seriously, My indenture is still with you. Yuan opened her mouth and said, That's Jiang Hai. Not Ji Xingchuan. It's the same. Ji Xingchuan said. Hey. You. Yuan held her forehead. You are the young master of Feiyu Villa. You need to stay and take charge of the overall situation. If you follow me, what will happen to the villa? Ji Xingchuan said seriously, My father is still in good shape and can last for many more years. Yuan Feng is also old and can help with the general affairs. Yuan couldn't argue with him. That's it, Ji Xingchuan said, without giving her a chance to refuse. He turned and went out. Yuan shook her head and continued to pack her luggage. Outside the door, hurried footsteps came. Think it through? Yuan didn't look up. What did you figure out? It was Yuan Feng's voice. Yuan looked at him in astonishment. Why are you here? Yuan Feng pouted and said, Can't I come? I just saw my uncle. Is he the only one who can come? Yuan was happy. The little kid was jealous of the adults. Yuan Feng also came to ask to go with Yuan. However, unlike Ji Xingchuan's direct announcement, he came to ask for Yuan's consent. He was so young and didn't have Ji Xingchuan's wings. He couldn't say what he said. Ji Zhuangju told him that if Yuan agreed, he would agree to let him go. Ji Zhuangju, this old sly guy, didn't want to offend his little grandson, so he kicked the ball to her. Well, considering that I have received a favor from Master Ji Zhuang, I will help him settle this little sweetheart. Don't go, Yuan said. Yuan Feng frowned and said, My uncle can go. Why can't I? I don't know martial arts, but I know witchcraft. I can help. Yuan said patiently, I don't disagree with you going because I look down on your ability. Your master is so powerful, and you have inherited his legacy. So of course you are also very powerful. I let you stay here because I have other tasks for you, which are very important tasks. I don't feel at ease letting others go. After hearing this, Yuan Feng became interested, sat up straight and said, What task? Sister Yuan? Yuan said, You wait for Yan Jiuchao here. Yuan Feng said, Didn't he say that he went to the ghost clan? This child has heard a lot of news. Yuan cleared her throat and said seriously, He may have gone to the ghost tribe, but he may also be on his way to Feiyu Villa. You wait for him to arrive at the villa. Then tell him my whereabouts. And come with him to the ghost tribe to find me. What do you think? Well, Yuan Feng still hopes to go with Yuan. Yuan continued, I know what you want to say. Let others bring him a message. But he doesn't know others. How can he believe it? Yuan Feng said, Then let your uncle stay and wait for him. I will accompany you to the ghost tribe. Yuan slapped her thigh and said, I have no objection to this. You go and talk to your uncle. If he agrees, I will let you go. Who doesn't know how to pass the buck? Yuan Feng happily went to find Ji Xingchuan. The result was naturally a terrible lesson. He couldn't see anyone for 10 days, or half a month. Going to the ghost tribe? Dream on. Wanfeng's jade pendant fell in Yuan's room. Yuan picked it up and planned to deliver it to Wanfeng personally. Just after leaving the yard, I met an unexpected person. There are guests every day, but there are especially many today. If Yuan remembers correctly, this girl in red seems to be the fiancée chosen by Master Ji for Ji Xingchuan? What is her last name? Damn. Pregnancy makes people stupid for 3 years. She just got pregnant, and her brain is not very bright. Wei Ruyan. Miss Wei nodded gently to Yuan. Ah, Miss Ruyan. Yuan greeted politely. Madam Yin? It's so late. Are you going out? Miss Wei asked softly. Yuan showed the jade pendant in her hand. Wanfeng's jade pendant fell. I'll give it to him. Others don't know Yuan's identity. But Miss Wei, as Ji Xingchuan's fiancée, knows Yuan inside and out. She said, it's just right. I want to go there too. If Madam Yin doesn't mind, let's go together. Okay. Yuan nodded. The two of them walked slowly in the quiet night. Yuan was petite in front of Yin Jiuqiu. Compared with other women, she was tall. However, Miss Wei was not bad in height either. She walked side by side with Yuan, and they seemed to be evenly matched. The women of the Wei clan are beautiful. Apart from her mother and Shang Wenyin, Yuan rarely sees women whose appearance makes her eyes light up. Obviously, Wei Ruyan is one of them. Wei Ruyan is beautiful but not arrogant. She is like a quiet orchid that can bloom quietly, and quietly without being noticed. Did Miss Wei wait for me here specially? Yuan expressed her doubts in her heart. Yes. Wei Ruyan nodded. Did I offend Madam Yin? No. Yuan curled her lips. Wei Ruyan hesitated for a while, but still mustered up the courage to say, I heard about what Brother Ji did in your hands. Yuan suddenly realized, that the young master also wanted to find out the whereabouts of his sister, so he would take this bad plan. Please don't mind Miss Wei. That's not what I mind. Wei Ruyan shook her head. This means that she does care about something. She is a frank girl. Yuan smiled and said, what does Miss Wei care about? Brother Ji treats you. Wei Ruyan didn't say the rest. Her silence doesn't mean Yuan won't guess. If Yuan said that she didn't notice Ji Xingchuan's feelings for her, she was lying. But she had just noticed it not long ago. It was after entering the villa that she gradually felt that Ji Xingchuan looked at her differently. But this kind of feeling is not the love that Wei Ruyan understands. She thinks that she may remind Ji Xingchuan of her sister in some ways. Yuan said, I have a younger brother at home. I treat him the same way that Miss Ji treats Ji Xingchuan. This may be the reason why Ji Xingchuan has transferred all his feelings to her. But this is not a love between a man and a woman. Rather than saying that Ji Xingchuan is good to her, it is better to say that Ji Xingchuan is making up for his shortcomings in Miss Ji through her. Do you understand what I said? Miss Wei? Wei Ruyan nodded gently. I understand. But I still want to cancel my engagement with Brother Ji. Why? Yuan looked at her puzzledly. You don't believe me? Miss Wei shook her head. How could it be? I came to see Madam Yin. Naturally, because I believe that Madam will tell me the truth. In fact, I have asked him the same question, but he was unwilling to explain to me. This, Yuan didn't know how to respond. Ji Xingchuan was indeed a person who didn't like to explain. Miss Wei said, if Madam asked him, wouldn't he explain? Was he like this when he worked for Madam before? Yuan wanted to say yes, but found that it was not. It is true that Ji Xingchuan is taciturn, but as long as you ask him, he will tell you. He is not satisfied with this marriage. Miss Ji left her hometown to avoid the marriage with the Wei clan. Although he doesn't say it, he probably hates the Wei clan in his heart. Nanny told me that sincerity can move mountains and open rocks. As long as I can be a gentle and considerate wife in the future, I can let Brother Ji see my goodness in the long run. At this point, Miss Wei paused. But I don't want to wrong myself like this. Yuan suddenly thought of her old friend Han Jingshu, whom she hadn't thought of for a long time. Han Jingshu's situation was similar to Wei Ruyan's. Both of them were engaged to men who didn't love them. Han Jingshu chose to impress Yan Huijing with her sincerity. But Wei Ruyan didn't want to sacrifice the happiness of the rest of her life. Yuan couldn't say whose choice was more correct. This is your own life. You have the final say on how to choose. Even if the two clans can't marry. I think. Wei Ruyan shook her head. I only said that I would cancel the engagement with Brother Ji. But I didn't say that I would not marry Fei Villa. Huh? Yuan felt that her brain couldn't keep up again. Is her IQ so low after getting pregnant? Wei Rian pointed to the yard in front of her, smiled, lifted her skirt and walked in briskly. Wafeng. I'm here to see you. Wanfeng's panicked voice came from the room. Sister Wei. Don't come in. Don't come in. I was beaten badly by my uncle. I can't face anyone. Wei Rian is 1 year older than Wafeng. But the eldest lady and the young husband are not necessarily unhappy. Yuan gave the jade pendant to Wei Rian. Please help me return it to Wanfeng. This girl tricked her. She suspected her relationship with Ji Xingchuan. But she was actually testing her relationship with Wanfeng. Are all the little girls nowadays so smart? Ji Xingchuan. You ignored her, and she became your nephew's wife. The next day, the sky was clear and the weather was fine. Yuan took Shura, and Shura took his luggage and set off. Master Ji selected 12 disciples with strong martial arts skills and prepared 2 carriages that could travel 1,000 miles a day. One for Yuan to ride, and one for storing various weapons and supplies. The journey was long and the road was rugged, and no one knew if there would be any accidents. In short, it is better to be safe than sorry. Master Ji said. Flying Fish Villa once delivered supplies to the Ghost Tribe. Someone here has been to the Ghost Tribe. He will lead you. Yuan nodded. Thank you, Master Ji. Seeing the reluctance and worry in Master Ji's eyes, Yuan said, Master Ji, please rest assured. No matter what time, I will not take your son to take risks. His duty is only to lead the way for me. If there is really danger, I will not drag him down. Master Ji smiled and said, Madam, you are too serious. A man should not let a woman take risks alone when he goes out. Although I am worried about him because he is my son, I hope he can be a man who stands tall and upright. He chooses his own path and has to bear any risks by himself. He must not escape and become a turtle. Master Ji is a very open-minded elder. He has high hopes for his children, but he will not tie their wings to fly. He wants them to live safely, but he also respects any risky choices they make. Master Ji, take care. We'll see you later. Yuan bore a bow. Master Ji bowed back. Madam, take care too. Zura stood beside the carriage, his bloodshot eyes wide open, sticking out his tongue in boredom. After bidding farewell to Master Ji, Yuan walked towards the carriage. Zura changed his carefree look, stood up straight, grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Yuan got on the carriage. He also sat on it quickly. A disciple brought a horse for Ji Xingchuan. Ji Xingchuan took a last look in the direction of the villa and got on the horse. Let's go! Chapter 509 Entering the Ghost Tribe. Master Adu. The disciple who delivered supplies to the Ghost Tribe was called Qin Feiyang, a direct disciple of Feiyu Villa. By chance, he found the lost Juga Guardian in the desert and brought Juga Guardian back to the villa. Coincidentally, the owner's junior sister, Sayu and Sayan's uncle, accidentally became possessed during her retreat. Juga Guardian took the initiative to help her expel the evil spirit in her body. As a result, Juga Guardian also had a little friendship with the villa. Feiyu Villa needed a batch of medicinal materials, and several of them could not be found on the market. But the Ghost Tribe had them. After some negotiations, Master Ji decided to buy medicinal materials from the Ghost Tribe. But the Ghost Tribe did not want money, but supplies instead. Feiyu Villa doubled the supplies according to their needs, and asked the disciples to deliver them to the Ghost Tribe. It is not easy for the Ghost Tribe to go out and look for people, but there are poisonous insects to track the breath when they go back. As long as it does not rain, they can basically find the way home. Of course, the Ghost Tribe rains a lot. Feiyu Villa was lucky that time and successfully reached the Ghost Tribe. Qin Feiyang remembered the way. This time, he led Yuan and Ji Xingchuan and his party into the mountains according to the route in his memory, through the jungle, across the stream, and came to the original entrance of the Ghost Tribe. However, to his surprise, the entrance was gone. Everyone looked at the endless ocean in front of them and swallowed their saliva. A disciple asked, are we going to dive down? Is the Ghost Tribe underwater? Yuan lifted the car curtain and looked. What a big water! Ji Xingchuan looked at Qin Feiyang with a gloomy face. Qin Feiyang scratched his head and said in confusion, I remember going this way. I should be right. If he was not a reliable person, Master Ji would not have sent him here. From this point of view, Ji Xingchuan did not doubt his words. But why did the entrance become a vast ocean? Yuan thought for a while and said, I heard that the ghost tribe rains a lot. Maybe there were several heavy rains a while ago, which caused floods to flood the entrance. Ji Xingchuan nodded thoughtfully. I don't know how big the water is. We don't have a boat, and can't get through. Yuan agreed and said, and it's hard to guarantee that there won't be another flash flood. Let's change the route. But I haven't taken any other roads. Qin Feiyang said with embarrassment. He was worried that he would take the wrong road and cause the young master to get lost in the ghost tribe. In that case, the master would kill him. Yuan looked around and said slowly, we are now at the edge of the forest. The entrance to the ghost tribe is in the south. There are mountains in the east and forests in the west. But most of them are flooded. Let's go into the mountains and go around them. In that case, the carriage can't move, Ji Xingchuan said. It's okay for them. A group of grown men. But Yuan is pregnant, so it's too tiring for her to travel through mountains and rivers. Yuan smiled. It's okay. She is not so delicate. You can also wait for the flood to recede, Ji Xingchuan said. Yuan said, I can't wait. Yin Jiuchao's poison can't wait. Ji Xingchuan understood what she meant, and stopped trying to persuade her. He got off his horse, asked someone to carry the necessary luggage on the horse, and went over to help Yuan. Yuan smiled and pushed his hand away. I said I can walk. Yes, she can walk. She is less than 2 months pregnant, and her steps are light. Besides, she did a lot of farm work in the past, and it was not in vain. Ji Xingchuan observed for a while, and saw that Yuan was indeed not blushing or panting. So he followed her with confidence. Those who can be selected by Master Ji have a good sense of direction. And Yuan and Ji Xingchuan have even better sense of direction. The two of them estimated the route in their minds, and kept an eye on the direction of the entrance. It is worth mentioning that the endless ocean gradually narrowed as the terrain rose, and maybe they could walk across it in a while. Shura ran in the front with his hands and feet dancing, like a monkey returning to the mountains. Ji Xingchuan always kept a safe distance from Yuan, so that he could pull her behind him in the first place if something unexpected happened. After walking for a while, Ji Xingchuan frowned. Be careful. There is a miasma forest ahead. Shura! Yuan shouted. Shura, who had already run into the miasma forest, turned around and looked at Yuan strangely. Yuan forgot that Shura was not afraid of miasma. Miasma is poisonous to ordinary people, but it is nothing to masters of their realm. However, Shura seemed to understand that Yuan and her group could not easily enter the forest. He walked back obediently and silently guarded Yuan. Yuan took out a bottle of pills from the medicine box, 1 pill every hour. Ji Xingchuan also took one for her. Yuan smiled and said, I'm not afraid of miasma either. She has a small goo-goo in her body, and all the miasma poison that enters her body can be refined by the small goo-goo. Ji Xingchuan and his disciples took the pills and continued to move forward. The terrain seems to be getting lower, Ji Xingchuan said. Yuan nodded. The direction is right. Keep going. The group walked for a while, and originally thought that they would soon find a new entrance to the ghost clan. But they didn't find the entrance, but instead ran into several black messengers who were out of the clan to perform tasks. This is really a narrow road for enemies. As expected, several people mistook Yuan for their wife. The two sides inevitably fought. This was on the territory of the ghost clan. The black messengers were numerous and powerful, and there were many traps. It didn't take long for them to force Ji Xingchuan and his disciples away. Shura stood in front of Yuan, not letting anyone get close to Yuan. In a flash, a huge net fell from the sky without warning. Yuan raised her head and her pupils shrank. Shura net. Shura still had wounds from the net. It was not easy for him to heal after being injured, and he was still covered in blood. He didn't care because he was used to the pain. The manic energy in his body tortured him all the time. But Yuan couldn't take it for granted just because he could endure it. Yuan reached out and pushed Shura out. The big net covered Yuan. The big net covering Yuan was pulled up to the tree. Shura flew to grab it. But suddenly a Shura whip wrapped around his waist. His waist seemed to be burned and made a hissing sound. Shura seemed to be unaware of the pain at all. He turned his head viciously and stared at the black messenger who attacked him with bloodshot eyes. The black messenger felt a huge murderous aura. But he held the Shura whip. And the Shura whip was Shura's natural enemy. He tightened the whip suddenly and tried to pull Xiao Lu to his side. But Shura grabbed the whip with his bare hands. His skin and flesh were burned and hissed. He did not let go, and he pulled the whip over inch by inch. The black messenger opened his eyes in disbelief, seeing that he was approaching step by step. The black messenger was about to let go, but Shura grabbed his throat. You. Impossible. How could Shura, who was entangled by Shura whip, still have the strength to fight back? Shura slapped the man away with a slap. He pulled off the whip on his body and used Qigong to catch Yuan. But the big net was suddenly taken in the hand of another black messenger. Almost at the same time, he threw out another big net in his hand, which covered Shura's head and face. The black messenger stood on the branch and looked down at Shura. You are the most powerful Shura I have ever seen. But so what? This net is used to deal with Shura King. See if you can break free. Shura was furious in the net. The black messenger looked at Yuan with amusement and was about to use drugs on Yuan. Yuan said coldly, "Take your dirty hands away. You are not allowed to use drugs on me." The black messenger laughed and said, "That won't do. Madam is full of tricks. If I don't give her some drugs, what will happen if she runs away?" Yuan covered her stomach. The black messenger narrowed his eyes. Is Madam pregnant? Anyway, it's not the king's flesh and blood. If it's gone, it's gone. Asshole. Yuan frowned. You recognize the wrong person. I am not your madam. It's too late to quibble now. The black messenger pinched Yuan's throat and was about to pour the drug into her. At the critical moment, a dark shadow fell from the sky and hit the black messenger's head. With the black messenger's martial arts, it should not be that he didn't notice the danger. It can only be said that the other party fell too fast. So fast that he could not detect it. When he reacted, he had fallen to the ground with the drug. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His head tilted, and he lost consciousness. After he let go, the big net also fell down. The shadow that knocked the black messenger unconscious was incredibly heavy. After knocking the black messenger unconscious, it also smashed a hole in the ground. Yuan and the shadow both fell into the hole. Shura endured the severe pain and rushed over under the pressure of Shura net. But nothing was knocked down. Shura roared angrily. Ingshur-san, who had just landed on the rope, moved his ears. Young master, listen. Yin Jiuchu's eyes moved. It's Shura's voice. Chapter 510 Descendants of the Saint. Yuan never knew that there was a kind of person in the world who could smash through the ground. How high did he have to fall to create such a force? Yuan was caught in the Shura net and must have fallen into a big hole. But it seemed that it was not just a hole. She felt that she had slipped into a cave. The cave was winding and rugged, and it was bottomless. The light above her head had disappeared long ago, but she was still sliding down. Fortunately, there was a human mat under her buttocks, so the journey was quite comfortable. After sliding for an unknown period of time, Yuan felt that the human mat was slippery and finally slid out of the hole and fell on a dusty grass mat. Yuan coughed twice because of the grass and dust. She waved her sleeves, covered her mouth and nose, and moved down from the human mat. I don't know if it was her illusion, but I always felt that the human mat bounced back when she came down. She's not that heavy. How are you? Yuan asked him. The other party didn't answer. Yuan took out a bead from her purse. This is a glowing night pearl. The light of the pearl is not strong, but it can barely illuminate the place in front of her. This is an abandoned cellar? The walls are bare. Nothing. A few moldy straw mats are scattered on the ground, and a few animal bones can be vaguely seen in the corner. With the faint light of the pearl, Yuan vaguely saw. I couldn't see the other person's appearance. He slid down from such a high place face down, bald, stumbling, and swollen like a pig's head. Yuan hurriedly stretched out her fingertips to feel his neck and found that he had no pulse. Was he crushed to death by her? Yuan touched her slightly bulging belly. Now she said it was not her weight that pressed down, but the baby. Would anyone believe it? Click, click. There were strange footsteps coming from the other side of the wall. Yuan seriously suspected that they were a few pairs of clogs that didn't fit. Otherwise, how could they make such a sound? The clicking sound was getting closer, and a seemingly airtight wall was suddenly pushed open from the other side, and a dazzling firelight shone in. Yuan subconsciously raised her hand to block the light. Then she heard a childish cry, "Ouch! Look! It's a person! A woman!" From the tone, it seemed that someone knew what had fallen in here, but didn't expect it to be a living person. There's another person. This is the discovery of the human cushion. After Yuan adjusted to the light, she looked at the other side. They were a few children wearing animal skins. The leader was about 9 years old, and wore a pair of shoes that were several sizes too big, similar to clogs. The cry just now came from his mouth. Behind him, 2 6- or 7-year-old children followed, their faces dirty, eyes wide open, curiously looking at Yuan. Compared to the immobile human Matt, the interest in a living person was higher. The 9-year-old child was the first to come to his senses, staring at Yuan's infatuated companion, and scolded, "What are you daydreaming about? Go tell Grandma." After hearing this, several people dispersed. As they dispersed, the stone door closed, and the cellar became dark again. When the group of children returned to the cellar again, there was a beautiful woman in red clothes beside them. She looked only in her 20s or 30s, but Yuan clearly heard the child next to her calling her Grandma. This person is Grandma? Ordinary people might be surprised for a long time, but Yuan quickly accepted it. After all, her mother looked very young, but she was already a grandmother. Grandma. That's them. Fell from the trap. The 9-year-old child pointed at Yuan and said, then pointed at the man who had no pulse. That man seems to be dead. I haven't heard him speak. He was lying there just now. And he is still lying there now. The woman first glanced at Yuan, then walked over casually. When she got closer, Yuan smelled the peony fragrance on her body. What a fairy-like figure. The woman knelt down on one knee in front of the human cushion, turned her wrist, and a silver needle appeared on her fingertips, piercing into one of the opponent's acupuncture points. Yuan thought to herself, isn't this a fatal point? Can a fatal point be pierced? But since he's dead, it doesn't matter if I pierce him twice? After the piercing, the woman stood up calmly and threw a small medicine bottle to Yuan. Give it to him. Do you think they are in the same group? Yuan didn't explain, pulled out the stopper, and poured out the pills inside. I don't know what kind of medicinal material this pill is made of. It smells fragrant and melts in the mouth. After the man took the pill, he suddenly coughed. Yuan's hair stood on end. She felt his pulse and confirmed that he had no pulse. How could he really come back to life after taking a pill? Yuan felt his pulse again and felt his breath again. There is definitely hope. How could this happen? Is this guy not dead? Or does the woman in front of him have the ability to bring the dead back to life? Come with me, the woman said to Yuan. Yuan blinked. The woman told the children again, carry the man back to the yard. Yes, mother-in-law. Several people responded in unison. Ran out, found a mat, pushed the man onto the mat, and dragged him out together. Staying here is also waiting to die. So Yuan simply followed them. Walking through a damp passage, Yuan saw a long-lost light in front of her eyes. After leaving the passage, you can see a courtyard. Simple and unpretentious, but elegant and quiet. The woman pushed open the fence door and entered the yard. Several children tried their best to drag the strong man, who was saved by the woman, but still unconscious, into the yard. Grandma, Grandma, where should we put it? The 9-year-old child asked. The woman pointed to the lawn in the courtyard. Put it here. Oh! The child directed his friends to drag the straw mat to the lawn. They were a little tired and out of breath, but no one complained. Let's go play, said the woman. Several people ran away excitedly. The woman walked up the corridor and entered a wing room. Yuan paused and followed in. There was a small table on the floor of the room, and several mats were placed on the 4 sides of the small table. The woman sat down on one of the mats and brewed a pot of tea. Sit down. Yuan walked over and sat down. The woman poured a cup of tea for Yuan. Yuan picked up the cup. Even though the woman took her in, she still had to be on guard. Yuan still smelled the tea first, and took a sip when she didn't find anything unusual. It was a flower tea, and the fragrance lingered on the lips and teeth. The woman never spoke, just brewing and tasting tea quietly. Yuan was still hoping to go up, so she couldn't keep wasting time with her. So she asked, excuse me, young lady, where is this place? Why did we fall from above? The woman said, I don't know where this is. I just know it's a valley. There is a secret passage left by our predecessors in the mountains. There are traps above the secret passage. It was originally used to prevent outsiders from invading. Later, there were fewer invaders, so it was used for hunting. However, in recent years, there are not many prey. Yuan nodded. I see. By the way, I just heard them call the young lady Grandma, but I think the young lady is only in her early 20s. The woman said, I have been here for 30 years. I was about the same age as you when I came here. So doesn't that mean she is about the same age as Tan? That's too much of a beauty secret. The woman looked out the window and said, I picked up those children from outside. They have no father or mother. They live a poor and quiet life with me in the valley. If you don't mind, you can call me Grandma like them. Yuan changed her words immediately. Grandma is really kind-hearted. The woman didn't answer. Seeing that Yuan's cup was empty, she poured another cup of tea for Yuan. Thinking of something, Yuan asked, Grandma, is the hero really dead just now? What medicine did you give him? Why did he come back to life? The woman said lightly, He died, but he was brought back to life. I made some pills when I was free. If you want them, I'll give you a few. How come the pills that can bring back the dead sound like cabbages on the street when she said it? Yuan suddenly remembered something. Many years ago, Master Ji's friend was traveling around the world and accidentally entered the ghost tribe. He entered a miasma forest and was bitten by a poisonous snake. He had obviously died, but was saved by a goddess. This is also a ghost tribe, and the place where the accident just happened is also a miasma forest. Could it be that this woman in front of you is the ghost goddess who saved Master Ji's friend? Could she be the descendant of the saint? Chapter 511, Mighty Adieu. The couple meet. Yuan doesn't like to hide things. She has doubts in her heart. So she bravely said, Can I ask where Grandma is from? The woman didn't ask Yuan, Why are you asking this? But shook her head and said, I don't know where I am from. Since I can remember, I have been following my master to travel the world. After that, she passed away. I came here by chance and thought the scenery here is nice. So I stayed here. Yuan nodded as if she had an epiphany from what Grandma said. Grandma doesn't seem to be the first person to live here. The woman paused while pouring tea. Yes. There were people here before me, but they left later. And I was the only one left until I picked up those children. To be honest, a friend of mine once met a female doctor nearby. In fact, it was the friend of Master Ji. And Yuan said it was her own to highlight the point. He was bitten by a poisonous snake and died. It was the female doctor who saved him. I wonder, is it Grandma? The woman shook her head. I don't know if it's me. I've been collecting herbs in the mountains over the years. And occasionally I've encountered situations like what you're talking about. I'll save anyone I can. She's really an out-of-this-world expert. She doesn't even take the life-saving grace to heart. Yuan heard that she didn't like to talk about the past. So she didn't ask any more questions, but said directly, Does Grandma's panacea work for any dead person? No. It only works for people who fake their death. The woman said. Fake death? Yuan was slightly stunned. The woman said, Well, there is no pulse. But the soul is still there. Yuan touched her chin. The heart stopped beating on the medical student. The woman looked at Yuan. You care so much about this. Because there are people who want to treat it? Yuan did not deny, to be honest. My husband was poisoned and needs several very rare medicinal ingredients. 2 of them have been found. But the blood of the saint and the tears of the wizard are still a mystery. Blood of the saint? The woman's eyes moved slightly, and she looked at Yuan with a bit of strangeness. You said you are looking for the blood of the saint? The woman's eyes revealed an unconcealable surprise. The saint had long disappeared. Anyone who heard that she was looking for the blood of the saint would show the same expression. Yuan didn't take it to heart, nodded, and said, Yes. Originally I heard that someone replaced the goddess of the ghost realm, and I suspected whether the other party was the descendant of the rumored saint. The woman murmured, Blood of the saint, why didn't I think of it? What didn't Grandma think of? Yuan asked puzzledly. The saint shook her head. No wonder you asked about my origins. It turns out that you thought I was a descendant of the saint. Grandma, is that you? Yuan asked. The woman was silent. Just when Yuan thought she was going to say she didn't know again, the woman spoke. Do you know what the descendants of the saint look like? This time it was Yuan's turn to say she didn't know. We once found a notebook about the saint and the wizard, but unfortunately I didn't have time to read it. Grandma knows. Right? Yuan's intuition told her that the woman in front of her must have heard about the saint. Otherwise she would not have asked such a question. Just when Yuan felt that the woman was about to say something, the 9-year-old child king rushed in with an armful of fruits. Grandma. Grandma. Eat fruits. We just picked them. The woman nodded. Why are you picking fruits again? Didn't I tell you not to go so far? The child said, Grandma. Don't worry. We didn't cross the river. We won't fall into the water. The child pestered the woman and said a lot. Yuan gradually felt sleepy and couldn't help but yawning. Since she got pregnant, she slept more at night and had to sleep an extra hour or two during the day. Grandma. Look. She's asleep. The child suddenly pointed at Yuan, who was sleeping soundly on the small table. The woman didn't show any surprise on her face. She nodded to the child and said, "Clean up the house." Okay. The child went obediently. The woman carried Yuan into the resting room. Yuan lay on the soft bed. She knew that she was sleepy during pregnancy. But this time, she seemed to sleep more deeply than before. When she woke up again, it was already afternoon. The weather was a bit hot and humid. I don't know if it was because of this. Her head was a bit dizzy. She tried to raise her arm, but found that she was sore and weak. In a daze, she opened her eyes, and a red figure was reflected in her blurred vision. It was the mother-in-law with excellent medical skills. What is she doing? Yuan tried to see more clearly, but she couldn't open her eyes. The woman was sitting around the table, arranging a lot of bottles and jars, and the children she adopted stood beside her curiously. Curiosity was Yuan's guess. What exactly were their expressions? Yuan's vision was too blurry to see clearly, but the next words verified that Yuan's guess was not redundant. Mother-in-law, what do you want so many blood-activating herbs for? The question was asked by the 9-year-old child, who was the smartest and most knowledgeable. The woman said, because you need to bleed a lot. You can't let the blood flow halfway and stop. Drain her blood? Why? The 9-year-old child asked, more and more puzzled. Yuan was in a trance for a moment. Was the she in the child's mouth referring to her? What incurable disease did she have that required such a fierce method? Yuan's first reaction was not that this goddess was going to persecute her, until the woman came over with a jade bottle and answered the child as she walked. She is pure Yin blood. Using her blood as medicine can make the medicine more effective, and you can live longer and become more powerful in martial arts. As soon as these words came out, Yuan felt a greedy light burst out from the eyes of those innocent children. Yuan felt a chill in her heart. Pure Yin blood. This is her. There is no escape. It's true that you can't judge a person by his appearance. This woman seems to have a kind heart, but secretly, she has such a sinister idea. She brought her and the human cushion back, probably not to rescue them. From her tone, it doesn't seem like this is the first time she uses the blood of a living person as a medicine. She brought them back to make medicine and test the medicine with them. Right? So far. What happened to the friend of Master Ji? Did she let him go out of kindness? Or was the goddess that man meant not her at all? Go to the kitchen first and heat the water in the pot, the woman ordered. The children went obediently. Yuan didn't have time to think too much, because the woman came towards her with a dagger. In this room, the bed was behind the door, and she was closer to the door than to the woman. The bad thing was that she didn't know what the woman did to her. She was weak all over, let alone escaping, and she couldn't even lift her arms. She became a salted fish on the chopping board. Yuan touched her stomach. She didn't want to die. But what else could she do now? The woman seemed to have found that Yuan had woken up. But she didn't care. She had already drugged Yuan. And even if she drained her blood, she would not have the slightest power to resist. The woman pulled the dagger out of the scabbard. A cold light flashed across her eyebrows, and she walked over coldly, without a trace of hesitation in her eyes, as if she was not going to shed the blood of a living person, but the blood of some cat or dog. Yuan closed her eyes. It's over. It's over. I really have to give my life here. The woman raised the dagger. But suddenly, a sturdy figure ran over and pushed the door open. The woman was standing behind the door, and she didn't expect someone to break in so rudely. She was immediately slammed into the wall by the wide-open door. The person who came was none other than the master who served as a human cushion for Yuan. He was also drugged, but unfortunately, he had a strong internal force, and the effect of the drug soon wore off. He woke up early, and he didn't kick the door intentionally, but just pushed it gently. Who knew that he was too strong and almost demolished the door? Did you bump into something just now? Adu scratched his head and was about to check the situation behind the door. Suddenly, he glanced at Yuan on the bed. He was immediately stunned. Madam? Adu had seen Jiang when he was young and still remembered what Jiang looked like. The woman in front of him was exactly the same as in his memory. Yuan was also stunned. Did he know her? An acquaintance? The black messenger? The white messenger? She couldn't care less. At least the black and white messengers wouldn't hurt her if they caught her. If she stayed here, she would be killed by this woman. Yuan said weakly, Yes. Yes. I am your madam. Take me away quickly. Oh my! I finally found the madam. It's really easy to find someone without any effort. Adu was so excited that he used all his life's literary talent. After all, he only learned such a literary sentence in his life. Adu was about to help Yuan. I don't have the strength, Yuan said. Adu thought for a moment and said, Oh, wait a minute. Madam. He ran out quickly. At this time, the woman he had slapped into the wall woke up after a brief dizziness. Holding her head, she pulled herself out of the wall, picked up the dagger on the ground, held the handle, pointed the knife downward, and stabbed it towards Yuan's heart. I'm coming! Bang! The door was knocked open by Adu again. The woman was knocked back into the wall again. This time, the dagger did not fall, but stabbed into her own chest. The woman looked at the dagger on her chest in disbelief. Adu was confused. Huh? I think I really hit something? Adu put down the chair on his back and opened the door to take a look. Ah! Why is there a girl behind the door? Adu hurriedly pulled the person out. After pulling her out, he found that she had a knife stuck in her chest. Adu felt that it must not be him who did it. Nor was it the weak lady who did it. He didn't know who did it. But saving people was important. He pulled out the other party's dagger. The woman's blood spurted out like a pillar. Adu looked at the Bayubi blood column and glared. Oh no! I forgot to get the hemostatic medicine first. You wait. The woman grabbed him. Trembling with pain, first. Find something to stop the bleeding. I will die if I bleed too much. Pooh. Adu stabbed the dagger back into her chest. That's how it stopped. He is really smart, Adu. Woman. The woman fainted from the pain. When she woke up again, she found that Adu had pulled out the dagger again. And she continued to spurt out blood like a pillar. Adu said embarrassedly, I'm sorry to wake you up like this. But where is your hemostatic medicine? The woman used all her strength and pointed to the opposite side. In the cabinet. Oh! Adu stabbed her with the dagger again. Woman. When Adu found the hemostatic medicine to heal the woman who was stabbed 3 times in a row had already died. He became a horse thief because of life. No one knew that he was actually a pure and kind Adu in his heart. He just wanted to be a good person. But why didn't he even have this chance? Yuan covered her eyes and couldn't bear to look. Adu found a rope to tie a chair to his back, let Yuan sit on the chair, and carried Yuan out of the yard. The group of children picked up by the woman found that the woman was in trouble, and they showed their ferocity one by one. Yuan would not show them care and saintly heart just because they were children. She didn't forget the greedy expressions they showed when the woman said that her medicine could prolong their life and improve their skills. Yuan would not kill them, but Yuan would not take them away either. They took out bows and arrows, dipped them in venom, and shot at Yuan and Adu. If this mediocre skill can hurt Adu, then he is not Adu. Adu dodged easily, but in an instant, he disappeared with Yuan. Yuan remembered what the child said. There is a river nearby, which can be crossed. If it goes wrong, it will be the entrance to the ghost tribe. What's your name? Yuan asked. Adu. Adu said. Yuan said, there is a river nearby. Can you hear the sound of the river? Adu listened with concentration and nodded. I heard it. Yuan said, go to the river. Adu followed the sound of the gurgling water, and soon arrived at the river. As the child said, the riverbed of this river is indeed not too wide, and ordinary people can't cross it. But Adu is a master, so it shouldn't be a big problem. The bad thing is that when Adu used his lightness skills to pass the riverbed and landed on a big rock on the other side of the river, the mountain suddenly collapsed, and the mountain torrent like a waterfall poured down, rushing towards the two people. In a flash, a silver light wrapped around Yuan and Adu's waists, pulling them out of the flood. The chair fell apart in midair, and Yuan flew out. She screamed, covered her stomach, and fell into a warm embrace. Chapter 512. A short separation is better than a new marriage. The cocky ninth brother. A familiar breath enveloped Yuan. Yuan didn't need to look to guess who caught her. She was grateful, but also felt it was incredible. It seemed that he would appear in time every time she encountered danger. Yuan's hanging heart fell back to reality. She put her arms around his neck and looked at him steadily. Since being taken away by the black messenger, she hadn't seen Yin Jiocha for nearly 2 months. His face was still the same, handsome as if it was real, but there was a bit of coldness carved by wind and frost between his eyebrows. Yuan's fingertips touched his slightly blue lips, and her heart was a little sour. Didn't you shave? This vain man wanted to shave 3 times a day, and his clothes were different every day for 365 days a year. He lived a more refined life than anyone else, but he suffered from the wind and sand in order to find her. Yuan felt that no matter how bad this man's temper was, she could tolerate it. From now on, she would be nicer to him. Nicer. And nicer. Yuan was so moved that she wished she could marry him again. At this moment, Yin Jiuqiao said strangely, Yuan, have you gained weight again? Yuan, who was poured with a basin of cold water. Yuan was furious and refused to admit that she had gained weight. It was obviously the weight of the baby who was carrying a big pot in less than 3 months. Yuan decided not to tell him about her pregnancy. Let him be kept in the dark. It would be best if the child was born. He was confused and had no idea what was going on. Yin Jiuqiao stared at her belly. Yuan, your belly has grown a lot. Are you pregnant? Yuan. Ah! I want to beat him to death. Beat him to death. Beat him to death. Put me down. Get down. No. Don't you think I'm too heavy? The baby is not heavy. The implication is that he is holding the baby. Not her. Yuan, who was hit hard by 1,000 points of attack, said, how did she fall in love with this guy in the first place? The couple quarreled for a while. Yuan was so angry that her face turned red. But Yin Jiuqiao was as happy as spring breeze, with a proud look on his face. He was going to be a father again, so of course he had to be proud. Ing Shersan and Ing Lu both saw that their young master was showing off. If he wasn't so proud, they would actually be happy for him. After being separated for so long, the young master must have felt so bad. Now not only did they meet again, but he became a father again. The trauma in his heart should be healed. But Adu on the side was not so happy. If he remembered correctly, this young man was the man who returned to the tribe with the priest. Right? Didn't he say that he was poisoned and came to the ghost tribe to find the medicine? How did he get involved with the lady? And let the lady get pregnant with his flesh and blood? Adu has been a horse thief in the desert for many years, so he didn't know that the tribe had already found out that the great princess had married and had a child. Seeing the two of them so blatantly together in broad daylight, Adu felt that his king was a little cheated. Just now, Yuan and Adu were pulled back to the other side by Yin Jiuqiao using the Qinji box. The flood could not be stopped for a while, so they simply returned the same way. Yuan had already come down and walked away. She looked at him holding her hand and raised her eyebrows. Oh, in broad daylight. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? This old antique. In the past, if you touched him in the daytime, he would jump up. Now he took the initiative. Yin Jiuqiao's eyes swept over her belly, which was not very obvious, as if to say, why did this young master hold your hand? Don't you know? Yuan gritted her teeth and silently picked up a handful of leaves on the roadside. Yuan decided to ignore him and turned to look at Ing Shersan and Ing Lu who were accompanying her. By the way, how did you get here? Do you know Adu? Just now, Yuan and Adu were dragged out together, and it was Ing Shersan who caught Adu and then asked, are you okay? This tone. You can tell there is a story. Adu scratched his head. Yes. I'm fine. It's just that he has become a big pig head. So Ing Shersan didn't say this. Ing Lu squeezed over and chattered about how they got lost in the desert, how they accidentally fought with the bandits, how they accidentally recognized Adu, and how Adu crashed off the cliff. He said crash, not fall. Yuan thought of the scene of Adu crashing through the ground, and it was not difficult to imagine how vivid and accurate Ing Liu's words were. Thinking back to the process of Adu treating the witch, Yuan felt that it was not an exaggeration to say that Adu had been lost in the mountains behind her home for 10 years. Ing Lu continued, we just slid over and heard Shura's voice. So we came down. They came down the mountain road and met Shura halfway. Shura went to another direction to look for Yuan, and they came to the river. Yuan nodded. Shura should have gone to the yard of the old witch. Old witch? Ing Lu looked at Yuan puzzled. Yuan said, I was taken to Feiyu Villa by the Black Messenger. You probably don't know that Jiang Hai is the young master of Feiyu Villa, and Wan Feng is his nephew. Ah. Ing Lu opened his mouth wide. They had heard of Feiyu Villa. It was a big sect outside of Nanzhou. It was located at the junction of Nanjiang and the Ghost Domain. It had a deep foundation and had exchanges with various tribes. Jiang Hai was actually the young master there. It was really eye-opening. Ing Lu muttered, "That kid is hiding very well. But why didn't I see his people? Didn't he send the young lady to the ghost tribe? How dare he let the young lady go on the road alone?" At the end, Ing Lu was furious. Yuan shook her head. He came. And with him were 12 disciples from Feiyu Villa. The entrance to the ghost tribe was flooded. So we changed our route and headed up the mountain. As a result, we ran into the black messenger of the ghost tribe and got separated. Then, Adu and I fell into a trap by mistake. A woman with excellent medical skills saved us. I thought she was kind and was the goddess that Master Ji mentioned to me. But she was actually an old witch. She saved us just to test the medicine on us. She also wanted to take my purine blood. If Adu hadn't woken up in time, I would have been in danger. A murderous aura suddenly flashed in Yin Jiuchu's eyes. Ing Lu looked at his young master fearfully, and even lowered his voice. "What goddess?" Yuan said, "A friend of Master Ji has been here. He was poisoned by a snake and is said to have died. He was saved by a woman in red. Master Ji suspects that she is the descendant of the saint. The saint's palace has excellent medical skills. It is rumored that every saint has the power to bring the dead back to life. Can it be saved after death?" Ing Lu curled his lips, as if he also doubted the authenticity of the whole thing. If cardiac arrest is defined as medical death, then the possibility of resurrection exists. But if the cardiac arrest lasts too long, it will cause irreversible damage. However, no matter what, the goddess's excellent medical skills cannot be false. Yuan speculated. I had other guesses at first, but now I just think that they are probably not the same person. If they are the same person, the friend of Master Ji would not have left alive. Ing Lu is more and more puzzled. If they are not the same person, why do they have the same ability to revive the dead? It is not certain that she has seen the goddess, Yin Jiucha said lightly. At this time, they had returned to the yard of the old witch. The troublemakers were subdued by Shura. They squatted in the corner trembling and dared not fart. Shura's manic energy was rampant in the yard, causing several people to spit blood. It was not until Yuan walked in that he instantly restrained his breath, grinned, and showed a mouthful of small white teeth. Yuan touched Shura's head soothingly, and then began to search the yard of the old witch with Yin Jiuchao. They found a lot of medicinal materials and books. What was strange was that most of the prescriptions recorded in the books were orthodox prescriptions, with only a few easily confused evil prescriptions. This was to warn people not to use the wrong medicinal materials to avoid refining evil prescriptions. However, the old witch simply copied the evil prescriptions. What do you think? Yuan asked Yin Jiuchu. Yin Jiuchu said, Do you want to ask? Is she a different person? Or is she not the one who left these prescriptions at all? Yes. Yuan nodded. What do you think? Yin Jiuchao gave Yuan a knowing look. Yuan understood it instantly. Combined with what Master Ji said, she could roughly guess the story. There was indeed a goddess with excellent medical skills living here. The old witch fell into a trap and was saved by the goddess. After that, she won the goddess' trust and lived in the yard, rather than the goddess being killed by the old witch. Yuan was more willing to believe that the goddess left for some unavoidable reasons. But the goddess left in a hurry, so she did not take anything in the yard. So the old witch picked up the ready-made bargain, took the recipe left by the goddess to do evil, and disguised herself as another goddess. What a great drama queen. It was naturally false that she had been here for decades, and I'm afraid that few of her words were true. But none of this mattered. What mattered was that the real goddess was most likely the descendant of the saint. I just don't know where she went, and whether she is still alive now. Chapter 513 Major Discovery. The Secret of the Saint Clan. Everything that could be found in the yard was searched. Yuan left behind several important recipes. There was nothing else valuable here except the recipes. As for the elixirs that could bring back the dead, the old witch had added a lot of drugs to them. Taking them would harm people. Young master, there is something here. Just when Yuan had almost finished searching and was about to leave with Yin Jiuchao, Ing Shursan came over with a heavy box. Ing Lu dug it out under the locust tree. Ing Shursan said. Ing Lu was a scout, and he was better than everyone else at gathering information. He could tell the clues of many things that were ordinary in the eyes of ordinary people. However, this time, it was not the so-called clues that he found, but an intuition that he felt there was something under the locust tree. Open it, Yin Jiuchu said. Ing Shursen nodded and tried to pry open the box with his bare hands. However, surprisingly, the box was welded. Young master, please wait a moment. Fearing that there might be a trap inside, Ing Shursen took the box far away, drew his sword, and split it open. A token fell out. It was pitch black, with complex patterns engraved on it. At first glance, it looked a bit like the totem of the Ghost Clan, but it was not quite the same after a closer look. Adu, do you recognize this? Yuan handed the token to Adu, who was staring at Shura in the backyard. Adu left Shura and walked over, took the token and looked at it. Isn't this, No. He wanted to say it was the token of the clan, but it seemed that he also found the totem different. Who made the token? It's so fake. He looked at it over and over again, with a look of disgust. Fake? Yuan took the token and weighed it. The quality is not bad. Keep it first, Yin Jiocha said, and looked at Ing Shursen beside him. There is also a portrait. When he heard the portrait, Ing Lu ran over, picked up the slightly red paper in the box, spread it out and took a closer look. And suddenly he was dumbfounded. Huh? Yuan heard the surprise in his tone and asked him, what's wrong? Ing Lu picked up the portrait, compared it with Yuan, and asked Ing Shursen beside him, do you think the woman in the portrait is somewhat similar to the lady? Ing Shursen looked at the portrait, then looked at Yuan, frowned strangely. There is indeed a similarity. Young master. Look! Ing Lu took the portrait. Yin Jiocha's eyes fell on the portrait. Judging from the handwriting and the yellowing of the paper, the portrait is quite old. It can be seen that the person in the painting is not Yuan, but there is a shadow of Yuan between her eyebrows. Or in other words, there is a shadow of the person in the painting between Yuan's eyebrows. This is very strange, isn't it? Could it be, Madam? Ing Lu said. The madam he mentioned refers to Jiang. But Jiang and Yuan are 80% similar, while this portrait is only 30% similar. So it can be inferred that it is not Jiang. Maybe just someone with a similar appearance. Ing Shursen speculated. It makes sense to say so. Bai Qianli also resembles the king of Yin, but the two have no relationship. Yuan's resemblance to the woman in the portrait may just be a coincidence. Wait. When Ing Shursen was about to put the portrait back into the box, Yin Jiocha suddenly grabbed his hand. Yin Jiocha took out a box of medicine powder from his arms, mixed it with water, and gently sprinkled it on the portrait. After the water dried up, the portrait on the paper disappeared, replaced by a map. The map did not mark any location, but Yin Jiocha, Ing Shursen, and Ing Lu still recognized the terrain on it. Young master, does this look like the Gobi Desert we walked through? We are now at the bottom of the cliff. Which is this place? Ing Shursen pointed to the map and said. Adu looked at him with admiration. No way. He has lived in the Gobi Desert for 10 years. How come he can't tell where it is? Yin Jiocha nodded. It's here. This is Feiyu Villa. After knowing where the bottom of the cliff is on the map, Yuan also guessed where Feiyu Villa is on the map. But where is this side? Is it the Ghost Clan? Or somewhere outside the Ghost Clan? Adu. Yuan looked at Adu. Adu was confused. Don't ask me. I don't know. Yuan said, forget it. Keep it first. And study it slowly when you go up. Yin Jiocha nodded. Zura. Yuan gave him all the medical books. Zura happily hugged him in his arms. Adu was even more confused. Was it an illusion? Was it dazzled? He actually saw the Shura smile? Can Shura smile? They came down the mountain road, and now they just had to go back the same way. As for the children, Adu said there was a village nearby, and they knew the way out. It is not easy to take care of yourself in life. Not to mention that these children wanted to kill Yuan. Yuan would not be so kind as to cause trouble for herself. After everything was arranged, the group set out on the road back to the forbidden area. Along the way, Yin Jiocha was very silent. Yuan had been married to him for so long, and when she saw him like this, she knew that he was worried. So she asked him, what are you thinking about? Thinking about the portrait, Yin Jiocha said. Young master, be careful. Ing Shursen led the way. There is a piece of wood. Yes. Yin Jiocha raised his foot in time and stepped over the piece of wood. Yuan was led by him and easily stepped over. What's wrong with the portrait? Yin Jiocha pondered for a moment and said, the courtyard was originally left by the goddess. Do you think this portrait has anything to do with her? Yuan thought for a while. You mean, the person in the portrait is the goddess that Master Ji's friend has seen? There is only one possibility. We speculate that the person in the painting is the goddess. And we speculate that the goddess is the descendant of the saint. If these two speculations are not wrong, then you look similar to her. Will you? Speaking of this, Yin Jiocha paused. Yuan took over his words. Could I also be a descendant of the saint? If so, that would be great. My blood can be used as a medicine for you, Yin Jiocha said. Don't you think this possibility is very small? Yuan looked up at the sky. Her father is Yu Shaoqing and Hellion Beiyu. The genealogy of the Hellion family has been passed down from generation to generation, and the ancestors of the 18 generations are remembered clearly. The old lady and Yo Dan cannot be the descendants of the saint, so the bloodline on her father's side can be ruled out. As for Enyang, her grandfather is the king, and the royal bloodline is even less likely to be the descendant of the saint. The only one left is concubine Yun. Concubine Yun is the concubine of the Shen family, and the bloodline of Mr. Shen can also be ruled out. But that's stunning concubine, because she is only a concubine. Her origin is not as transparent as that of the legitimate wife. What can be confirmed is that she is extremely beautiful. Otherwise she would not have given birth to a daughter as beautiful as concubine Yun. It's just that she was not taken into the mansion, but was raised outside the mansion as a concubine. Some people say she is a lunatic. She almost strangled her own children several times. Old Master Shen couldn't bear it, so he took concubine Yun back to the mansion and gave her to old lady Shen to raise. After concubine Yun entered the palace, she cut off contact with the Shen family, so Yuan naturally didn't go out with the Shen family. Concubine Yun never mentioned her biological mother. Yuan only learned from her uncle that concubine Yun's biological mother died of illness when she was a few years old. Her uncle had never seen her, but the servants who had seen her said that concubine Yun's biological mother was more beautiful than the fairy in the sky. Yuan patted her head. She was really desperate and tried all kinds of treatments. What was she thinking about? Just because a person is beautiful, she can be speculated that she is a descendant of the saint. Shangwan Yin is also beautiful, and Yin Jiocha is even more beautiful. Yuan didn't dare to give herself too much hope, for fear that she would suffer unbearable disappointment if it wasn't true. Whatever I say now is just a wild guess, so I'd better go back and ask my grandma. The group climbed the mountain road for most of the day, and finally arrived at the forbidden area. However, the place where they agreed to meet was no longer the shadow of Grandma and the others. Only old Chui was squatting there with a medicine box in his arms. Yuan frowned. Where did Grandma and the others go? Old Chui said in a crying voice. They were taken away by the ghost tribe. Prince Yin went to look for you, and then we were found. The group of people reported to the king without saying a word. And the king? The king sent his close guards to capture them. Why didn't they capture you too? Adu asked. Old Chui looked at him like a fool and glared at him and said, Is there any need to say this? Let me stay and tell the madam a message. If you want to save people, go and call them yourself. Chapter 514 3 Little Black Eggs. Yuan had been held hostage by the Black Messenger for so long, and she certainly knew the identities of Grandma and Away. However, she always believed that they had no ill intentions towards her. Otherwise, they would have succeeded in so many opportunities. Yuan did not dare to say how smart she was, but she could still tell who was good to her and who was bad to her. If it were not for Grandma in them, Yin Jiocha would not have been able to find the two medicinal ingredients. Therefore, regardless of whether it was emotional or reasonable, she could not ignore the life and death of Grandma and them. You are not dead? Old Chui found a doe with a bruised face. Adu snorted, We are masters, so it's not that easy to die. Yuan also looked at Adu. Adu, do you know where they will take Grandma? Adu said, Where else can they go? His palace. After Adu said that, he frowned. He felt that he seemed to have forgotten something very important, but he couldn't remember what it was. Old Chui glanced at him. Isn't he the white messenger? Isn't he going to take your madam back? Go ahead and catch her. Adu scratched his head. What did he forget? The ghost tribe is surrounded by green mountains, and the palace is located in a beautiful mountain. The foot of the mountain is heavily guarded, and there are many traps along the way. It is as difficult as climbing to the sky to sneak into the palace quietly. But if someone leads you, it will be another matter. The old man and Away were sitting in a bare prisoner car. The luggage of the three was placed on another prisoner car. The leader was the first-class guard under the Ghost King, named Song Ying. Song Ying, Qin Yin, and Yugo were from the same school and were all the king's personal guards. The difference was that Song Ying had a higher qualification in martial arts. He became the king's close guard, while Qing Yan and Yugo were selected by the old man to become the white messengers who went to capture the lady. During the 3 years of the mission, Song Ying received guidance from the Ghost King and the Guardians, and his martial arts improved by leaps and bounds. Today, his skills are no less than Shura. In comparison, Qing Yan and Yugo's martial arts attainments were not great, but if you ask about vision, they are naturally higher. After all, they have traveled all over the world. There is no place they have not been to, including Dezhou, Nanzhao, Shaozhou Mansion, and Helion Mansion. But what's the use of vision? Now it's Goshawk who walks outside with pride, and they are the ones who are trapped in the prisoner's car pitifully. Qing Yan sighed, alas. We are all old friends. If you don't welcome us, at least give us a decent carriage to sit in. It will be embarrassing if our tribesmen see us like this. Goshawk ignored him, and continued to walk up the mountain with a blank expression. Qing Yan wiped his face helplessly, looked at the old man with his eyes closed, and then looked at Yuego and away with frowns, and then said shamelessly, Brother Song? Brother Ying? Can you at least give me some water to drink? Goshawk drew out his sword, and a sharp sword energy slashed over, cutting off a strand of Qing Yan's hair. He was so scared that he dared not say a word anymore. When they were near the palace, the prisoner car was covered with a black cloth. When the wheels finally stopped turning, the black cloth was removed. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was blood red in the deep mountains. Goshawk had already left to report to the king. They were thrown into a lonely courtyard along with the prisoner car. At first, there were guards guarding them, but later even the guards were too lazy to guard them. The reason was simple. This prisoner car was made of 10,000 years of black iron. They were locked up in it, and basically couldn't fly away. There was no need to guard them strictly. Qing Yan leaned against the prisoner car behind him, looked at the gray-blue sky, and sighed for a long time. Grandma, do you think we will die? The answer is beyond doubt. They betrayed the king. So of course, there is no way to survive. The difference is whether they die happily or tortured to death. Grandma, how do you think the king will deal with us? Qing Yan has never seen the king's true face since he was a child, let alone understand him. Among their group, only the priests can often be summoned by the king. It can be said that no one in the whole tribe knows the king better than the priest. However, the king is a fickle person, and even Grandma can't guess what he will do. Pao Lao or Ling Qi? I guess, Grandma said calmly. Qing Yan's hair stood on end. Pao Lao? Ling Qi? Is it so scary? The old man continued. The king doesn't like to be cut in half. He said that half of the body will die after twisting twice. It's boring. Twist. Twist twice. Qing Yan imagined himself being cut in half, and then half of his body twisting painfully on the ground. He couldn't help but cover his chest and retched. The rumor. Is it true? Is Wang really so cruel? Qing Yan was completely sick. The old man lifted his eyelids lightly and glanced at him. Rumor? Huh. In fact, Wang was not born so cruel. He grew up under the old man's watch. When he was young, he was also a jade-like young man. Unfortunately, he ignored the advice and practiced the martial arts of the Forbidden Land. Since then, his temperament has changed drastically, and it is out of control. Although the old man did not practice martial arts, he vaguely understood that Wang had practiced some evil skills. I'm afraid it's more serious than Shura's obsession. To restore his original temperament, he might have to give up his martial arts. How could Wang bear it? The evil skills for many years changed not only Wang's temperament, but also his appearance. He became ugly and had to wear a mask. Not many people know these secrets, and the old man is one of them. But maybe soon, the old man will not count, because he will be executed by the king. Just now, I heard Shura's voice. Shura was with Awan. Did Jioch and the others pick up Awan? That stupid girl won't really exchange herself for us. Right? Speaking of this, Qing Yan couldn't help but sigh again. If possible, he really wanted to tell her not to waste her energy. It's useless to come. The king will not let them go. But she will sacrifice herself in vain. Hey, what's wrong with you two? Qing Yan talked to Grandma for a long time. But Yuego and Wei didn't respond at all. They stared straight at the burden in the other prison car, as if they were staring at some rare treasure. Yugo lowered his head guiltily. He also discovered the secret in the burden when he slid over the rope. He and Away slid over last. When Away tied the burden to his body, an egg accidentally fell out, which scared him to death. Qing Yan keenly caught Yugo's strangeness, squinted his eyes, and asked, "Hey, are you two hiding something from us?" Just when Yugo was almost unable to bear it and was about to confess, a figure with a fairy-like appearance came over casually. "Brother, long time no see." Qing Yan turned his head to look at the other person. It was a man of the same age as the old man, slightly taller than the old man, wearing a priest's robe, with a smug look on his face. Qing Yan knew him. Grandma's junior brother, Xiao Wuya. Qing Yan didn't have a good impression of him. First, he had a bad reputation. In his early years, he was rumored to have used living people to test drugs. Because he was Grandma's junior apprentice and cousin, he was spared by the elders. Second, he had some personal grudges with Grandma. In short, Qing Yan didn't like him. Seeing him wearing the clothes of a priest, Qing Yan frowned. "Who allowed you to touch Grandma's things?" "You see clearly." Xiao Wuya spread his arms and smiled. "He is no longer a priest. I am. You should call me Grandma instead. Grandma means a respected person in the Ghost clan. But only very close people can call each other like this." Qing Yan looked at him with disgust. "Do you think you are worthy?" Xiao Wuya did not argue with Qing Yan. He came to the old man, smiled and said, "The last time I saw my senior brother, he wanted to drive me out of the clan. Unexpectedly, when we met again, my senior brother was sitting in a prison car. Considering that my senior brother has taken care of me, I will beg the king to give my senior brother a quick death. But I can't do anything about these little ones." The old man looked at him indifferently. Xiao Wuya sneered, "Brother, don't look at me like that. I don't want you to betray the Ghost clan. I told you long ago that one day, I will make you look at me with new eyes." The old man's eyes were cold. "What did you do? Why did the king let you be the priest?" Xiao Wuya curled his lips and said, "Because I can heal the king's face. I can let the king stand in front of the world openly." The old man shook his head. "The king's face cannot be cured at all. Unless," Xiao Wuya interrupted him, "unless he gives up martial arts?" "Brother, that's because you are incompetent. Not because I can't." After that, he leaned close to the old man's ear and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Use the heart of a living person as a medicine. The blood of 7 pairs of boys and girls, and a fetus of 49 days. Brother, do you want to continue listening?" The old man looked at him calmly, without any trace of anger in his eyes. Xiao Wuya was a little disappointed. 3 years ago, when I told you this, you wanted to kill me. How come you are indifferent now?" The old man closed his eyes and ignored him. Xiao Wuya sneered and said, "Then I might as well tell you another good news. Madam has returned and is on her way to the palace. I have already laid a net. I will catch the person you failed to catch for the king. I will prove to the king that I am the most trustworthy priest. You despicable villain." Qing Yan slammed into the wooden board of the prison car. Xiao Wuya took a step back and looked at Qing Yan and his group with a sneer. "Someone is coming." 2 guards stepped forward and bowed. "Priest Xiao." Xiao Wuya ordered coldly, "Watch them closely. Don't give them food. And don't give them water." "This?" The 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them said, "Lord Song said that we should watch them carefully, and nothing should go wrong. A few strong men are fine. But the priest, the old man is old and can't stand too much tossing." Xiao Wuya said sarcastically, "Is the priest's words useless? It won't matter if he is hungry. At most, if something goes wrong, the priest will take responsibility for you." The guard said, "Since Priest Xiao said so, then we will just obey your order." Xiao Wuya left with a sneer. Qing Yan was furious. "Asshole." Yugo looked at the grandmother with chapped lips, silently touched his waist, and then remembered that the water bag had been searched away. "I'm fine." The old man closed his eyes. After nightfall, Xiao Wuya had people send good wine and food to the guards. The fragrant smell of meat mixed with the aroma of fine wine made Qing Yan and others hungry. Slurp. Someone sipped his saliva. Just when Qing Yan and his friends were starving, the load on another prisoner car suddenly moved. Qing Yan happened to be facing the direction of the load. He suspected that he had seen it wrong, rubbed his eyes, and the next second, he saw the cloth on the load was lifted from the inside, and a round little head poked out. "Oh my God!" Qing Yan leaned on the wooden board behind him and almost jumped up. 2, 3 round little heads poked out. Slurp slurp. So hungry. Qing Yan opened his mouth wide. He was so surprised that he almost lost his voice. He tugged at the old man's sleeve. The old man swallowed his saliva. I'm not hungry. Not hungry. It's you see. The 3 little black eggs climbed out of the burden, twisted their chubby little bodies, and got out from the gap between the wooden boards of the prison car. They were obviously fat, but they got through such a narrow gap. The 3 little black eggs came behind the guard. The guard also fed the last bite of meat into his mouth. The 3 frowned in disappointment. The guard was not full. Touched his stomach, said I'll get it, and got up to go to the kitchen. The little black eggs followed cutely, without making any sound. Ah, Grandma. Chinian finally found his voice. Look over there. Grandma looked in the direction of his finger. What? Chinian was stunned. Where is the person? Where is the egg? Where are the 3 eggs? Who did he cause trouble by entering the palace? Chapter 515 Black Egg and the Ghost King. After the 3 little black eggs followed the guards out of the yard, they walked along the corridor to the small kitchen in the East Garden. The East Garden was the place for the priests, so that the priests could better serve the Ghost King. The priests in the past did not have this privilege, so Chioweo was very satisfied with his ability. The guards went to the kitchen before they were full, and they were savoring the taste of barbecue all the way, and did not notice that there were 3 little tails behind them. The Ghost tribe is a mysterious and sacred race. Their tribe is rare, and the guards of the palace are not as strict as those of Nanjiao and Dazhou. But this does not mean that outsiders can break in at will. In fact, they have only a few masters, but they can resist thousands of troops. It's just that for the little black eggs strolling in the corridor, it's much more arbitrary. The 3 little black eggs followed the guards with their hands behind their backs, their chests puffed out, and their chins raised high. Click! The key on the guard's waist fell to the ground. He bent down to pick it up. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of 3 small black shadows on the ground. He frowned and turned around. The 3 little black eggs had already posed before he turned around. The big blue dragon stretched out its claws. The second white crane spread its wings, and the little monkey stole Peaches. The guard scratched his head in surprise. When did 3 little black wax figures appear here? I didn't notice them when I came here just now. Too dark. Ordinary children can't be that dark. It must be the wax figures. They are pretty good looking. The guard was greedy, and didn't have much time to think about the wax figures. He continued to walk forward with his head down. But maybe it was the little wax figures that gave him a sense of alertness. And after walking a few steps, he suddenly turned around and attacked. Now it became Dabeo the monkey stealing Peaches, Xiaobao the white crane spreading its wings, and Erbao the blue dragon reaching out its claws. But it doesn't matter. They look the same. The guard scratched his head again, walked a few more steps, and turned his head again. The little wax figures didn't move their eyes. The guard decisively thought that he was overthinking, although he thought it was creepy to put a few wax figures in the gloomy corridor. This was the priest's place. What could he do if the priest wanted to put wax figures? The guard entered the kitchen. The cook was saying to the apprentice, "Watch carefully. These are the meals prepared for the priest. If there is any mistake, you and I will be in trouble. Priest Chio is really hard to serve." The apprentice muttered in a low voice. The cook slapped him on the head. "What do you know? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you to the back hill to feed the beasts." The apprentice was the cook's nephew, and he was bolder than ordinary servants. I'm not wrong. The priests in the past were not so picky. They ate whatever we cooked, and they didn't always live in the palace. The cook glared at his nephew and said, "That's because the new priest is favored. The king values him and wants him to stay in the palace to serve. If you don't want to be kicked out, do your job honestly." The situation was stronger than the person. No matter how much the apprentice complained in his heart, he didn't dare to really neglect the priest, and went to wash and cut vegetables obediently. The guard asked the cook for 2 bowls of meat and then left. The spices were gone, so the cook went to the storehouse to get them, and went to the fish pond to catch some plump Christian carps. After he left, the little black eggs slid into the house. They tiptoed and grabbed a braised chicken on the table. Dabeo tore off 2 chicken legs and gave them to his younger brother. And he tore off a big chicken wing and started to eat it with his younger brothers. The braised chicken was very tasty, and cooked until it was mushy. The bones could be removed with just a little bit of it. After they finished eating a big braised chicken, they grabbed 3 juicy braised pork belly. When they took a bite, the juice burst out. The 3 of them ate until their mouths watered. Braised pork elbow, roast duck, roast goose, roast rabbit leg. The whole table was cleaned up by the three of them. The three of them touched their round bellies, opened their slings, and filled them with lots of delicious food for Sherhu and the others. When they were so full that they couldn't even fit a leaf of vegetable in, they finally left. When the cook took the spices and caught the fish and returned to the kitchen, there was only a pile of soup and bones left of the meal prepared for Chiowuya. He immediately got angry. Who? Which bastard ate it? The bastards carried the slings to find Sherhu. On the way here, they met the guards again, and the little black eggs turned and walked into a room. The room was spacious, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance, which came from a tripod in the center. The fire in the furnace had long been extinguished, leaving only a trace of residual heat to warm the pills inside. The little black eggs came over curiously. What is this? Erbao asked. Sugar pills, Xiaobao said. It's not a sugar pill, Dabeo said in his heart. Xiaobao stretched out his little hand, grabbed the candy and licked it. It was so bitter that he stuck out his tongue and rolled his eyes. Xiaobao threw the candy pill back into the cauldron in disgust. Dabeo sighed and shook his head, picked up the candy pill licked by his younger brother, and took out a clean candy pill that Master Away bought for them from his pocket and put it back. In the gloomy hall, on the steps, in the depths of light and shadow, a tall black shadow seemed to come from purgatory, silent but with a breath that seemed to be substantial, oppressing everyone in the hall to the point of being breathless. Chiowuya knelt devoutly on the cold floor. His originally not thin and short body looked like a poor ant in the empty hall. King. He performed a great salute, not daring to raise his head, and just kept kneeling devoutly. The man on the throne slowly raised his left hand. The guards on both sides of the hall retreated respectfully, and then Chiowuya stood up cautiously, but did not stand up, still kneeling to reply to the Ghost King. To reply to the king. Those traitors have been caught, and are now in my dormitory. They have been away for 3 years, living freely and forgetting their identities. They even brought foreigners back to the tribe this time, which is simply outrageous. As for their purpose, I have already found out clearly that one of their young men was poisoned by time, and needs to come to the ghost realm to find the medicine. This is to tell their great king that they brought the lady back to the tribe, not to report to the king, but for other purposes. How did Chiowuya take the position of priest? Thanks to the national master. It was the national master who sent people to the ghost tribe to inform the whereabouts of the old man and the princess of the great emperor. Only then did they know that the old man and his group had already betrayed the tribe. Coincidentally, Chiowuya developed an antidote for the king that could restore his appearance. So the king appointed him as the new priest. Chiowuya was once driven out by the old man for testing drugs on living people. But now, he was taken back to the tribe by the king himself with the drugs he successfully developed. And he also replaced the old man's position and became a great ghost priest. What is the right time? Right place and right people? This is it. The man on the throne listened to Chiowuya's words, but did not express anything. His breath was still unbearably cold. Chiowuya knew that the king's martial arts was the most powerful among all the kings of the past dynasties, and even the Shura king might not be able to get a good result in his hands. But what outsiders don't know is that this kind of power also needs to be paid for. Wang's appearance was ruined. Senior brother couldn't cure him, but Chiowuya could. Wang would become the most powerful king in the history of the Ghost Clan, and he would become the greatest priest. Wang. Just when Chiowuya wanted to take more credit for himself, the man on the throne moved his fingers lightly. Just such a slight movement made Chiowuya feel that his heart was about to be crushed. Wang naturally had no intention of hurting him, but Wang himself could not control his own power. Chiowuya understood the king's meaning and answered piously, just now. Several black messengers fought with a group of foreigners in the forest. Several foreigners were caught. According to their account, they were escorting the lady back to the tribe. Now, my senior brother and his friends have fallen into the hands of the king. I think that the lady is so loyal and righteous that she will definitely come to rescue them. The young people didn't know the lady's ability, but he and his senior brother knew it very well. He said with determination, please rest assured, my majesty, I have set up an ambush, and I will make sure that BXXXH has no chance to return. As soon as he finished speaking, Chiowuya felt a force pressing on him, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Why did the king do this to him? Did he say something wrong? She escaped from the king's marriage, had another man outside, and gave birth to another man's bastard. What else can she be but a BXXXH? He used all his strength and said tremblingly, "I know I was wrong. Please, please forgive me." The man on the throne finally spoke, and his voice was as cold as if it came from purgatory. "She is mine, and I will kill her myself." Chapter 516. Ninth brother is here. Since practicing martial arts in the Forbidden Land, the Ghost King's temper has become more and more violent. Although he is not as murderous as Shura, falling into his hands is not much better than being killed by Shura. He wants to kill his wife himself, so you can imagine how miserable her fate will be. Chiohua does not have much sympathy for that lady, and of course he did not hate her much. But since that lady is the one that his senior brother wants to protect, he is naturally happy to see her torn to pieces. Who made him live in the shadow of his senior brother from childhood to adulthood? In the family, his cousin is the smarter and more sensible child who is more loved by the elders. After becoming his apprentice, his cousin became his senior brother and was more valued by the master. Obviously, he is more talented, but the master always says that he is not right and is unwilling to pass on his legacy to him. Now that the old man has passed away, he can't see his senior brother's miserable appearance. Otherwise, he would have to show off in front of the old man to let him know what blindness means. Chiohua was proud in his heart, but he didn't dare to show any complacency on his face. He once again prostrated himself on the ground, touched the cold ground with his forehead, and said piously and respectfully, "Wang, today's pills have been successfully refined. I have improved the prescription. The taste is slightly different from the past, and the effect is twice as strong. It can not only help Wang restore his appearance, but also greatly increase Wang's power." The man on the throne retracted the murderous aura on his fingers. Chiohua knew that his life was saved, but he didn't dare to stay here any longer, and hurriedly said, "I will go to prepare it now, and send someone to send the pills to Wang later." The man on the throne waved his sleeves. Chiohua kowtowed and retreated without looking away. He returned to his house, looked at the pills in the cauldron, called the medicine boy, and sent the pills to the king. On the other side, Yin Jiocha and Yuan and his party left the forbidden area and came to an abandoned hut. This house was originally a small warehouse, used to store charcoal and other winter supplies. Later, a new warehouse was built 3 miles away, and this place was idle. The forbidden area of the ghost tribe is very large, and there are a few people who don't want to wander around. Inglu roughly drew a map of the ghost tribe based on Adu's description. This area is all forbidden. We are in the north of the forbidden area. About 20 miles east is the mountain range where the palace is located. According to Adu, the palace is heavily guarded. It is unlikely that we can get in this way, although sneaking in behind the mountain is also a way. It is also easy to be discovered, Inglu said, revealing an embarrassment. From this point of view, our hope of saving people is very slim. Isn't there, Shura? Old Chui said while chewing a carrot. Ing Shursan said, Shura must stay here to protect the young lady. Yuan is pregnant, and no one agrees to let her take risks. Saving people is important, but the safety of her and the fetus in her belly is equally important. If the price of saving people is to sacrifice Yuan and the child, I believe the old man in a way, and others will not agree. Is there any other way? Yin Jiocha looked at Adu. Adu pondered and thought that he had been to many places, but it was a pity that he had been away for many years, and could not remember many things. Ing Shursan said solemnly, if there is no other way, we can only go around to the back mountain and take a gamble. Back mountain? Ah! Adu slapped his thigh. I remember that there is a passage in the forbidden area that can lead to the palace. It's just... What's the matter? Inglu asked. Adu said with difficulty, only priests can go through that passage. There are many strange patterns on each door. He described for a while, and everyone probably understood it. Shimanduanjia. Wishing Bagua. These, the dead soldiers are not good enough. I'll go and take a look, Yin Jiocha said. Young master. Ing Shursan looked at him worriedly. His eyes fell on his eyes. You? I'm fine, Yin Jiocha said. I think you are in trouble. Yuan felt that the expressions of the two were strange. Yin Jiocha's eyesight was not very good. At first, he was blind only at night, and then he had occasional attacks during the day. However, he hid well, and with Ing Shursan's help, no one noticed anything unusual. I'm fine, Yin Jiocha said again, not giving Yuan a chance to ask, and turned to Shura. You stay with Alwan for a while. Don't let anyone find her. Shura opened his eyes and nodded. Yuan's words "I want to go too" were stuck in her throat. Forget it. I'm pregnant. So I won't cause trouble for them. Yin Jiuchao looked at Ing San and his group again and said, "Pack up and get ready to go. Adu, you lead the way." Adu opened his mouth. "No. Shouldn't you?" "Knife." Ing San pointed to the suitcase at Adu's feet. Adu pulled out a big knife and handed it to him. Ing San put the knife on his waist. Adu continued what he had just said, at least asked. "Sword." Ing Lu stretched out his hand to him. Adu was interrupted again, rolled his eyes helplessly, and pulled out the sword from the suitcase. Ing Lu put away the sword. Adu continued, "My. Let's go," Yin Jiucha said. The group left the house in a mighty manner. Adu looked at the backs of the few people leaving in a chic manner, twitched his mouth, and finished his words without thinking. Opinion? He is the White Envoy. His mission is to capture the lady back to the palace. Not to help them break into the palace? Do these guys still have the awareness of hostages? Adu folded his arms resentfully. He will not go. He is the most loyal White Envoy. He will never betray his king. A quarter of an hour later, several people sneaked into the forbidden area and found the tunnel that Adu had walked through. Not many people know about this tunnel. The priest only took me through it. You all should follow me closely. I won't be responsible if you get lost. Adu walked in the front row with a proud and confident look. Young master. Look. There is something on the stone wall. Ing Lu raised the torch and illuminated the pattern on the stone wall. The pattern was covered with dust. Ing San raised his hand and wiped it. This pattern is so familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Yin Jiuchao took out a token from his arms, which was the one dug out at the bottom of the cliff. The pattern on the stone wall was exactly the same as the one on the token. Adu also found it. He looked at the token and then at the stone wall, and was confused and said, "Huh? What's going on? The token is engraved wrong. And the stone wall is also engraved wrong? It seems that it is not just engraved wrong. The totem of the ghost clan is blue ghost fire. And the ones on the token and the stone wall are also blue. But one flame is to the right, and the other is to the left. And there is an extra crack under the ghost fire on the token and the stone wall." Yin Jiuchao looked at Aoyu and said, "You just said that only the priest has been to this place?" Adu nodded, "Yes. Even the king didn't know there was such a passage. I stumbled upon it by accident. The priest sprained his ankle and couldn't walk. He seemed to be in a hurry to go back. So he asked me to carry him through the passage here. He asked me to swear not to tell the secret of the passage. Isn't he dying? I brought you here to save him." In fact, it was not Adu who led the way. How could he remember the way when he was a super road idiot? The master and servants found it based on his description. Yin Jiucha said, thoughtfully, "It seems that only by rescuing Grandma can we know what the totem is." He had a vague guess in his mind. But now was not the time to verify the guess. Saving people was the most important thing. He put away the token and walked forward. Halfway through, the blindness recurred. Ing San carried him on his back. Ing Lu and Adu thought he was tired at first, until Ing San faced a wall and described the things on it to Yin Jiuchao. And then they realized that he could not see. Yin Jiuchao murmured, "Xiao Mu 4. Shan Du 2. Sheng Sheng Jing 6. Jing 8 Kai. It is 8 gates to enter the tomb. Back off." Ing San stamped his toes and backed away violently. Almost at the same time, Ing Lu and Adu also backed away. Several dragon stones suddenly fell from the place where the three of them were standing, smashing several huge cracks on the ground. I dare not imagine what would happen if these stones fell on them. Several people were shocked and broke into a cold sweat. After that, several people became more vigilant. Right 3. Shengmen. The 8 gates of life and death here are changing all the time. Several people dare not neglect it. Yin Jiuchao gave an order and ran into the Shengmen together. Fortunately, they did not encounter any danger after entering the Shengmen, and the 4 of them entered the palace smoothly. The terrain of the palace was not complicated, and Xiao Wuya did not hide the person. He just threw him in the yard. Even a blind man could find him. Qingyan was worrying about the little black eggs. When he raised his eyes, he saw a shadow sneaking over. Chapter 517 Ninth Brother Fights the Ghost King. Qingyan was wondering who the person was, and why he was sneaking around when the person walked near the prison van. Qingyan was shocked when he saw the other person's face clearly. Adu? Didn't this guy fall off the cliff? No. No harm. Adu's pig-headed face had already swelled up by half, and it looked like there were only slight bruises. Qingyan stared at him as if he had seen a ghost. Not only Qing Yin, but also the old man, Yuego, and Away were stunned. The guard looked up and glimpsed the figure on the ground. He turned around, but he didn't even see Adu's shadow clearly, and was knocked unconscious by Adu's knife. Adu caught him and quietly put him on the ground. Adu came to the prison van and tore the cage with his bare hands. Qing Yin said, "It's useless. This is 10,000-year black iron. You need a key to open it." Adu turned back to the side of the fainted guard, squatted down to feel for the key, but found nothing. "Who is it?" Another guard turned back and saw his companion fainted and a stranger searching for something on his companion. He was alarmed and was about to shout loudly when Yinglu shot him in the back of the neck with a hidden weapon. He rolled his eyes and fell down. Yinglu dodged and caught the guard, pulled the key from his waist, and put him down next to his companion. Qing Yin looked at Yinglu, who was walking over with the key, in surprise. "Why are you here too? Didn't you go to find a one with Jiuqiao?" "Hey." Yinglu nodded behind him. Qing Yin took a look and saw the two figures standing in the shadows. They were Jiuqiao and Yingshisen. Qing Yin immediately frowned. "Nonsense. Why did you bring Jiuqiao here? Don't you know how dangerous it is here? It's okay for these guys to risk their lives to come here. But Jiuqiao doesn't know martial arts and is poisoned. If he makes a mistake, he may lose his life." Qing Yin looked at him. Then at Yingshisen beside him. "Why don't you two stop him? Adu doesn't understand Jiuqiao's body. Don't these two guys understand it either?" Qing Yin is so angry. Yinglu pouted. "How do you know we didn't stop him? But who can stop the young master from making a decision?" Yingshisen said calmly. "Without the young master, we can't get in. Open the lock. It's not suitable to stay here for a long time. Let's leave the palace first and talk about other things later." "Well?" Yinglu opened the lock obediently. "Grandma." Qing Yin helped the old man up. Yuego and Away also lent a hand, helping the old man to bend and walk out of the prison car. Yinglu helped him down, and then reached out to help Qing Yin and the other two. Qing Yin and Yuego first led Away, the youngest, get off the prison car, and then Qing Yin let Yuego get off the carriage, and then patted his thigh and walked down. "By the way, where is Awan? Is she okay?" Qing Yin asked. Yinglu said, "Young madam is fine. She and Shura are waiting for us outside." "Don't say anything. Let's go." "Can't leave." Qing Yin, Away, and Yuego said in unison. Adu and Yin Jiuqiao looked at the other two in confusion. A hint of strangeness flashed across Qing Yin's eyes. "Yuego also knows?" Yuego coughed lightly. Just found out." Qing Yin was about to explode. It wasn't the wrong occasion. It wasn't time pressure. He really wanted to settle accounts with these two guys. He said why Away was sneaking around all the way, eating as much as if she was pregnant. It turned out that she secretly brought the three little guys with her. Yuego is also hateful, knowing the truth but not reporting it, which is equivalent to being an accomplice. Ng Liugu asked in astonishment, "What's wrong?" Yuego lowered his head and pinched his fingers. Qing Yin glared at him and Away with a look of disappointment, took a deep breath and said, "Debao and the others are in there." The expressions of the few people paused. Qing Yin said with a headache, I don't have time to explain. Let's find someone first. They must be hungry, and go in to find food." Yin Jiuqiao walked in. Ing Shursan stopped him. "Young master. I'm going to find the young master and the others. You go down the mountain first. I'll obey you in everything else. But I can only obey you up to this point. After that," without giving Yin Jiuqiao a chance to give orders, he put Yin Jiuqiao on Ing Lu's back. "Ing Lu, take the young master away." Ing Lu looked at Ing Shursan timidly. "Or you take the young master away? I'll go find the young master?" Ing Shursan bowed his hands. "Excuse me. Young master." Agreeing to let the young master go up the mountain is because no one except the young master can walk through that passage. But the task of finding Debao and the other two can be replaced by them. "Adu, you escort the young master and grandma down the mountain. I'll go find the young master." "I'll go too," Qing Yin said. Away, and Yugo stood beside Qing Yin without hesitation. Ing Shursan did not hesitate for too long and nodded to Ing Lu and Ado. "You guys go down the mountain. I have memorized the mechanism of the passage. We will meet in the forbidden area." Ing Lu carried Yin Jiuqiao on his back, and Ado carried the old man on his back. No one can leave. Qiuhuia rushed out with Goshawk and a group of highly skilled guards. His fierce eyes swept over the group of people who came to rob the prisoner car. When he saw Ado, his eyes narrowed slightly. Is it you? Ado turned his head. Not me. Chiaoya sneered and said, well, you haven't returned to the tribe for so many years. And it turns out that you have secretly joined this group of people. Ado turned his head and argued with wide eyes. No. I went to be a horse thief. After saying that, he realized that his face was exposed, and hurriedly picked up his sleeves to cover it. Chiaoya had seen it clearly. He snorted coldly. Now that you are here, don't think about going back alive. It's just a pile of corpses. Chiaoya looked at it and turned his eyes away. He began to search for the woman among the crowd. But to his disappointment, he only saw a few foreigners. The three of them were handsome, and the man on his back was particularly outstanding. Who are you? Chiaoya asked coldly. Lu snorted. What's your business? Fight if you want to fight. Fart if you want to fart. Chiaoya narrowed his eyes and said, if you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. Guard Song. I leave this to you. Song Ying said seriously, take them down. Kill the rebels. The guards rushed forward. Shen drew his sword. You go first. Song Ying clenched the spear in his hand. No one is allowed to leave. Song Ying's spear crossed the sky and shot straight at Lu and Yin Jiuqiu. Adu protected the grandmother on his back with his backhand and kicked the spear away with a kick. Then he pulled Yugo and handed the grandmother to him. You take the priest away. Yugo made a prompt decision, carried the grandmother on his back, and walked towards the small garden with Lu. The entrance to the passage is in a dry well in the small garden. Chiaoya shouted, they are about to escape. Catch them. More than a dozen guards chased over here. Qingyan flew up and blocked the guard's way. Goshawk narrowed his cold eyes, grabbed another spear, and shot it fiercely at Qingyan's heart. Bang! The spear was broken by Adu's palm. The two sides fought fiercely. Shen winked it away, and Away understood and stopped fighting. Under the cover of Shen, he retreated into Chiaoya's dormitory. In the eyes of others, he was forced to panic, but in fact, he was looking for 3 useless apprentices. He couldn't shout, so he had to search one room after another. Just when he found the 4th room, Chiaoya appeared like a ghost. Are you looking for this? Chiaoya smiled maliciously, and grabbed a small black egg from behind him. Master! Xiaobao stretched out his little hand to Away. Away's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he flashed forward, stretched out his hand, and pinched Chiaoya's neck directly. Unexpectedly, when he was about to touch Chiaoya, a terrible breath pressed over. Away suddenly felt his body stiffen, as if he was filled with lead, and he couldn't even lift his fingers. This is... Away frowned. Shura? Is there a new Shura in the Ghost Clan? No. This is not Shura. Although the breath is as strong as Shura's, or even stronger, it does not have Shura's manic aura, but instead exudes a bloodthirsty and violent aura. This is... King. Away's chest hurt, and his bones cracked. It's only been 3 years since I left, but Wang has become so powerful that I can't imagine it. I really don't know what happened in these 3 years. Why is Wang more terrifying than Shura? You didn't expect it. Chiaoya raised the corner of his lips proudly. Wang is not the same king as before. Away knelt on one knee on the ground, forcing himself not to bend his back. What did you do to Wang? Chiaoya looked down at him and sneered. I gave Wang medicine to make Wang stronger. Away gritted his teeth. You are crazy. It was a mistake for Wang to practice the forbidden martial arts. Grandma tried her best to dissolve Wang's power, but this bastard made Wang's power increase greatly. Isn't this going to destroy Wang? Chiaoya said arrogantly. Not only has Wang's power increased greatly, but his appearance has also been restored. I am not the useless person like my senior brother. I can do everything he can't do. Away glared at him fiercely. Grandma said that if Wang continues to practice, he will become the 2nd Shura. Chiaoya tightened his fingers. No. You lied? Away spit out another mouthful of blood. You are using Wang. You have ulterior motives. You? Chiaoya interrupted him angrily. You traitor. You actually have the nerve to come back. Well, I will deal with you in the name of the priest today. Let this little thing go to H.L. with you. Master is stupid. Xiaobao shouted. Away suddenly broke through the suppression of the Ghost King, knocked Chiaoya to the ground, grabbed Xiaobao in his arms, and rolled on the ground for a few rounds to stabilize his body. Then, Away rushed out with Xiaobao in his arms. He knew that Erbao and Debao were still inside. But he wanted to save one first. As soon as he left the dormitory, the terrible suppression came again. Adu flew into the air and blocked the pressure of the Ghost King with his inner strength. You guys go quickly. I can't hold it for long. Away gave Xiaobao to Yuego and was about to go back to find Erbao and Debao. But Adu couldn't hold on. And his muscles and veins reversed. Ah! He screamed and fell down. The pressure of the Ghost King also came down. At the critical moment, a vast inner force came overwhelming and hit the pressure of the Ghost King. Everyone felt their bodies lighten. It's Shura! Shura is coming! Ing Shirsang got free and rushed into the dormitory quickly. Goshawk chased after him with a cold look, but was knocked out by Shura's inner force. Two powerful inner forces violently collided in the sky above the palace. Shura's aura began to surge. Even the grandma and her group in the cave raised their heads suddenly. Ing Lu opened his eyes in disbelief. Shura. It's not Shura anymore. Grandma said. It's King Shura. He broke through. Ing Lu almost dropped his jaw in shock. He broke through at the critical moment of fighting with the Ghost King. What kind of pervert is this guy? But on the other hand, he was able to force Shura to break through. Which shows how powerful this king is. His strength is definitely not inferior to King Shura. The old man showed a rare look of worry. It's not a good thing to break through at this critical moment. The critical moment of breaking through is when a master is most vulnerable and most likely to be killed. Daddy! Yin Jiuchao's ears moved. Ing Lu said, Young master. What's wrong? Xiaobao is calling me. Yin Jiucha said. I didn't hear it. Ing Lu frowned strangely. I'll go find them. Yin Jiucha slid down from Ing Liu's back. Ing Lu hurriedly said, Young master. You can't go. It's too dangerous. If you want to go, I'll go. You and Grandma go first. I'll go find them. It was too late. Everyone was sucked out by a huge internal force, leaving no room for resistance. The man on the throne appeared. He flew into the air, wearing a Fong mask, and a wide black robe fluttering in the wind, exuding a murderous aura that was enough to destroy the world. Ing Lu felt something flowing out of his body. He shuddered and came to his senses. Not good. He is absorbing our power. Woo woo! Xiaobao cried in fear, and hugged Away's neck with his little hands. Away's power was rapidly lost, and half of his body was numb, and he couldn't hold Xiaobao. Woo woo! Xiaobao was sucked over by the Ghost King. Yin Jiuchao activated the 1,000 machine box, and a silver thread shot out, encircling Xiaobao. Xiaobao was pulled back into his arms. He hugged Xiaobao, turned his back, and hit the Ghost King hard with his back. In an instant, countless silver needles shot out from the 1,000 machine box. The Ghost King flicked his sleeves to block them. With his skills, a mere mechanism was easy to deal with. But somehow, his internal strength suddenly stagnated. In such a panic, a silver needle shot into his chest. The silver needle was poisoned. This little poison would not kill the Ghost King. But the Ghost King missed a pill today and ate Debao's sugar pill. His internal strength was not good, and the poison attacked his heart, and he fell down. At the moment of falling, he quickly grabbed Yin Jiuchao's ankle and dragged Yin Jiuchao and Xiaobao down together. The three fell into the cold fish pond. Yin Jiuchao was very good at swimming, and he swam up with Xiaobao. In a moment, the Ghost King soared into the air and landed behind Yin Jiuchao with a cold look. The Ghost King would not tolerate a person who attacked him. The Ghost King reached out, grabbed Yin Jiuchao's neck, and lifted him up without any hesitation. Although Yin Jiuchao had no internal strength, he had the spirit and blood. Once it was sucked dry, he would be no different from the dried corpse. Xiaobao said fiercely, You let go of my father. I will release the goo-goo to bite you. Xiaobao searched around his body, and the goo-goo fell into the water. He stamped his feet anxiously. I will let myself bite you, Xiaobao said, and really rushed forward, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the Ghost King's butt. Ghost King. Ghost King? Boom! A loud noise shocked Adu and Ing Shirsang, who came to look for people. What happened? Ghost King blew himself up? Oh no! Yin Jiuchao. Xiaobao. Several people rushed in fear, but did not see the shadows of the Ghost King and Yin Jiuchao. Only Xiaobao sat by the fish pond like a wooden chicken, staring at a big hole on the ground without blinking. Several people hurried over. Away picked up Xiaobao. Xiaobao pointed at the big pit buried by the rubble and cried, Daddy. Daddy is down. After the Ghost King was bitten on the butt by Xiao Bao, his tendons and veins reversed, and he became possessed. Yin Jiucha saw that the situation was not good. So he hugged the Ghost King and dragged him into the pool. Then the pool was destroyed by a huge internal force, and both of them were buried under the rubble. Yin Jiuchao had no martial arts skills, and it was impossible for him to survive after being suppressed like this. Ying Lu's knees softened, and he knelt on the ground. Ying Shersan's eyes were bloodshot. Qin Yang clenched his fists. It was only a matter of time before Yuan arrived at the scene. "Where is Yin Jiucha?" she asked. "Mother." Xiao Bao threw himself into her arms. "Where is Daddy?" she asked, stroking his little head. Xiao Bao cried, "Daddy? Daddy?" Qin Yan opened his mouth with difficulty. "Alwan, calm down first. Jiucha." He didn't know how to tell her that there was no trace of Yin Jiucha under the ruins. Only the Ghost King was left. And the Ghost King was still dying. But someone had to tell him about this kind of thing. Qin Yan made up his mind and said, "Alwan, no matter what you hear later, don't be too sad. Jiuchao, he died." Before he finished speaking, there was a loud noise from under the ruins. It turned out that the huge rocks in the ruins were lifted up by a huge force. Everyone hurried to protect Yuan and Xiao Bao. Under the ruins, a thin figure slowly stood up. He supported his dizzy head and looked around blankly. "Yoga, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" See you tomorrow. Chapter 518, Domineering Brother 9. The New King. He walked out of the pit step by step. His figure was a little shaky. His robe was torn into strips, hanging miserably on his thin body, and his face was already covered with dust, making it difficult to see his original appearance. Even so, Yuan still recognized him at a glance. Yin Jiuchao. Everyone was shocked. Is this Yin Jiucha? The clothes were already tattered. But this was indeed Yin Jiuchao's. But isn't Yin Jiucha's aura gone? Only the king's aura was left in the pit. Everyone was unbelievable. But they didn't think Yuan had made a mistake, because the other party raised his eyes and looked at them. And those eyes were Yin Jiucha. Ah! Qin Yan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but it was stuck. Yin Jiuchao. Yuan handed Xiao Bao Tu away and walked towards Yin Jiucha. "Alwan." Qin Yan subconsciously wanted to call her. He felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why for a while. Qin Yan naturally failed to call her. Yuan stepped over the ruins and came to Yin Jiuchao. Yin Jiuchao had completely gotten out of the pit and was standing on the edge of the pond, looking around slowly. Yin Jiuchao. Yuan stretched out her hand. Yin Jiuchao stared blankly at the hand that was stretched out to him. His expression paused, and he didn't hold it immediately. "What's wrong with you?" Yuan asked. Yin Jiuchao looked at her hand and then at her face. Yuan raised her hand to touch Yin Jiuchao's forehead, but Yin Jiuchao's eyes went black and he fell down. Ying Shersan flashed over and took his young master in his arms. Qin Yan and others also hurried over. Yin Jiuchao's eyes were tightly closed. Veins on his forehead were throbbing, as if he was enduring something. Now everyone noticed that something was wrong. Yin Jiuchao was emitting an unusual aura. Yuan felt Yin Jiuchao's pulse. His pulse is so strange. "Where is old Chui?" Shura flew away. And soon, he brought old Chui back. Old Chui landed on the ground and felt dizzy. "Sooner or later, you will ruin my life." Ying Lu dragged him over. "At worst, I will give you my life. The young master is injured. You should take a look at him." Ying Shersan glanced at Ying Lu. His eyes were chilly. Ying Lu felt Ying Shersan's displeasure and touched his nose angrily. Why did he look at him like that? Did he say something wrong? Old Chui asked Ying Shersan to lay Yin Jiucha flat on the grass beside him. Xiao Bao twisted his little butt, got down from Awei's arms, walked to his mother's side, held his mother's fingers, opened his black eyes wide, and watched Grandpa Chui treat his father without blinking. Old Chui felt Yin Jiucha's pulse, frowned, and felt it again. "How is it?" Yuan asked. Qin Yan said anxiously, "Yes." "How is Jiucha? Is he seriously injured?" Old Chui did not answer their questions immediately, but looked at the 10-meter-high pit beside him and said, "Where did he climb up from just now?" The two nodded in unison. Old Chui stroked his beard and said, "With such heavy rubble pressing on him, he should have died." Everyone's heart was in their throat. "But I think he is full of vitality." Everyone was stunned. His complexion is also ruddy. Old Chui wiped Yin Jiuchao's face with cotton cloth. Everyone took a closer look. Isn't it very rosy? What on earth is going on? The person who should have been crushed to death didn't die. But he looked as if he had taken a lot of tonic. Old Chui sighed, if I'm not mistaken. The reason why he fainted is because... Before he finished speaking, Adu came over curiously and poked Yin Jiuchu's small chest with his finger. But unexpectedly, Yin Jiuchu woke up at this moment. He looked at the big face in front of him, and then looked at the finger poking at him, and instinctively waved his sleeves. Adu was slapped away. Everyone's eyes fell on Yin Jiuchu, who slapped Adu away easily. Is this still the little sickly boy with infinite power? How could he slap a ghost clan master away with one hand? Just now, did you feel a very familiar breath? Ing Lu asked in a low voice. Ing Shursen frowned. Of course they felt it. It was the breath of the Ghost King. Just now, before the young master came out, they faintly sensed the breath of the Ghost King, but not the young master's. At that time, everyone thought that the young master had unfortunately died, and only the Ghost King was still alive. But judging from the current situation, the breath of the Ghost King they sensed from the ruins was probably the young master's. Why does the young master have the breath of the Ghost King, and the power of the Ghost King? Old Chui had the Ghost King dug out, and felt his pulse. As expected, he nodded. It is so. What is it? Yuan asked, stretching out her finger to probe the Ghost King's nose. He is still breathing. He is not dead. Old Chui sighed. He is indeed not dead. But he is no longer the Ghost King. To be precise, he is not the powerful Ghost King before. He was bitten by Xiao Bao, and his tendons were reversed, and he was attacked. He originally intended to absorb all of Yin Jiuchu's blood, but Yin Jiuchu sucked his power back. The Ghost King's power was too deep, covering up Yin Jiuchu's original breath, which is why they initially thought Yin Jiuchu was dead. Will Yin Jiuchu be okay? Yuan's eyes fell on the blue veins on Yin Jiuchu's forehead. Old Chui shook his head. If an ordinary person had absorbed the power of the Ghost King for so many years, he would have exploded and died long ago. However, this kid has been poisoned since childhood, and his tendons and veins have long been mutated. Unlike ordinary people, his life is no longer in danger. But I don't know if there will be. Old Chui was halfway through his words, and before he could say whether there would be any problems, he was interrupted by Xiao Wuya, who led a group of clan elders and guards to come to the rescue. Xiao Wuya pointed his finger and said, "It's them. They colluded with the lady, broke into the palace, injured the king, and tried to blow it up. They are unforgivable. All the masters of the Ghost Clan came, and the weapons to deal with Shura were lined up. More importantly, Adu, who was slapped away by Yin Jiuchu, was also held at knife point by this group of people. If he doesn't surrender, I will kill him," Xiao Wuya said sternly. He knew that this group of people were loyal and righteous. Adu betrayed the Ghost Clan for them, and they would never ignore Adu's life or death. Of course, although he was a priest, he couldn't really stab Adu with a knife without the consent of the elders. The elders looked at the group of people present with scrutiny. Just when they were about to see the Ghost King lying beside the old man suddenly turned his body to block him, knelt down to Yin Jiuchu beside him, and said devoutly, "We are late to rescue you. Please forgive me." Everyone was shocked. Yuan's eyebrows jumped. Qingyun's face changed, and Ing Lu and Ing Shursen were stunned. "King!" Qingyun also knelt down. Then, "It was away, and you go." Several people performed the Ghost Clan ceremony devoutly, and Yuan was confused. What kind of operation is this? Stealing and replacing pillars is not like this. You are calling a deer a horse. Do your clansmen know that you are so naughty? The elders were all stunned. Xiao Wuya had seen Yin Jiuchu before. How could this be their king? It was clearly the young man who came to rob the prisoner car together. He is not the king, Xiao Wuya shouted loudly. The old man scolded, "Xiao Wuya, don't you even recognize the king?" Xiao Wuya stared. He had seen shameless people, but he had never seen such a shameless person. "Don't you know who this person is? How dare you lie to so many people that he is the king's?" An elder frowned. "The king's appearance," the old man said calmly, "after practicing martial arts in the Forbidden Land. The king's appearance changed, and he has not shown his true face for many years. It was Master Chiu who healed the king's face, and made the king younger and more handsome than before. This is all the credit of junior brother Chiu." It was no secret in the clan that Xiao Wuya offered medicine to the Ghost King. The whole clan knew that he was healing the king's appearance and achieved quite good results. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted to a priest. Of course, this face is too handsome to be true. And their king was actually a bit ugly when he was young. The elders had a moment of doubt. But Yin Jiuqiu exuded the power and aura of the Ghost King. And they couldn't help but believe it. Xiao Wuyo was furious. Elders, don't believe him. He and this woman are in cahoots. The old man shook his head and sighed. Junior brother Qiu, I don't like what you said. I took my wife back to the clan on the king's order. Now I have brought my wife back, and I have come to report to the king. How can you slander me for colluding with others? Ah! Xiao Wuyo was so angry. Chapter 519 Wedding. Wang started practicing forbidden martial arts after Jian left the Ghost Clan. At first, his eyebrows and eyes became more resolute. Gradually, unknown tattoos appeared on his face. About a year or two later, he put on a mask and never showed his true face again. Therefore, no one can be sure what he has become. Once, a maid accidentally saw his face and was killed by him. Grandma was the only one who survived after seeing his true face. But Grandma couldn't heal his face. When Xiao Wuyo came to treat him, not only was his face destroyed, but his whole body was also covered with hideous tattoos. Xiao Wuyo had only seen his arms and judged whether his pills had worked by the symptoms on his arms. This is also known to the whole clan. Therefore, when the only person who saw Wang's face after the change insisted that this was Wang, Xiao Wuyo's rebuttal seemed pale. Elders, please believe me. This man is not the king. He is one of theirs. I really saw it with my own eyes. He carried him up on his back. Xiao Wuyo pointed at Ingshi-san. Ingshi-san, are you blind? I don't know him. Ing Lu, I don't know him either. Xiao Wuyo spat out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Wuyo gritted his teeth and said, You don't know him. Well, then you tell me. Why are you here? And why did you fight with the king? Ingshi-san didn't even raise his eyelids. We are the lady's guards. We came to the clan with the lady. As for the fight, you have to ask your king. Who knows why he suddenly went crazy? You? Xiao Wuyo was furious. But the guards who had attacked him before were all dead or fainted. And there was no one who could testify. Suddenly, he saw Goshawk waking up from his coma. Master Song. Shura kicked Goshawk with one foot and knocked him unconscious. Xiao Wuyo was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He glanced at Shura on the side and suddenly had an idea. Elder, this is the Shura in the forbidden area. Shura was stolen by them. The old man said, That's wrong. Shura was stolen by the Nanzhao man who sneaked into the tribe. We ran into him halfway, and we snatched Shura back. Xiao Wuyo was so angry that he fell backwards. It took him a long time to suppress his anger. Every word was as cold as ice. Elderly, don't forget that they betrayed the king. The king once sent out black messengers to kill them. The old man said calmly, It was a misunderstanding. We never betrayed the king. Someone was trying to instigate it, so that the king mistakenly believed that we disobeyed his orders. But if we really defected, we would never be able to rush back to the tribe. Xiao Wuyo said, You returned to the tribe because you wanted to find medicine. The old man snorted, Nonsense. It's too noisy. Yin Jiuqiu held his head, which was about to explode with pain, and groaned impatiently. The scene was instantly quiet. Everyone looked at him. Yuan tried to reduce her presence and protected Xiao Bao in her arms. Shura used his large body to shield her from behind. After hearing this, Xiao Bao raised his head and was about to call for his father. Yuan made a silent gesture to him. Xiao Bao obediently put his head back in his mother's arms. The old man took 2 steps on his knees and saluted Yin Jiuqiu again. Wang. Yin Jiuqiu was very smart and would definitely cooperate with his plan. The old man said with a clear mind, Wang was practicing again just now. He almost went crazy. Thanks to Adu and Shura for taking action in time. If this chaos was caused by Wang's practice, it would make sense. They were forced to fight with Wang, and no one could blame them for anything. But Yin Jiuqiu frowned when he heard his words. Who are you? The old man was stunned. Is he acting out the scene of I've been away for 3 years? And I've changed so much that I can't recognize you at first glance. The old man cleared his throat and said, I'm a priest. Wang. You're a priest? Yin Jiuqiu looked at Grandma with a blank face, biting the word you. The old man realized that something was wrong. Yin Jiuqiu's expression didn't seem to be fake. He really didn't know him. How could this be? The old man looked at old Suedo on the side. Old Suedo covered his eyes. Well, the sequelae came? and his brain was broken. Qing Yan was stunned, pointed at his nose and said, "What about me?" Yin Jiuqiao looked at him strangely. "Who are you?" Qing Yan was shocked. Xiao Jiuqiao didn't recognize him. "Young master. Young master." Ing Lu almost blurted out the word young master. But Ying Shisan pinched his arm. So he stopped talking and winked at his young master. His eyes were about to have a stroke, and it was hard not to notice. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at him calmly. "Why are you looking at me?" Ing Lu's heart skipped a beat. Damn. The young master doesn't recognize him either. Oh my god. Did the young master break his brain after that fall? How could he forget them all? Xiaoya also saw a clue. This guy seemed to have lost his memory, and didn't remember his companions. This is too good. Let's see how he can pretend to be the king. How to clean up the mess for these bastards. Yuan gave Xiaobao to Shura, squeezed through the crowd and walked over. She squatted down and looked at Yin Jiuqiao, who was sitting on the ground with a confused look on his face, and whispered, "What about me? You won't forget me too, right?" Yin Jiuqiao looked at Yuan with a strange look in his eyes. Yuan then understood that he didn't remember her either. Yuan said, "I'm all one." "What bowl?" Yin Jiuqiao asked. Yuan took a deep breath. "All one." "You all one." Yin Jiuqiao frowned strangely. "Yin Jiuqiao, if one day you are drugged, will you forget me?" "Forget what about you? Are you so ugly?" "Oh, I don't think so. A guy who doesn't keep his word. Even if you didn't let anyone drug you, in the end, you will still be like King Yin, forgetting his son and wife?" Yuan was so angry that she wanted to beat him. Yuan got up and went to hug Xiaobao. The atmosphere at the scene froze, and the elders looked at each other. Wang seemed to have forgotten the past. So was he really the king? Originally, according to Qiu Bing's words, he was very likely to be the king. But even so, they had to collect evidence from all aspects. In addition to Wang's martial arts and aura, including Wang's habits and major events and secrets in the tribe, all matched to prove that he was really their king. Now, Li Elder, what do you think? Asked an elder surnamed Bai. The Li Elder was silent. An elder surnamed Yuan whispered, "Could it be? He is not actually the king, and deliberately lied about amnesia to avoid our verification." There was something messy in Yin Jiuqiao's mind, but he could not digest it. He had a severe headache. The Li Elder paused, walked over and said, "The king doesn't know them. So may I ask if the king still remembers who he is?" "Me?" Yin Jiuqiao murmured. The Li Elder said, "You are the king of the Ghost Clan. You are the king of the Ghost Clan. The king of the Ghost Clan. The king." Yin Jiuqiao's brain exploded, and his eyes were sharp, and he said, "Woman, stop for me." Yuan staggered and almost fell. "Woman? Woman? Is he calling her?" Yuan stabilized her body and turned her head with a dazed look. Yin Jiuqiao stood up coldly. His aura was fully open, and his robe fluttered in the wind. Everyone stood in awe. This is the breath of the king. The king's pressure. This pressure seems to have a bit of royal nobility. Yuan watched this familiar yet unfamiliar man walk step by step in front of her. He raised his chin and said majestically, "You ran away from my marriage. And you want to just walk away like this?" Yuan was confused. Ran away from marriage? What marriage? What nonsense is this guy talking about? In broad daylight. In front of everyone. Can you not pinch her so intimately? Yin Jiuqiao smiled coldly. "In order to marry you. I even gave away the holy object. You don't think I gave it away for free? Do you? Why did you mention the holy object? Didn't I pick up the holy object myself? How did you give it to me?" Yuan looked at Old Chui for help. What happened to him? Old Chui's mouth twitched. It seems that this sequelae is not as simple as imagined. He not only absorbed the power of the Ghost King, but also absorbed part of the Ghost King's memory. You all call him the king. And now he thinks he is the king of the Ghost Clan. A fake Ghost King and a real young master picked up Yuan. With the power of a Ghost King, it was easy to hold a small weight. Yuan wanted to struggle, but she had no strength to do so. Her feet lightened, and she flew into the air. Yuan opened her eyes wide. "What are you doing?" Yin Jiuqiao laughed and said, "What do you think I'm going to do to you? I've let you escape for so many years. It's time to pay off that debt." Yuan said, "What debt?" Yin Jiuqiao sneered proudly. "Wedding? Tonight. I'll marry you. Don't even think about escaping again." Yuan. Everyone. Chapter 520 Black Jiang Tyrant. Yin Jiuqiao held Yuan in a strong and domineering manner, and walked towards the bedroom in his memory without looking back. If the elders still had some doubts before, after seeing his full aura, only 1 or 2 points remained. 1. Li Zulio summoned up the courage to stop Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu knew what the old guy was going to say, and snorted coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. I just hit my head, and I really don't remember some things. But I remember you, Li Zulio. I have to meet an old friend on the 4th day of March. Li Zulio's legs softened, and he knelt down. He kept a concubine outside, and the concubine gave birth to a bastard for him. March 4th was the birthday of the bastard. Every year on this day, he would find a way to push aside all official duties and accompany his bastard. He never mentioned this to anyone. Only Wang knew, because Wang had seen it once. Given the king's personality, he would not bother to ask about his family affairs, let alone gossip like a woman. Only the king knows this secret. The Li clan elder no longer had any doubts. The Li clan elder bowed his hands and performed a salute, and said piously, "Farewell, king." It was not until Yin Jiuqiu, holding Yuan, completely disappeared from everyone's sight, that the Li clan elder stood up with the help of his attendants. He was soaked all over, and in everyone's eyes. He was frightened by the king's fierce aura. This was not surprising. After all, the king was indeed a person who would kill people if he disagreed with him. No one knew what kind of guilt and panic the Li clan elder had experienced. Li clan elder. Is he really the king? Asked another clan elder. The remaining clan elders gathered around, waiting for the Li clan elder's answer. The Li elder nodded. He is the king. I am sure. Xiaohuiao was furious. Li elder. Have you also been bribed by this group of people? How could that man be the king? I saw it with my own eyes. Priest. Li elder interrupted him indifferently. It was true that he was afraid of the king, but he would not bow down to a man with evil intentions, who relied on evil medicine to get to the top. You have said this countless times. I know the grudge between you and Xiao Bing, but I advise you not to treat others as fools for your own selfishness. Who is the fool? Xiaohuiao felt that he had not been as angry as he was in half a day in his half-life. He had told countless lies in his life, but every word he said today was true. But no one believed him at all. Although he didn't know how the man took away the king's power and pretended to be the king's temperament and aura. His eyes would not be wrong. The man was in the same group with the king. The king also pinched his neck and almost strangled him to death. Yes. Where is the king? Wouldn't the truth be revealed if the king's body was found? However, what he could think of. Wouldn't Xiao Bing and Ing Shursan think of it? When everyone's attention was attracted by Yin Jiuqiu, Shura quietly moved the corpse of the ghost king away. Xiaohuiao returned without success. If the king didn't leave a place to deal with Xiao Bing and Ing Shursan, they volunteered to go to the king's bedroom and wait. As for whether the guards, who witnessed the truth, would report them after waking up, it was not within their consideration. The Li tribe leader had acknowledged the king's identity, so who could still jump out to doubt? It was late at night. Except for Xiaohuiao. The others only saw them fighting with the king. They didn't see Yin Jiuqiu's face at all. They were not afraid. On the other side, Yin Jiuqiu carried Yuan back to the palace with ease. Along the way, servants saluted Yin Jiuqiu from time to time, and Yin Jiuqiu walked over expressionlessly. Yuan blushed uncomfortably. In the past, this guy was so disciplined that he would not even let her hold his hand in front of others. Now, he was holding her and swaggering in the streets, and everyone in the palace saw it. Yuan wanted to find a hole to crawl into. There was no hole, so she had to open his clothes and bury her little face in his arms. This look had a different meaning in Yin Jiuqiu's eyes. Yin Jiuqiu said coldly, "Are you scared now?" "Oh, it's too late." Yuan touched her belly, wondering whether to tell him about her pregnancy. After thinking about it, she decided to forget it. She didn't know how bad this guy's brain was. It was better not to stimulate him in a hurry. At the gate of the palace, two maids knelt on the ground respectfully. Yin Jiuqiu walked over with full aura. Even though he changed his clothes and took off his mask, everyone recognized that this was their king. The maid pulled open the curtain and knelt on the ground. Yin Jiuqiu strode in and threw Yuan domineeringly on his 10-meter wide bed. Although it was called throwing, the force was actually very light, and it didn't hurt her or the fetus in her belly at all. "It's so hard." Yuan pressed the mattress under her legs. "Come here." Yin Jiuqiu called the maid and added 10 thick mattresses. Yuan felt like she was sitting on cotton, so soft that people could bounce up. She curled the corners of her lips comfortably. Yin Jiuqiao glanced at her and said fiercely, "Woman, you better not play tricks. Stay here honestly for me. Put on your wedding dress and marry me. This time, I won't let you run away again." Yuan blinked happily. She didn't think of running away. Yin Jiuqiao coldly turned his eyes away and called the maid on duty. "Prepare wedding clothes and wedding clothes. I want to marry my wife in the hall tonight." The maids were stunned. "Wedding? Marriage? This woman betrayed you. Didn't you say you would kill her yourself? Why do you forgive her now and marry her again?" Although the maids were confused, they didn't dare to disobey the king's order and went there trembling. The palace of the Ghost Clan is not quite the same as the palace of Nanzhao. Or maybe the Ghost King has an unusual taste. There are not many wooden furniture in this room, all of which are made of obsidian. Even this bed, which is big enough for a dragon to sleep on, is shiny black. Obsidian is very valuable in the Central Plains. If you can't make ends meet in the future, you can just smash off a piece of it and live on it for the rest of your life. Yuan touched the bedpost, her eyes glowing green as she said, "Yin Jiuqiao." Before she finished, she was interrupted by Yin Jiuqiao with disdain. "What's the name of the adulterer?" Yuan was stunned. Yin Jiuqiao sat down on the bed proudly, exuding a fierce and domineering aura. "Oh, I heard that you found a pretty boy in the Central Plains and gave birth to a child for him. Is his name Yin Jiuqiao?" "Yuan, I said it wasn't you who believed it." Yin Jiuqiao stretched out his cold fingertips and pinched Yuan's chin. "What's so good about him? Is it worth you betraying me for him?" Yuan had no idea how to respond. At this moment, the door creaked open, and 3 little black eggs came in. During the fight, Yuan first encountered Dabao and Erbao, and after hiding them, she went to look for Xiaobao and Yin Jiuqiao. Now everything was fine, and Shura also carried Dabao and Erbao out. The 3 brothers met, and came hand in hand to find their father and mother. Yuan looked at the 3 little black eggs. Her eyes rolled around, and she was about to say to him, "They are the children of Yin Jiuqiao and me," wanting to see this guy's reaction. But Yin Jiuqiao spoke before her. Yin Jiuqiao picked up the 3 little black eggs and said, "My sons, Dabao, Erbao, and Xiaobao." "What? Do you still remember Mozi?" Yin Jiuqiao said seriously. "After the wedding, they are also your sons. You'd better treat them well. They are my only 3 flesh and blood in the world. No one can hurt them. Not even me." Yuan didn't know what to say. She didn't remember that she was Yin Jiuqiao, but she remembered that she had 3 treasures and took them under her name so smoothly. This brain is a bit outrageous. In her opinion, it's not as simple as amnesia, but memory disorder. The 3 little black eggs looked at their father and mother cutely. Yuan hugged the little black eggs and kissed their little faces. Yin Jiuqiao said, "Humph. You are smart. You even know how to treat his son well." The little black eggs took off their shoes and went to the bed to do somersaults. Yuan asked mischievously, "Then, who did you have the child with?" Yin Jiuqiao said seriously, "Of course it's with my beloved woman." Yuan's face turned red. She had been waiting for a year or 2, but still couldn't get the love words. But now he said them after his brain broke down. "My beloved woman. It turns out he likes her so much." Yuan lowered her head shyly and put her hair behind her ears. Then, "Where is your beloved woman now?" Yin Jiuqiao snorted, "Jiang Batian. Are you jealous?" Yuan was startled. What did he call her? Jiang. Jiang Batian? Little Black Jiang, no. 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 My name is not Jiang Batian. My name is Jiang Shu. The shoe of a lady. Chapter 521, The Doting Wife. Isn't this her mother's name? Yuan rejected it in her heart. How could such a weak mother be given such a domineering name? Are you sure? Yuan asked. Yin Jiuqiao said coldly, I'm not so bad as to forget your name. Really, Jiang Batian. Yuan felt bitter. But on second thought, children in the countryside would be given cheap names to make them easier to raise. Such as Gooden, Nyodan, Taidan. Maybe her mother also gave them such a powerful name to make them easier to raise. Yuan stopped worrying about it. After a whole day of tossing and turning, she felt sleepy. She yawned and said to Yin Jiuqiao, Can we sleep now? I'll take a nap if there's nothing else to do. Call me when the hot water is ready. After that, she fell asleep on the couch. Seeing that their mother was asleep, the little black eggs stopped jumping around on the bed. The 3 of them walked to their father, handed over their sweaty little heads. and asked him to wipe the sweat. Coincidentally, at this time, 2 maids came to see the king with several wedding dresses and wedding clothes. As soon as they looked up, they saw the cold and lonely king wiping the sweat of the little guys with a towel like a kind father, and a rare gentleness flashed across his face. The maids were stunned and could hardly believe it was true. Their king's hands were used to kill people, not to love people. After wiping the little black eggs clean, they were hungry and jumped out of bed to find food. There were ready-made fruits and snacks on the table. Yin Jiucha carried them to the chair and patiently peeled the orange peels and picked the orange core, one for each son. The 3 of them ate with relish. Is it an illusion or something? The maids suddenly felt that the king was different from before. And so was this palace. It used to be gloomy, but now it seemed to have a few breaths of living people. The maids didn't dare to ask who the 3 people were. The Ghost Clan is a place where strength is respected, and the Ghost King is violent and cruel. The disadvantage is that he is always alone. But the advantage is obvious, and no one dares to question him in person. Yin Jiucha saw the wedding dress in the hands of the 2 people, and said lightly, "Bring it here." "Yes." The 2 walked over respectfully, knelt at Yin Jiucha's feet, and raised the tray above their heads. The round-faced maid was called Fangfei, and the melon-faced maid was called Fangrong. Fangfei bravely said, replying to the king, "The wedding dresses and wedding gowns that can be found are all here. Please have a look." Wedding dresses and wedding gowns are not just any clothes. These are all found in a warehouse that has been sealed for more than 10 years. At that time, the king and his wife got married and ordered several wedding dresses and wedding gowns. They thought they would never be used in this life. But Yin Jiuchao and the Ghost King have similar figures, so they are still suitable. Yuan became rounder after pregnancy, and the wedding dress is a little thinner, but it can be worn after some modification. These are all without Yin Jiuchao's visual estimation. The 2 maids simply don't know how the king estimated them. It's not that they haven't seen each other for more than 10 years. How can it be that they are together day and night? So they know every hair of the lady like the back of their hands? Fangfei and Fangrong changed the waist of the wedding dress to a larger size. Fangfei said, "I will help madam undress." Yin Jiucha frowned. "No. I will come. You can leave." The king actually wants to undress madam himself? How can the king lower himself to do such a thing? Anything else? Yin Jiucha asked coldly. "No. I will leave," Fangfei said, pulling Fangrong away. In a daze, Yuan felt someone undressing her clothes. She opened her eyelids and took a look. It was Yin Jiucha. She closed her eyes again and fell asleep heartlessly. Yin Jiucha saw that she was not on guard against him. Snorted, and his face was not so stinky. Yuan was very sleepy, and her eyes were closed when she was pulled up to worship. After worshipping, Yuan was carried back to the wedding room by Yin Jiucha. The 3 little guys have been sent to Awei's room. Yin Jiuchao, who has the memory of the Ghost King, does not know Awei, but remembers that this young man is the master of his 3 sons. The wedding night belongs to him and his new wife. Although he loves his sons, he will not allow them to ruin his good deeds tonight. Yin Jiucha looked at the drowsy person in his arms and snorted coldly, "Woman, you have been on the run for 18 years. It's time to pay me back everything you owe me." After that, he put the person on the edge of the bed. Yuan was so sleepy that she kept dozing off. She has been tossing around all day. Can she still sleep well? Yin Jiucha used Yurui to lift her veil, and under the veil was a beautiful face. After so many years, this woman's appearance has not changed at all. But he has changed, become younger and more handsome. He recalled the past of this woman. Her surname was not Jiang, but Nandong. She was an abandoned baby sent to the Ghost Clan by the royal family of Nanzhao. He didn't know why the Ghost Clan took her in. She was only 1 year older than him. It was his father, the former Ghost King, who took her in. She lived in the most remote village at first, but she brought trouble to every village. She was not very old, but she moved more than 10 times. Finally, no village in the whole clan dared to take her in, so she had to move to the palace. That was when he saw her. He was 8 years old at that time. He saw a delicate little girl, wearing a white dress and a beautiful bun, smiling at him, like a fairy on a mural. He walked over in a daze, and was about to tell him that he was the young master of the Ghost Clan. But she punched him down. From then on, his nightmare began. He wanted to drive this wild girl out countless times, But somehow, the wild girl captured his father's love. His father loved her more than his own son, and even taught her all the martial arts. His father did not allow him to touch the martial arts of the Forbidden Land, but took her to the Forbidden Land to choose freely. He was not convinced. Why could a girl ride on his head? The marriage with him was arranged by his father before his death. She was a member of the Nanzhao royal family. Her father could not decide her marriage, but he could decide his own. His father forced her to swear that he must marry her no matter what the cost. And this turned out to be the condition for him to sit on the throne. He was very confused. He asked his father where she came from, but his father refused to say anything and forced him to agree. Otherwise his father would die with regret. He had to agree. He asked the Nanzhao royal family to marry her. The Nanzhao princess asked him for the holy object. Thinking of his father's last words before his death, he reluctantly gave up and gave the holy object as a betrothal gift. He had done so much. But who knew that the night before the wedding, this woman actually ran away from the marriage? Over the years, in order to find her trace, he sent out many masters of the Ghost clan. But those masters all went without returning. And he was also very tired. After recalling the mental journey in his mind, Yin Jiucha sighed deeply. Fortunately, everything is over. And this woman finally returned to him. Let that Central Plains pretty boy go to H.L. From now on, she belongs to him. Yuan yawned and glanced at Yin Jiuchao with her little eyes. What was she thinking about? I am so sleepy. Yuan could hardly lift her eyelids. Yin Jiuchao put the veil and the jade rui aside, picked up the wedding wine on the table, and handed a glass to Yuan. Drink it. No. Yuan turned her face away in disdain. She was pregnant and couldn't drink. Yin Jiuchao said domineeringly, if you don't drink, I have many ways to make you drink. Yuan took a deep breath. And for the sake of his brain, she didn't bother with him. Yuan resisted the sleepiness, smiled, and said, reply to the king. I don't like to drink. And I can't drink. Yin Jiucha frowned, and didn't say that this was the wedding wine and must be drunk. Instead, he poured the wine and replaced it with a glass of water. Can you drink it now? Yuan was defeated by him, and obediently took the cup and drank with him, and then asked, can I sleep now? Yin Jiuchao narrowed his eyes dangerously, grabbed her wrist and said, you are so impatient. Do you want to knock me unconscious and escape from the clan again? You can sleep or not. Yuan pulled back her hand, lay down, turned her back, and gave him a big butt. Yin Jiuchao's aura was fully open, and the temperature in the hall seemed to drop. His eyes were cold, and he squeezed out a voice from between his teeth. You are tired of living by turning your back on me? Believe me, you don't want to see my torture methods. Yuan, turn off the lights. Yin Jiuchao turned off the lights obediently. Chapter 522 Little Fatty. Winning life without anything. The Ghost Tribe hasn't had any major events for many years. But recently 3 events have occurred in succession. The first one is that the Ghost King's appearance was treated by Qiu Wuya. Not only did he lose the hideous tattoo marks, but he also became younger and more beautiful than before. And he could be called a generation of divine face. The second thing is that the wife, who had escaped for many years, finally returned to the tribe and married the Ghost King. The wedding after 18 years was finally completed, regardless of whether the tribe members were happy or not. A certain king was quite satisfied. The last major event was that their king had 3 more sons out of thin air. The elders and guardians were all confused. When did the king have a son? How come they didn't know? To say that there are women in the palace. There are. And there are quite a few. They are all beauties carefully selected by the elders and guardians for the king, with the purpose of continuing the king's offspring. However, after so many years, the number of women in the palace has increased. But the king's offspring has never moved. The reason is that the king is not obsessed with this matter and rarely summons them. They can't get pregnant on their own. If so, it would be a big deal to be beheaded. When they heard that the king had a son, the most surprised were not the elders and guardians, but the group of neglected beauties. Everyone speculated which vixen seduced the king and secretly gave birth to the king's flesh and blood. Among these beauties, the king's distant cousins, Madame Li and Madame Yu, were the most favored. At dawn, the 2 ladies led the sisters to the bedroom to meet the new lady. At this time, Yuan was lying on the soft and wide bed and sleeping soundly. After running around for 2 months, she was physically and mentally exhausted. She was reunited with her husband and son suddenly. She was finally able to sleep peacefully with her heart hanging in her stomach. Yuan planned to sleep until noon. As for the Ghost Clan's king Yin Jiuqiu, he got up before dawn and took his 3 cute sons to the clan to handle crazy, official, showy, affairs babies. Madam. Yuan was dazed and vaguely heard someone calling her. She turned over with her belly in her hands and covered her head with a pillow. Not wanting to pay attention to that person, Fang Fei hesitated. Fang Rong whispered, "Call again. Madam Li and the others are waiting to pay respects to Madam." Fang Fei hesitated for a long time, but still called softly. This time Yuan did get up. But not because she was called, but because she was hungry. Yuan asked the two to serve the meal. Before Yin Jiuqiu left, he asked the cook to prepare a large table of delicious food, which was now warming on the stove. Hearing Yuan's instructions, the two hurriedly presented the breakfast. "Where is Yin Jiuqiu?" Yuan asked with a yawn. The two looked at her blankly. Yuan then remembered that her husband was already the king of the ghost tribe. She said, "Where is the king?" Fang Fei replied, "The king took the young master to the tribe to handle official business. Madam Li and the others are here." Yuan ate a mouthful of red sugar millet porridge. "Who is Madam Li?" Fang Rong said. "She is the beauty presented to the king by the tribe. All the concubines were sent to the palace after the lady left the clan, so no one thought it was strange that the lady didn't know them." Yuan touched her chin. The ghost king's concubine didn't sleep early in the morning and came to pay respects to her newly married wife. "I'm afraid it's not a good thing. Knowing yourself, and the enemy will win every battle. It's better to find out the details of the other party first." Yuan looked at Fang Fei and Fang Rong and said, "Tell me about the king's beauties. Who is the most favored and who is the most unoffensive?" The king had been quite fond of these two ladies earlier. Fang Fei didn't dare to discuss them privately. Fang Rong was bold. After a little hesitation, she said all at once, "The most favored are Madam Li and Madam Yu. They are distant cousins of the king. The rest of the ladies are also girls, with clean family backgrounds carefully selected by the guardians and the elders. In other words, those who came in were all related households, and they were all difficult to offend." Yuan drank a mouthful of porridge silently. After breakfast, Yuan asked Fang Rong and Fang Fei to call the ladies in. As expected of the ladies who serve the king, they are all gorgeous and beautiful, and they are really pleasing to the eyes. Yuan doesn't like to put on makeup, and she doesn't even use rouge after she got pregnant. She is naturally beautiful, and her appearance is no worse than these well-dressed beauties. However, she ate and drank a lot after she got pregnant, and her whole body became rounder, compared with these slender beauties. She looks like a little fat girl. The beauties were stunned immediately. She escaped from the king's marriage and had another man outside. With the king's temper, he should have burned her alive long ago. But the king didn't do that. Not only did he not punish her, but he married her regardless of the past. Everyone was wondering what kind of fairy could make the king so fascinated. But she turned out to be a fat girl. She is indeed exquisite. But she has no waist. Everyone knows that the ghost king has a thin waist, and there is no woman with a thick waist in the palace. How could the king be fascinated by her? Everyone looked at the little fat on Yuan's belly and almost doubted their lives. Yuan sat on a big chair covered with tiger skin, peeling an orange while saying, "I heard that you are here to pay your respects to this lady." Everyone came to their senses and bowed to her. Yuan ate a few orange slices, but was not very full. She picked up another piece of osmanthus cake and said leisurely, "Okay. You are done. You can go back." They frightened Yuan so much that she almost forgot the main business. The beauties exchanged glances with each other. Madam Li came forward and bowed, saying, "Madam, we came here to report something to you." "What is it?" Yuan asked, and picked up another piece of osmanthus cake and started eating. She really didn't know what kind of little devil she was pregnant with. Things that she didn't like to eat before. Now she can't live without them. Madam Li saw that she was still eating even though her waist was gone, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. Yuan ate happily, not knowing that she was despised by the king's concubines. Strictly speaking, these concubines had nothing to do with her. If it was her mother, who was captured and brought back to the clan this time, all the eyes of this group of people would be on her mother. Thinking of this, Yuan didn't have much sympathy for them. Madam Li got back to the point. "Wang took a few children to the clan this morning. Have you heard about this? Becoming a stepmother on the second day of the wedding would be embarrassing for anyone." Madam Li carefully looked at Yuan's expression. But she was disappointed. Yuan's face was calm, and she just buried her head in eating osmanthus cake. Piece by piece. Madame Li frowned. Does this lady really not care? Or is she pretending not to care? She has married the king, so she should not dream of leaving the clan again. She will give birth to a child for the king. Isn't she worried that the 3 sons will take the place of her child? Of course Yuan is not worried. Those are her sons. For sure. Yuan said calmly. So Madame Li wants to tell me this. I have heard about it, and seen it before. If there is nothing else, Madame Li and the sisters can leave. I want to rest. Madame Li said, Madam. It's fine if the king hides it from us. But he also hides it from you. I really don't know which vixen has bewitched the king like this. Madam. You must be careful. Madam, you chimed in. Yes. Madam. The king can't be bewitched by a vixen kept outside. You must find that vixen. Punish her well. Let her see how powerful you are. And know that you are the real mistress of the palace. Listen. Listen. How restless are the women in the palace. Yuan slapped the table. How can this be? How can you interfere in the king's affairs? It is a good thing for the king to have children. And it is a blessing for the whole family. You keep asking me to find that vixen. Do you know that? That vixen is me? Yuan said selflessly. It is a great achievement for the king to have children. Not only will I not punish her, but I will reward her. Madame Li was horrified. Madam. Yuan waved her hand. Okay. Madam is tired. We can talk about it another day. But the king. Madame Li wanted to say something. But Feng Rong and Feng Fei knelt down, prostrated on the ground, and saluted devoutly in the direction of the door. The beauties were all excited. They couldn't remember when they last saw the king. The reason they came to the bedroom to pay their respects to the new lady today was not only to stir up the relationship between the new lady and the vixen, but also to meet the king by chance. Finally, this moment has come. The king is walking towards them. Everyone posed in the most graceful posture, put on the most moving expression, and looked at the man walking towards them with affection. Yin Jiuqiao didn't even look at them. He walked to Yuan with big strides, pinched Yuan's chubby waist, and then his expression turned cold. Everyone is gloating over your misfortune. Let you eat? Don't you know that the king has a thin waist? If you eat away your waist, you will lose favor. Why did you lose weight? Yin Jiuqiao said coldly. Is it because the cook's food is not delicious? Come on. Drag the cook out and chop him up. Yuan, who looked confused. The stunned beauties. Chapter 523 The Power of Little Buns. Yuan was extremely sure that it was not the Ghost King's memory that was at work, because according to the information she learned from the 2 little girls Feng Fei and Feng Rong, the Ghost King liked thin waists very much. He favored slim women. The reason why Madame Li and Madame you were able to catch the Ghost King's eye was not only because of their distant relatives, but more importantly, they had the thinnest waists in the entire palace. So this is what Yin Jiuqiao really likes? He likes little fat girls. Then I was so thin before. It was really hard for him to not dislike her. Also, the Ghost King was really ruthless to the beauties in the palace. He was not really good-tempered to them. Not to mention that he was so angry for her in public. Yin Jiuqiao's love and possessiveness for her were all his own. It was hidden in his heart, suppressed for a long time, but he never dared to show it because of his man's face. Maybe it was because she suddenly knew the truth, and when she recalled the seemingly ordinary time together, she felt sweet at this moment. Thinking carefully, breaking her head might not be a bad thing. After all, if he hadn't lost his memory, this guy wouldn't have lost so many burdens. He obviously liked to get close to her without paying attention to others, but he always acted in a rigid and indifferent manner, compared with the Yin Jiuqiao who always disguised himself in the past. He was more real and undisguised now. Yuan was really spoiled into a waist now, and she didn't even need to walk. She circled Yin Jiuqiao's neck and said softly, Don't punish the cook. The egg custard he made is very good. I want to eat it at noon. Yin Jiuqiao said nothing, just snorted coldly. But everyone understood that the cook's life was saved. The beauties watched their own king carry the new wife out of the hall. From beginning to end, the king did not even look at them. This was too heartbreaking. Compared with the unknown vixen, the new wife, who was favored by the king, was more of a concern for them. The vixen gave birth to 3 sons for the king, but she didn't even have a name. Maybe the king has already dealt with her. The king only has the new wife in his heart. Who says it's not? When has the king ever favored any woman so much? The king was so fascinated by her. The beauties whispered to each other. In the past, They thought that Madame Li and Madame Yu were favored because they could be summoned by the king every month. As for what they were summoned for, no one knew. But at least they had the opportunity to meet the king. Now that they saw the king and the new wife getting along, they knew what it meant to be truly favored. Madame Li and Madame Yu were about to tear their handkerchiefs to pieces. Without a comparison, they were still pretty good. After the comparison, those favors were not worth mentioning. And they suspected that from now on, those meager favors would also disappear with the arrival of the new wife. Sister, what should we do? Madame Yu stamped her feet anxiously. She originally thought that as long as they kept the grace, they would be able to become a proper wife sooner or later. And at the very least, they could give birth to a child for the king. Now, it was all in vain. And there was nothing to expect. A trace of unwillingness flashed across Madame Li's eyes. My dear sister, if you are the one favored, I won't say anything. After all, you and I have guarded the king for so many years. We have no merits but hard work. But what is that woman? She is just a slut. I heard that she was despised in the tribe back then. It was the former king who adopted her regardless of past grudges. He felt sorry for her and forced the king to marry her before his death. But look, what did she do to the king? How can such a slut be worthy of the king? Madame Yu nodded. Sister is right. She is not worthy. Madame Li curled her lips coldly. The king was just confused by her for a while. As long as the king sees her true face, can he still tolerate her living happily in the tribe? Madame Yu's eyes moved. Sister, do you have any good ideas? Mrs. Li hooked her finger at Mrs. Yu. And Mrs. Yu leaned over to listen to what Mrs. Li said. She covered her mouth and laughed. What a good idea. When the king sees this, he will definitely not favor her anymore. Mrs. Li smiled and said, It's not enough for us to be witnesses. Call the fourth and fifth uncles as well. The fourth and fifth uncles mentioned by Mrs. Li are the two guardians of the ghost clan. They are of noble status, not inferior to the priests. They are cousins of the ghost king's mother, so they are more respected in the clan. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Yu were originally the daughters of the two guardians' half-brothers. In terms of relationship, they are not too close. But in terms of use, they are closer than biological daughters. It was not the first time that they were jealous of the favored beauties. They had done many things to frame beauties, and some of them were even discovered by the king. But the king never said anything. In the king's view, this was the king's favor for them, and the king's respect for their cousin. Therefore, this time to frame the new lady, the two were almost fearless. Yuan didn't know that she was being targeted by the two ghost king's concubines. She was taken back to the bedroom by Yan Jiuchu. Where is the child? She asked. He went to learn kung fu, Yan Jiuchu said, giving her a cocky look, as if to say that being the son of this king is very tiring. Yuan said, Oh, there is nothing to worry about if she goes to find Al Wei. She just ate a full meal and felt sleepy again. She fell down and was about to go to sleep. But Yan Jiuchao grabbed her wrist. Woman, did you forget something? Huh? Yuan looked at him puzzled. You fell asleep last night. Yeah. So? You owe me. Yuan touched her belly. Seeing her hesitation, Yan Jiuchao narrowed his eyes dangerously. What? Thinking about your pretty boy again? You are already my woman. You will never see him again in your life. If you know what's good for you, just listen to me. Otherwise, I will kill your two men. Yuan was confused. Which two men? Yan Jiuchao pinched her chin. The two named Ing Liuhe and Ing Shersan. Those are your men. Yuan didn't want to pay attention to him. Yan Jiuchao imprisoned her in the corner. Yuan never knew that he could exude such a domineering and strong aura. He was undoubtedly more fascinating. Half an hour later, Yuan fell asleep with a small snore. Yan Jiuchao sat at the head of the bed, with a silly look on his face. His ears were red enough to drip blood. Yan Jiuchao sat in the hall for a while, and listened to the guards report that the two guardians of the clan had come to discuss important matters with the king. Yan Jiuchao went out refreshed. The servant bribed by Madame Li and Madame Yu entered the bedroom at this time. The ghost king likes quietness and does not like too many servants to serve him. He is good at martial arts, and is not worried about assassination. The servant sneaked into the ghost king's bedroom with almost no effort. The servant was carrying a large hemp sack, and saw Yuan sleeping soundly at a glance. He was about to walk to the head of the bed, when suddenly, Fang Fei and Fang Rong came in, with a few plates of freshly made snacks from the kitchen. And the man hid under the bed. Seeing that their wives were asleep, Fang Fei and Fang Rong did not dare to disturb them. After putting down the snacks, they quietly went to guard outside the door. The servant crawled out from under the bed. According to the order of Madame Li and Madame Yu, he placed the handsome man who was knocked unconscious in the sack next to the new wife. This man was carefully selected by Madame Yu and Madame Li. He was as handsome as Panin, with a burly figure, and young and vigorous. He was most suitable to be an adulterer. In a while, he would shout for assassins outside the bedroom. Madame Li, Madame Yu, and the guardians rushed to the palace because they were worried about the safety of the king. In the end, a scene of catching an adulterer was staged in front of everyone. The new wife embarrassed the king so much that I believe the king will never favor her again. After everything was handled properly, the servant climbed out from the windowsill, changed back into his guard armor, and shouted loudly as planned, "There is an assassin. Come and catch the assassin." The guards were all alarmed. Upon hearing the news, the women in the palace came to protect the king, and the two guardians and Yin Jiuqiu, who were discussing matters in the side hall, also hurried over. "King, you'd better not go in." "Madam she. At the gate, Madame Li covered her mouth with a handkerchief, looked at Yin Jiuqiu with tears in her eyes, and hesitated to speak. "Get out of the way!" Yin Jiuqiu shouted, walked past her and walked into the house. Madame Li curled her lips. A good show was about to begin. Seeing the newly married lady having an affair with a man younger than herself, she would definitely kill them in anger. "King." Madame Li suppressed her pride, exchanged a look with Madame Yu, and both walked in crying. The scene in front of them made the two of them dumbfounded. There was no shadow of a man on the white bed. Only three cute little buns. Chapter 524, Real Strength to Abuse a Trash. How could this happen? Where is the adulterer? Where did he go? Didn't they agree to put it next to the new lady's pillow? They came here after hearing the secret code from the guards. But the adulterer disappeared in the play of catching the adulterer. What else was there to catch? A great opportunity to kill the new lady was just missed for no reason. Mrs. Li and Mrs. Yu exchanged glances, and saw the shock that could not be suppressed in each other's eyes. At the same time, the two guardians who were secretly communicating with the two also showed strange expressions. The two looked at Mrs. Li and Mrs. Yu, and the two ladies shook their heads, saying that they didn't know what was going on. Obviously, the palace guards had been bribed to send the knocked-out handsome man to the bed of the new wife. But how come in the blink of an eye? This scene appeared before our eyes? Not good enough to do things, but more than enough to cause trouble. The two guardians shook their sleeves impatiently. These two are the daughters of the family's half-brother. They have no brains, but only a charming appearance. This is a taboo in the palace full of intrigue. But the advantage is also obvious. That is, it is easy to control, and it is not easy to have a different heart towards them. The king has always paid little attention to the beauties in the palace. Even if he knew that the two had done something, he was too lazy to bother with them, because they were distant relatives of the maternal family. In the eyes of the king, the group of beauties is no different from a plate of fresh fruits. If some fruits suit his appetite, he will taste them. But if these fruits are broken, he will not take it too seriously. This is why the two have no brains, and can live a prosperous life just by being domineering in the palace. To put it bluntly, it was the king's connivance. But this time, the two guardians felt that the situation was different. When they heard that the king not only did not deal with a woman who ran away from marriage, but also married her in the hall at night, the two guardians did not think that the king was doting on her. They understood better than anyone that the king had agreed to the previous king's instructions, and would not marry that woman in this life. In their opinion, the king was fulfilling the previous king's will. How could the king have the slightest affection for a woman who betrayed him? But when the king heard that there was an assassin, he immediately left the two of them, rushed into the house with Mrs. Li, who was blocking the way, pushed the three in the way sons aside, and carefully checked the lady's pulse. That caring look must be true. The king cared about this woman. Yin Jiuqiu was sure that Yuan was not fainted by someone, but just fell asleep by herself, and his cold expression was slightly relieved. He looked at the three cute little buns, and the little buns also looked at him. None of the four fathers and sons said anything, but Yin Jiuqiu was not stupid. At this hour, the two guardians came to him, and they were not talking about something that could not wait. It just so happened that there was an assassin in the bedroom, and Madame Li and Madame Yu arrived earlier than him. Looking at the puzzled expressions of the two in shock, no one would believe that there was no trick. Yin Jiuqiu paced a few steps beside the bed. With his skills, it was easy for him to sense the breath inside and outside the bedroom. There was an unconscious man under the bed. And there was a disordered and uneven breathing in the corridor. Go find your master, Yin Jiuchao said to the little ones. The 3 little ones went there. Yin Jiuchao waved his sleeves and let down the curtain at the head of the bed. Yuan was covered in the curtain and slept soundly. Yin Jiuchao walked slowly to Madame Li and Madame Yu. At first, the 2 of them were still able to hold their backs high without fear. But as Yin Jiuchao approached, they felt the murderous aura around him, and their hearts skipped a beat. The ominous premonition in the hearts of the 2 guardians also gradually magnified. Wang has become different from before. Wang he. The 2 didn't know how to describe the man in front of them now. They saw that he stopped 3 steps away from Madame Li and Madame Yu. He stretched out his slender jade-like hand in the direction of the window, clenched his fingertips, and a powerful internal force poured out. A guard in armor was sucked in by this internal force. He grabbed the guard's neck. The guard's feet were in the air, and he lifted him up in the air effortlessly. The guard's face turned purple. The faces of Madame Li and Madame Yu also changed suddenly. This guard was none other than the spy she had bribed. He was the one who sneaked into the bedroom, and was ordered to put the adulterer next to the new lady's bed. He was also the one who shouted that an assassin was coming. The king actually caught him out. What does this mean? The 2 dared not think about it. The 2 guardians guessed that the guard was their insider just by looking at the faces of Madame Yu and Madame Li. They guessed it because they knew about this matter. But the king was unaware of it. He did not even ask a single question. But he caught the man so accurately. In the past, the king was only good at martial arts. When did his brain become so good? Mrs. Li and Mrs. Yu could not bear Yin Jiuchao's murderous aura. Their legs softened, and they fell to their knees. The 2 guardians desperately winked at them. No matter what. Just grit their teeth and refuse to admit it. This guard is from their lineage, and his life and property are in their hands. I don't think he dares to say anything. The guard did not say anything. But it was not that he didn't want to say it, nor that he didn't dare to say it, but that he didn't have the opportunity to say it. Yin Jiuchao didn't ask. Just twisted the guard's neck in front of the 4 people. The 2 guardians were so scared that they were stunned. And Mrs. Li and Mrs. Yu almost cried out. Mrs. Li trembled and defended herself. Wang, listen to me. Yin Jiuchao interrupted her lightly and looked down at her. What you said. Is it important? Mrs. Li was stunned. Yin Jiuchao opened his thin lips and said, Come here. Several guards filed in and bowed. King! Yin Jiuchao looked at Madame Li and Madame Yu coldly and said, Drag them away and kill them. The 2 of them were horrified. The 2 wanted to say that they knew nothing. That they had nothing to do with the guard. That they did not find an adulterer to frame the lady. After all, the king had no evidence that the adulterer was not there. But somehow, when they met the king's cold eyes, they could not say a word of excuse. Intuition told them that the consequences of quibbling would be 100 times worse than death. King! Spare my life. King! Madame Li threw herself at Yin Jiuchao's feet and reached out to grab his clothes. Yin Jiuchao gave the guard a look of disdain. The guard quickly held Madame Li down. Madame Li and her sister had been domineering in the palace for many years. Some of their actions were hidden, while others were exposed. The king did not do anything to her and Madame Yu, although the incident was a bit serious this time. At most, she would be punished with a beating or confinement for a period of time. Why would he kill her? Isn't the madam fine? They are not guilty of death. Spare my life. King! We will never dare to do it again. Madame Yu also cried and begged for mercy. Noisy, Yin Jiuchao said coldly. The guards were startled and dared not hesitate any more. They hurriedly dragged the 2 out. The 2 guardians' expressions changed. Your Majesty. They were just impulsive and bewildered. Please forgive their sins for the sake of the late madam. Yes, Your Majesty. Please forgive them. When the late madam was alive, she praised them for their kindness and loved them very much. The 2 of them kept talking about the late madam, knowing that the king would give his biological mother a face no matter what. But Yin Jiuchao didn't even raise his eyelids. His internal force turned into a blade, and the blade fell, dragging Madame Li and Madame Yu into the yard and died. The 2 guardians were shocked. Yin Jiuchao said coldly, One unfaithfulness. 100 times no use. Keep them alive, and wait for them to frame my woman again. Kindness can never awaken conscience. It will only be exchanged for another betrayal. After all, the price of betrayal is too small. Isn't it? The king is still as cruel as ever. But there seems to be something else in this cruelty. Methods. Yes, it is means. The king was cruel in the past because of his fickle temperament. But now his cruelty seems to have a definite purpose. He has a bad temper. Don't provoke him. Just coax him. But now he can't coax him. It seems that Wang has grown a brain overnight. A layer of cold sweat broke out on the backs of the two. They have helped Madame Li and Madame Yu to do bad things. The fourth guardian said, King, you treat the people of your mother's clan like this. Aren't you afraid that it will be spread? Heh. Yin Jiocha curled his lips coldly. Walked towards the two of them in a sinister way. Stopped between them. Stretched out his cold hand. And grabbed the back of their heads. If you have time to worry about me, why not worry about yourselves? Do you think you can get yourself clean in this matter? The two of them were stunned. And then before they could react, they felt the cold hand on their heads sliding down their necks. The hand twisted lightly, and the two fell to the ground. The two of them opened their eyes wide, and there was a sense of disbelief in their eyes that they had not had time to fade away. The two of them did not expect the king to be so decisive that he would kill even the guardian of the mother's clan. Unfortunately, no matter how much they regretted, it was too late. Yin Jiocha took out a clean white handkerchief, wiped his hands lightly, then stepped over the corpse on the ground with his long legs and came to the bedside. He opened the curtain, picked up the sleeping Yuan, and jumped out of the bedroom on tiptoe. Chapter 525 The Truth About the Ghost Tribe. Yuan woke up to the sound of waves. She slept too deeply and knew nothing about what happened in the bedroom. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself wrapped in a thick cloak and sitting in someone's arms. The sky was gray, as if a thin layer of black gauze was covering the green mountains and green waters. The remaining stars fell, and a small fish belly white appeared on the horizon. The clouds and mist dispersed, and the purple air came from the east. A red sun broke through the clouds and burned the entire sky red. Is it sunrise? Yuan was amazed by the scene in front of her. She woke up halfway from her sleep and found that she and Yin Jiocha were sitting on a big rock on the top of the peak, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if in a fairyland. It was not the first time for her to watch the sunrise, but she had never known that the sunrise could be so amazing. Perhaps the viewing angle had changed, or perhaps the person who accompanied her to watch the scenery was different. She leaned lazily on his chest and squinted comfortably. She didn't ask where this was, nor did she ask him how he brought her here. After his brain broke, he always did things that surprised her. Just watching the sunrise was the least of his worries. Who knew what he would do next? Yuan watched the sunrise quietly. Yin Jiochu's arms wrapped around her, like a lazy fat cat. Stupid. Do you even need to ask? He said disdainfully. But the way he held Yuan didn't mean that. His hand gently rested on her plump belly, and he changed the subject, saying, You should also have a baby for me? Why did it get to the topic of having a baby? Did the topic change too quickly? Yin Jiocha said again, You may be pregnant. No. Yuan turned her face away. Yin Jiocha said domineeringly, If I say you are pregnant. You are pregnant. Yuan. Never mind. I was pregnant. But I was afraid that he would not remember that it was his. So I didn't dare to tell him openly. I just admitted it. Yin Jiocha said, I will ask a doctor to check your pulse in a while. Yuan put her fingertips on her wrist pretentiously. No need. I am the doctor. I have learned a lot of medical skills in the Central Plains over the years. I can tell it myself. The king is right. I am indeed pregnant. Yin Jiocha said proudly, I knew it. Wedding night yesterday. Pregnant today. What kind of weird brain can accept such a thing? Yuan covered her eyes. She couldn't look down. Yin Jiocha carefully held her in his arms. Since you are pregnant, don't worry about it anymore. You are not even allowed to walk. And you still worry about it? Are you overthinking it? It's windy here. You should not blow it when you are pregnant, Yin Jiocha said, and gently picked up Yuan. He now has the power of the Ghost King. And he returned to the palace with a light leap. Yuan felt the taste of showing off in public again. After Yin Jiocha put Yuan down, he went to the clan to handle official business. He was a diligent king. Yuan called the servants into the house to serve. Somehow, Yuan felt that these servants were weird, and they seemed to be very afraid of her. Fang Fei shook the water when pouring it for her and spilled it. She didn't do anything. Did she? Why are these people so afraid of her? What happened? Yuan asked. Fang Fei knelt down with a plop. She was scared. Yuan was even more confused now. She put down the half-used towel and said seriously, Tell me, What happened in the palace the night I was away? Fang Fei said fearfully. Reply. Madam. Nothing happened the night you were away. Yuan raised her eyebrows strangely. Then you. When you were here. Fang Fei bit the bullet and confessed all the things Yin Jiuchao did to Madam Yu, Madam Li, and the two guardians. Why did the king deal with them? Yuan asked, puzzled. Fang Fei said, it is said that the two ladies colluded with the guardian, knocked out a man, and tried to frame the lady for having an affair with him. But the king saw through it. Is there such a thing? Yuan touched her chin. She had only met the beauties in the palace once. Fang Fei and Fang Rong had reminded her that Madam Li and Madam Yu were relatives of the king's maternal clan, and should not be offended easily. Unexpectedly, she did not offend them. But they came to her. What is meant by harming others will eventually harm yourself. This is it. In order to protect the new lady, the king even dealt with the relatives of his maternal clan. So everyone in the palace was in danger, and dared not neglect Yuan in the slightest. This incident did not cause much trouble in Yuan's heart. After all, she did not come to the ghost clan to be the queen. But the identity of the queen could give her the greatest convenience. She still remembered the purpose of this trip. After breakfast, she asked people about the news of her grandmother and her group. She learned that they were placed in a side hall of the palace. And she left a maid. The three little kids went to the back mountain to learn Qigong. And the rest of them were all there. Yuan entered Qiu Bing's room. Seeing Yuan with a ruddy face, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Ghost King's memory was confused, Yin Jiuchao treated Yuan well. Otherwise the girl would not have looked 2 or 3 pounds fatter. Sit down. Qin Yan made room for her. Yuan sat down. Qin Yan winked at Yugo, who understood, and walked to the door to guard it. Yuan looked at them. What's wrong? Do walls have ears? Qin Yan said disdainfully. Isn't it that Qiu Wuya? He has been watching us secretly, trying to find out Jiuchao's flaws. Oh, Jiuchao himself believes it. It's hard for us to find flaws, let alone Qiu Wuya. Maybe in the next life. Yeah. Yuan nodded. She believed that with the ability of Grandma and others, they would not be unable to defend against Qiu Wuya. Qin Yan said again, by the way, what's the matter with you coming here? Yuan said, I want to ask if Yin Jiuchao will always be like this in the future? Can his brain get better? Qin Yan looked at Qiu Bing. Qiu Bing stroked his beard and said, I don't know if his brain can get better. But according to my observation, the Ghost King's power has a certain effect in suppressing the toxicity in his body. So this may not be a bad thing. His eyes can see, and he will no longer be blind for no reason. The Ghost King's power is so profound, but he can only suppress it, not cure it. On the way here, Yuan still had a glimmer of hope. Yin Jiuchao became so powerful. Would time be cured as well? It seems that she thought too much. However, it is good to be able to suppress it. At least you don't have to drink medicine every day. How long can it be suppressed? Yuan asked. Qiu Bing pondered for a moment and said, at most half a year. At least 3 months. The benefits of this suppression are obvious, and the disadvantages cannot be ignored. When the poison attacks next time, there will be no way to relieve or suppress it. He must get the antidote. Otherwise he will only die. Yuan looked at Old Chui. Old Chui spread his hands. Don't look at me. I can't help either. Yuan touched her belly with one hand. So, we don't have much time to find the medicine. But where's the medicine? The atmosphere in the room froze for a moment. Suddenly, Yuan thought of something and took out a token from her arms and said, Grandma, do you recognize this? Ing Shursan's eyes fell on him. When Adu took us through that passage, we also found the same totem on the stone wall. Why are they very similar to the totems of the ghost tribe, but not quite the same? Qiu Bing was silent. Grandma, we have no intention of exploring the secrets of the ghost tribe. But if this matter is related to finding the medicine, I still hope you can tell us the truth. Yuan never forced Grandma and her group on anything. Even when she realized that they concealed their identities, she never asked. Now it's different. Yin Jiuchao needs the medicine. Her intuition tells her that the totem on this token is related to the medicine. Where did you find it? Qiu Bing asked. At the bottom of the cliff. Yuan Jiang and Adu fell into a trap, and were rescued by the old witch and brought back to the yard. They waited for Yin Jiuchao to come, and told her grandmother about it. After hearing this, Qiu Bing closed his eyes and sighed. This is God's will. Everyone looked at him in astonishment. Qiu Bing shook his head. Forget it. This secret has been kept for so many years. It's time to reveal it to the world. This token is indeed related to finding the medicine. Everyone waited for him to continue. Qiu Bing took a deep breath. Are you confused? Why the token and the totem on the stone wall are so similar to the totem of the Ghost Clan, but not quite the same? That's because the real Ghost Clan is no longer here. Chapter 526 Three Little Saints. What do you mean they are no longer here? Yuan looked at the mountains outside the window. Aren't all the people living here ghosts? Yes. But... Qiu Bing hesitated. His expression was a bit hard to describe. Although Qing Yan and Yuego were natives of the tribe, they didn't know much about the past of the tribe. So when Grandma said the real ghosts are no longer here, they were more surprised than Yuan. Shura sat on a chair drinking goat milk. And next to him sat a man, who was also holding a small bottle of milk. This was Shura's new little brother, the real Ghost King. The two drank gurglingly, turning a deaf ear to Grandma's words. Qiu Bing looked at the Ghost King, who had fallen into a daze, with a complicated expression, and sighed. This matter has to start from the Sikong family hundreds of years ago. The Sikong family is the most powerful family in the Ghost Clan. The Ghost Kings of all generations are from the Sikong family. Our Qiu family has assisted the Sikong family for generations. However, there are many descendants of the Sikong family, and there will be fierce fights among them. The winner is the king, and the loser is the enemy. Since ancient times, the kingship is nothing more than this. So, are all the people here the losers? Yuan said. Qiu Bing smiled bitterly. You can also say that the palace you see was originally a sky prison. Huh? Everyone was shocked. Qiu Bing continued. Back then, Madame Sikong gave birth to two sons. The two sons fought for the throne, and each ruled his own country. The youngest son lost, and the eldest son ascended the throne. Madame Sikong could not bear the youngest son's suffering, so she ordered people to build this palace. It looks like a palace, but it is actually a cage. The eldest son ordered that the youngest son could not leave the palace. If it were just that, it would not be too miserable. Unfortunately, the eldest son wanted to move the capital. He took all the clansmen away and used this place as a place of exile. Yuan paused. In other words, those who stayed here are all criminals. Qiu Bing nodded. That's right. Qing Yan and Yuego's eyes widened instantly. What happened to them? They are the descendants of criminals? But Grandma just said that the Qiu family has assisted the Sikong family for generations. Did the Qiu family also have criminals who were exiled? That's not the case. Qiu Bing shook his head. The Qiu family was ordered to guard the youngest son to ensure that his descendants would be exiled forever. Forever exiled. What a cruel heart. Yuan frowned strangely. Since the eldest son hates his younger brother so much, why doesn't he just kill him? Qiu Bing sighed. Because before his death, Madame Sikong forced him to promise her not to harm the lives of the youngest son and his descendants. This is a secret passed down from generation to generation in our Qiu family, and only each head of the family knows it. Even though Qiu Huiya became the king's priest, he didn't know about this. Yugo rarely curled her lips. So, Grandma is not loyal to the king, but is guarding the king. Why does she still work for him? Qiu Bing said helplessly. I want to guard him. First I have to stay alive. The Ghost King has a fickle temper. If you disobey his will, you will be executed immediately. Okay, Qiu Bing added, in order to protect his descendants. The youngest son did not tell them the truth about his imprisonment. After several generations, no one knew that this was a place of exile. Although the Qiu family guarded the king, they no longer imprisoned him in the palace. However, the king was very well behaved and did not walk around easily. Yuan said bluntly, Is it because you are afraid of getting lost? Qiu Bing looked at Owen, and then at the Ghost King, who often got lost even in the palace. What truth are you talking about? Yuan cleared her throat and said, Grandma has talked so much about the Sikong family. What does this have to do with our search for medicine? Could it be that the descendants of the saint and the wizard are all in Xindu? That's right, Qiu Bing said. I also found out that the descendants of these two lines are in Xindu after reading the notes of Wanshu Pavilion. I think the late prince also knows something about Xindu. Huh? Yuan looked at him in confusion. Didn't they say that the youngest son concealed the truth about the relocation of the capital? So the descendants didn't know that this place was no longer a real ghost clan? Qiu Bing said, although that's true, the late king's actions made me feel that he knew the truth. He was trying to go to Xindu and return to the territory that truly belonged to the Sikong family. So the truth behind the extinction of the ghost tribe is not only that they got lost, but also that they moved their capital. Yuan touched her chin and asked, What did the previous king do? Xiao Bing didn't rush to answer her, but asked, You found this token from the bottom of the cliff. But what else did you find? Portrait. Yuan opened her purse and took out the portrait that she kept close to her. A yellowed piece of paper was folded into the size of a palm. After it was spread out, the creases were hard to hide, but the appearance of the portrait could still be seen. Yuan handed her little head over, blinking her eyes at her grandma. Does she look a bit like me? Xiao Bing carefully compared Yuan with the woman in the portrait, nodded, and said without surprise, Indeed, they look a bit alike. Yuan. Do you know why? Yuan shook her head like a rattle, but Yin Jiuqiu said that this woman is very likely a descendant of the saint. I look so much like her. Maybe I am also a descendant of the saint. After all, I am so beautiful. Right? Saints are beautiful. Even more beautiful than fairies. Coincidentally, at this time, the 3 little black eggs came back, and the 3 of them were sweating profusely after playing. Yuan took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her sons. If I am a descendant of the saint, then Debao and the others are also. The 3 were stunned when they heard this. Saint. 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 Saint? They are saints? The 3 little saints lowered their heads shyly, and covered their faces shyly. Xiao Bing covered his eyes, and couldn't bear to look directly at her and said, The saint's bloodline is passed down to girls, not boys. The 3 little saints paused shyly, took down their hands, glanced at Grandma expressionlessly, and walked out with a cold face. This woman came to the clan and found the former king to ask him about the whereabouts of a woman. If I'm not wrong, the woman she is looking for is concubine Yun's mother. Xiao Bing didn't guess concubine Yun at first. It was because so many things happened that he connected all the clues and came to this guess. Yuan thought, She is. Xiao Bing said. She said that the woman she is looking for is her own mother. From this point of view, she should be concubine Yun's half-sister. Yuan blinked. Grandma means that my great-grandmother had a daughter before she married into the Shen family. The woman in the portrait. Xiao Bing nodded slightly. That should be the case. I think it was because of her arrival that the late king knew about the existence of Xindu. She is from Xindu, and is a descendant of the Lan family. The ancestors of the Lan family once had a saint. She is very likely to be a descendant of the saint. Very likely? Yuan was puzzled. Xiao Bing explained. Not all descendants can inherit the blood of the saint. But every few generations, a descendant with the blood of the saint will appear. She is so anxious to find Yunfei's mother. I think, in addition to blood ties, there is another reason. That is, the blood of the saint in Yunfei's mother. Yuan nodded in enlightenment and motioned for Grandma to continue. Xiao Bing said, at that time, the princess was already 5 years old, and her eyebrows were somewhat similar to that woman. The late king also inquired about the deeds of concubine Yun's mother, and found that she was the lost Lan girl. The Lan family was also a well-known figure in Xindu. So the late king had his own plan. He did not tell the truth to the woman, but took the princess to the palace and carefully nurtured her. He arranged a marriage between his son and the princess, so that he could use the power of the Lan family to return to Xindu one day. Unfortunately, the princess escaped the marriage, and the late king's plan failed. Hearing this, Yuan began to feel sorry for her mother again. Being abandoned and used by the Nanzhao royal family was miserable enough. I thought that the ghost clan was sincere, but it turned out that they were just using her as a stepping stone. Thinking of something, Yuan said, Grandma said that she came to the clan when my mother was 5 years old, which should have been 30 years ago. But Master Ji's friend saw a goddess at the bottom of the cliff more than 10 years ago. It was her. Could it be that she has been staying at the bottom of the cliff for so many years without leaving? Xiao Bing's eyes fell on the portrait again. I have also heard from the clan members that there is a miracle doctor at the bottom of the cliff. But I never thought it was her. From this point of view, she has indeed stayed at the bottom of the cliff for many years. And she should still be asking about the whereabouts of concubine Yun's mother. Yuan looked at the token and portrait on the table. We searched the things in the yard, and she left in a hurry. But this token and this portrait seemed to be left by her on purpose. I guess she had to return to Xindu for something. But she hoped that my great-grandmother would find her yard one day and return to the Lan family with the portrait and token. But what could have made her leave in a hurry? Xiao Bing pondered for a moment. The Lan family has a new saint. Chapter 527 Xindu Lan family. It takes several generations for a saint to appear. Her great-grandmother was one of them. But she has passed away. Now there is only the new one in the Lan family. If we get her blood, We can use it as a medicine for Yin Jiuqiu. A glimmer flashed in Yuan's eyes. So it seems that the Lan family has a saint, which is also our luck. Qiu Bing nodded. That's right. Yuan stood up and said, then let's go find her quickly. If we miss this one, we don't know when we will wait for the next one. They can wait, but Yin Jiuqiu's poison cannot wait. It will take at most half a month and at least 3 months. Yuan dare not bet on half a year. How to go? Qing Yin spoke after a silence. Yuan picked up the portrait on the table. I remember that when I first saw it. It was not a portrait, but a map. I think that the place of Xi and Dulan's family should be on it, Yuan said, thinking for a while, and dipped a few drops of tea on her fingertips and sprinkled them evenly on the portrait. The water stains penetrated the portrait. After the water stains dried, the original portrait disappeared and the original map appeared. Here, Yuan pointed to a marked place. Although there was nothing on the map, Yuan's intuition told her that this was the destination left for them by the woman that year. Qiu Bing looked at the map for a long time and said, no wonder the capital was moved. This is indeed a place with excellent feng shui. Everyone's mouth twitched. Is it time to discuss feng shui? Shouldn't you think about how to get there? Ing Shursen said seriously. The young master's poison can't wait. Let's pack up as soon as possible and set off tomorrow morning. Ing Lu looked at Yuan and said, is the young lady going too? Everyone looked at Yuan. Their eyes fell on her slightly protruding belly. Was she fat or pregnant? Her belly was really getting bigger day by day. It was not easy to travel to the ghost tribe. If she went to the new capital, everyone was worried that she would not be able to bear it. Yuan straightened her little body, pointed at herself and said, why are you looking at me? Without my face? Will the Lan family recognize you? That's right. The map and the token are reserved for the Lan family. If Yuan doesn't go, even if she gets the token, she can't enter the Lan family. Yuan felt that she was pregnant very well. Apart from being able to eat and sleep well, she had no other problems. She must be a healthy, fat boy. Thinking of something, Ing Shursen hesitated and said, young master. Yes. Yin Jiuqiu's brain was broken. He still thought he was the Ghost King. How could he easily leave his territory? After leaving the residence of Grandma and others, Yuan went back to the palace. Fang Fei and Fang Rong offered snacks and pregnancy medicine, but Yuan didn't touch them. When Yin Jiuqiu returned from the clan, he saw Yuan leaning on the bed and sighing. His handsome eyebrows frowned, and a strong murderous aura poured out. Fang Fei and the other two were so scared that their calves trembled. Retreat. Yuan waved her hand. Originally wanted to crush these two servants who didn't know how to serve, but after Yuan spoke, Yin Jiuqiu's murderous aura was retracted. The two of them felt relieved and retreated tremblingly. Yin Jiuqiu strode to the bed, pinched the little fat on her waist, and sat down beside her to make sure that she had not lost any weight. Why don't you eat? I can't eat, Yuan said. Come here. Yin Jiuqiu wanted to drag the cook out and chop him. Yuan stopped him and said, it's not the cook's problem. It's me. What's wrong with you? Yin Jiuqiu's eyes fell on her lower abdomen. Is this thing torturing you? No. Yuan lowered her head and said aggrievedly, I miss home. Nanzhao? If I remember correctly, she is the princess of Nanzhao. Yin Jiuqiu said disdainfully. Humph. Your father sold you for a mere worm. What's there to miss about such a home? Yuan's eyes flashed, and she said tentatively, I'm thinking about my home in Xindu. Xindu? Yin Jiuqiu frowned. I don't have only my father and no mother. My mother's home is in Xindu. Can you accompany me to Xindu? In our Xindu, there has always been a custom that after the wedding, you have to bring your new husband back to your parents' home, Yuan said, quietly observing his expression. He now has the memory and habits of the Ghost King, and will not easily leave the clan. So Yuan is not sure whether he can accept her proposal. Sure enough, Yin Jiuqiu's expression became resistant after hearing the words of returning to the parents' home. Yuan shook his arm and whispered, just accompany me. I really want to see them. The Ghost King's habits and Yin Jiuqiu's will fought fiercely, and two completely different voices appeared in his mind. One urging him to agree as soon as possible, and the other forcing him not to leave the clan. Okay, I'll go back with you. Yin Jiuqiu finally defeated the Ghost King's will. Come here. Fang Rong. Fang Fei bowed and walked in. King, Yin Jiuqiu said coldly, prepare the car. I want to accompany my wife back home. Yes. The two responded respectfully. Yuan said, "Wait! Don't make this public for now." "Why?" Yin Jiocha asked. "Because the Chiu family has been guarding the Ghost King for generations. Once Shindu knows that the Ghost King has left the exile place, not only will the Ghost King be in danger, but the entire Chiu family will also face a catastrophe." But Yuan couldn't think of a better reason. So she said, "I just don't want to make it public." Yin Jiocha narrowed his eyes dangerously. "Have you ever brought that little white face back to Shindu?" Yuan shook her head. "No. You are the first." This fact greatly pleased Yin Jiocha. Yin Jiocha didn't ask why she had to hide it, and glanced at her lightly. "I know." The next day, the Ghost Clan spread the news that the king was in seclusion in the forbidden area. This was not the first time that Wang had been in seclusion. The longest time was from late spring to early autumn. Everyone was used to it, so no one was surprised. Adu was entrusted with the important task of guarding the place where Wang was in seclusion. The real Ghost King was in the forbidden area, holding a small milk bottle given to him by Shura. Of course, Yin Jiocha explained that this was his substitute in the Ghost Clan. Yin Jiocha hummed solemnly and accepted it happily. "Take Grandma and the others with you. Going to Shindu is not just about finding a medicinal lead. The best plan is to split into two groups after entering Shindu. Of course, at the moment, they have to enter Shindu smoothly." Before leaving, Yuan sent the disciples of Feiyu Villa out of the palace. Ji Xingchuan was missing. With his skills, his life should not be in danger. The most likely possibility is that he got lost in the mountains. The disciples of Feiyu Villa went to look for his traces, and Yuan and her group boarded the carriage to Shindu. Yuan didn't think there would be any danger in this trip. She was a descendant of the Lan family, and the Lan family was a noble family in Shindu. Now there was a saint, and she should be able to walk sideways in Shindu. They did not encounter any danger along the way. Following the road indicated by the map, the group crossed the mountains smoothly, went down the river, passed through a few sparse villages, and finally arrived at a majestic city at the end of March. "It's so lively here." Yuan looked at the people queuing outside the city gate to enter the city. It was almost hard to believe that there was such a huge city in the distant ghost area. Qian raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the city gate. "Grandma, what is written on the plaque on the city wall?" Qiu Bing stared and said, "The underworld." "The underworld? Is it the name of the new capital?" Yuan opened the map and took a look to make sure they were not wrong. The three little buns couldn't wait to stick their heads out of the car window. During the days of rushing on the road, the three of them didn't get a good sun exposure, and they became much whiter. They were no longer the three black eggs at the beginning. The pedestrians on the road had never seen such beautiful children, and they were triplets. They looked over curiously. Yin Jiocha took his son back to his arms and pulled down the curtain lightly. It wasn't long before it was their turn. Qingyan jumped off the carriage and handed over the token in his hand. When the guards saw the token, they frowned, looked at Qingyan, and said impatiently, "You can't enter the city." Qingyan said, "Why? We are from the Lan family." "Lan family?" The guard sneered and threw the token back into his arms. "Don't think that any cat or dog can pretend to be a member of the Lan family. I have been guarding the city for so long. How can I not recognize the Lan family's token? I am in a good mood, so I won't arrest you today. If you dare to use these fake tokens to fool me again, be careful that I will put you all in jail." "You?" "Qingyan. What's wrong?" Yuan lifted the curtain. Qingyan came over with the token and said, "The guard said this token is fake." Yuan frowned. "Fake? How could it be?" During the conversation, an old woman came over with a hunched back and patted Qingyan on the shoulder. "My lord, are you looking for the Lan family?" "Yes." Qingyan turned and looked at her. "Grandma, do you know where the Lan family is?" The old woman asked. "Are you looking for the Lan family in the city or outside the city?" Qingyan exchanged glances with Yuan and asked her, "There are two more Lan families." The old woman raised her skinny hand. "You can't see the one in the city, but the one outside the city is right there." Chapter 528 Grandparents Meet. The baby is about to be born. Qingyan and Yuan looked in the direction of the old woman's finger, and saw a house located in the wasteland in the distance. The house was not big, and there were few people. To the east of the house was an open-air market, where people came and went. They were in the same place, but one was so prosperous, and the other was so desolate. Those people seemed to avoid the house on purpose, covering their noses when passing by, with a look of disgust on their faces. "Is that the Lan family?" Yuan frowned in confusion. Qing Yin was about to ask the old woman again. But the old woman was called away by her husband, and went into the city together. I'll go and take a look, Qing Yin said. I'll go with Ying Lu. Ying Shisen jumped off the carriage and walked towards the house pointed by the old woman with Ying Lu, who had dismounted. Soon, the two of them came back. Their expressions were a bit hard to describe. Yuan looked at them strangely. What's wrong? Are you from the Lan family? Ah, this. Ying Lu scratched his head in embarrassment. We didn't go in. The people inside closed the door as soon as they saw us. We couldn't force our way in without permission. So we came to ask the young master and the lady if we should force our way in. In Yin Jiuchao's current memory, he is the king of the ghost clan. But Yuan told him that they were traveling incognito. So in order to conceal their identities, they pretended to be the young master of Yinshin. Yin Jiuchao readily agreed. So Ying Lu and Ying Shi-san could openly call him the young master again. Yuan thought about it and said, I'll go with you to see. Yin Jiuchao closed his eyes and used his inner force to sense it. There was no danger. So he didn't say anything to stop her from going. Yuan got off the carriage. Qing Yin, Yuego, and away drove the three carriages aside, and no longer occupied the team entering the city. Young madam, be careful. Ying Shi-san looked at the bumpy ground and said, Yes. Yuan hummed, lifted her skirt, and stepped over carefully. The house looked not close, but it was not far away. The three of them soon arrived at the door. Ying Lu raised his hand and knocked on the door, saying, Is anyone there? Of course there was, but I didn't know if they would open it. The three of them had good hearing and could hear the sound of gurgling water, low coughs, and footsteps coming from the yard. Ying Lu raised his hand again and knocked on the wooden door. Excuse me. Is anyone there? The people in the house still had no intention of opening the door. Ying Lu looked at Yuan helplessly. Yuan said, I'll do it. Ying Lu stepped aside, and Yuan stepped forward and tapped lightly with her slender fingers. Excuse me. Are the Lan family here? We are here to look for our relatives. I don't know if this sentence touched the people in the yard. The wooden door creaked open, and Yuan saw an old woman with a hunched back. The woman couldn't even walk properly, and couldn't stand up. She just slightly opened a crack in the door, and looked at Yuan and Ying Lu and Ying Shi-san behind her warily. Yuan could sense that her vigilance mainly came from Ying Lu and Ying Shi-san. Was it because they were tall and strong and looked like they could fight? The old nanny's eyes fell back on Yuan's face. I don't know if she saw something, but a trace of surprise flashed across her eyes. Seeing this trace of surprise, Yuan had a clue in her mind, but still asked her, Madam, is this the Lan family? The old nanny didn't say anything. Yuan took out the token and portrait she found at the bottom of the cliff from her arms, handed them to the old nanny and said, Excuse me, Nanny, do you recognize these? The old nanny took the token and portrait from Yuan's hand, and then her expression changed. She left Yuan and walked into the house with an old and frail step. Yuan didn't follow in rashly, but waited patiently there. About half a cup of tea later, the old nanny came back, opened the gate for Yuan, and welcomed Yuan in. Ying Shi-san and Ying Lu also planned to step in, but were stopped by the old nanny fiercely. Yuan turned her head and said, You wait here for me. Ying Lu frowned. We have to protect the young lady closely. Yuan curled her lips. I'm fine. Ying Lu saw that Ying Shi-san had no intention of objecting, and raised his eyebrows. Okay then. Turning to the old nanny, he said, You'd better not bully my young lady. We have very hard fists. The old nanny rolled her eyes, and slammed the gate shut. Yuan entered the yard and found a stove in the corner, with a medicine pot on it. Judging from the smell of the medicine, it was a medicine for concentrating the mind and relieving pain, and the amount was not light. Is there a patient in the Lan family? The old nanny took Yuan around the corridor, and came to a half-open door. She compared her throat, and Yuan realized that she was a mute servant. Yuan nodded. The old nanny knocked on the door. One long and two short. An old voice came from inside the house. Come in. The old nanny opened the door for Yuan, and motioned Yuan to go in. Yuan stepped into the house. The light in the house was dim, and a strong smell of medicine came to her nose. The furnishings in the house were also very simple, even shabby. The walls were cracked, the window frames were split, and the paint on the tables and chairs was all peeling off. When I was still in the old house in Lianhua village, I lived in such a house. Yuan couldn't help but feel a little confused. Is this really the Lan family? Could it be that I have found the wrong one? She and Du Noble should not end up in such a miserable situation anyway. Are you here? The hoarse voice came from the bed again. Yuan walked around the screen. The light here was even darker, but at least she could see clearly. On the bed covered with straw mats lay an old lady, who looked like a withered woman. She must be very old. Her hair was all gray. Her face was slightly twisted because of pain. Her cloudy old eyes suddenly brightened up when she saw Yuan. You come here? Let me take a look. She spoke in a hoarse voice. Yuan came to the bedside, looked around, and saw that there was no stool. She sat down on the edge of the bed, close to her, so that she could see her face better. She raised her hand tremblingly, wanting to touch Yuan's face, but it was a little out of reach. Yuan was not a person who liked to get close to others, but somehow, this old lady made her want to get close to her. Yuan took the initiative to move over and let her touch her face. Lan's eyes suddenly turned red. You are, Yuan said, my grandmother is Shen Yuan, and my great-grandmother is a daughter of the Lan family who ran away. Lan understood that her mother was alone when she ran away, but unexpectedly gave birth to a half-sister for them. Lan was stunned for a moment. Yuan's eyes fell on the portrait held by the old man. Is the person in the portrait you? Are you my great-aunt? Lan nodded, then shook her head. She is my elder sister. A twin elder sister. Yuan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that she felt that the old man and the woman in the portrait not only did not match in appearance, but also had a different temperament. She thought it was because of old age and illness. Lan looked at Yuan with tears in her eyes and said, so similar. Yuan blinked and said, does she look like that great-aunt? Lan nodded. Like her. And like my mother. Although Lan and her elder sister were twin sisters, she inherited her father's appearance, and only her elder sister inherited her mother's. Lan found that she did not reject this child. Perhaps because she looked like her mother and elder sister. She liked her very much. Lan took Yuan's hand and said, originally, I thought you were the descendant of my elder sister, but it turned out to be my younger sister. How old are you? What's your name? My name is Awan, and I'm 18 this year. Yuan said. 18. Lan patted Yuan's hand with relief, and thought of something, and said, by the way, is your great-grandmother still alive? Not anymore, Yuan said regretfully. It is true. Although she had expected that her mother would not be alive at her advanced age, Lan still had a glimmer of hope. When she heard the news of her mother's death, she couldn't help crying. Yuan didn't know how to comfort her, so she waited quietly for her to finish crying. Lan's eyes were swollen from crying, and Yuan handed her a handkerchief. After wiping her tears, she took a few deep breaths to calm her emotions on the verge of collapse. I haven't seen the Lan family for too long. Please don't be offended by my loss of composure. Yuan looked around and asked in confusion, isn't this the Lan family? Why hasn't my aunt seen the Lan family for so long? Also, just now I was at the city gate and heard the guards say that there are 2 Lan families. What's going on? Lan sighed. It's a long story. Our Lan family was originally one family. We all lived in the Hades city. You should have heard that our Lan family had a saint in our ancestors. And your great-grandmother was also a saint. Yuan nodded. She had heard this from her grandma. Then how did the family split up? She asked. Lan sighed. Isn't it because of that incident? Yuan was just about to hear her aunt talk about what the incident was, when a woman's scream suddenly came from the other end of the yard. Lan's face changed. The next second, the old nanny came in hurriedly, and made a few gestures in sign language. Lan grabbed Yuan's hand and said, Ziyin is about to give birth. It's your brother's posthumous child. Chapter 529 The Truth About the Saint. Yuan's brother, as mentioned by Lan, is Lan's legitimate grandson. Lan's descendants were not few, but they were framed one after another. Now there is only one legitimate grandson by his side, but he died of illness not long ago. Ziyin is the maid of the legitimate grandson. Lan saw Yuan. Ziyin is not only pregnant with your brother's posthumous child, but also the hope of our Lan family. Lan gently shook Yuan's hand. Awan, help me over. Yuan lifted the quilt for Lan and supported her carefully. Yuan gained a lot of weight after she became pregnant. Her cheeks were chubby, and her waist was gone. But because of her loose clothes, Lan did not find that Yuan was pregnant. If Lan knew, she would never let her go to the delivery room to see blood. Yuan was a doctor and did not care about this, so she went with Lan. Englu outside the door was anxious. Did you hear it? Someone is screaming so miserably. Ing Shursan said calmly, young madam didn't call us, so we shouldn't go in and make trouble. Ing Lu helplessly drooped his head. Yuan had just arrived and didn't understand many things. It happened that she encountered such an urgent matter, as a woman giving birth. She was afraid that she couldn't sit down and have a good talk with Lan. But it didn't matter. She was here, and would know the truth sooner or later. In addition to the mute maid, there was also a little maidservant serving Ziyan in the yard. The little maidservant was not a properly trained servant. She was just a cheap slave bought from the market for 1 or 2 silver coins. She had never seen the world and didn't know much. Fortunately, her hands and feet were quite nimble. After Ziyan's outburst, the little maidservant hurriedly helped Ziyan to the bed, and then went to find Lan. Don't run. I'm here. Lan was halfway there when she met a panicked maid. The maid said, Ziyan is going to give birth. She was a little stutterer with a disfigured face. She couldn't be sold at a high price. So she was sold to the Lan family. After the maid finished speaking, she saw Yuan beside Lan and was stunned. Lan didn't have time to explain anything to her, and ordered, What are you standing there for? Go and ask for a midwife. The maid said with difficulty, Money, 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 no more. They are so poor now that they can't even afford to eat. So where can they get the money to ask for a midwife? Moreover, even if they have enough money, there may not be a midwife willing to come. Everyone knows that the Lan family offended the saint and was driven out of the underworld. It was the saint's kindness to let them live outside the city. Who would be willing to associate with them and treat their illnesses? Thinking of this, Lan felt heartbroken. Her grandson died of illness because no one treated him. Thinking back to how glorious the Lan family was, now they are shunned by everyone. I'll go and ask. Lan said. Master. The little maid was horrified. Aunt, Yuan said. Lan patted her hands. I know what you want to say. I'm sorry to make you laugh. But Ziyan's child must not be harmed. Whether for the Lan family or for your brother. I must keep this child. Yuan, Lan, it's your aunt's fault for not treating you well. If you don't mind, go sit inside first. I'll come and reminisce with you after I finish dealing with Ziyan's matter. Yuan, it's not that. Lan closed her eyes. Don't say anything. I've made up my mind. Even if I have to kneel down to beg, I must ask for the midwife. Yuan looked at Lan's back as she left with a cane, and sighed, Aunt, I meant to say that I can deliver babies. Lan paused. Yuan said, I'm a doctor. I know medical skills. I studied under the #1 doctor in the Great Zhou dynasty. I can do everything that a midwife can do. And I can also do things that a midwife can't do. If you don't mind, let me try. Lan turned around and looked at her in great surprise. Yuan curved her lips. I'm not lying to you. I really can do it. Lan wiped the tears that had rolled down her face. You. Ziyan screamed from the inner room. Yuan's eyes passed over Lan and looked at the closed gate and said, 13. Go to the carriage and get my medicine box. Yes. Ing Shursan agreed. And then said, Do you need to call old Shui? No need. The Lan family doesn't trust outsiders enough. Even if they call in old Shui, Lan wouldn't trust him to see Ziyan. Besides, she can deliver a baby. Ing Shursan brought the medicine box over. Lan asked, Alwan, have you ever delivered a baby before? Yuan puffed up her chest and said, Yes. For pigs, cows, and sheep. Lan saw that she didn't look fake, and breathed a sigh of relief, and took her to Ziyan's room. Ziyan had just had a labor, and it was at least 5 or 6 hours before she gave birth. The labor pains were not severe at this time. She screamed because her amniotic fluid broke. She had no experience and thought the baby was going to die. Yuan felt her pulse and found that she had signs of dystocia. But she said nothing, and only patiently comforted her. I'm a doctor. The baby is fine. Don't worry. Ziyan nodded while crying. Yuan wrote another prescription and asked the maid to give it to Ing Shursan outside the door. There were not many medicinal materials on the prescription, all of which were nourishing ingredients. Yuan took the ingredients and went to the kitchen to stew a pot of ginseng soup for Ziyan to nourish her vitality. Lan Shi leaned on her crutches and watched Yuan busying around in front of the stove at the door. The child was well-fed and plump. When she first saw her, she thought she was a daughter of a wealthy family. But the way she worked made Lan Shi realize that the child had also suffered. Yuan covered the pot and said to Lan, "Sure, Aunt. Please go sit in the room. The ginseng soup will take a while." Lan didn't sit down, but sighed. "Mother and sister are also good doctors." "What about your grandmother and your mother? Are they also so good doctors?" "My grandmother and mother are lucky to be able to read medical books. They don't seem to have inherited anything else from their great-grandmother except beauty." Yuan smiled awkwardly. "Grandmother and mother are not doctors." "Oh, by the way, I have been here for half a day and haven't seen the other great aunt. Is she not at home?" "She passed away," Lan whispered. Yuan was speechless. Lan said, "I just told you that the Lan family was once glorious. But the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. The Lan family is too prosperous. And there are many jealous people. Your great-grandmother was plotted against, and had to leave the underworld. Some people saw that she was seriously injured and asserted that she would not live long. But my sister and I firmly believe that she could survive. My sister went out to look for her that year. Firstly, to reunite with her. And secondly, because the Lan family was in a precarious moment, and needed a saint to take charge of the situation. This search lasted for more than 10 years. Until a new saint appeared in the Lan family. This coincided with Grandma's inference." Yuan looked at Lan steadily. Lan laughed at herself and said, "The Lan family is the descendant of the saint. And the saint's bloodline is passed down to daughters, not sons. Therefore, in the Lan family, women have a higher status than men. My elder sister was originally the head of the Lan family. She married a man who she thought was a very upright and kind gentleman. But he turned out to be an ungrateful person. Not long after my sister left Mingdu, he hooked up with the concubine of the Lan family. When I found out about this, I drove the concubine out of the house. I warned him that if it happened again, he would be the one to be driven out of the house. On the surface, he reformed. But secretly, he got pregnant with the concubine and gave birth to a bastard. I wanted to kill that bastard for my sister, but who knew?" At this point, Lan clenched her fists. Yuan finished what she hadn't finished saying for her. "That child is the saint." Lan took a deep breath. And because of suppressing her anger, her body trembled slightly. God is really blind. When he first came to the Lan family, he was unfortunately infected with the plague. My sister took care of him while pregnant. In the end, he recovered. But the child was gone. He had the nerve to give birth to another woman. I really hate it. I hate that I didn't kill these two Bexes with one sword." Yuan could guess what happened next without Lan saying it. The concubine who was expelled from the family gave birth to a baby girl with the blood of the saint. The mother became an existence that the Lan family could not offend because of her son. The eldest aunt returned to the Lan family to handle household affairs, but lost to the concubine who had the saint. In the end, not only did her husband die, but even the position of the head of the family was taken away by the concubine. The eldest aunt died of depression, leaving the youngest aunt to be wasted by the couple. Lan said coldly that BXXXH became the head of the Lan family and drove me and my sister out. My sister died of illness, but I was unwilling to die like this. I swear that as long as I have a breath left, I will fight that BXXXH to the end." Yuan empathized with Lan's grief and anger, but what does this have to do with Ziyan's child? You just said that her flesh and blood is also the hope of the Lan family. Lan's eyes lit up and said, "If Ziyan can give birth to a baby girl this time, maybe she can also be a saint." As soon as the voice fell, Ziyan's attack became more severe. Yuan brought ginseng soup into the house. After a while, a loud cry came out. Lan was stunned. This? So fast? Ziyan was originally a little dystocia, but the ginseng soup was too hard to drink. She trembled all over. "And the baby came out?" Lan asked excitedly. "Awan. Is it a boy or a girl?" Chapter 530. Mother and child are safe. 3 little black eggs. Ziyan gave birth to a baby boy. A full-term baby. White and chubby. Except for a little wrinkled face. But the cry is really loud. And it is a healthy child. This is a rare happy event in both Dezhou and Nanzhou. However, in the Lan family at the moment, when she heard that it was not a baby girl, Lan closed her eyes in despair. Is it God's will? God wants to destroy their lineage. From the moment Ziyan became pregnant with the eldest young master's flesh and blood, she knew what kind of hope she was carrying. Like Lan, she also hoped to give birth to a saint for the Lan family. Of course, it doesn't mean that a baby girl will definitely be a saint, but there is at least a 50% chance. Right? Now it's a baby boy. And this hope is gone anyway. She looked at Lon anxiously, then looked at the crying child beside her, and the huge tension pressed down on her, almost making her breathless. The maidservant and the old nanny guarding the bedside dared not say a word, silently holding their breath. And the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. Yuan walked to the bedside and picked up the baby boy in the swaddling clothes. The moment he was picked up, the little guy who was crying suddenly stopped crying, tilted his head and yawned a little, which was very cute. Second grandma. Look! In order to distinguish the two aunts, Yuan simply changed her words. Lon felt that the second grandma sounded more intimate. She put away her thoughts and looked at Yuan. Yuan walked to her side with the sleepy little guy in her arms, blinking her eyes and said, "He looks like you." The child was just born, and the whole person was wrinkled. Who could you tell who he looked like? But Lon thought of her own grandson. The child did look like her. This was his flesh and blood, and he must have inherited his appearance. The grandson was gone, but his bloodline remained. A sour warmth surged in Lan's heart. She put her crutches aside, tremblingly stretched out her hands, and held the wrinkled little guy in her arms. The moment the child was close to her heart, she felt her love for him, seeing a relieved smile finally appear on Lan's face. Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief. Tired from giving birth, Ziyan fell asleep soon. The little maid and the old nanny stayed to tidy up the house. Yuan took the child and went to her room with Lon. Ziyan had just given birth and had no milk yet, so Yuan went to the kitchen to boil a bowl of rice soup. Lon wanted to stop it, but there were not enough servants in the yard, and the little maid and the old nanny were too busy. Yuan brought the cooled rice soup over, dipped a little with a spoon, and fed it to the little guy. The little guy's hair was trembling. "What's wrong? Is it hot?" Yuan scooped a little and dripped it on the back of her hand. "It's not hot." Yuan dipped a little more and fed him. But the little guy turned his head away in disgust and refused to eat. Yuan tried several times without success and concluded, "He doesn't like rice soup. I'll make something else." The little guy's hair was trembling. Lon took her hand with shame. "Stop working. Sit down. You are tired of the situation at home now." Yuan said, "I grew up in the countryside and I am used to doing these jobs. It is really difficult for you to bear such great pressure at your age." Lon shook her head. "I committed the sin in the past, and now I am just reaping the fruits of my own labor. If I had not been soft-hearted and insisted on killing the BXXXH, there would not be such a situation today." Yuan comforted, "It has passed. Don't blame yourself." Lon blamed herself not for regret, but to warn herself not to fall like this. Even if she only had her last breath, she wanted to return to the Lon family, restore her sister's reputation, and take back the things that belonged to their lineage. "It's hard for this child," Lon said. "Our family has fallen into poverty, and we can't even afford a wet nurse. When she was expelled from the underworld, she was almost left with nothing, except for the jewelry she wore that day. She had no valuables. Over the years, most of the jewelry has been pawned, and there is still a pair of gold bracelets inlaid with gems, which was given by her husband on her wedding night. She was reluctant to sell it even when she was in the most difficult time. Now, she plans to sell it and hire a wet nurse for the child. Although it may not be possible to hire one, she has to try. Alwan, help me," Lon said to Yuan. Yuan reached out her hand, held Lan's arm, and followed Lon around the screen. The child cried loudly with hunger, and Lan's heart was broken. "Open this box. The key is under the bed." Lon pointed to a large box next to the wardrobe and said. Yuan bent down and looked under the bed, but couldn't see anything. She simply reached out and touched a soft brocade bag. She pulled it out, opened it, and took out a key. "Second grandma, is this it?" "Yes." Lon nodded. Yuan unlocked the box with a key and pushed open the lid. Inside was a pile of cotton wool and clothes. "What are you looking for, second grandma?" she asked. Lon said, "There is a peachwood box at the bottom. Look for it." "Oh." Yuan took out the clothes and cotton wool one by one. There were quite a lot of boxes at the bottom, but she didn't see any made of peachwood. "Are you sure it's this box?" Lon nodded and said softly, "Yes. I packed it myself." Yuan then took out the boxes one by one and opened each one to take a look. "Found it." Yuan handed the peachwood box in her hand to Lon. Lon opened the box. The bracelets were a pair. There were also a few red strings in the box. The red strings were for decoration, and were not valuable. Lan gave one of the bracelets to Yuan as a gift from the grandmother to her granddaughter. She planned to give the other one to the little maid. At this moment, the crying on the other side of the screen stopped. Lan was surprised. Why did the crying stop? Did he fall asleep because he was tired of crying? Of course, the little guy didn't fall asleep. 3 chubby little buns crossed the big gate, mountain, threshold, waded through the stream, pit, and came in. The 3 of them came to the cradle, holding the small milk bottle in both hands, drinking milk while looking at the crying little brother without blinking. Boo! Debeo pulled the pacifier out of his mouth and stuffed it into his little brother's mouth. The little guy, who was poisoned by the unpalatable rice soup and doubted his life, suddenly tasted a sweet taste and immediately held it in his mouth. When Lan and Yuan walked around the screen, they saw 3 chubby little kids standing in front of the cradle, taking turns to feed the little guy with a small bottle. Lan was stunned immediately. Whose child is this? What is she feeding her great-grandson? Debeo. Erbao. Xiaobao. Yuan said with a hint of surprise. Why are you here? Do you know him? Now it was Lan's turn to be surprised. My son? Yuan said with a curved lip corner. Ah. Lan was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She and her elder sister were twins, which was rare in the underworld. 3 children born in one birth were really unprecedented. And they were all so beautiful, with big black eyes, chubby little cheeks, and heroic eyebrows, all like the fairy children in the painting. The 3 looked at their mother and Lan, and their ignorant eyes melted Lan's heart. What are you doing? Yuan asked softly. Feeding my little brother, Xiaobao said in a baby voice. It's boiled goat milk, Yuan explained to Lan. Lan suddenly realized, no wonder he is willing to drink it. Why didn't I think of this method? After the 3 of them finished feeding, the little guy fell asleep contentedly. Yuan waved to her sons, and the 3 of them ran over. Yuan touched the heads of the 3 children. This is Debeo, Erbao, and Xiaobao. Then she said to the 3 children, this is the great-grandmother. Another great-grandmother? The 3 children have many grandfathers, many grandmothers, and it is not surprising that there are many great-grandmothers. Xiaobao and Erbao called great-grandmother sweetly, and Debeo nodded, indicating that he also called great-grandmother. Lan had never seen such a well-behaved child, and her heart was warmed. She put the box on the table and turned to get the candy, but found that the 3 little buns were staring at her box with a slurp. Did they like that bracelet? Yes. There are many gems inlaid on the bracelet, and children love such beautiful things. Lan pushed the box over and said, I'll give it to you. Take it and play with it. The 3 people's eyes lit up, but they didn't reach out to take it immediately. Instead, they looked at Yuan, who said, Thank you, great-grandmother. The 3 thanked their great-grandmother, then stretched out their little hands and took the box down together. Then, the 3 threw away the gold bracelets, grabbed the small red string inside, picked up the box, and ran to play with it. Chapter 531 Saint's Blood. That was the only valuable thing left in Lan's hand. She gave it away out of pain. As a result, the 3 little buns threw it away without saying a word, and ran away with the worthless box and red rope. Lan was shocked by this wave of operations, and didn't know what to say. Lan guessed that Yuan was married and even had children, but she didn't guess that there were 3. It was really surprising. At the beginning, she and her sister almost didn't survive. I don't know how Alwan raised the triplets so white and plump. They are so lovable. The little maid came back and said that the delivery room was cleaned up and Ziyin was settled. Lan asked the little maid to take the child over and put it next to Ziyin, and then take it back after Ziyin had milk and fed. The most flustered moment finally passed. Lan took Yuan's hand and sat down, asking her how she came to the dark city and who she came with. When my sister left the token under the cliff, she was also hoping for luck. I hadn't received any news from my mother for so many years, and I had given up hope. Yuan said, it was also a coincidence that we found the token. To be honest, we came to the dark city for another reason besides recognizing the Lan family. Oh, what is it? Lan asked. Yuan thought about it and decided to tell the truth. My husband was poisoned by time, and he needs 4 medicinal ingredients, one of which is the blood of the saint. We found the handwritten notes about the saint and the descendants of the wizard, and found that the saint's blood was in the ghost clan. So we went to the clan, but ended up at the bottom of the cliff by mistake, and dug out the things left by the great-grandmother. So that's it. It seems that my sister was right to leave a token at the beginning. But it's a pity that she didn't see you come back with her own eyes. Lan lamented that my sister died young. With my sister's skills, if she hadn't been tricked by that BXXXH, she wouldn't have lived to this day. However, how could my grandson-in-law be poisoned by time? Lan had heard a little about this kind of poison. Although it was toxic, it wouldn't kill immediately, but it was almost impossible to solve, because the 4 medicinal ingredients were things that could only be encountered in the world. Since they were family members, Yuan had nothing to hide, and told them about her and Yin Jiuchu's life stories. Only then did Lan know that her mother went to Nanzhao after leaving the Dark City. Her mother's early death was probably related to her serious injury. The man surnamed Shen saved her mother, and she had nowhere to go, so she agreed to be his concubine. But Lan always felt that with her mother's temperament, it was unlikely that she would be a concubine. And she gave birth to a child so soon? Is the child really from the Shen family? Could it be? No. It's impossible. Lan shook her head and dismissed the absurd speculation that flashed through her mind. Lan spent a while digesting the life stories of Yuan and Yin Jiuqiu. Because of the rush of time, Yuan didn't say much. The key point was that Yin Jiuqiu was poisoned when he was young, and the 2 poisons restrained each other, so he didn't take effect. After the poison curse was lifted, the poison of time gradually appeared. She looked at the endless night, sighed and said, if my mother was still alive, no matter how much blood the saint had, it wouldn't be a problem. Unfortunately, she passed away. Now the saint. She didn't say the rest, but Yuan understood. Originally, she thought that the saint was from the Lan family, and as a descendant of the Lan family, it should not be difficult for her to get the saint's blood. But now the saint and the Lan family are irreconcilable, and things have become not so simple. But no matter what, Yuan is determined to get the saint's blood, whether the saint is willing or not. Even if she has to steal or rob, she must get the medicine for Yin Jiuqiu. How can I see the saint? Yuan asked. Lan thought, the saint has a prominent position in the underworld. Even the Lan family members in the underworld may not be able to see her easily. Moreover, there are many masters around her, and she herself has deep internal strength. If you want to rob her, I am afraid there is no chance. Then use your wits, Yuan said. Since I am here, I can't just leave empty-handed. Grandma will find a way. Lan thought of something and said, did you go out with the child alone? Are the 2 people outside the door your guards? Excuse me. Their martial arts are not weak, but if they are used to deal with the saint, first of all, they don't have enough manpower. Yuan smiled and said, I didn't come here alone. My husband and others came too. Lan was shocked. You kid. Why didn't you say it earlier? She actually left her grandson-in-law outside for a whole day. Lan immediately asked Yuan to bring Yin Jiuqiu and others over. Among the group of people, Yin Jiuqiu's appearance was outstanding. Lan was not surprised to notice him in the crowd. He was tall, handsome, with delicate features, and exuded an undisguised royal aura. Husband, this is the second grandmother. Yuan introduced Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu still had that cold face, but politely called the second grandmother, and then said to Lan, I am Sikong Yi. Lan looked at Yuan in astonishment. Wasn't it Yin Jiuqiu? How did it become Sikong Yi? Sikong is a member of the royal family of the Hades. Could this person have any relationship with the royal family? Yuan cleared her throat, covered her lips with her hands, and whispered to Lan, he absorbed the power of the Ghost King, and now thinks he is the Ghost King Sikong Yi. Ah, Sikong, the old clan, as the head of the Lan family, naturally knew the grievances between the old and new clans. When Mrs. Sikong gave birth to 2 sons, the youngest son was defeated in battle and imprisoned in the palace. The eldest son led the whole clan to move the capital, leaving the Chiu family to guard the youngest son's lineage. In the early years, all those who committed serious crimes were exiled to the old clan. Then, from some unknown time, Shindu completely cut off its ties with the old clan. No more criminals were exiled, but only dealt with them on their own. Over time, the people of Shindu no longer knew that there was an old clan of theirs thousands of miles away. Lan quickly suppressed the surprise in her heart, looked at Yin Jiuqiu steadily and said, I, come in and sit down. Yin Jiuqiu did not object to his new title, and took his wife's hand and walked into the house expressionlessly. Afterwards, Lan met with Grandma and her group again and arranged them in the wing room in the backyard. Yuan told Grandma, Ing Shursan and others about the grievances of the Lan family, given the relationship between the two branches of the Lan family. It is unlikely that the saint will take the initiative to lead the medicine to us. We have to find a way to outsmart her. Ing Lu thought, now we can't even enter the Hades city. How can we take it by wits? We must at least see the saint first. Yuan agreed. I asked my grandmother. The saint is surrounded by 8 masters, all of whom are Shuras. Several people took a breath. And Qing Yin, who had originally planned to propose that Shuras fly into the city to abduct the saint, was speechless for a moment. Even though Shuras now have the strength of Shuras, it is still too unlikely to win against 8 Shuras. Qing Yin patted his frightened chest. Are Shuras cabbages? How can there be 8 of them at once? Isn't this even a sneak attack? Yuan stared and said, these are just what is transmitted in public. No one knows whether there are more powerful masters in secret. So we must act carefully and not reveal our whereabouts, let alone the purpose of this trip. If the saint knew that the Lan family's direct line needed her blood, she would probably find a way to kill them all. Ing Lu said, how about this? I will sneak into the city tomorrow to find out the whereabouts of the saint, and then see if there is a way to leave her alone. Don't bother. I have a way to lure the Lan family out. The Lan family's voice suddenly appeared at the door. Ing Lu was closest to the door, and he took a big step to help her in. Second grandma. Yuan made room for her. Lan sat down. Her eyes solemnly said, when my elder sister left the Dark City, I took over the position of the head of the family temporarily. Before she died, she passed the head of the family jade token to me. They have not killed me all these years, but they have not got the Lan family jade token. I am the only one who knows the whereabouts of the Lan family jade token. If I die, they will never get the jade token. Ing Lu scratched his head and asked, Grandma Lan, is the jade token very important? Lan smiled faintly. The jade token is to the head of the Lan family, just like the jade seal is to the king of a country. Do you think it is important? They are now occupying the Lan family with the momentum of the saint. But once the saint is gone, the Lan family will no longer obey their orders so easily. After the city gates are open tomorrow, you find the guards guarding the city, and say that Lan Qin is willing to hand over the Lan family jade token, and let the saint come to see me in person. At that time, I will trade with her, with the jade token, and let her hand over the saint's blood. Chapter 532 The Truth of the Past. That night, everyone stayed in the Lan family's house. The house was a bit rundown, but there were many rooms, except for Yin Jiuqiao, Yuan and the 3 little kids who lived in the same room. Almost everyone else had their own room, except Ing Lu and Ing Shursan. Qing Yin smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry. There are too many luggages. I vacated a room to put them. I'm sorry that you two have to share the same room. Ing Shursan frowned, grabbed Qing Yin's arm and said, you can move to Awei's room to sleep. Or Yuego's room is also fine. Qing Yin pouted and said, Yuego snores. Awei grinds his teeth. If you want to go, go by yourself. I won't go. Ing Shursan's eyes turned cold. You. Ing Lu came over, held Ing Shursan and said, oh? Okay. Okay. Isn't it just living in the same room? It's not like we haven't lived there before. Didn't we share a room in the young master's mansion, and the Prince of Yan's mansion? Qing Yin raised his eyebrows and smiled. That's right. After that, he whistled and walked away. Ing Shursan's face darkened. Ing Lu glanced at him and muttered, why? You don't want to share a room with me? Then I'll move in with Qing Yin. No. Ing Shursan said. Ing Lu, oh. Qing Yin walked under the eaves, turned his head, and made a face at Ing Shursan. Ing Shursan slapped him. It happened that Shura passed by, and Qing Yin jumped on his back. The palm wind that was strong enough to break rocks passed by Shura's face. Shura calmly looked at the hair that was blown up, and then calmly went back to the house to sleep. Ing Shursan and Ing Lu returned to the house, washed up, and lay on the cold and hard bed. The two were dead men, and did not covet pleasure, even if they followed a master like Yin Jiuqiao. They had never been greedy in their daily life. However, this bed seemed too small. Ing Shursan slept on the outside, with half of his body stretched out of the edge of the bed. Ing Lu found out and tried to pull him in. Don't fall down. No. Ing Shursan said expressionlessly. Ing Lu yawned. Ing Shursan said coldly, don't move. I didn't. Ing Lu moved again. Ing Shursan hesitated and looked at the dark tent ceiling. Did you find it so cold? Ing Lu whispered. Ing Shursan said seriously. The underworld is damp. And the mattress must have been damp. No wonder. I'm freezing. Ing Lu hugged Ing Shursan and rested his head on his shoulder. Ing Shursan, you. Ing Lu fell asleep. Ing Shursan closed his eyes, sighed helplessly, and also pulled the quilt over to sleep. The goat was placed in the backyard. Away built a shed for it. When he cooked goat milk for Shura and the useless apprentices, he also cooked an extra bowl for the newborn kid. Yuan took it and fed the kid. This child is very well behaved and never quarreled with his mother. Otherwise, with their current situation, the little maid and an old nanny would be too busy to handle it. So good. Yuan tapped the little guy's cheek and placed him beside Ziyin. Ziyin looked at Yuan gratefully and said with a sob, "Thank you, Mississippi." Yuan curled her lips and tucked the corners of the quilt for her. Go to sleep. If he wakes up in the middle of the night, someone will take care of him. Yeah. Ziyin couldn't be more moved. She had been in the Lan family for so long, and her life was not that difficult. The young master treated her very well. It was just that the Lan family was suppressed everywhere, and the masters were killed one after another. She lived in fear all the time. Suddenly, there were people in this family again. Hearing the laughter of several young masters and the laughter of those warriors, she felt a peace of mind she had never had before. Suddenly, I was not afraid anymore. Ziyin fell asleep deeply. The mother and son slept soundly. Yuan went to her own room. The three little kids were taking a bath in a basin. Yin Jiuqiao looked at them domineeringly. Even though he became a ghost king, this man was still the best father in the world. Yuan smiled and did not go in to disturb the intimate time of the four fathers and sons. She turned and went to Lan's room. Lan was about to rest when she heard a knock on the door and said, "Come in." Yuan pushed open the door and saw that Lan had already sat on the bed. It seemed that she was ready to rest. So she said, "I came to see if you were asleep. Is there anything else I can do?" Lan had been the head of the family for many years. How could she not have this kind of eyesight? The girl came to her and clearly had something to ask her. Lan smiled kindly. "I'm old and can't sleep even if I lie down. Come and sit and talk to the second grandma." "Yes." Yuan closed the door and walked to the bedside and sat down as she said. Lan raised her hand and stroked Yuan's temples, sighing with emotion. "I have been living in hatred for these years and have never been a good elder. Ziyin is afraid of me. And they are all afraid." Yuan said, "Second grandma has no choice." "Yes. With the enemy at hand? I am afraid that I will not be able to bear it one day if I don't keep alert," Lan said, putting down the hand that stroked her temples and holding her wrist instead. "If I am gone one day." Ziyin and others. Yuan interrupted her. "Second grandma, please stop talking like this. You want to live 100 years. Lan smiled. Okay. Okay. Second grandma. Live 100 years. Tell me, what do you want to ask me in the middle of the night? Yuan said, "Actually, it's nothing. I just want to come here to listen to you talk about great-grandma. Great-grandma died when concubine Yun was very young. I want to know more and tell her later." When mentioning her mother, Lan's eyes showed a trace of pride. "Your great-grandmother is the saint of the Lan family. Her story cannot be explained in a few words. The daughters of the Lan family marry late. You don't know how glorious your great-grandmother was in the past. People who came to ask for marriage almost broke the door. But your great-grandmother is the head of the family. She is destined to be unable to marry. Otherwise." Speaking of this, Lan suddenly paused. Yuan looked at her puzzledly. "If not, what's wrong?" Lan had no intention of mentioning this to the younger generation. But seeing Yuan's eager eyes, she found it hard to refuse. She hesitated for a while and said, "Back then, Sikong also came to ask for your great-grandmother's hand in marriage. As you know, Sikong is a royal family of the Dark City, so they can't marry into the Lan family. But if your great-grandmother were to marry, she wouldn't be happy. So the marriage between the two families ended. Not long after that, your great-grandmother got her first marriage, to my and my sister's father. But my father passed away early. Was it an accident or death?" Yuan asked. "Neither." Lan lowered her eyes, paused, and said, "He bumped into someone from the Sikong family and was executed." Yuan was stunned. Even the husband of the saint can be executed. Did the Sikong family really not do it on purpose? Lan sighed. "Your great-grandmother came to ask for an explanation, but accidentally killed a bastard of the Sikong family. Although he was a bastard, he was still the blood of the Seekong family. The Seekong family put forward a condition. If your great-grandmother is willing to marry into the Seekong family, the account will be written off. If she is not willing, then she will follow the rules. Is it a conspiracy? Yuan said. Lan nodded. Your great-grandmother also thinks so. So she escaped. On the way to escape, Yuan looked at her steadily. Lan closed her eyes. Nothing. Some rumors. Not credible. Yuan touched her chin. Something must have happened to her great-grandmother on the way to escape. Or something that made everyone unreasonable. Thinking of something, Yuan said, however. Why are the people of the Seekong family so obsessed with the great-grandmother? She is already married and has given birth to 2 children with her husband. Don't the people of the Seekong family care? Lan laughed sarcastically. How could they not care? But, in order to obtain the blood of the saint, the people of the Seekong family don't care so much. You must be wondering, what are the benefits of the blood of the saint? I think it can be used as a medicine, which is one of them. However, the Seekong family and the blood of the saint never seem to be able to merge. Yuan looked at Lan. What do you mean? Lan recalled and said, the ancestors of the Lan family had a saint. But the Lan family is not the only descendant of the saint. In the early years, there were other saints in the Hades, and they were all married to the Seekong family. But guess what? They just couldn't produce blood with the Seekong family. Over time, their descendants were cut off. Now the only one with the saint's blood is the Lan family. In order to protect the saint's blood, the Lan family has always kept a distance from the Seekong family. No wonder they set up the rule of marrying into the family. This is also to prevent the Seekong family from forcibly marrying. After all, the Seekong family is a royal family. How could they be a son-in-law? Yuan thought of something and said, but what if the Lan family saint and Seekong have descendants? Lan smiled and shook her head. It's impossible. The blood of the Seekong family cannot be integrated with the saint. Even if it is integrated, it will die soon after birth. What if? Yuan asked. What if? Lan looked at the brightest stars in the night sky. That would be the most noble bloodline in the underworld. Even the saint can't match it. Little Black Jiang, showing off his biceps. Little Black Egg, showing off his goo-goo. Little four of them, make way. Chapter 533 Domineering Ninth Brother. Abusing the whole audience. At dawn, people in the yard woke up one after another. The baby boy woke up 3 times last night. The first time, he was fed with cooked goat milk. The second time, Ziyan had milk. The old nanny stayed in Ziyan's room. Although her hands and feet were not as agile as those of young people, she was very meticulous in taking care of Ziyan and her child. The little maid went to make breakfast. Qingyan and Yugo had already gone to the market to buy a lot of food last night. There were white rice grains in the rice jar again. And there were smoked chickens, ducks and bacon in the cupboard, weighing dozens of kilograms. The family was in a difficult situation. And Lan sure didn't eat meat anymore. She only asked the little maid to cook 2 eggs and a bowl of brown sugar water for Ziyan every day. The little maid was so greedy that she almost cried. Seeing so many ingredients, her eyes almost glowed green. The little maid made an extremely rich breakfast. After serving it to the masters, she and the old nanny also got a bowl of stewed meat each, and ate it very deliciously. Ah! Yinglu stared at the stewed meat in the bowl, at a loss. What's wrong? Qingyan asked. Yinglu doesn't eat fat meat. Yinglu didn't say anything. Yingshurshan silently took the meat from his bowl, put the fat into his own bowl, and put the lean meat back to him. Yinglu ate it with relish. Qingyan smiled. After breakfast, Yingshurshan and Yinglu went to the city gate. It was also a coincidence that the guard guarding the city was the same guard from yesterday. Yingshurshan was tall, cold, and handsome, which made it easy for people to remember him. The guard saw that it was him and looked him up and down. What are you doing here again? You want to use a fake token to get through? I warn you. The Hades city is not that easy to get close to. Yingshurshan ignored his sarcasm and said coldly, give the saint a message. If you want to get the jade token from the head of the Lanqin family, come to the city in person. When the guard heard this, his expression changed instantly. Who are you? Yingshurshan glanced at him lightly, too lazy to answer him, and left with Yinglu. After everyone walked away, Yinglu turned back and said, did you hear that? Let her come in person. Otherwise, there is no way. The guard frowned, wondering when the Lan family had such a person, since it was a message for the saint. The guard did not dare to neglect it, and immediately sent someone to the Lan family to convey Ing Shirsan's words truthfully. About an hour later, a luxurious carriage left the city gate and stopped at the gate of the Lan family's house. The little maid was washing the baby boy's diaper in the front yard. Suddenly, she saw a group of guards rushing into the yard. She was so scared that her hands trembled and the diaper fell off. After the guards filled the yard, they stood respectfully on both sides. At this moment, the curtain of the carriage was opened by the driver, and a middle-aged man in brocade clothes walked down. He walked up to the little maid and asked with a smile, "Where is your master?" The little maid pointed to Lan's wing room tremblingly. The middle-aged man didn't look at her again, and walked over with a wanton look. Yuan was holding the little baby boy for Lan to see. Suddenly, she heard the movement outside the door. Yuan and Lan looked behind the screen together. Lan narrowed her eyes and said to Yuan, "You sit here. Don't go out." Yuan nodded in agreement. Lan walked around the screen with her cane and sat in the main seat. Yuan held the baby boy close to the screen and looked out through the gap in the screen. She saw a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes and vigorous spirits walked in with a happy face. He smiled with ill intentions. "Master Lan Qin. Long time no see. How are you?" The middle-aged man bowed to Lan, who was sitting on the seat. Lan is not as glorious as it used to be, but the momentum from inside to outside cannot be covered by coarse linen clothes. Lan glanced at him coldly and said, "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be a dog of Lan Jiao. My humble house is simple. What is Yu Guancher doing here?" Yu Guancher was humiliated, but was not too angry. He smiled and said in a friendly tone, "The master ordered me to visit you." Lan smiled coldly. "Master? Oh, did I admit it?" Yu Guancher smiled faintly. "Do you admit it or not? The people living in Lan Mansion now are all her. She gave birth to the saint for the Lan family. You..." As he spoke, his eyes looked at the screen intentionally or unintentionally, as if he had already felt that there was a baby boy behind the screen. Yu Guancher smiled and said, "I have to congratulate you on your great-grandson. It looks like a boy. Right? The small clothes hanging outside the house are obviously for a boy. All the hopes of Lan were placed on this child. But now it is a boy, who has no blood relationship with the saint, and he can't turn over anyway." Lan looked at him coldly. "Manager, you said, of course. No one comes to see you for no reason. Today, I come here to visit you and discuss an important matter with you." Lan snorted. "If it's about the jade token, then I advise you to give up this idea. My people should have made it very clear. If you want the Lan family jade token, let the saint come to see me in person." Manager Yu smiled and said, "The saint is busy with all kinds of things and really can't spare the time. The head of the family ordered me to talk to you." "Wow. Isn't that Lan Jiao, the concubine of the Lan family, too arrogant? They specifically asked the saint to come to negotiate, but in the end, they didn't let the saint show up. After all, she came by herself, but they only sent a mere manager. Isn't this a slap in the face of Grandma Lan?" Yuan approached the gap in the screen. At this moment, Manager Yu looked over here again. Yuan met a pair of calculating eyes, which were filled with disdain, as if the people living in this yard were not the former Lan family, but a group of ants that he trampled on. "Disgusting guy," Yuan murmured, not forgetting to cover the ears of the little boy. The little boy looked at Yuan in confusion. "Shh," Yuan made a silent gesture to him. The conversation in the room continued. Manager Yu patiently said, "The head of the family said that as long as you are willing to hand over the Lan family jade token, she will forgive your past offense against the saint, take you and the young master back to the Hades city, buy you a house, select servants, and let you live out the rest of your life in glory. As for the young master, you don't have to worry about it. The head of the family will ask a teacher to raise him carefully and let him grow up." Lan was so angry that she was shaking. Manager Yu said with a fake smile, "Of course. If these can't satisfy you, you can ask me any other conditions. I will agree to all the conditions that can be agreed on behalf of the head of the family. Oh, by the way, the first and second masters are still suffering in the prison. If you don't think about yourself and the young master, you should also think about the two masters. I heard that their health is not good, living in a place like the prison. They may die one day. First master, second master, her uncle? These bastards arrested her uncle and put him in the prison?" Yuan looked at Lan and saw that she was so angry that her nails dug into her flesh. Manager Yu laughed sarcastically and said, "Why are you doing this? You are already a spent force. The jade token is useless in your hands. It is better to sell it to the head of the family. The head of the family will repay you with gratitude and will not let you suffer any loss." Lan gritted her teeth and said, "She seduced my brother-in-law and killed my sister. Is this her way of repaying gratitude? Go back and tell her that I will never give her the jade token even if I die. But the saint is the most special existence in my Lan family after all. I can sell her face on the condition that she comes in person." Manager Yu smiled and said disdainfully, "I might as well tell you the truth. You are not qualified to see the saint." Lan was furious and said, "Then I will destroy the jade token and never give it to you." Manager Yu said coldly, "Without the jade token, do you think you and your son and grandson can still survive?" Lan smiled happily and said, "We Lan family members are not afraid of death." Manager Yu naturally understood that what she said was true. The Lan family was very stubborn, as they had used all these methods for so many years, but still got nothing. Manager Yu said coldly, "Old thing, don't be shameless. Who are you calling old thing?" Yuan came out holding the baby boy. Manager Yu was the manager who entered the Lan family later. He had never seen the first two heads of the family, so he didn't recognize Yuan's face, which was somewhat similar to theirs. When he saw Yuan holding a child, he immediately said disdainfully, "You are the maid who climbed the bed? Do you think it's great to give birth to the young master's flesh and blood? Don't you look at your own weight? The Lan family doesn't recognize you. Even if you give birth to 10 or 8 children, they are all bastards." Bang! Before he finished speaking, Manager Yu was thrown out by a huge force and fell heavily to the ground, with his ribs broken on the spot. A cold footstep stepped on his face, like stepping on an ant without any resistance. The guards in the yard wanted to rescue him, but they were all suppressed by a huge internal force. Yin Jiuchu looked down at him. "Who did you say was the bastard?" Manager Yu's face was half trampled into the mud. He had been the manager of the Lan family for many years, and no one had ever dared to touch him, let alone being seriously injured and stepped on. He was furious. You. Yin Jiuchu narrowed his eyes coldly. "You said that I am a bastard?" Yin Jiuchu stepped down and crushed Manager Yu's head. Manager Yu was stunned. "Damn it! I just want to ask who you are?" Chapter 534, Sucking the Little Goo-Goo. Domineering Yuan. Yuan was just one step slower, and when she came out, Manager Yu had already been shot in the head by her husband. Stunned Yuan. Yuan hugged her nephew with one hand and covered her eyes with the other. Is it okay to kill people when a disagreement occurs? It turns out that he took over not only the power and memory of the Ghost King, but also the habits of the Ghost King. This guy is already invincible with his brain, and now he has martial arts. This is going to be a success. Forget it. This manager is not a thing. It is not a pity to help the tyrant to die. But this is not the old clan. Can we be more low-key? Heh. Yin Jiuchao gave Yuan an extremely arrogant look, as if to say, "Let this king be low-key. Maybe in the next life." Then Yin Jiuchao strode into the house. When he stepped over the threshold, he did not look back, but just waved his sleeves, and all the guards who were stunned in place tilted their heads and fell down. Yuan originally came to reason, but she was so impressed by this wave of cool operations that her face turned red, and she couldn't say a word. Yuan shyly followed her husband. Lan sure did not expect that her grandson-in-law was so powerful. The steward of the Lan family did not take him seriously at all, and killed him as he said. This courage is worthy of the descendants of their Lan family. Yin Jiuchao entered the house, kicked off his dirty shoes, wiped his hands with a towel, and said slowly, "Stay away from that kind of guy in the future. Won't you call for help if you can't win the argument?" Yuan curled her lips. "Who said I can't win the argument? Didn't you come suddenly?" Thinking of something, Yuan smiled awkwardly, walked over with her nephew in her arms, and motioned him to look at the baby boy in the swaddling clothes. "Is it cute?" Yin Jiuchao looked disgusted. "It's so ugly." The nephew had fallen asleep, and it seemed that he couldn't hear his uncle's poisonous tongue. Yuan looked down at the delicate little guy and muttered, "It's pretty." Although it was a little wrinkled, it was not black or thin, but white and plump. A pair of small fists were tightly clenched and raised above the head. It was obviously so cute. "Okay? Mom, my pants fell off." Xiaobao walked in with his pants. "Well, my own son is cuter." Yuan stuffed the little nephew in her arms into Yin Jiuchao's arms. Yin Jiuchao couldn't avoid it, and hugged the little guy stiffly. The little guy suddenly woke up, opened his innocent eyes wide, and looked at him without blinking. Yin Jiuqiu stared back at him. Pooh, the little guy spit a bubble of milk at Yin Jiuqiu. Yin Jiuqiu, who felt that the authority of the Ghost King was challenged. Manager Yu died in their hands. It didn't take long for the Lan family to guess this. Instead of waiting for the Lan family to come to the door, it would be better for them to go there. After packing their luggage, the group got on the carriage to the city. The guards guarding the city saw that the person coming was Ing Shursan, and their brows frowned. What is it this time? Ing Shursan showed the waist badge pulled off from Manager Yu and said coldly, "Can we finally enter the city now?" The guard's eyes flickered. Just now, the manager of Lan Mansion left the mansion. It seemed that he was negotiating with this group of people. Could it be that the waist badge was given to them by the manager of Lan Mansion? Even if the guard had 100 courage, he would not dare to guess that this group of people robbed it directly. After all, there were few people in the whole Hades who dared to make trouble for Lan Mansion and Saint. The guard immediately let them go. The group entered the city smoothly. After entering the city, the group first deposited several large boxes of gold and silver in the bank, exchanged them for gold and silver bills, and set off. Ing Lu drove the carriage and turned back to say, "Grandma Lan, it's getting late. Do you want to find a place to settle down first and make plans tomorrow?" Lan opened the curtain, looked at the streets that were no longer familiar to her, and nodded, "Okay." Even though Yin Jiuqiu became the Ghost King, he still didn't get rid of his picky habits. He was not used to staying in an inn. So the group found an elegant and unique house in the east of the city to stay. Away, and others were busy packing their luggage. The three little buns were craving for candied haws again, so Yuan took them to the street to buy them. When entering the city, Yuan fell asleep in the carriage. Now she can really appreciate the scenery of the underworld. The underworld is prosperous, and the streets and buildings are somewhat similar to the imperial capital of Nanzhao. But it has a more mysterious feeling than the imperial capital. Yuan walked on the flowing streets, and the three little buns jumped and followed her. And Shura walked at the end. Gu masters and Gu girls passed by from time to time, and even Gu Zun unexpectedly met several of them. Yuan finally felt the power of the Hades. With Gu Zun's strength, it was not difficult to detect her purine blood. They cast greedy eyes at her, but they did not dare to move forward due to the breath of King Shura. They walked 2 streets and did not find a candied haws seller, but saw a Fuyuanzi. A few small buns were slurping, and Yuan took them and Shura to sit on the roadside stall. There happened to be a candy and fruit seller opposite, and Yuan decided to buy ingredients and go back to make candied haws herself. "You eat first. I'll go buy something." Yuan left Shura and his 3 sons and got up to go to the shop opposite. The shops in the underworld are different from those in the Nanzhao Zhou. Yuan thought it was a shop selling rice and grains, and she could buy sugar cubes at the same time. But she didn't know it was a shop selling goo. There were all kinds of 100 Gu Kings, and there were dozens of 1,000 Gu Kings. The business was very good. But since Yuan walked into the shop, the Gu worms here were not very active. "Your Gu King is dead, and you still have the nerve to sell it to me?" A Gu master threw 1,000 Gu King back into the jade bottle without any hesitation. The clerk picked up the jade bottle. "No. It was fine just now." Hey! Don't leave." The Gu master left angrily. Yuan touched her nose angrily. Later, several Gu masters found that the Gu worms were not very active, shook their heads and walked away. The clerk scratched his head strangely. "What's wrong?" "Ahem." Yuan cleared her throat. The waiter noticed that there was another persistent customer here, so he quickly put on a smile and greeted her. "Madam, are you here to choose the Gu King as well? People in the underworld love Gu, and it's not just Gu masters who come to buy Gu." Yuan opened the folding fan in her hand, raised her eyebrows and fanned it, saying, "The Gu King here doesn't seem to be in good spirits." "Is he dying?" the clerk said embarrassedly. "Look at what the madam said. We are doing business with integrity. How can we sell dying Gu worms to customers? Do you want the 100 Gu King or the 1,000 Gu King? I'll sell it to you at a low price." I want it when Yuan's eyes flashed across the jars of the 1,000 Gu Kings. She clearly felt the excitement of the little Gu. All of them. Yuan also learned not long ago that her little Gu is currently only a young Gu. It needs great nutrition. Although it is no longer a young Gu after Gu, it also needs to eat. Right? Otherwise, if it is hungry and thin, what should I do if the medicine is not effective enough? Are all the 1,000 Gu Kings here? Yuan asked indifferently. All are here. All are here, the clerk said. Which one do you want? How much is this? Yuan pointed to a colorful phoenix jar. The clerk smiled and said, Madam, you have a good eye. This is the best-selling 1000 Gu King in our shop. We are closing today, so I will sell it to you at a low price of 100 taels. 100 taels? Yuan suspected that she had heard it wrong. A mere worm is selling for 100 taels. Why don't you go and grab it? Gold, the clerk said with a wry smile. Yuan was petrified. Then, what about this? She pointed to the jade jar beside her. The clerk laughed dryly and said, This is also the 1000 Gu King. It is more toxic than the previous one. It can be used as medicine. It has a miraculous effect on rheumatism, and can also be used to increase internal strength. I'll sell it to you cheaply. 200 taels. Little Gu Gu, buy. 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 Shut up. Yuan closed her eyes and smiled calmly. What about the one next to it? The clerk smiled and said, 500 taels. Yuan staggered. Even if her family has a mine, she can't afford such a waste. Little Gu Gu, yes. 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 Yuan bit her lip. Her eyes rolled around. She covered her lips with a folding fan, and whispered to the clerk, If it's dead, can it be half the price? Clerk? A quarter of an hour later, Yuan came out of the shop with a pile of bottles and jars, looking ashen, and killed all the Gu Kings. But she didn't lose a penny. It was all in vain. Yuan went to buy candy in a huff. Just as she left the shop, a carriage stopped by the street, and a pair of elegantly dressed women got off. The two entered the shop. The waiter was dozens of times more enthusiastic, and excitedly welcomed the two in. Yuan paused, looked back at the waiter whose expression changed like turning a book, sneered, and was about to leave. Suddenly, she felt that the little Gu Gu was getting restless again. Yuan said fiercely, Isn't this much enough for you to eat? The little Gu Gu was getting more restless. Yuan paused, walked back to the shop, and saw that the waiter who said that all the 1000 Gu Kings had been displayed had conjured up another Gu King from nowhere. Even though Yuan was not a Gu master, she also felt the power of that Gu King. Yuan's mind was full of the sound of the little Gu Gu sucking. The waiter was about to hand the King Gu to the lady, but Yuan raised her chin and walked over, grabbing his wrist. Didn't you say that there were no more King Gu? Where did this one come from? The waiter was stunned when he saw her. This. I want it, Yuan said. The waiter reminded in a low voice. She is the holy envoy of the Lan family, the holy lady's confidant. Yuan glanced at the full box of good stuff that the waiter brought out, looked at the holy envoy, and said willfully, I want them all. Chapter 535, The King of 10,000 Gu. Originally, I only planned to buy one, but since it belongs to the saint, I might as well buy them all. This. The waiter was stunned. This requires a lot of gold. Yuan raised her chin and threw a purse to the waiter without saying a word. The waiter opened it and took a breath. Yuan said calmly, These are enough to buy? Enough? But the waiter looked at the saint envoy in embarrassment. Did this lady hear it clearly? The other party is a member of the Lan family. How dare she snatch things from the Lan family? Even if she dared, he didn't have the courage. Okay. The waiter was not trying to help Yuan, but simply didn't want Yuan to drag him into the quagmire, and whispered again, These Gu Kings are all bought for the saint. What? Not enough money? Yuan looked as if she had heard a big joke, and threw him another purse. The waiter was sure that the other party was deliberately embarrassing the saint. Is there anyone who doesn't take the saint of the Lan family seriously these days? Is he crazy? The waiter didn't dare to accept it, and was about to put the purse back into Yuan's hand. Yuan glanced at him and said, Do you still want this store? Come back and try it if you dare. The waiter couldn't return it, and it couldn't be returned. The saint envoy didn't take a nobody seriously at first, but she still had the courage to snatch things from him after hearing about her identity, which made the saint envoy look at her more. Then, a trace of surprise flashed across the saint envoy's eyes. In the Hades city, the most beautiful woman is the saint. She has a heavenly appearance, like a fairy who doesn't eat fireworks from the world. However, the woman in front of him, although a little plump, is not inferior to the saint in appearance and temperament. And for some reason, the holy envoy felt that he had seen her somewhere before. Sensing the holy envoy's gaze, Yuan looked at her calmly and smiled. Business is based on first come first served. I said before that I want all the 1,000 Gu Kings in this shop. The Holy Envoy should not bully the people of the underworld. Right? The Holy Envoy said coldly. Are you from the underworld? Where is your badge? Badge? Yuan was stunned. Her eyes flashed. And she opened her folding fan and said, I forgot to bring it when I went out. Really? The Holy Envoy looked at Yuan without blinking. Yuan covered her face with the folding fan, coughed lightly and said, Anyway, I saw it first. He promised to sell it all to me. So he can't break his promise to me. Give it to me. Yuan reached out to take the goo worm that her little goo was salivating over. But just as she was about to touch it, a powerful internal force hit her. Yuan was not a martial artist. If this internal force hit her, she and her baby would die. This showed how cruel the confidant of this saint was. As the saying goes, if the top beam is not straight, the bottom beam will be crooked. The saint was not noble. Yuan moved to the side to avoid it. But the saint launched another internal force and suppressed Yuan to the spot. Just as he was about to be hit by the Holy Envoy's internal force, a figure suddenly flashed in, blocked Yuan, and slapped the Holy Envoy against the wall. The wall was hit with a hole, and the Holy Envoy was drowned in a pile of ruins. Yuan poked her head out from behind Shura and looked at the ruins. Shura's palm hit hard, and the Holy Envoy was seriously injured. After crawling out of the ruins, he vomited several mouthfuls of blood. What? Not dead? Shura's current power is more than 10 times stronger than in Nanzhao. This Holy Envoy was hit by his palm and still alive. The Holy Envoy's clothes were torn, revealing a piece of silver soft armor. What is that? Yuan muttered. The waiter whispered, You don't even know this? That is the ice silkworm soft armor given to the saint by the Sikong family. Only the saint and the Lan family are qualified to wear it. This soft armor is invulnerable to swords and guns, and can withstand Shura's fatal blow. By the way, who is this person? How come even the Saint Envoy? Before the waiter finished speaking, a woman's stern shout came from outside the door. Who is so presumptuous here? The Saint Envoy's eyes were full of brilliance again, and he looked towards the door and called, Master! Master? The concubine of the Lan family, who seduced my brother-in-law? What did the second grandmother say her name was? Yuan murmured thoughtfully, Lan. Lan Jiao? You can call the master's name? The woman's stern shout appeared again, followed by a loud slap. However, this slap did not hit Yuan's face, but was stopped by Shura in time. But soon Yuan discovered that there was a black gas in Shura's palm. This is... Yuan frowned, released the small goo, and sucked away the black gas in Shura's palm. This black gas is poisonous. The damn famous family actually used such a dirty method. Even a master like Shura was poisoned. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would die in the blink of an eye. The woman walked in with big strides. Yuan took back the small goo in time and looked at the head of the Lan family mentioned by the saint. Lan Jiao is the younger sister of Lan Yi and Lan. She should be about the same age as Jiang. She looks very young and beautiful. Of course, in Yuan's heart, no one can be more beautiful than her mother. She is so young. And the saint girl should not be too old either. Probably about the same age as herself. Yuan looked Lan Jiao up and down. After all, she was the head of the family, so she had an extraordinary demeanor. It was a pity that her eyes were on the top of her head, and she looked arrogant. It was not surprising to think about it. Her daughter was a saint, and she squeezed out her legitimate sister to become the head of the Lan family. In the whole Hades, except for the Sikong family, her position was the most advantageous. Sneer Yuan rolled her eyes and shook her fan. What is meant by losing the battle but not the battle? This is it. The other party didn't look at her straight, so she naturally wouldn't put her warm face on the other party's cold butt. Lan Jiao was very grand, with 100 guards around her. She pointed to 2 people to help the Saint Envoy up, and then heard this careless sneer. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the strange woman who dared to show off in front of the Lan family. Yuan covered half of her face with a folding fan. Lan Jiao asked arrogantly, Who are you? Yuan snorted coldly. Do I have to answer if you ask me? The Holy Envoy gritted his teeth and complained, Master, they robbed the saint's things and injured me. Lan Jiao looked at Yuan without blinking. You are so brave. Yuan smiled, compared to courage. I am not as brave as Master Lan. I just robbed a few insects. Unlike you, who robbed someone's husband. Lan Jiao and her brother-in-law's affairs were known to everyone in the underworld. What the Lan family cares most about is that someone criticized this matter. Anyone who was caught gossiping about it was severely dealt with by her. This girl is so ignorant that she even ridiculed her in front of her. A trace of extremely strong murderous intent flashed across Lan Jiao's eyes. She raised her hand and gestured. A man in a black robe, who Yuan had never noticed, stepped forward and punched Yuan. Shura grabbed the opponent's fist. But almost at the same time, the opponent freed his other hand, and a silver light flashed in his palm. "Be careful," Yuan shouted. Shura avoided the silver needle and opened his aura. But in less than a moment, he was pressed back by the black-robed man's internal force. Yuan's face changed slightly. "Shura. King?" Lan Jiao laughed sarcastically. "Yes. It's Shura King. The Shura King beside you has just broken through not long ago. He dares to show off his power when his power is not stable yet. What do you think the Hades is? Do you really allow a bunch of you to run rampant? The black-robed man's realm is above Shura." Shura was suppressed and spit out blood. However, Lan Jiao was more surprised than Yuan. Lan Jiao's original intention was to teach Yuan a lesson, although the Shura's realm was not as good as her subordinates. He took all his attacks, so that her subordinates could not spare time to teach the little girl a lesson. Fortunately, she brought more than one subordinate. Lan Jiao smiled and said, "Little girl, kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistakes, and I will let you go." Yuan said, "You are dreaming." Lan Jiao sneered, "If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished." "Well, as you wish. I will let you know what the consequences of offending the Lan family are. You guys, go and catch her for me." "Yes." Several guards rushed forward. A white light flashed from Yuan's body and pierced through the hearts of the guards. Several people didn't react to what happened and fell to the ground one after another. The Saint Envoy's face changed. "Master, this is..." Lan Jiao narrowed her eyes. "The king of 10,000 gu. If it was an adult gu king, Lan Jiao would not dare to move. But this was still a young gu." Lan Jiao stretched out her hand, and a pair of silver silk gloves were put on her hands. She curled the corners of her lips and grabbed the little gu into her palm. Chapter 536 Tyrannical Robbery. Sikong Royal Family. Is this Lan Jiao actually good at martial arts? This was beyond Yuan's expectation. It seems that this woman was able to squeeze out the direct line of the Lan family and become the head of the Lan family, relying not only on her seductive tricks. Yuan's eyes were stern. "Give me back the Gu King." When she said this, the folding fan in her hand snapped back in her hand. Lan Jiao didn't take the little girl seriously at all, but just glanced at the little girl who was talking nonsense. This glance made Lan Jiao stunned for a moment. Lan Jiao's eyes fell on Yuan's face. Yuan understood what she was surprised about. She felt that her face was somewhat familiar, as if she had seen it somewhere, but she couldn't remember it for a while. Lan Jiao couldn't remember, so she simply stopped thinking about it. She was in a good mood because she had the Gu King. She smiled happily. "You hurt my men. I just want some compensation." Yuan said coldly, "You are really good at talking nonsense. Who started it first? If I hadn't hurt her, I would have died in her hands. Do you want me to stay still and wait for her to beat me?" The holy envoy said angrily, "You want to snatch the Gu worm from me?" Yuan hugged her arms and said, "My business is fair. If you don't like it, you can pay a high price. As for who the guy is willing to sell it to, it's his own choice. Do you have to kill me just because of bidding for the same thing? Your Lan family is known as the first family in the underworld. But it turns out that you don't even have this little education?" It has to be said that after getting along with Yan Jiucha for a long time, Yuan's mouth has become eloquent. The holy envoy made Yuan speechless. If this was an ordinary family head, Yuan would be embarrassed. But who is Lan Jiao? She is a woman who can even snatch her own brother-in-law. And she does it without changing her face, without any shame. It would be naive to expect her to be ashamed by Yuan's words. Lan Jiao freed up one hand. The maid next to her understood and took a jade bottle from the shop to her. Lan Jiao put the small Gu into the jade bottle. Yuan stared at her movements, frowning. "Lan, don't be too shameless. You robbed so many people's things. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Speaking of robbing, Yuan thought of Yan Ryu and Nandong Yin in the past. Those two came secretly. But this concubine of the Lan family robbed openly and justly. Yuan finally saw what real shamelessness is. In the Dark City, the strong are respected, and reputation is just a protective umbrella fabricated by the weak to defend their own interests. It may work into Dou and Nanzhao, but not in the Dark City. Whoever has the stronger fist is the king. Therefore, it is impossible to reason with Lan Jiao. If she likes something, she will grab it. Even if Yuan has not had a conflict with the Holy Envoy today, as long as Lan Jiao's sedan passes by Yuan and senses the breath of the Gu King, she will definitely grab it. Yuan also realized this and gave up the idea of arguing with Lan Jiao. She just looked at Lan Jiao steadily and said word by word, "I'll say it for the last time. Give me my Gu back. Otherwise, you will regret it." Lan Jiao seemed to have heard a big joke, and her shoulders were shaking with laughter. "Girl, do you know who you are talking to? I think you are not from the Dark City. Where are you from? Considering that you presented a Gu King to this family master, this family master will make an exception and remember your name." Yuan said seriously, "You don't deserve it." Lan Jiao used all her internal strength and slapped her from a distance. The Shura, who was originally suppressed by the black-robed man and could not move, suddenly broke free from the restraints and used his body to protect Yuan, and was hit hard on the back. Lan Jiao looked at the black-robed man beside her with cold eyes. The black-robed man saluted guiltily. He didn't expect that he had suppressed the Shura king who had just broken through to that extent, and the other party still had the strength to move. However, that Shura king could only do this. Lan Jiao nodded. The man in black robes attacked, intending to kill the two guys who were in the way. But unexpectedly, a luxurious sedan chair carried by 16 Shuras passed by on the street. Of course, Shura's face would not say Shuras. But Yuan had been with her own Shuras for so long that she was very familiar with his aura. So when his kind approached, she almost subconsciously identified them. However, because of this, she was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. She had never seen such a large number of Shuras, let alone the Shuras, who were the sedan bearers. How noble was the person on the sedan? Master Sikong? Lan Jiao, who was arrogant a moment ago, changed her expression almost instantly when the sedan appeared. She turned around politely and saluted and said gently, "I didn't know that Master Sikong was coming. I'm sorry for not welcoming you from afar." The golden gauze curtains fell layer by layer, making it difficult to see the appearance of the people on the sedan. But the deep and domineering royal aura invisibly passed through the gauze curtains and fell on everyone. Yuan didn't hear the person in the sedan chair, but guessed that he must have made some gestures, because the servant in the sedan chair said, "My master asked the head of the Lan family, what happened here?" Lan Jiao smiled. "Ah, nothing. I came to buy poisonous insects for the saint. I have bought them, and I am going back to the mansion now." The servant said, "Then goodbye." Lan Jiao bowed piously. "Master Sikong, take care." The sedan chair left with great momentum. The people sitting inside are the people of the Sikong family. It's a pity that I didn't see them clearly. Yuan gathered her thoughts and wondered if Lan Jiao, who was shameless and domineering, would wait until the people of the Sikong family left before dealing with her. Unexpectedly, Lan Jiao didn't say one thing in front of her and another behind her back. She said she was going back to the mansion, and she really went back home immediately. "You're lucky." Lan Jiao glanced at Yuan coldly, then sat back in the carriage. She waited until the sedan chair of Mr. Sikong disappeared at the end of the street before letting the guards return to the mansion. It seems that the Lan family's fear of the Sikong family is deeper than imagined. And from this, it can be inferred how powerful the Sikong family is in the underworld. "Are you okay?" Yuan helped the injured Shura up. She was negligent. She didn't think that Shura could also cultivate. Just like no matter how smart a person is, he has to study to pass the imperial examination. You can't expect him to write an amazing article without going to school or reading a book. The way of Shura is probably the same. She has always known that her Shura is a Shura with extraordinary talent. But they are all very mediocre parents. Shura hugged his head in shame. He didn't protect Alwan well, and Alwan was bullied. He didn't protect Xiao Gugu well either, and Xiao Gugu was robbed. Yuan took his hand away from his head. "It's not your fault. Let's go home first." Yuan took Shura and the little buns, who were waiting obediently at the stall, back to the temporary house. On the other side, Lan Jiao also returned to the mansion with the newly acquired Gu King. This is really an unexpected fortune. On the way back to the yard, Lan Jiao couldn't help but look at the jade bottle containing the small Gu Gu several times. The confidant maid asked, "Master, is this Gu King so powerful?" Lan Jiao entered the yard, and a maid came forward to take her cloak. She stepped into the house and said with a smile, "With the current status of the Lan family, There are all kinds of treasures. If it's not powerful, would I fight with a little girl to snatch it? Speaking of snatching, Lan Jiao's face was not embarrassed at all, but extremely proud. I really didn't expect that a little girl would have such a powerful thing in her hand. If it wasn't for Mr. Sikong who appeared just now, I really wanted to ask about the origin of that little girl. The confidant maid asked in confusion, is she really not from Mingdu? Lan Jiao snorted coldly. Is there anyone in Mingdu who dares to offend this master? The confidant maid hurriedly said, the master is right. Who cares who she is? It's her good fortune to let the master of this family get a treasure. Lan Jiao yawned and handed the jade bottle to her trusted maid. I think it's hungry. That girl bought so many poisonous insects to feed it. You take it down and take good care of it. I'll go see the master. Yes. After Lan Jiao left, the trusted maid took out the most precious 1,000 Gu King in the Lan mansion, because it had been carefully raised in the Lan mansion for a period of time. It was higher than those sold in the shop. However, for some reason, little Gu Gu didn't eat a single bite. Aren't you hungry? The trusted maid muttered. The trusted maid changed 17 or 18 kinds of 1,000 Gu Kings in a row, and little Gu Gu held back all of them. Little Gu Gu went on a hunger strike. This is not a good thing. The Gu King can go without food for a long time, but that is only when it cannot find food. If it does not eat when there is food, it usually means that the Gu King is about to die and can't eat anymore. It's just a young Gu. How can it be about to die? Lan Jiao snorted after hearing the report from her trusted maid, and decided to go and see for herself. Lan Jiao came, but the little Gu Gu still refused to eat. Chapter 537 Brother 9 takes action. Lan Jiao is sure that the girl is not a Gu woman. If she is not a Gu woman, it is unreasonable to buy so many Gu insects and not feed this little thing. If she bought so many, it must be starving. If so, why doesn't it want to eat? Lan Jiao used the most poisonous 1,000 Gu King in the Lan mansion. Little Gu Gu just turned his back and threw a little insect but to her. It's not a low-level 100 Gu King. The 1,000 Gu King is highly toxic and tastes great. It should pounce on it and eat enough. Lan Jiao didn't understand what went wrong. Could it be that the girl had a fat Gu worm in her hand? So the little thing didn't like these in the Lan mansion? Go and get the 7-colored Gu King prepared for the saint. Lan Jiao ordered. The trusted maid was shocked. Master, you can't do that. It's a treasure that we have raised for many years. It is the treasure of our Lan mansion. The 7-colored Gu King is also a 1,000 Gu King, but it is a very special existence among the 1,000 Gu Kings. Its speed of becoming stronger is amazing. Maybe it won't take long for it to become a 10,000 Gu King. What do you know? The 7-colored Gu King is good, but it is not as good as the one in front of you. Before meeting the little Gu Gu, Lan Jiao also thought that the 7-colored Gu King was the most powerful Gu King she had ever seen in her life. It was not until she saw it that she knew what it meant to be born as a king. Lan Jiao continued, it took less than 3 years for the 7-colored Gu King to be refined into a 1,000 Gu King. But did you know that this little thing was born as a 10,000 Gu King? And there is no trace of it being refined by drugs. In other words, it has such a powerful strength without doing anything. If we use it well, its realm is immeasurable. After Lan Jiao said this, the confidant maid understood. But she still felt pained, because the 7-colored Gu King was very much loved by the saint. If the saint returns and finds that the Gu King is gone, she will definitely be angry. How could Lan Jiao not guess what she thought of? Besides, the saint is her daughter. How could she not know her daughter's temperament? Lan Jiao smiled carefreely. Don't worry. With this little thing, 10 saints of the 7-colored Gu King will not be rare. But, the confidant maid thought of something and said with embarrassment, the 7-colored Gu King has always been under the care of Manager Yu. He went out this morning and hasn't come back yet. Lan Jiao frowned and looked at the dark sky outside the window. It's so late. Hasn't the matter been done yet? Ignore him for now. You go to his yard. Say it's my order, and bring the 7-colored Gu King. As for him, I will send someone to ask. Yes. The confidant maid received the order, and dared not hesitate. Turned around and went to Manager Yu's yard to bring the 7-colored Gu King. The moment the 7-colored Gu King entered the house, Lan Jiao clearly felt that the little Gu Gu in the jade bottle became restless. The temptation of the 7-colored Gu King and little Gu Gu is no less than that of pure Yin blood. Little Gu Gu's saliva is slurping and almost drowning herself. Lan Jiao put on silver gloves and put the 7-colored Gu King in. The The seven-colored Goo King exudes a seductive fragrance all over his body. Little Goo Goo bit the little insect claw tightly. Hurry. I can't hold on any longer. Slurp. To tame a Goo King, you must first feed it. Let it taste the sweetness, and then slowly make it inseparable from yourself. Of course, Lan Jiao did not tame it for herself, but for the saint. Goo King has many uses. It can kill people, detoxify, and even improve your own skills when necessary. Eat, little thing, Lan Jiao said temptingly. Little Goo Goo, I want to eat. I want to eat. I want to eat. Little Goo Goo, I can't eat. I can't eat. I can't eat. Little Goo Goo turned his back and hugged his little insect tail, trying to hold back tears. Lan Jiao could see that this little thing didn't want to eat. But didn't want to eat. It was rejecting herself. Young goo worms do not have their own intelligence yet, so they are the easiest to tame. But how old is this little thing? And it is so stubborn? Lan Jiao sneered and flicked the jade bottle with her fingertips. Little thing, don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Someone come. Lan Jiao asked her trusted maid to bring an iron box. Goo worms like jade and hate iron. Being locked in an iron box will make goo worms feel uncomfortable in every way. If it were a human, it would be like being locked in a cold cellar and fed a bowl of soup that would make people dizzy and vomit. Little Goo Goo struggled. If I don't give you a little pain, you won't know how powerful I am. Lan Jiao ignored its resistance and threw it into the iron box mercilessly. The dull iron smell attacked the little Goo Goo in every way, and the little Goo Goo shrank into a small ball uncomfortably. Lan Jiao had to do more than that. Since she wanted to teach this little thing a lesson, she had to teach it a lesson to the end, so that it would never have the courage to rebel again in its life. Lan Jiao asked people to find a few spirited roosters, lock them in a temporary chicken coop, and then threw the iron box containing the little Goo Goo into it. Goo worms have natural enemies, which are roosters. Although powerful goo worms can defeat their natural enemies, a young goo that has not yet reached adulthood is suppressed by iron energy. This is like abolishing the martial arts of a master, breaking the bones of the master, and putting him in the mouth of a ferocious tiger. How can he not be afraid? The little Goo Goo was so scared that he bumped around. One of his claws was broken. Lan Jiao's fingertips gently tapped the box. Enjoy it. When you are obedient, I will let you out. The little Goo Goo hit the wall of the box, and his head was broken and bleeding. Lan Jiao sneered and left without looking back. On the other side, Yuan returned to the house in the underworld. As soon as the three little kids entered the yard, they threw themselves into their father's arms, rubbing their little heads against their father's chest. Feeling a little aggrieved, Yin Jiocha picked up his son, and the three of them stretched out their little hands and hugged his neck. His son's reaction was not right. So Yin Jiocha asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you go to buy candied haws? Where are the candied haws?" "There are no candied haws," Xiaobao said aggrievedly. "Who bullied you?" Yin Jiocha asked. "Bad people," Erbao said. "They bullied Shura." The three of them didn't know that Goo Goo had been taken away. They only saw Shura spitting out blood. Yin Jiocha asked the three little kids to go away, and the three of them went with their heads down. Yuan sent Shura back to her room and called Lao Chui to treat Shura. Lan and Qiu Bing heard the noise and rushed to Shura's room. No one expected Shura to be seriously injured. Lao Chui felt Shura's pulse and said, "How could you be injured like this? Who did you run into?" "The Lan family," Yuan said, while giving Shura acupuncture. Lao Chui wondered. "I just went out for a while. How did I run into the Lan family? Didn't we live far away from the Lan family?" "The Lan family came to buy things, and I didn't expect to run into them." Yuan told him exactly what happened in the shop. Old Chui frowned. "So, they also took away the Goo King? As a sacred object of Nanzhao. The Goo King may be just a decoration and belief in Nanzhao, but it has real use and value in the underworld. The Lan family took it away. Whether they kept it for themselves or used it to please the Sikong family, they would not suffer any loss." However, the shamelessness of the Lan family still surprised Old Chui and others. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such shameless people. They robbed things on the street. What was the difference between them and bandits? Speaking of which, this time it was thanks to the eldest son of the Sikong family. If he hadn't appeared by chance, I don't know what happened to Shura and I by Lan Jiao. Yuan just sighed unintentionally, but Yin Jiuch on the side narrowed his eyes slightly. Lan was born in the underworld, so she naturally understood the status of the Seekong family better than everyone else present. She explained to them, the eldest son of the Seekong family, that all one met by chance should be the eldest son of the Seekong family master, Seekong Chanfeng. When I was driven out of the underworld, he was still young. I saw him from a distance. I remember that he was a very different child. As for his character, I don't know. There are rumors among the people. But Lan has not personally met him, so she dare not believe it. Although the Seekong family did not take action in the Lan family's matter, they turned a blind eye to it, which can be regarded as going with the flow. Lan said this to tell Awan that she didn't need to be too grateful to Seekong. The Seekong son just passed by chance, and he didn't intend to save her and Shura. Yuan nodded. I understand. Second grandmother. Yin Jiuchao glanced at her lightly. The group stayed in the house to discuss how to go to the Lan mansion and force Lan Jiao to hand over the Gu King and the Saint's blood. However, Yin Jiuchao walked out of the house expressionlessly, pointed his toes, and disappeared into the night using his lightness skills. Chapter 538 The Cruel Ninth Brother. The city of Hades was bustling with people, and even after nightfall, there was still a lot of traffic. In front of a brothel, several young men jumped off their carriages, holding folding fans, bowed and greeted each other, and walked into the brothel with smiles on their faces. But suddenly a shadow flashed by, grabbed one of the young men, and dragged him into the alley on the side without warning. The rest of the people looked at each other. What happened just now? No. I don't know. Where's young Master Wang? Yes. Where is he? He was here just now. I saw a ghost. Several people were scared. The kidnapped Prince Wang was so frightened that his face turned pale. He was talking to someone, but in the blink of an eye, he was dragged into the alley and pressed against the wall. What was even more terrible was that the man was wearing a Fang mask, which was really scary. If it weren't for the shadow of the man on the ground, he almost thought he was possessed by evil spirits. He stammered. You, who are you? Robbery, rob money, or rape? The first sentence was reasonable. But what about the second sentence? Where is the Lan family? Yin Jiucha asked coldly. So you are asking for directions. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Brave man. Prince Wang pointed to the east end of the alley with trembling hands. Go out from there. Go south. Keep walking and keep walking. The Lan family is very big. You won't miss it. Where is the Seekong family? Yin Jiucha asked. Huh? Prince Wang was stunned. Is this warrior from the underworld? It's okay that he doesn't know where the Lan family is. But how come he doesn't even know where the Seekong family's mansion is? Although he was confused, Prince Wang still pointed out the way honestly. The Seekong family and the Lan family are not far apart. From the main gate of the Lan family, 1 mile north and 3 miles east is the Seekong family's mansion. Although it is called a mansion, it is actually no worse than the royal palace. However, the people are not allowed to approach that place. Those who trespass will be killed without mercy. Prince Wang didn't say anything about this. Who made this man so fierce when asking for directions? Let him be captured by the dragon-tooth guards. Although Prince Wang had a little selfishness, he did not point the wrong way. The dragon-tooth guards outside Seekong Mansion were even more powerful than the Hellion family's death warriors. Ordinary people would be caught by the dragon-tooth guards before they could get close. Unfortunately, he was a ghost king with both internal strength and lightness skills, so this defense was not difficult for him. As for the gate of Seekong Mansion, it was not so easy to approach. There were several very scary auras in Seekong Mansion, covering the entire mansion. The result of forcing through would most likely be torn to pieces by these auras. Just as Yin Jiuchao was thinking about how to sneak into the mansion, a carriage drove over from not far away, and it seemed that it was going to drive into Seekong Mansion. Yin Jiuchao flashed and got into the carriage. The carriage entered the mansion smoothly. This was a shopping carriage. When passing by the warehouse, Yin Jiuchao flashed down without making a sound. Already, this box is for the second son, and this box is for the eldest son. In the warehouse, a man who looked like a manager handed the 2 boxes to 2 servants. The 2 took the boxes and went in different directions. Yin Jiuchao followed the second one. The servant came to a secluded courtyard. Yin Jiuchao looked at the Plaque Chi Feng courtyard strangely. The eldest son of the Seekong family actually lived in such a dilapidated place? TSK. A certain ghost, young, king, lord, raised his eyes arrogantly and walked in with big strides behind the servant. I'm here to deliver something to the eldest son. The servant handed the box to the servant in the courtyard and turned away. The servant opened the box and took a look, pouting in dissatisfaction, and then carried the box into Sikong Chongfeng's house. What? These leftovers again? Inside the house? The servant complained. I can guarantee that the calligraphy sent to the second young master's room is hundreds of times better than ours. You are the eldest son of the Sikong family. Why should you give in to him in everything? Sikong Chongfeng ignored him. The servant had no intention of shutting up, and complained to himself, it's okay to give up these worldly possessions. But why give him the marriage with the saint? The young master is the eldest son of the Sikong family. How can he marry the saint? That saying is really true. There is a stepmother. There is a stepfather. Sikong Chongfeng was born to the original wife of the Sikong family master, but his biological mother died when he was young. The current Mrs. Sikong is the second wife of the Sikong family master and the biological mother of the second young master. The saint of the Lan family never married into the Sikong family, but that was the direct line of the Lan family. This rule was no longer applicable to Lan Jiao. She would not hesitate to send out anyone who could curry favor with the Sikong family, not to mention one daughter, even 2 or 3. At first, the target of the marriage was indeed Sikong Chongfeng. But since Sikong Chongfeng's biological mother passed away, Sikong Chongfeng had no backing, and the new wife was extremely favored by the head of the family. No matter how you look at it, the second son has a better chance of winning. Of course, she didn't dare to let Lan Jiao offend Sikong Chongfeng. But if the second son also had this intention, that would be another matter. It was Madame Sikong who spoke to the head of the family. But sometimes, I think that it's not bad to not have this marriage. I heard that the head of the Lan family is not a good person. Didn't we see her on the street just now? Just look at her, and you will know that she is bullying the good people again. I don't know who is being bullied, but I am lucky to meet you, young master. Who? Before Shi Tenghua finished her words, Sikong Chongfeng spoke vigilantly, and then a sharp palm wind came out, like a galloping arrow, and hit Yan Jiuchu's heart. Yan Jiuchu flicked his wide sleeves to remove the palm wind. This palm wind did not use all his strength, but the opponent was still beyond Sikong Chongfeng's expectation. Sikong Chongfeng's eyes were cold, and the vast internal force suddenly knocked the doors and windows open, and he rushed out. The servant boy opened his eyes wide and hurried out, only to see his own master fighting fiercely with a man in a black robe and a fawn-shaped mask. Sikong Chongfeng's white clothes are whiter than snow. Yan Jiuchu's black clothes are as black as ink. The courtyard is full of murderous aura, but the figures of the two are really pleasing to the eye. The servant boy was originally going to protect his son and ask the guards to catch the assassin, who knew that he forgot what he came out to do as he watched. Sikong Chongfeng's skills are definitely not bad. He is one of the best masters among the younger generation, although the man in front of him wears a Fang mask. His hands are as slender as jade and very young. When did such a master appear among the younger generation of Hades? A trace of surprise flashed across Sikong Chongfeng's eyes. What was even more surprising was that the other party's breath made him feel familiar. Yan Jiuchu slashed again with a palm. Sikong Chongfeng pointed his toes, turned around, and shot 3 darts at Yan Jiuchu. With the cover of the darts, he suddenly hit a palm and went straight to Yan Jiuchu's face. Just as he was about to dodge, Yan Jiuchu suddenly burst out with an icy internal force. Sikong Chongfeng felt as if half of his arm was frozen. He pulled his hand out in time and retreated a foot. He looked at him in disbelief. I soul art. The internal energy of the Sikong family? Who are you? Why do you know the internal energy of the ancestor? Yan Jiuchu snorted coldly. And you rats are worthy of knowing my name? Yan Jiuchu leaped in front of Sikong Chongfeng. If he knew himself and the enemy, Sikong Chongfeng might not be Yan Jiuchu's opponent. Unfortunately, Sikong Chongfeng was careless and did not expect that the other party would know the internal energy of the ancestor. This carelessness resulted in half of Sikong Chongfeng's body being paralyzed. At this time, if the other party took his life, he would have almost no power to resist. Of course, he could call for help. Sikong Chongfeng did not do so. Yan Jiuchu's figure approached. Yan Jiuchu stretched out his hand. Young master the servant finally came to his senses. But it was too late. Sikong Chongfeng closed his eyes. Let's die. The people of the Sikong family will never beg for mercy. Suddenly, Sikong Chongfeng's palm sank, and he felt something extra in his hand. When he opened his eyes, Yan Jiuchu had already left and disappeared into the endless night. And when he looked at the extra thing in his palm, he was stunned for a moment. What? What? After spending so much effort, sneaking into the Seekong family and attacking him, the result was just to give him 2 red eggs? After giving the red eggs, Yin Jiuqiu was in a good mood and flew around on the roof embedded in the night. The red eggs were given, and the next step was to settle accounts with the Lan family. Of course, he was not going to save the little bug that was clinging to his woman, but to get back his woman. But where is the Lan family? Yin Jiuqiu looked up at the sky with a blank face. A certain young master possessed by the Ghost King forgot the way gorgeously. In the house in the east of the city, a group of people were discussing a strategy to deal with the Lan family. Suddenly, Qing Yin turned around and found that Yin Jiuqiu was gone. Since Yin Jiuqiu had acquired the power of the Ghost King, he could come and go freely, and his breath would no longer be easily tracked by others. Qing Yin called out, and the noisy room instantly became quiet. Yuan looked around, pointed to the chair beside her strangely and said, "Weren't you sitting here just now?" "Yes, I saw it too." Ing Lu scratched his head. He was clearly sitting in front of him. So how could he not notice that the young master was missing? The power of the Ghost King is really killing people. They don't even know when the young master went out. "I'll go find the young master." Ing Shursan stood up. "I'll go too." Ing Lu stood up. "I'll go with you." Qing Yin took the lead, thinking of something, and said, "Yue go and call away. I'll Wan. You and Grandma Lan to rest first, and we'll discuss going to Lan's house later. I'll go find him too." Yuan held Lan's hand. "Please take care of the children." "Grandma?" Lan looked at them in surprise. Is this reaction too exaggerated?" Lan opened her mouth and said hesitantly, "Don't worry. Jiuqiu is so good at martial arts. He shouldn't be harmed by others." Qing Yin's expression was hard to describe. "We are not worried about what will happen to him, but what he will do to others." There was no one on the dark street. Yin Jiuqiu walked with a cold expression. Although he didn't remember the way to Lan's house, he could ask, but it was late at night, and this street was the least populated. He walked for a long time before he finally met a couple with a child. He walked over majestically. The couple suddenly saw a fierce man wearing a Fang mask. They thought they saw a ghost. The child was so scared that he forgot about running away. The 4-year-old boy was stunned and stood there. Yin Jiuqiu walked over with full aura, hooked the corner of his lips at the little boy, and asked arrogantly, "Boy, where is the Lan family?" The little boy who didn't understand what he was saying. Yin Jiuqiu sneered and threatened, "If you don't tell me, I will make you regret it." The little boy looked at Yin Jiuqiu with wide eyes, and suddenly he pursed his lips and cried. Yin Jiuqiu, who failed to threaten, failed to find out the whereabouts of the Lan family. Yin Jiuqiu was not discouraged. He continued to move forward. He passed through a pitch-black alley and came to another street. This street was much more lively. He walked into the first restaurant. To be precise, it was a brothel. The brothel's madam was shocked when she saw his mask. It can be seen that he was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary demeanor. Knowing that he was a big money maker, she hurriedly greeted him gracefully. This young man, the madam flirtatiously threw herself at Yin Jiuqiu. Bang! The madam was blown away by Yin Jiuqiu's internal force. When Yuan and her group heard the news and rushed over, the entire brothel had been almost demolished by Yin Jiuqiu. Looking at the thugs rolling on the ground and the brothel girls dancing wildly, several people held their foreheads together. In the end, it was Qing Yin who dragged Ing Shursan and sacrificed Ing Shursan's peerless beauty to end the farce with a bag of gold as compensation. It was also a misunderstanding. The Ghost King had never been to such a place. When the madam rushed towards Yin Jiuqiu thought she was going to assassinate him. After coming out of the brothel, Yuan touched his arm with her elbow. "Why did you go to the brothel? You don't want to do bad things behind my back, do you?" Yin Jiuqiu glanced at her coldly. "Am I that kind of person?" Yuan felt sweet in her heart. Yin Jiuqiu said again, "Do I need to carry you to do bad things?" "Yuan?" Yuan took a deep breath. "Then why did you come to the brothel? You can't be here to ask for directions." Yin Jiuqiu looked up at the sky. Yuan looked at him deeply. "Are you really here to ask for directions? Are you lost?" Yin Jiuqiu said fiercely, "Am I such a stupid person? How can I not remember just a few roads?" Behind him, Ing Shursan and Qing Yin were asking about the address of the Lan family. A girl from a brothel said, "The Lan family. The Lan family is nearby. Isn't there an alley opposite? Go through the alley to the right, and you can see the wall of the Lan family's mansion. Yuan looked at Yan Jiucha leisurely, and saw Yan Jiucha crossing the alley in front. And then, without saying a word, he turned left. Yuan was speechless. Originally, according to the plan, they would go to the Lan family openly tomorrow, and use the jade token as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Lan Jiao. But plans cannot keep up with changes. Since they are already here, they might as well go in and steal Xiao Gugu out. The Lan family is prosperous, and has been together for 5 generations. The area of the mansion is larger than that of the Hellion family in the imperial capital. Outside the wall of the Lan family, Yuan broke off a branch and drew a root on the ground. This is the main gate of the Lan family. This is the east gate of the Lan family. And our current location should be close to the west gate of the Lan family. The third branch was originally a concubine, and was not favored. The courtyard assigned to it was on the back lake side. However, Lan Jiao became the head of the family, and this branch should have moved into the main courtyard. These courtyards are all on the central axis of the Lan family. I don't know which courtyard Lan Jiao lives in. There is a powerful Shura king beside her. You all have to be careful, and don't let him find you. Otherwise, with our current strength, we are not enough for him to pinch with one finger. Yuan was planning a route to rescue Xiao Gugu when she heard a loud bang, and the entire wall behind her collapsed. Yan Jiuchao raised his hand, and the masts and oars were reduced to ashes. Yuan was shocked. Did I say something that irritated you? No. 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 You can't play like this. They have Shura King. Shura King. Yan Jiuchao faced the wind, stepped over the ruins with a calm expression, and moved in a black robe, like the Hades walking out of purgatory. Who dares to act rashly in the Lan mansion? Accompanied by a thunderous roar. A breath that was 10 or 100 times more terrifying than Shura pressed down layer by layer, as if they felt the weight of Mount Tai pressing heavily on them. Yuan's face changed drastically. King Shura. Lan Jiao's King Shura. A black shadow flew in the air, releasing an even more terrifying aura. Several people almost instinctively felt a shudder. With such a terrifying skill, he could crush a large number of Shuras with just a flick of his hand. Qing Yan's calves trembled for a while. It's over. They are dead. Yan Jiuchao snorted disdainfully, stomped his heels, flew up, and slammed into King Shura fiercely. He was so fast that everyone could only see the afterimages left in the air. After the afterimages, Yan Jiuchao reached out his hand, grabbed King Shura's neck, and threw him coldly to the ground. Chapter 539, A New Realm of Abuse. That was not some rookie, but the Shura king who destroyed the heavens and the earth. And judging from Lan Jiao's words, this Shura king's realm was quite high, at least much stronger than the Shura who had just broken through the king realm. So how could he be thrown down? The force of the fall was so great that the ground was smashed through, and a terrifying deep pit was smashed out. Sand and stones flew, and several people raised their sleeves to cover their heads. In the pit, there was no movement. Several people held their hands in front of their faces at the same time, looked at each other, and a similar guess flashed through their hearts. Yan Jiuchao's action just now was too fast, and they didn't quite see it. Could it be that it was not Yan Jiuchao who threw the Shura king into the deep pit, but the Shura king who threw Yan Jiuchao into the deep pit? Several people were frightened by their own guesses, and their hearts were pounding, and they were about to walk towards the big pit. Yuan is waiting here. Qing Yan grabbed Yuan in time. He was worried that Yuan would not be able to withstand the blow of Yan Jiuchao turning into a ball of flesh and blood. Sure, San and I will go and take a look. Ing Lu. You go. You protect Yuan. If the person in trouble is really Yan Jiuchao, with the strength of King Shura, I am afraid that all of them can be wiped out in a snap. Qing Yan let go of Yuan's wrist, and planned to use Qigong with Ing San to fly over. Who knew that as soon as he raised his foot, the two people in the pit flew out. This time the two saw clearly that it was Yan Jiuchao who was holding King Shura's neck tightly. King Shura fell down and was a little disheveled, but Yan Jiuchao didn't mess up even a strand of hair, and he was still handsome. It is not the attribute of the Ghost King to love to be beautiful, but it is a certain young master himself. Yan Jiuchao did not kill King Shura in one go. First, King Shura was a tough guy, and it was unrealistic to kill him in one go. Second, someone had some small thoughts of his own. Lan Jiao's Shura King is not an ordinary Shura King. He used high-quality drugs in the process of practicing martial arts to retain his mind to the greatest extent. At first glance, he is no different from a normal master. However, It is precisely because of this that he is surprised by his situation. The opponent wears a Fong mask, but he can feel that the opponent is extremely young. A master of this age is not his opponent at all. How could the opponent suppress him with just one move? The man in black robes does not believe in evil. At this time, Yin Jiuqiao is on top, grabbing his collar and lifting him up in an absolutely suppressive posture. But this is also the easiest posture to sneak attack. He raised his hand and slapped Yin Jiuqiao's heart. Jiuqiao Qingyan, who noticed the scene, changed color. Ying Shisan and Ying Lu also changed their faces. Ying Shisan hurriedly shot out hidden weapons. But Yin Jiuqiao's internal strength was too strong, and the hidden weapons could not break through his blockade at all. The palm finally landed on Yin Jiuqiao. The black-robed man smiled triumphantly. But within a second, he could no longer smile. The internal force that he had injected into Yin Jiuqiao's body just traveled through his tendons and veins before being returned to him by Yin Jiuqiao. The black-robed man felt a sharp pain in his chest and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. How could this happen? Why didn't his martial arts work on him at all? Qingyan realized something and said thoughtfully, I remember that when he was in the Ghost Clan Palace, the Ghost King also suppressed Shura in this way. Is it true that the Ghost King's internal skills are specifically designed to restrain Shura? Even if this is not true, it is almost true. In short, the Shura King of the Lan family is really miserable. A certain fake Ghost King. The real young master began his performance. The Shura King of the Lan family went up and down and was tortured miserably. From beginning to end, Yin Jiuqiao never made a serious move. He just moved his fingers and planted the Shura King of the Lan family. Clang, clang, clang. Head down, into the ground. They are all murderers. But facing the Shura King who was tortured so miserably by their own young master Jiuqiao, several people couldn't bear to look down. Oh! Qingyan covered his eyes. Yugo clasped his hands together. Amipo! Ying Lu gasped and turned his face away. No. 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 Stop fighting. It's too miserable. For the first time, he, a brave warrior, had the urge to help the enemy up and show him some care. Yuan cleared her throat. It's okay. He didn't bully Shura so cruelly. You have already avenged the revenge tenfold. 100-fold. Yuan just muttered to herself. Her voice was not loud, but with Yin Jiuqiao's hearing, she still heard every word. Yin Jiuqiao retracted his inner strength, brushed his wide sleeves, took out a clean white towel to wipe his hands, and then snorted casually, not enough for one of his fingers. Huh? Why does this sound wrong? Yuan's eyes rolled around. This guy suddenly showed up in a high-profile manner and beat up the Shura King. Could it be because of her words there is a powerful Shura King by her side? You all have to be careful. Don't let him find out. Otherwise, with our current strength, it's not enough for one of his fingers to pinch. Yuan looked at her husband with a proud look, and then looked at the Shura King of the Lan family, who was planted headfirst into the pit by her husband. Suddenly, she didn't know what to say. The Lan mansion is immeasurably large, and this place is very far away from the main courtyard. It was almost after the fight with Lan Jiao that she got the news and rushed here in a hurry. Lan Jiao was in a bad mood. First, the newly acquired Gu King would rather starve to death than eat. Second, it was so late, and the steward Yu who came back to report was still not seen. She was wondering if something went wrong. And then she heard the servants report that there was a fight near the west gate of the Lan mansion. Fight if you want to. Is it worth reporting such a small matter to the master? Lan Jiao thought it was a quarrel between the servants. But the servants said no. No. Master. Someone demolished the wall of our mansion. What? Lan Jiao slapped the table. In this day and age, who dared to demolish the wall of the Lan mansion? Are they really brave? When Lan Jiao got the news, she didn't know that the Shura King was injured by the uninvited guest who demolished the wall. When she rushed to the scene, she saw the ruins all over the ground and the Shura King planted in the ground. Lan Jiao was stunned. What happened? Who made King Shura like this? Yuan folded her arms and looked at Lan Jiao leisurely. Long time no see. Master Lan. Nice to meet you. This voice? Lan Jiao's eyes turned cold, and she looked in the direction of Yuan. You? Lan Jiao was shocked. It's me. Yuan smiled. Didn't expect that I would come to visit you in person. Tear down her wall and injure her master. Is this called a visit? How could this girl say such shameless words seriously? Lan Jiao's cold eyes swept over Yuan and her group one by one. Two inferior masters, a dead man, a half-dead man, plus a... When her eyes fell on the man wearing a Fong mask, Lan Jiao frowned slightly. Who is this man? He is a death warrior. But not a death warrior. He is an ordinary master. But he doesn't seem to be one. Lan Jiao couldn't see through his realm. But she could see through the others. She was sure that they couldn't hurt her Shura King. So it seemed that the murderer was the man in front of her. Yuan stepped forward and blocked Lan Jiao's gaze. Master Lan. You are old. Can you stop staring at my husband? You? Lan Jiao choked with anger. Yuan raised her eyebrows and gave her a contemptuous look. After all, you have a criminal record. I can't rest assured. Yuan originally wanted to confront her. But Yin Jiuch heard it in his heart. And frowned his handsome little eyebrows. Old and ugly. How can I like you? Lan Jiao was so angry that she fell backwards. Although Lan Jiao is not young, she is diligent in martial arts and pays attention to maintenance. No one who sees her will feel that there are many traces of time on her face. Old? Ugly? This is the first time I hear someone say that. Yuan raised her eyebrows and thought to herself. Are you surprised? With my heavenly appearance, my husband never praised me for my beauty. You? A black-hearted woman. Are you not old and ugly? Let's get back to the topic. Yuan said lightly. With such a powerful husband to support her. Yuan's little waist straightened even more. We came here to ask the Lan family to return the Gu King that you took away. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Gu King. Otherwise, what else do you want? Lan Jiao interrupted Yuan with a sneer. You don't really think that hiring a master can make the entire Lan mansion fear you? Yes. I am surprised that you can defeat King Shura. But it is far from scary. Yuan touched her chin. What does this woman mean? Is there more powerful masters in the Lan mansion besides King Shura? Chapter 540. Torturing Lan Jiao. Lan Jiao said slowly, Girl, you are new to the Dark City. Right? I'm afraid you haven't heard of the Dark East Lan family. Our Lan family has a rich ancestral heritage and has been passed down for hundreds of years. In the past few hundred years, the power of the Lan family has been expanding again and again. Looking at the entire Dark City, only the Sikong family can surpass the Lan family. Just relying on a master. You want to threaten the Lan family. Girl, are you too simple or too stupid? You didn't run away before I caught you. But you dared to bargain with me here. You don't know what you are talking about. Yuan was almost frightened by her. Fortunately, Yuan is not someone who can be fooled easily. Yuan smiled lightly and said, If you really have a powerful master, would you still waste your breath with me here? Do you really think that Shura King is a cabbage that is rotten on the street? Can you grab a handful of it with your eyes closed? Lan Jiao's pupils moved. Yuan didn't miss any expression on her face, and said indifferently, I guessed it right. Didn't I? You don't have any more powerful masters. At most, there will be 2 more Shura Kings. But my husband can kill him with just 1 finger. Even if you bring 10 or 8, it's no problem. Yin Jiucha liked to hear this. Lan Jiao tightened her fingers. Yuan didn't believe that the Lan family really had no masters. The key was where the masters went. They made such a big fuss. But they didn't see the rumored saint. The rest of the masters of the Lan family should be escorting the saint out. Right? Stop talking nonsense. Hand over the Gu King. Yuan stretched out her hand. A cold light flashed in Lan Jiao's eyes. She looked at the man who was always protecting the stinky girl calmly. The man protected the girl like a calf, making it impossible for her to sneak attack. However, my daughter will be back soon. As long as I delay a little time. Lan Jiao laughed wantonly. Do you know that the Lan family has a saint? What will happen if you offend the Lan family and the saint? You may not even be able to leave the Hades city in the end. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. I can give you a sum of gold as compensation. Yuan touched her chin. I tore down your wall. And you still want to compensate me with gold. Aren't you afraid of me? Why are you so guilty? Don't you want to delay time and wait for your precious daughter to come back and catch us all in one fell swoop? Lan Jiao choked. When I met this girl in the shop, I thought she was reckless and brainless. How come she became so smart in a short while? It is true that a woman becomes stupid for 3 years after pregnancy. But she has suffered a loss once. So she must learn a lesson. Yuan heard from Grandma Lan that the Lan family had devoted almost all their efforts to train the saints of all generations. So the saints' martial arts would definitely not be bad. In addition to the Lan family, There are also masters from the Sikong family who protect the saints. Yuan dared not underestimate the enemy anymore. It would be best if she could not fight the saint. But the purpose today was not to get the saint's blood. The thought flashed through her mind. And Yuan was too lazy to argue with her. I'll ask you one last time. Will you hand it over? Lan Jiao sneered. What if you don't hand it over? Yuan said. Then we have no choice but to rob it. Yuan thought about it. In fact, the relationship with the Lan family had been torn apart from the beginning. There was no point in hiding. If they didn't find the Lan family would not let them go. The reason why she didn't say it now was just to prevent Lan Jiao from using the Gu King to threaten her, and the Lan family to hand over the Lan family jade token. Of course, they can also wait. Wait for a suitable time. Wait for the saint and Xiao Gugu to be there. And then use the jade token to exchange both things back. But Yuan can't guarantee that Xiao Gugu will not suffer any abuse in the hands of a woman like Lan Jiao. So, it's time to save Xiao Gugu. Qin Yan and Ying Shursen also understood Yuan's meaning. Anyway, they had already torn their faces apart. And it was useless to pretend to be grandsons. The roundabout strategy was even more inappropriate. It would be better to take the Gu King back while the saint was away. When the Gu King was in hand, even if Lan Jiao discovered their identities, they would not be in a passive position. These people were ready to fight to the death. But they never expected Yin Jiuchu to snort and have no intention of attacking. Yuan winked at him. He looked up at the sky and pretended not to see it. Yuan silently stretched out 2 fingers and tugged at his sleeve. Yin Jiuchu rolled his eyes. He didn't want to save that little thing. He always relied on his woman. He was so annoying. Husband Yuan took out the skills she learned from beating a few little buns and acted cute on the spot. Her poor acting skills made her act cute so shocking that Qin Yan and Ying Shursen's hearts skipped a beat and turned their faces away. Is this really cute? Not a seizure? Even the most honest Hugo covered his heart after taking a look. I'm scared to death. Yin Jiuchao almost covered his heart. But he wasn't scared. This fairy cutie is about to melt his heart. Isn't she? Yin Jiuchao was successfully charmed by his own fairy, and immediately gave up resistance, and walked towards the depths of Lan Mansion in a majestic manner. Qin Yan looked at Ying Shursen with a bitter and vengeful look. Is your young master blind? Ying Shursen, I didn't know whether it was before, but now it is basically true. Lan Jiao knew that Yin Jiuchao was going to force his way in when she saw his posture. This man is so bold. He demolished the wall of Lan Mansion, and beat the people of Lan Mansion whenever he wanted. Now he even dared to force his way in. This is no longer an ordinary provocation, but a violation of the law of Hades. Even if she killed this group of people on the spot, no one would dare to say anything. But that girl guessed correctly. The saint went out to train, and the most powerful masters of the Lan family were sent by her to protect the saint. Didn't she say that she would be back at this hour? Why is there no movement? Lan Jiao was anxious and angry. At this point, it was no longer a question of whether to give up a goo worm or not. Her authority was challenged. If she didn't give back her position today, the whole underworld would be full of jokes about her tomorrow. She couldn't become the laughing stock of the underworld. Stop right there. Lan Jiao looked at Yin Jiuchu's back and said with gritted teeth, do you know what the relationship between our Lan family and the Sikong family is? We have already made an engagement with the Sikong family. The son of the Sikong family will marry the saint soon. If you dare to take another step forward, the people of the Sikong family will never let you go. She could understand why they didn't take her seriously. After all, she was born out of wedlock. And so was her father. Their family was not proud until the birth of the saint girl. But they still hadn't received the Lan family jade card, which made it impossible for her to completely command the Lan family. The Sikong family was different. No one who entered the Hades city was not intimidated by the Sikong family. As expected, Yin Jiuchu came back in a hurry as soon as she finished speaking. Lan Jiao raised her lips proudly. You know it well. Where is your yard? Yin Jiuchu asked her. Lan Jiao. If Lan Jiao didn't say anything, someone would naturally say it. Ying Shursen grabbed a maid and put a sword across her neck. The maid's legs softened, and she pointed the way tremblingly. Yin Jiuchao took Yuan and walked towards Lan Jiao's yard. Lan Jiao narrowed her eyes coldly, and suddenly turned her head and looked. Saint! Yin Jiuchao paused and looked in the direction of Lan Jiao, shouting. This is the moment he was waiting for. Lan Jiao suddenly shot out more than 10 hidden weapons, and the hidden weapons exploded into countless silver needles, attacking Yuan and Yin Jiuchu. Ing Shursen drew his sword to block one wave, but the rest passed through. Young master. Ing Lu was shocked. Lan Jiao's internal strength may not be as good as that of Shura King, but her ability to use hidden weapons is unmatched in the underworld. It is difficult to dodge even under normal circumstances, not to mention that she cheated. Lan Jiao was confident that her hidden weapons could kill the two. The hidden weapons attacked the two's robes and were about to penetrate their bodies. But suddenly, all the hidden weapons stopped in midair as if they were frozen. Lan Jiao's pupils shrank. The next second, the hidden weapons she shot out all shot back at her. Ah! She was hit by one of the hidden weapons, and her whole body flew backwards, then fell heavily to the ground, and immediately spit out a mouthful of blood. Yuan looked at her with contempt. You claim to be the head of the Lan family, but you actually cheated. Lan Jiao half lying on the ground, covering the place where the silver needle was hit with her hand, sweating coldly from the pain. Yin Jiuqiao didn't even bother to look at her. Let's go! Stop them! Lan Jiao gave an order, and the guards of the Lan mansion surrounded them. Ing Shursen drew his sword and walked forward, and stopped them with Ing Lu and Qing Yin. Leave this to Ing Shursen and the others. Yin Jiuqiao embraced Yuan and flew into Lan Jiao's yard. Yuan sensed the breath of Xiao Gugu in the backyard. When she followed the scent and found that Xiao Gugu was locked in the most hated iron box and thrown into the most feared chicken coop, Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold. Who is it? A guard rushed up to stop Yuan, but he was blown away by Yin Jiuqiao's internal force without even touching a corner of Yuan's clothes. Yuan hurriedly picked up the iron box containing Xiao Gugu. She was about to open the box, but before she knew it, a white silk flew in the air, wrapped around Yuan's wrist, and grabbed Yuan.